Chapter 9: Assassination. They did what? Callum wasn't really sure how to feel. Bewildered mostly because he couldn't see any sense to both healing people and destroying vineyards. The first was great. Ms. Mosley even had the hip she was constantly complaining about fixed. The second was just plain vandalism. He had no idea how much time and money those vines represented, but it was probably a lot. Actually, the more he thought about it, the more pissed off he got. The vineyards were private and not really a major contributor to Tanner's economy, so as a threat it was useless while still being wanton destruction. If they'd actually wanted Tanner's food supplies to suffer, they'd have had to target dozens of small poultry places and fields, as well as blockade the roads to cut off imports. He was getting really damn tired of people trying to take shots at him and hitting someone else. It's supposed to be a combination carrot and stick, Shahi replied, shaking his head. I've gotten familiar with the way he thinks, and that sort of demonstration is meant to say, look what I can do. Yeah, it says to me he could be helping a lot more than he is, but he isn't. Instead, he wants to be petty and destructive. Not that such a thing surprised Callum. Any mage that wanted to be helpful would be sidelined and punished by the secrecy and dictatorial rules of Gar. Another reason not to treat every mage like a war criminal, as if he needed one. The same could be said for most supernaturals, Shahi said. But the secrecy came from a time when they weren't as well organized or powerful, and now they're stuck with it. They, not we, Callum asked. We're not natives, Shahi said. There's no telling how much damage it would do if people knew outsider powers like us were around. Okay, that's fair, Callum said. He had to admit that Shahi had a point there. If it were just dragon-blooded, it'd probably be not much of an issue, but with everyone else it became extremely complicated. So, it looks like I need to take care of Fane, which from what I can see he's absolutely earned beyond what he's doing here. If I do that, can you deal with whoever is in Tanner? As an official request. It can be, Callum said. Considering what the dragon-blooded had said about his type being guests, he could well guess Shahi was hinting at the rules Callum needed to invoke to get real help. Excellent, Shahi said. In return, I would like you to come to the Dragonlands and open up new rifts. Not to Earth, just new world portals. I can't do that, Callum said. I thought they were just natural things. Natural? Yes, just no. If you can't do it yet, I can wait until you can. Time is not an issue. I imagine not, Callum said automatically, still somewhat shocked by the concept that he could open holes to other realities. Even though he'd seen that the Dragonland's portal had looked artificial, he'd not really made the leap to thinking about doing it himself. He'd figured the dragons had done it. Now he wondered if it had been Duval, or someone like her. There had to be a reason why Shahi or the other dragons hadn't extracted a similar service from Gar's spatial mages. He had to imagine there were risks associated with it that he didn't know about. Politics wasn't always the answer. But they were risks the Dragonlands would be running, not Earth, and the ability would probably be extremely useful for him. I accept then, though I have no idea when I'll be able to do something like that, he warned Shahi. As I said, I have time. Callum assumed that the dragon behind the dragon-blooded was immortal, even if the avatar was somewhat expendable. So far as Callum knew, Sen was still in Tanner, so he'd be one of the mages Shahi neutralized, however Shahi wanted to do it. That was even assuming that they had orders to start wrecking stuff, or decided to on their own, which was something he could well imagine from what he'd seen so far. Sen needed to be held to account for murdering innocent bystanders, since Gar obviously wasn't going to, and Callum wasn't too fond of delegation. There was too much room for doubt or for error, or for someone else to get hurt. But if Shahi was going to take care of it, he'd be satisfied. Tanner was the dragon-blooded's town, too, so he could trust that Shahi would do the right thing. I'll get back to you after things shake out. Your judgment on how to deal with the people here is probably better than mine. You sell yourself short, Mr. Wells, but it is true I have a certain insight. Shahi shrugged scaly shoulders, looking out over his gym. I wish you luck. Fane has been an irritant for a very long time. Yeah, I bet he has. One of the most alarming findings about Fane was how many people the Department of Acquisition sent him. Lucy had found the records when she'd gone digging on Fane in order to confirm rumors. Literally thousands of people, mostly mundane but some supernatural, had been shipped off to Archmage Fane personally. When there was any notation on the reason, which was not common, it just read some variation on medical purposes. A phrase to chill the blood of anyone familiar with human history. The department was rotten from top to bottom and could not go on existing, but he didn't know how to start with it. Not yet. Fane was a more urgent consideration anyway, and he could only take on one thing at a time. The hell did you just agree to, big man? Lucy asked. They were in the van again, since Lucy was doing some more trawling through the GAR databases and emails. Until he had enough material for a permanent portal to a decoy internet site, they were war-driving public Wi-Fi whenever she needed to check it, which wasn't really an issue with portals and teleports. Something far in the future, Callum said. I have no idea how to even begin. Making portal world portals hasn't exactly been on my radar. But something to look into once we're more settled. Man, kind of a lot to bite off. Lucy shook her head. But I guess they have to come from somewhere. For all I know, House Duval has a bunch of portal worlds of their own somewhere and just don't share. Now you're being properly suspicious, Callum told her, and she stuck her tongue out at him. You're infecting my thought processes, she accused him. Probably so, but I'm not wrong, Callum said, and she reflexively glanced down at her wrist. He'd been working on removing the tattoo for her, which was unpleasant for both of them but had to be done. The magic inside it had broken already, but there was still a lot of the band left. Lucy hit it with a bracelet most times. Nobody likes a know-it-all, Lucy said, threatening him with her index finger. He grabbed it and she relaxed, linking hands with him. Well, except when it helps. Hey, I don't know everything. I'm just a suspicious bastard. Literally true, he realized after a moment, but he didn't take back the phrase. Yeah, that's pretty obvious at this point. Lucy squeezed his hand, then returned to poking at her laptop. Can't complain too much. Otherwise, I wouldn't get to play with all these toys. The toys in question were little boxes Lucy had made with audiovisual capability and transmitters, an improvement over the walkies, for when he was supposed to meet with Fane. Callum had no idea when they expected that to happen, since he hadn't gotten official word. His week deadline was up the next day, and since the high-end resort was secured and a good chunk sectioned off, he assumed that they'd be telling him to meet Fane almost immediately. But that was only an assumption. Placing Lucy's boxes around had been incredibly easy, despite the jammers that had been deployed in sensitive places. He was somewhat annoyed that the use of those things had proliferated, but he couldn't expect the people in GAR to keep that particular countermeasure to themselves. Still, the jammers only covered a small area, and he could pop in a few of the spy boxes and their signal transceivers to cover those parts of the resort. When the time came, he'd be using a tablet to actually talk to Fane, assuming the man didn't reject that sort of thing out of hand. Not that it mattered, since the point was less what he'd say to Fane, what deal he would or wouldn't make, and more about being able to know which teleporter Fane was going to use. Any other movement we have to worry about. From GAR, no, they've got people combing various places and following up some stuff, all copycat crimes, I think. They do have people looking around Texas, but Texas is a big place. The houses, though, they don't use the email system much, so I have no idea. So long as there's nothing specific, Callum said, though he frowned at the idea of more copycat crimes. There wasn't anything he could really do about it, at least on the face of things. Not unless he was willing to personally hunt down every perpetrator, and he wasn't a detective, though he doubted that he was the reason the crimes happened, just a convenient excuse. There was a mention that they still have the mundanes, sorry, the feds looking for you. So I guess don't go to any airports or post offices anytime soon. Wasn't planning on it anyway. Heck, with your drones we have a better way across the ocean. Faster anyway. I do like it when you tell me how clever I am. Good thing it's true then, he said. Lucy grinned at him. Okay, I'm all set here. Guess we'd better get ready for showtime. Suppose so. Callum charged the teleport plate for Lucy, and she stepped on it. I still swear I can feel this stuff, she said. Maybe when we get the tiles in I can play around with it more. Definitely, Callum agreed. She'd tried the beginner mage exercises to no avail, but if other supernaturals used enchantments, there might be some sort of in-between condition where a non-mage could trigger one that was already charged. How exactly that worked required more study, assuming they could finally get the time. He found it hard to sleep, tossing and turning on the couch fold-away. Lucy had offered to trade with him, but he had insisted she take the bed. There were times when she would go quiet, especially if she were left to herself too long, face drawing into something distant and wary and completely unlike her. The things she'd experienced had taken their toll, and despite her upbeat attitude, it was clear they still haunted her. So he insisted she take the bedroom and whatever comfort and security it had. The fold-out bed was not at all inviting, and even felt a little exposed that close to the front door. Or so he felt, and he figured she felt the same way, especially since she didn't have the perceptions to tell what was going on everywhere nearby. Ultimately, he managed a few hours of sleep, and did his best not to drag when he finally hauled himself into the shower. Someday he'd be fresh and ready when it was time to do something important, but thus far he hadn't been so lucky. It wasn't like he even needed to be ready to deal with the actual Archmage, if he and Lucy were reading things right. They'd only had a couple emails to go off of, but it seemed pretty clear Fane wasn't headed to Tanner. By the time he got out, Lucy was up too, and they went through the process of making coffee and getting breakfast together before starting in on the actual work. Most of what he was relying on was her stuff, so he really couldn't do more than look it over. Used tablets, drones, little boxes with breadboards and stuff from electronics supply stores. He was learning, but she had years and years of experience. So, what's the over-under? Lucy asked once they were seated at the table together. $20 says they tell you to show up there or else, but only after some tedious sneering. No bet, Callum said. Too easy. I think the real wager is whether they try to refuse to talk to the tablet. I'll say no for the stooges in Tanner, but yes for the Archmage. I expect he'll be super pissed you don't show up in person. Good thing we don't care about that. They could have sent the drone with the tablet over in the early morning, but Callum decided to wait until around noon. Not so much as a power play as because he wanted to have plenty of time to do final checks and keep a surreptitious eye on what they were up to. There was no such thing as being too careful. So far as he could tell, though, all the mages inhabiting the big old mansion did was eat delivery from one of the better restaurants in town. Watching through cameras was very strange when he was used to sensing through his sphere, but the portal focus was parked on top of Shahi's gym, so he was watching through Lucy's relay boxes. It was less immediate, but he could actually see color and writing. not to mention actual people instead of featureless bubbles. It made him wish that he could actually get that sort of thing from his spatial perceptions. Lucy piloted the drone over, and this time the mages noticed it as it approached the front entrance of the house. Since Callum didn't have an anchor there, he couldn't actually see if the drone had tripped wards or if active senses were in use. But either way, the drone camera fuzzed as they carried it inside, and then a few moments later, he saw someone's face from the tablet camera. The man barked something in Mandarin. "It's Wells," Callum said, turning on his own camera. There was nothing behind him but a cheap whiteboard to block out any details of his location. "Get Sen." The man blinked at the tablet, then turned away and spoke some more Mandarin. Soon enough, Sen's face appeared on the camera. "Took you long enough," Sen said with a sneer. "I was beginning to think you'd run away." "I said a week." "It's been a week." Sen's entire manner irked Callum, probably more than it should have, but since the guy was an unapologetic menace, it was hard to treat him objectively. "What do you have to tell me?" "You should be flattered," Sen told him. "Patriarch Fane has agreed to meet you. It is a great honor for anyone outside the house to see him. But make no mistake, you will bear the burden for all the trouble our patriarch has had to go to." "Oh, I'm sure I will," Callum said. He wondered exactly how Fane intended to squeeze him, but it was only an idle thought. There was no way he was getting within 100 miles of Fane or his people. So where and when? Instead of replying like a normal person, Sen had to make it a production. Or more likely, it was Fane that made it a production. There was a crackling noise, and it seemed that Sen had gotten out an honest-to-goodness parchment scroll. "You are requested and required to present yourself to Feng Palace Resort, Beijing, China, no later than 8 a.m. tomorrow." Sen paused to sneer at the camera again. That should not be too difficult for a spatial mage. Callum had to check. There was a full 12 hours offset, so it was a little past midnight over in China. Without teleports, the 8-hour deadline would have been incredibly difficult. "You will refer to Patriarch Fane only as honored patriarch. You will wear a suit with head uncovered. You will." Sen kept listing off requirements that made it sound more like a peasant meeting with a king, which it probably was from their perspective. "You gonna tell them that you're not even showing up in person?" Lucy messaged him through their private chat program, the text popping up in the corner of the laptop he was using to talk to Sen. She didn't say anything because neither of them wanted to give away that he wasn't alone. "No, I'd rather wait until the very end so they have less time to try and change things." If Fane decided not to show up, or change the location of the meeting, all the prep work they'd done would be wasted, and who knew when they'd have another chance, or what sort of mischief Fane would send their way in the meantime. So he just nodded along as Sen listed out the requirements, trying to suppress his irritation at being dictated to, even if he didn't intend to actually obey. The restrictive dress and behavior mandates weren't particularly interesting or even that unexpected, but the bubble protocol was interesting. Or rather, sphere of authority as they called it. He was supposed to keep his suppressed close around him, which he vaguely recalled being somewhat indecent, all in keeping with trying to establish how low he was in the social pecking order. It seemed weird to Callum that they were trying to be so high and mighty when they were the ones who had come to him. But then, that was generally the attitude of despots and tyrants, who thought that their attention was flattering. Considering that Fane had been around for a few hundred years, there had been plenty of time for the Archmage to evolve that sort of outlook, assuming it didn't come naturally. "Understood," he said when Sen finally wound down. "Is there anything else?" "That will be all," Sen replied. "Can I have my drone back?" Callum asked. Sen frowned and the feed cut out. He glanced over at Lucy, who shrugged. "He probably slagged it," she said. "I'll remove it from the network anyway, just in case they're smarter than that." "We're going to run out of drones at this rate," he said. They did have 5 extras sitting in boxes in the corner, but he'd already wrecked a couple by accident. And if mages were going to start melting them, those 5 wouldn't last too long. He'd already written off the one he was sending to Fane. Heck with the drones, even used tablets are kinda expensive, Lucy grumped. "I didn't realize how much money you burned through when everything is single-use." "There's a reason I use cheap burner phones most of the time," Callum agreed. "Right, we have 8 hours to get everything set up." "I tell you what, big man, I was afraid we'd have like 8 minutes." 8 hours is plenty of time." "Don't say that, you'll jinx it," Callum said, and she snorted. "Now don't go superstitious on me, big man. Being paranoid is bad enough." Her grin held a teasing edge, so he reached over and tousled her otherwise immaculate hair. That earned a squawk of outrage, but she didn't stop smiling. The operation actually needed all the anchors he had available to him, plus the teleportation core he'd made for the occasion, which fairly well exhausted his stock of corite, but they couldn't think of any other way to deal with Fane. Not in any way that was certain. Between his healing and his home bond, the man was just too slippery even if they could get through his shields. One drone went back to Portal World 5's buoy, where Callum dropped the steel-enclosed anchor for later. Then the drone itself went on to Beijing, and the teleporter closest to the resort. Or rather, to some 600 yards away from it, since he didn't want to be anywhere nearby when Fane came through. That was also close enough to hook into the chain of surveillance boxes that Lucy used to connect to the network they'd left in the resort. Of course, the entire plan could be derailed if Fane came through some other teleportation location, but there was nothing they could do about that. Fortunately, even House Fane didn't have free access to spatial enchantments, and there was only the one node anywhere close. Though interestingly enough, that particular GAR office was staffed solely by humans, some mages and some not. It seemed that the Chinese branches didn't want to share with other supernaturals. It took at best an hour to put the portal anchors into place and test the electronics connections, making sure that none of the boxes had been disturbed or compromised. Considering they'd all been placed in inaccessible areas with the help of his spatial senses, it would have been a surprise if someone had found them, but he was still dealing with supernaturals. "Come on, big man. Let's take a lunch break." "You can't work all the time." Lucy poked him in the side to distract him from surveying the teleportation office for the umpteenth time, getting all sour-faced on me. Okay, he laughed, fending her off. "We'll go get something interesting. Probably better if I come back to it with fresh eyes." "That's right," Lucy nodded. "Besides, we probably won't be as anxious if we've got something in our bellies other than sausage and waffles." "I still don't see how you eat that stuff." He shook his head. Callum had never acquired a taste for pancakes or waffles or sweets and breads in general, but Lucy seemed to thrive on the stuff. How she managed that while still maintaining her figure was a mystery for the ages. It's delicious, that's how. Going out to lunch with Lucy did help, and while he couldn't completely put things out of his mind, he puttered around the house until after dinner and the 8 o'clock hour approached. He didn't have much of a dinner, because despite Lucy distracting him from the problem at hand, he was wound too tight to be hungry. Fane's arrival was a bright blazing beacon of obvious power, the same completely opaque, steel-hard shell he'd seen from the mages in the deep wilds. Callum's portal anchor was far away from the teleport, but his hand still shook slightly as he contemplated the man's bubble, knowing how deadly it was. Callum only relaxed once the bubble went out of range, heading outward to the resort, though not entirely, since he knew that so long as there was any of his magic nearby, there was the possibility of danger. It was remote, but there, which was why he was using cleanup enchantments basically everywhere. Then he gave Lucy the nod and turned his attention to the little windows she had set up for each of the camera feeds. It hadn't been hard to figure out where the meeting was going to be. Once they'd put in the surveillance, it'd just taken observation and occasionally running some of the chatter through a translator to double-check. Neither he nor Lucy spoke the language. It took Fane no more than 10 minutes to go from teleporter to the resort. Callum studied the camera footage as Fane sat down to a lavish breakfast, which would not be finished by 8, so he would be making Callum wait. Not very surprising. He looked almost cartoonish, with a long white mustache and beard, carrying himself with dignity. Even Fane's face seemed almost perfectly stereotypical. It probably played well in his own house, but Callum was just a little incredulous people like that actually existed. Admittedly, the concept had to come from somewhere. At 5 to 8, Lucy piloted the drone with the tablet from its position on an overhang of the resort's indoor garden courtyard area that had been reserved for the meeting. Callum was half worried that someone would blow the thing up before he could state who it was from, but Lucy kept it well away from the center where Fane was eating breakfast. "This is Callum Wells, here to see Patriarch Fane," he said as Lucy piloted it toward one of the employees. The speakers mounted on the drone amplifying his voice over the buzz of the drone's rotors. The poor man did an actual double take, before turning away and speaking something over the headset he had. Callum was sure they had no idea what to do about the fact that there was a drone with a tablet with a video call, rather than a person. Some poor soul would have to kick it up the chain until it reached Fane himself, though Callum rather doubted the patriarch was unaware of what was going on. Even if Fane's active senses wouldn't notice the drone, it wasn't like Callum was being quiet. Lucy parked the drone on a nearby settee while the information traveled along the chain of command. One of the relay boxes still had a view of the courtyard from above, full of potted plants and lavish furniture, while Fane himself seemed unruffled by the scurry of activity about him. Finally, someone went over to whisper in Fane's ear, and the man nodded but made no move to have the breakfast cleared or anything. Eventually, someone came back and addressed the tablet hesitantly. The employee's accent was strong, but he was still understandable. "Patriarch Fane will see you at his leisure. You will wait until then." "Sure," Callum said and switched to the chat program. "Hurry up and wait," he remarked to Lucy. "That's how it always is," Lucy replied. "I swear, supernaturals love their power games." They were kept waiting for a good hour while Fane sipped tea or coffee or whatever, had the table cleared, and read a book. Callum was sure he was meant to be stewing or something, but really he was just bored. He was almost tempted to just call the whole thing off, since he'd already gotten what he really wanted: Fane in a known location, with a specific teleporter that he'd use. But he might as well learn what he could. Finally, an employee came and lifted up the tablet, bringing it over to Fane's table. It was low on battery, but Callum doubted the discussion would take too long. There wasn't much to negotiate about. "You did not come in person," Fane said, disapprovingly. "What reason do you have for this insult?" "You may have noticed I'm a careful person," Callum said. "And you probably also know that I'm aware of how dangerous healing mages are. Considering that, and my relationship with Gar in general, it didn't seem advisable to be physically present. I'm the Archmage of House Fane, boy. Gar works for the Archmages, not the other way around," Fane scoffed. "I thought you were a sharp one, but maybe you're just lucky." "Maybe," Callum said noncommittally. "What exactly was your offer?" "I don't like your tone, boy," Fane scowled imperiously at the tablet. "Even if you're not in front of me, I can still make you regret it." "Perhaps so," Callum said, though he wanted to dare Fane to try. "But I admit I am somewhat at a loss as to why we're even meeting in the first place. With House Fane being so powerful, surely trafficking with a known criminal is an unnecessary risk. When you're powerful, the only thing that matters is more power, Fane declared. You, young Wells, could greatly enhance the power of House Fane. You want to offer me a job? A job, Fane scoffed. What you have is an invaluable opportunity to join the greatest house in the world. Do you think Gar would even dare touch you? Hardly. I have been tracking your accomplishments, and House Fane could use a man like you. We are, of course, invulnerable, but agents of even marginal competence are difficult to come by. You flatter me, Callum said dryly. On the other side of the table, Lucy was rolling her eyes in an exaggerated fashion. It was all being recorded as well. He sure didn't intend to take Fane's offer, but the recording of Fane making the offer might cause a splash. Lucy would be sure to get it sent out on the Gar network after they were done. Hardly, Fane scowled again. You have talent, but only that. Talent is something to be harnessed or crushed. Those are your choices. And what exactly do you intend to have me do? He found it a little odd that none of the ever so generous offers had included any details on what they imagined him doing. It wasn't hard to guess, but he'd like to hear it directly. What you do already, Fane said, only more effectively, guided by a better hand. I prefer guiding myself, Callum said, glad that Fane had put it so bluntly. He was well convinced Fane was a bad man. In fact, the proof of the deliveries from the Department of Acquisition was enough for that, but direct threats made things easier. Then you're a fool, Fane snapped, and you'll pay for wasting my time. I doubt it. Callum couldn't resist the comment. For some reason, it seemed to seriously infuriate Fane, the man's eyes pinching nearly shut in fury. Not only are you a fool, he said coldly, you're a fool with a death wish. Nobody spurns House Fane. Then we have nothing to discuss. Callum did successfully resist the urge to point out that Fane's ultimatums made him sound like a third-rate supervillain. He didn't want Fane riled up to the point where he would, for example, use the home bond to return directly. Callum waved a finger at Lucy, and she turned off the feed to the tablet. She kept an eye on Fane while he started preparing for the assassination. The first thing to do was start his steel cube anchor sinking into Portal World 5, which he hastened along with some judicious use of gravitikinesis. Then he had to make the switch on the teleporter. All the ones he'd seen were standardized for the most part. There were some flourishes on some of the ancillary enchantments, but the core telepad was identical. All he needed to do to change out the core was open a portal underneath it, unscrew the existing core and slot in his ringer. They didn't even use proprietary screws or anything, so they made great subjects for his temporary cleanup enchantment. All right, he's leaving a hand invisible. Glamour up, I guess. Callum nodded. His ability to pierce glamours didn't extend to recordings, where the altered reality had been dutifully recorded and reproduced. Great. Callum performed the switch, putting the old core on the table. Though he was pretty sure it wouldn't take much thought for anyone to figure out what had happened, he still wore gloves to avoid fingerprints or anything like that. Then he dismissed the portal, focusing back on the still sinking cube and driving it further downward. He was jittery, even though the plan itself was incredibly simple and almost entirely risk-free. Even if it failed, they'd not be much worse off. It didn't help that once he stopped shoving the steel cube downward, big shifts of vis and mana brushed by the edges of his perceptions, like sharks circling just out of sight. He knew he wasn't in any real danger, but it was still disconcerting. The minutes waiting for Fane to get to the teleporter stretched. It seemed to take forever, broken only by Lucy drumming on the tabletop. He didn't speak, and she didn't either, the two of them just waiting in silence. When Fane's adamant bubble showed up on the very edge of Callum's perceptions, he scrambled into action. The receiver plate for the Ringer teleport core went over into Portal World 5, but he couldn't just leave it. The spatial differences meant he'd have to help the teleport framework form. Then he watched intently, reaching out to the spatial core he'd pilfered from the teleporter. In order to keep the ancillary enchantments, the security and safety ones that surrounded the actual telepad, from sound any kind of alarm, he had to charge the original core. That way its matching receiver on the other end registered as being in use, and it would trigger properly to send Fane on his way. Only it was Callum's core inside the teleporter, and where it would send Fane was not a GAR facility. Over the next few seconds, the enchantment structures unfolded and stabilized. Callum had to give the receiver plate in Portal World 5 extra juice, since the normal mana intakes didn't work quite right. He even tweaked the framework directly, though that wasn't something that would last. Not that it needed to. It just had to work once. The teleport frames locked into place and Callum pulled his anchor cube back, leaving the teleport plate behind in the portal world. He really would have liked to know that the plan worked, but there was no way he was leaving any link to his vis where Fane might think he was under attack. He very much took Shahi's warning seriously. A casual discharge from Fane would probably kill him. Fane's bubble vanished from the teleporter, and Callum stopped feeding the original core, the deception complete. He quickly opened another portal to swap the cores, not overly worried about the mages inside the teleportation office. The maintenance room was thoroughly screened from them, and none of them had shown any signs of restiveness. A few seconds later, the original was back in place, and he began the process of retrieving their surveillance boxes. That was a chore, but no matter what happened, he didn't want them discovered. Now they had to wait and see if it worked. Archmage Fane simmered. The sheer gall of Wells to snub him so. Clearly he'd vastly overestimated the man's intelligence. While his actions had demonstrated some form of competence, whoever handled him had to be doing the thinking. No sane person would insult House Fane the way Wells had, let alone the Archmage that led it. He would remove Tanner from the map for such a thing to start. The fact that it was part of the dragon-blooded suspicious projects was a bonus, but he wouldn't have committed the resources to such a thing before. Now, it was required. He couldn't let such an insult pass. Punishing Wells himself would be harder, but Fane was sure it could be done. The man was just as foolishly emotional as Fane had thought, so even with all his pathetic little technology trickery, it would be possible to draw him out. Then any of Fane's apprentices could incapacitate the man. Healing magic, Kai and Gu, was ultimately the most powerful. It hardly mattered that he couldn't manipulate wind or water when he could control those who could, such as the Guild of Enchanting, which had provided the foci he used to fly from the resort to the teleporter. He preferred having his servants around to ease the annoyances of everyday life, but an archmage in public was a lone power and needed no help. It would hardly do for Patriarch Fane to look weak. His local teleporter was far nicer than the often completely utilitarian versions that the barbarians over in America used. Still, he barely noticed the silks as he strode up to the pad and activated it. Unlike other mages, archmages could attune their shells properly, since it was no longer being restrained by the limits of the body. Archmages didn't wear those ridiculous, intrusive magical tattoos. The teleport snapped and his shields reacted immediately, the world going black around him. A sudden burst of portal world mana flowed through him, pressing in against his shields as they held back something, fairly screaming from a force that he couldn't see. Fane was not a man to panic easily. He would have been dead long ago if that were true. Yet there was still a brief instant of shock at the effrontery of daring to attack him, one he conquered by blasting outward with Gu to sense and kill anything around him. Even as his magic gave him hints of something incredibly large, now dead, he started charging the gold homebond ring on his finger. Yet, it didn't want to take. The magic was there, but it struggled, and Fane cursed the crude and unreliable artifice of that Duval creature. He'd tested it before, but she had probably given him a defective home bond, to judge by how poorly it was working. Even his prodigious magics were having difficulty keeping him safe from whatever was around him, whatever travesty of a reality the portal world was. But surely he could hold out long enough for the ring to charge. Surely. A massive rumbling came from something in the black depths, the roar of some enormous creature vibrating against his shields. He tried to force more vis into the ring, but it was a thing of space, not of healing, and his shield shook as something big closed around him. His vis pulse showed teeth the size of houses closing down, and he hurled out more goo. The thing was dead instantly, but the teeth collapsed on him, adding their pressure to that of the surroundings, one mountain added to another. His shell cracked, shivered, then shattered. Water with enough pressure to powder rocks crashed in. In the end, even the great Archmage Fane couldn't withstand the crushing depths of Portal World 5. Chapter 10. Cracks. "I really don't care," Archmage Hargrave told the House Fane flunky who was blocking his path into the house proper. He wasn't well disposed toward House Fane on the best of days, and even less so now. Some of them had been sniffing around his house grounds, and it had been a pleasure to send them whimpering home to their master, minus a few of their number. There were consequences for trespassing, and it would do to remind House Fane that not everyone was cowed by their wealth and near monopoly on healers. Open conflict between their houses was hardly likely from such a minor clash, especially due to the video he'd been shown. It doesn't matter what the Archmage is doing. He has a lot to answer for, Hargrave continued. It seemed every house had received an email from someone inside House Fane with a recording of the Archmage trying to recruit Callum Wells, which wasn't necessarily a bad idea, but Fane obviously didn't realize both that he was being filmed and that Wells was not amenable to pressure. Hargrave hadn't thought of such things himself and had been forced to have the house swept for listening devices. They had even found a few, though after some very pointed inquiry he'd found it was all internal. Just younger mages trying to get one over on each other. He'd stopped that quickly enough, and handed down mandates to make sure his people kept an eye out for any new surveillance. It wasn't comfortable, but there was obvious value to what mundane craft could accomplish. Thanks to the video, it hadn't taken more than a few hours to put together a coalition to hold Fane to account. Hargrave wasn't exactly the most interested in the interhouse politics, but this was so blatant that even he couldn't ignore it. Besides which, he'd never turned down an opportunity to turn the screws on Fane. "I will inform Master Chen," the House Fane man conceded, withdrawing from the vestibule. Hargrave didn't much like being in House Fane, but their greatest power, their negative healing, wasn't a threat to him, nor was it a threat to Archmages Janry and Elro at his back. Hargrave glanced back at them and snorted, swaggering forward out of the vestibule into the main room. House Fane was excessively luxurious, to the point of being garish. Not just silk and gold, but polished Bannock filigree carrying protective enchantments and wards. Hargrave didn't exactly hate his luxuries, but there was a big difference between comfort and whatever Fane was doing. "I say give him 10 minutes and then we just start smashing," Archmage Elro muttered. Hargrave raised an eyebrow, irked by the implied instruction. It wasn't like Elro would do any smashing, since his aspect was fire and he'd just melt everything. It was Hargrave, and especially Janry, who would do the smashing with force and earth. Even the best shielding wards couldn't stand up to Archmage's strength. Between the three of them, they represented more than enough power to deal with whatever nonsense Fane wanted to put forth. Not that Hargrave expected all that much trouble, at least not physically. Fane was more than slippery and underhanded politically, but Hargrave wasn't going to give him a chance to weasel out of this. "Apologies, archmages," said an obsequious-looking man, pencil thin and slightly greasy, hurrying up to them. "I am afraid there is a problem. He trailed off and licked his lips. "We don't know where Archmage Fane is." "What the devil do you mean?" Hargrave demanded. "Is he in hiding?" "No, Archmage," the man said. "He never returned from Beijing. He went through the teleporter there but didn't return to the house." A faint alarm rang in Hargrave's mind. He didn't know Fane well, not personally, only as much as he needed to thoroughly detest his fellow Archmage. But he knew enough to realize that simply vanishing to who knew where was not something Fane would do. That it occurred directly after his discussion with Wells was beyond suspicious. "If you're covering for him, there will be consequences," Hargrave said, flexing his force armor just a touch. The lackey went white-faced and started babbling. "No, one would never give such an insult to such an illustrious person as yourself. We have no idea where our patriarch is. The house has been in an uproar. He has been missing for almost a day." Hargrave stopped listening, turning right around. "The hell is he playing at?" Janry muttered. Elro was quicker on the uptake. "That bastard, this changes things." "No idea how he did it, but considering what happened to everyone else that's dealt with Wells," Elro cut himself off. "We have to check with the China Gar branch. Maybe they know something." Hargrave nodded agreement. Considering that China had only the Fanes and their cadet houses, that would require some flexing of authority, but he wasn't worried about that. He was worried about what they might find. Or rather, he was looking forward to it. He marched over to the teleporter and ripped out all the framing to expose the enchantments, ignoring the protests of the House Fane man. It looked fine, but there was only one way to test it. Maybe it wasn't necessary, but he had a sudden suspicion. "You, teleport to the China Gar branch and back," he ordered the House Fane man. The idiot gawped at him, but considering that it was Hargrave, he hurried to obey after a few moments. Only after he returned did Hargrave go through the teleporter himself, floating up and into the switchboard balcony the moment he was on the other side. His companions were only a few seconds behind him, and knew enough to go start securing the higher-level personnel before they could grab it. Hargrave could see Janry's vis flickering out as he secured the exits. "When did Archmage Fane come through here last?" Hargrave demanded. The switchboard operators just looked at him with blank and terrified expressions, and he sighed. They probably didn't speak English. This was going to take longer than he wanted. After several hours, they did finally get the answers they wanted, though most of that time was spent dealing with language issues. Records were gone through and times compared, though in a way they need not have bothered. Everyone agreed that Fane had gone to Beijing but hadn't returned from it. He disappeared between one teleport and the next. That changed everything. Wells was more a threat to legitimacy than to actual people, or at least he had been. A danger that would pass the moment he was stopped. Killing Archmage Fane brought him into another realm entirely, and Hargrave had no idea how the powers of the supernatural world would react. Some would lend their own agents to help Gar scour the world for him, but others wouldn't care at all. Houses with no holdings on Earth were completely distant from Wells' activities, so to them, he was very much someone else's problem. No matter what others thought, though, Wells was now a real threat to real people. More, he was a threat by way of the very tools the entirety of supernatural society relied on. This had pulled back the veil on a very ugly door indeed. "This is an issue for Duval," Hargrave said. "In fact, if Wells can suborn the teleportation system, Duval certainly can. I don't know about you gentlemen, but I am rather leery of stepping into one of these transporters now that we know what can be done." There was very little that could threaten him, but that didn't mean there was nothing. It was well worth remembering that they had not fully plumbed the depths of the portal worlds. and the powers that the greatest of the Fae held could rival what an archmage could do. So far Wells had attacked from unconventional vectors, and Hargrave didn't want to get blindsided again. Elro nodded grimly, and even the perpetually sleepy and bored Janri looked more alert. "We'll fly," Elro said, and Janri shrugged. "I'll just go by ground," he said. Nobody but Janri liked the frankly claustrophobic confines of his Earth vessel, despite the fact that it could shoot almost completely straight to any point on Earth. Assuming Janri's aim was good anyway. "We'll meet you by Portal World 1, Hargrave confirmed. "Then we'll pry some answers out of Duval." It really didn't matter how much Duval threatened to restrict the teleportation network, not when the network itself could no longer be trusted. "This is really blowing up, big man," Lucy said, wide-eyed as she looked at her laptop screen. "It's like practically war. I'm only seeing the low-level chatter, and people are fighting and clawing about House Fane and the teleporters. Definitely a good time to keep our heads down." Callum was actually feeling a little weird about what they'd pulled off. Taking out the person pointing the gun at you was one thing. Taking out the person giving the orders to the person pointing the gun at you was another. Better and worse, simultaneously. Lucy seemed to be taking it okay. She had been at least as incensed by Fane's casual threats as he had, that same gut-level emotional boiling, and he knew how destructive that could be even after doing something about it. Drinking worked, sometimes, but that was a bad habit he didn't want to start, so he had given her some quiet advice about channeling it into something productive. After all, there was still more to do. He wanted Lucy to investigate the Department of Acquisitions and the Fae King that had laid that gesh on her, Ravib. The former was obviously evil, and the latter probably had more sins to his name if he was willing to do something as nasty as the gesh, but he didn't want to move without more information. They needed a break, too. Everything had been work for weeks, so while he wasn't going to rest on his laurels, he wasn't going to make any immediate plans. There was plenty enough to do just with practicing his magic, reading through whatever Lucy pilfered from the magical internet, and trying to catch up on sleep. There was also upkeep to do on the bunker, a little more gold to pay Miguel, and some yelling to do at people putting together substandard plumbing. He rather wished he'd had his perceptive sphere when he was doing architecture. Not that he was ever a supervisor or anything, but when doing walkarounds it would have been nice to spot some of the problems before they started. In a way, it wasn't like any of the buildings were his responsibility after the plans went through, but at the same time there was a certain amount of pride in workmanship. "If you'd had it before, you probably wouldn't have gone into architecture," Lucy pointed out. "You'd do, like, prospecting or treasure hunting, pull gold right out of the ground." "I've thought about that, but most ore is just, rock. You have to treat it with stuff, and I can't really tell one rock from another." Callum shook his head. "Treasure hunting, well, maybe. Even with my range, though, there's an awful lot of land to try and inspect." "Better than a metal detector," Lucy observed. "Besides, wouldn't it be super cool to dig up some old gold coins from somewhere?" "It actually would be," Callum admitted. "I just don't know where to look. There's plenty of shipwrecks and things nobody's scavenged, 'cause they're deep, and it's the middle of nowhere, so it's not worth it. But your little portal anchor thing means you could just snatch anything you wanted." Callum said, "I didn't know that." "Aw, come on, you never dreamed of digging up pirate treasure when you were a kid," Lucy pouted at him. "I grew up in a mage house and I still wanted to be a pirate," Callum laughed. "Okay, you've convinced me. We can go treasure hunting. Considering we have no current income, that'd actually be fantastic, assuming we can move it." "Ask Chester," Lucy suggested. "Like, collectors want to know where it came from, and I bet he can get together a diving team for cover." And it's all normal money, nothing supernatural about it, Callum mused. Nobody would be looking for it, and there's plenty of ways that we could get access to the proceeds. I like it. That's why you keep me around, Lucy said in a sing-song voice. If you'll find the places you want to go treasure hunting, I'll run it by Chester. They're mostly out in the middle of the ocean, but some are around the Caribbean, Lucy hinted. Sure, Callum agreed. Let's hit the beach. It was easier said than done, but Chester was more than amenable to assembling a front for them. Callum really disliked how dependent on Chester he was becoming, though he could have liquidated his finds on his own. It was just faster, easier, and honestly safer to do it through the shifter's contacts. Now, I'm the Midwest Alpha, not the Beach Alpha, so my personal expertise on this isn't great. But I have a team based out of Oklahoma that's willing to take the credit. They've got a sub-drone so you can get pictures to verify the wreck you're salvaging. That works for me, Callum said. That meant they could really only salvage one location, since it'd be incredibly suspect for some diving team to salvage multiple ones in close succession. He didn't even know what the best prospects were. Sure, there might be ships loaded with gold or silver that had sunk, but there were plenty of historical artifacts that were worth just as much to the right collectors. He was glad Lucy had brought it up, because he'd gotten as far as realizing he couldn't distinguish ore from other rock and how big the world was, and more or less written off the idea of cheating out hidden resources. In hindsight, it was obvious, but he wouldn't have thought of it himself, at least not anytime soon. The drone portal setup meant he didn't have to worry about hitching discreet rides on airplanes anymore, for which he was glad. It also practically invalidated the van, except he still liked having bulletproof surroundings if he was wandering around somewhere. While he could just teleport from place to place, or even make portals for himself and Lucy, that required a lot more finesse than just driving like a normal person. He had to teleport out of sight, but nobody thought twice about a van. Unfortunately, the van would have been out of place in Barbados, but neither he nor Lucy were. Tourists were all season, and merely walking the beach was an ordinary activity. Well, Lucy did most of the beach walking. With his bum knee and his cane, there was only so much sand he could take, but he kept himself active in other ways. With the injury and being holed up as he'd been, there were some excess pounds to work off. He felt a little odd to be off enjoying himself with Lucy, hundreds of miles from where there was a lot of supernatural drama happening. Drama that he'd directly caused. But it was for the best. He couldn't keep up with everything that was happening to begin with, and trying would only create more stress, and he'd probably do something stupid. Callum really needed a vacation. They were here for me. Gail reflexively reached for the focus band around her wrist. After her run-in with Mr. Wells at Garrison 2, she'd gotten with her mother and started practicing with her defenses more seriously. If she'd had proper reactive shields and more advanced offensive options, she might have been able to do more, even if Wells hadn't actually been a true threat to her. The sumptuous surroundings of House Hargrave made her practice seem maybe a little quaint, but that had never stopped her mother, or her father, or her grandfather. The least she could do was follow in their footsteps. It seems House Fane doesn't want to take no for an answer. Her father shrugged, leaning back in his armchair. They were in her father's den, where he conducted real business, a place she'd been forbidden as a child. Now he was treating her as a full adult, and it was profoundly satisfying. We already knew that, though, so it's not much of a surprise. Even though House Fane is, well, in trouble. A house is more than its archmage. True, House Fane's power was mostly an archmage Fane, but it still has the wealth, the contacts, all of that. They still want you under their control. He sighed. Normally Gar would have something to say about that, but under the circumstances. They're not saying anything. What circumstances? Gail shook her head. I mean, there's so much going on. What specifically is it? Before her argument with Wells, she would have guessed they were simply overstretched dealing with something that hadn't happened for over a century, the death of an archmage. Now she had a few doubts. That maybe her grandfather's defiance of the Gar requirements that she'd also found a little objectionable, was the real reason. That maybe House Hargrave was being left on its own as a punishment. She didn't want to believe that, but her faith in the simple and straightforward world presented by the Academy had been shaken by the events of the past year. There might be good reasons to break Gar's proscriptions other than selfish malevolence, and there might be reasons for Gar's laws other than the good of all mages. Not that she had been quite so naive before, but Gar had always seemed to work pretty well. Gar's charter was originally from the archmages, so the archmages could focus on their own work and their own houses without either coming to blows or being pestered all the time. With all that's going on, well, Gar isn't interested in helping out a house that's not well disposed toward it, especially not when they are having issues with their own relevance. Who makes that sort of decision? Gail asked, her nose wrinkling. Who's sitting there going, oh, Hargrave's being annoying, don't help them? You'd be surprised. Her father suddenly grinned wide. House Hargrave made a lot of enemies breaking with the old houses when we moved to America. Rebels like us always have enemies among the old guard. You're a rebel? Gail asked in disbelief. You work for Gar. Maybe not anymore, he said, the grin fading. We're all on indefinite leave thanks to everything going on. Portal World research isn't all that important in an emergency, and Archmage Hargrave hasn't had a chance to try and get it reinstated. So how much of what I was told about Gar was a lie? Gail mused. It's certainly more partial than it's supposed to be, all that was supposed to be behind us. She'd learned about the Silent War and the struggles between the mage houses before Gar had been established. The grudges created back then still existed, since most of the mages involved were still around, but they were supposed to be buried. I don't think there were very many lies, really, but a lot was probably left out, and I admit it's more fragile than I thought. He pursed his lips, looking out the window of the drawing room. Gail followed his gaze, seeing the flare of the full alert warding out at the edge of the property. They weren't quite in fortress mode, but they weren't far from it either. I think we're going to have to prepare for all-out war again. Though with Archmage Fane gone, we are in a far better position than we might have been. Fane was one of the only people Harold needed to worry about. I hope it doesn't come to that, but it might. I wish Mr. Wells hadn't started all this, Gail said, but she couldn't help think about the arguments he had made, that they wouldn't leave him alone, of how everything he'd done was to defend people. She wasn't sure she entirely believed that, but none of the official story really contradicted him. If that were true, how long would it have been until someone started breaking things? You can wish in one hand so long as you do something in the other, her father said. We need to start making long-term plans. You're one of the few healers that isn't part of House Fane, so if things start falling apart, a lot of people are going to need you. Though, of course, Gail nodded firmly, glad to have something concrete to consider, something that she actually wanted to do. You think House Fane won't let their healers help people? I'm not sure House Fane is going to exist soon enough, he admitted bluntly. They made a lot of enemies, and without an archmage to protect them, nothing Gar says is really going to matter much. There aren't even any other supernaturals who'd be on their side. What about us? Gail asked, suddenly worried. We don't have to worry about Jameson or anything, do we? Their shifter butler had been with him since before Gail was even born, and she hated the idea of mistrusting him for any reason. No, fortunately. We're on good terms with our neighbors because we still actually live here. A lot of the houses in the portal worlds, though, they only have support of one of the other races. All right, she said, family meeting. Family meeting, he agreed. Ray hadn't dealt directly with any dragon-blooded in the past. There weren't many around, and they actually didn't get into too much trouble. When they did get into trouble, it usually required archmages to intervene. He was only vaguely aware of why they were allowed to stay, but he was pretty sure the unofficial reason was bribery. Scalatooth, or Shahi, as he styled himself, received them in a basement underneath Tanner that would make Midas himself sweat. Everything, from the carpet to cups and bowls to the beverages on the walls, was as monodense as any Bane material. He wouldn't have imagined that level of opulence existed from the outside, since there was no indication of it when arriving in Tanner. Clearly they were in over their pay grade, and he was beginning to regret pulling the strings he had to get himself and Felicia assigned to interview Shahi. Properly speaking, Wells wasn't their business, and there wasn't exactly a case. But Felicia had wanted to go, and it was hard to say no to her when she used that particular pleading tone, even if he was immune to her magic. "Thank you for agreeing to speak to us," Ray said politely, settling into a chair that was worth probably as much as his glider, maybe more. "I admit I was surprised that you reported the incident yourself. Someone had to have known Fane was messing about in Tanner, trying to get a hold of Wells, but apparently it hadn't been done through proper channels, which had resulted in a number of dead mages. They were all House Fanes, so there was nobody to really press any sort of complaint under the circumstances. But there had to be some accounting for it, even if it was just to write them off as being incredibly stupid. It was not a good idea to engage a dragon-blooded in his own territory. What Ray and Felicia were mostly interested in was whether Shahi really was connected with Wells. "I suspect if I hadn't, nobody would have noticed," Shahi told them, relaxed and at ease. While the dragon-blooded was not overly large, he was extremely well-muscled with sharp, intelligent eyes. In the privacy of the basement, he had dispensed with his glamour, revealing polished scales that gleamed in the light. It wasn't too hard to imagine him outflanking a bunch of mages who were looking to start trouble. They weren't supposed to be here, and with Fane gone, who would even know? "A fair point," Ray conceded, sharing a sidelong glance with Felicia. "I suppose I should start with asking whether or not you had contact with Wells during this incident." "I did," Shahi admitted easily, which was a bit of a surprise. There were consequences for dealing with someone like Wells, though only if Gar could apply them. Or possibly the Guild of Enchanting, if they were so inclined, either of which was far from certain at the moment. "He asked me to take care of the mages here in case they decided to get restive. It is, after all, his hometown." "True enough," Ray said. "Do you have any insight on what exactly happened to Archmage Fane?" "Callum didn't tell me what he was doing, only that he might be taking care of Fane." "Certainly I had no objections." Shahi smiled, wide and toothy. It was not a human smile, and there was no humor in it. The disagreement between the dragon-blooded and House Fane was an old thing, but nobody really paid it any mind since it mostly came down to a spat now and then. At most they needed a few glamours and maybe a compulsion to deal with the fallout. "Are the dragon-blooded taking sides between Gar and Wells?" Ray asked. It was a blunt and leading question, but it had to be asked. The dragon-blooded didn't much like dancing around as far as he'd been told, and a solid no would relieve both his mind and that of others. A solid yes would certainly relieve nobody's mind but would clarify matters. "We don't take sides," Shahi demurred. "Your internal affairs are internal, and we will only act in proper defense of territory. You should know this. Our agreements are hardly secret." "Some would say that dealing with Wells at all is taking sides," Ray pointed out. Felicia shifted uncomfortably as she took down the conversation. That sort of logic was endemic in Fae circles and didn't tend to end well for the people on the receiving end. Ray himself didn't believe it, but he knew how the people who would actually read his report thought. Everyone has a vision of how the world should work, Shahi said. It's no business of mine if someone else thinks I should be doing their job, unless they try to make me, of course. I see, Ray said. Felicia took notes. Do you have the capability or willingness to put us in touch with Callum Wells? I advise you give that one up. Shahi shook his head. I'm not saying you couldn't catch Callum because he's only human, but I think you're past the point where it matters. How many suppressed conflicts have flared to life with Gar preoccupied as it is? How much mischief are the Fae making, and the vampires? They're only barely bothering to conceal their spats from mortal eyes. So you're anticipating Gar's collapse. Let's just say that change is happening, even if the destination is uncertain. Shahi regarded the pair of them. Some advice for the both of you. You're still stuck on the idea that this is an investigation about Callum Wells. He nodded in Felicia's direction, which meant he knew about her particular issues in fact. It might be better to consider this an investigation into Gar, where Callum is merely one of many incidents. Unravel the causes, find the principal actors, then decide what to do. You're suggesting Gar is at fault? Ray asked, not entirely certain what to make of Shahi's words. He could see the value for turning Felicia's Fae nature in a different direction, but there were more layers to it than he could pick apart at a bare glance. You're smarter than that, surely, Shahi said. It's not for me to proclaim who is at fault, only that it deserves a closer look than it's being given. I see. Felicia didn't take notes on that. The actual incident, then, do you have the remains available to us? Certainly. Shahi stood and glanced at the wall, which dissolved. There was no hidden door or compartment. The wood paneling visibly evaporated into air. They followed him into the room beyond, with bodies on stone slabs. It was freezing, yet no cold spilled out into the main room, and there was no visible circulation or even enchantments to make it so. Ray's monosight could only catch a little bit of what Shahi was doing, though clearly there was a lot of work invested in the makeshift morgue. There was a reason mages were wary of dragon-blooded. In their lair, they had incredible power. The corpses appeared to have been savaged by something with claws almost a foot long, which was not much of a surprise. Ray had taken the time to familiarize himself with the few dragon-blooded mage clashes, and found that they were generally settled physically, rather than with an application of vis. At least when it was settled in the dragon-blooded's favor. Felicia stepped forward and touched an exposed hand with one finger, black veins crawling over her skin as she exercised her unique talent. Then she stepped back, glanced at him, and nodded. No surprises. She repeated the process with each corpse, writing down the names of the dead on her tablet. Once she was done, she stepped back, taking a wet wipe from her pocket to clean her hand, and Ray took the tablet from her. One of the names was Fane Sen, which made the connection between House Fane and the Tanner incident more than just hearsay. Not that Ray doubted, but there was a difference between knowing and proving. He'd get the details from Felicia later, but she would have given him a different sign if it had seemed Wells was himself involved anywhere. Very well, I'll send someone by to collect them, Ray said. He'd get the full report of the memories from Felicia later, but there really wasn't any doubt that the mages had attacked a dragon-blooded, or at least refused to leave a dragon-blooded's territory, which was about the same thing. Thank you for your cooperation. You're polite, Shahi said, ushering back out. I appreciate that. I would more appreciate if nobody else tries to mess with my town. I can't speak for anyone else, but I'll include that in my report, Ray said. And keep in mind what I told you, Shahi admonished them. We will, Ray said, sharing a look with Felicia. They'd need to have a long talk after work when they got home. King Ravib inclined his head ever so slightly to his latest petitioner. While it was off-season, there were still enough human tourists that Yellowstone claimed the occasional victim. When it did, he would receive a gift of fine leather or carved bone in exchange for a modicum of the power he could tap from the enormous sprawl of geysers and bubbling springs. Normally, that was all. He would not actively seek anything further, hemmed in as he was by vampires, mages, and shifters. But the vampires were gone, the mages were distracted, and shifters were grappling with the imposition of Gar. It was the perfect opportunity to push. There were some shifter families located along the periphery of Alpha Chester's territory that were isolated enough that they could be cut off and eliminated. Chester's watchdogs were tiresome and overzealous, and Ravib could do without them. The restrictions on how obvious he could be had some logical basis, but there were too many of them and they were too stringent. Now he had the chance to expand, to remind people of the fear they should have of the wilderness. To make sure he wouldn't be pushed back again, he signaled his stable master and stood just as the last petitioner left his halls. His nobles gathered around. "We hunt," he said, and they shared dagger-toothed smiles. Chapter 11, Vacation. Treasure hunting was actually more fun than Callum had expected. Lucy operated the sub-drone to get pictures before he swept over the wreck and started pulling stuff out. He had to admit she was right about the thrill of pulling up old valuables, though most of it was buried under sediment. Unlike the time-frozen galleons of media, a real shipwreck was mostly decayed with only bits and bobs sticking out from the ocean floor. After consulting with Chester's team, Callum realized that actually getting something with significant archaeological value was more effort than it was worth. Those were enormous productions, with way too much documentation to properly falsify, so he had to skip some of the larger wrecks and look for something small but with a good amount of metal. There were some small encrusted weapons, swords, and a swivel gun. The iron banding of a chest collapsed around a couple pounds of silver coins, some ancient Spanish type, mixed with a few gold coins of the same era. Lucy sent the photos to the salvage team, and annoyingly what they had found was not really worth all that much in the grand scheme of things. Maybe 100,000, after fees and taxes and the salvage team's cut. Not at all bad for a couple days' work, but far from the tens of millions he could theoretically pull if he really tried hard. Of course, tens of millions would draw too much attention, so that was for the best. All things considered, it was obvious why people didn't bother with salvaging stuff like that, because just finding it without the kind of perception Callum had would cost thousands in time and equipment. It cost him a couple of afternoons at the beach. "Can we keep some of these?" Lucy asked, pouring the few gold coins from hand to hand and letting them clink against each other. The silver, on the other hand, needed to be properly polished and cleaned. "They're just so cool. I can hunt around for another wreck and just get some stuff for ourselves," Callum said with amusement. "I think you've converted me. Bullion is neat, but old coins just have a certain cachet." "I don't know how you ever had fun without me, big man," Lucy said. "I really didn't," Callum said. "It's up to you to provide it from now on. I hope you're ready for such a heavy burden." "I'll do what I can," Lucy said gravely. "But it's an uphill battle." Callum had never really considered himself a beach person, but the little rental house they'd found was extremely nice, as were the surroundings. Cozy, even, though it was all too tempting to sit around and do nothing. Even he felt the pull of the hammock despite his general restlessness. On the other hand, swimming was good exercise, and it sure didn't hurt that Lucy looked amazing in a bikini. After all the stress, it was nice to actually relax. especially since the only supernaturals he'd sensed on the whole island were what seemed to be a shifter family on vacation. The ready supply of really fresh fruit was a great luxury, the quality of the local stuff far exceeding anything Callum had eaten before. They didn't even have to worry about the most annoying part of a vacation: travel. With his extra portal anchor, it was incredibly easy to pop back and forth between Barbados and Texas, or really anywhere else they needed to go. Such as when the cut obsidian came back, packed in a big wooden crate with truly absurd amounts of padding, which it needed, given the way the delivery company had manhandled the thing. He and Lucy sat outside the rented house, and he enchanted the squares while she tested assembly and swapping them around. There wasn't all that much ambient mana in Barbados for the enchantments to function, but that was fine for the most part. If they really wanted it, he had his gut portal, and the larger-scale testing could be done later anyway. Best to start small. They even had plans for a size-variable portal and teleport setup, though the core would still have to be metal. He wasn't sure how well that would work, and it wasn't like glass was all that portable in the end, but it was still neat to have. Admittedly, his ability to extend his personal sphere of influence by portal anchor was far and away more flexible, but he had limits to his ability to multitask. Automation was good. Things that let Lucy handle magic were better. Yeah, I can definitely feel this stuff. Lucy waved her hand through the manifestation of mana above the tiles. It was just a small glamour, not really accomplishing anything since it merely obfuscated a small area above the actual enchantment, but it was proof of concept for a more involved assemblage of the tiles. I think I can see that myself, Callum said, focusing on it with his spatial perceptions. Lucy's vis seemed to be deflecting the mana threads, more than just a normal material would. Or probably a normal person, but he hadn't tested that. Even Lucy could break his little threads, but the thicker tubes could survive that kind of contact. I wonder if you could learn to adjust the inputs. Maybe. I dunno, big man, it's not like I can work up any spell forms or anything. Sure, but if it's just taking in mana, you only need to be able to activate it. Callum put down the tile he was holding, which I don't fully understand myself actually, since I'm pretty much blindly copying other people's work. But there is a trigger in this type. He slid across one of the tiles. Right, I remember these. She traced her fingers over the fine lines raised up from the glass. Well, I guess we can give it a try. Callum enchanted the trigger mechanism right then and there and slid it over to Lucy, who rearranged the tiles. The tiny glamour collapsed, and Lucy put her finger over the bit that was supposed to accept Mage input, nose wrinkling as she concentrated. It was absolutely adorable. Give it a second to accumulate enough mana, he told her. He could force it by shoving Vis in, but he didn't want to mess up the experiment. It's relatively thin out here, and even a small glamour takes a bit to set up. Right, Lucy muttered, but if anything her nose only wrinkled more. Callum watched closely, in case he could help, but for him the control element of focuses hooked right into his normal vis manipulation, so he'd never had issues. At least Lucy had gone through the children's primers recently, so she knew how someone was supposed to start manipulating mana and vis. After a few long minutes, the glamour suddenly flicked into place and Lucy blinked. She waved her hand through it since she couldn't actually see the magic threads, then grinned at him. He smiled back. Looks like I got it, big man. It's not easy, but there's a kind of a thing there. Not sure I can do more than turn something on and off, though. Hey, on and off is a good start, Callum encouraged her. Don't sell yourself short. Means that you can turn on portals and defenses and things. That's going to make setting up the magical part of the bunker so much easier. Yeah, her eyes lit up as frustration turned to calculation. Man, that's going to be so much better if I can light switch wards or shields or something. Whatever we put together. I wonder if there's some way to just register me in. I don't have anything like that yet, but I'm sure it exists. I mean, the mage tattoo stuff has to work somehow, right? Oof, don't remind me, Lucy said, rubbing her wrist. The tattoo was mostly gone, but he knew how much it hurt to get it ripped out through teleportation, even if it was a tiny bit at a time. He didn't like doing it any more than she did, but the thing was far too dangerous to leave in place. Maybe you can find me a target with some neat authorization wards I can crib from. They've got to have some way to attune people. He was mostly talking to himself, but Lucy nodded along. It can't just be a tattoo and this thing. Some sort of token like the shifters do, Lucy said. All the tattoo stuff was kind of set up by House Fane, I'm pretty sure. You need a healing mage to get other vis mixed up with yours, right? Lucy asked rhetorically. But I know that Chester's wards and so on all use tokens of various sorts. We can probably look at those. Wish I could get at the Enchanting Guild stuff, though. I think they do most of the actual work. Her words weren't entirely organized, but he agreed with the sentiment. There was a lot of knowledge out there that they just didn't have access to. Aren't they located in Fairy or something, though? After Shahi's warning about how the denizens would know he was there, Fairy was pretty well off limits. Even a portal anchor was more of a risk than in other places, because Fey magic was so weird. Yep, Lucy confirmed. Sake, though, since there's still a bunch of house estates here on Earth or in the Nightlands and Deep Wilds, I bet any one of those will have what we want. I haven't been going after the actual houses since my issues are mostly with Gar, but I guess some unobtrusive surveillance isn't out of the question. House Fane was the obvious target, but they were also the ones most stirred up, though that was probably just his bias. Lucy only had access to the Gar emails, not the internal house communications, but even from that there was a lot of chaos. There were obviously a number of grudges on a variety of sides that had broken loose. Some people had stopped coming to work, whether because of their house or to avoid opposing houses. There were Fae who had been recalled to their kingdoms or vampires to their nests. Lucy had even seen a few emails asking where someone was, like they'd vanished entirely. So far her tap into the servers was undiscovered. She'd sent the video from Sen's email address, spoofing his phone, and that was a dead end since Shahi had taken care of him. Or maybe not. Callum wasn't sure what internet forensics were possible, but since everything Lucy did was completely disconnected from their physical location, even a complete reveal would only be annoying at best. For the moment they were clear, which meant for once he wasn't just reacting to Gar's nonsense. After Chester's salvage crew fronted them half the theoretical take from the salvage, split evenly between him and Lucy, Callum actually paid for another few weeks at the Barbados rental house. Part of it was simply because it was very nice in Barbados and quite miserable in Texas, and it wasn't like Lucy needed to be in Texas for wireless access. Part of it was a more pragmatic reason. Any potential lead their enemies might find would point back to Texas. Lucy had a completely different idea of what to do with her share. "Fie on your paranoia," she said. "If you portal them over, they won't even know where they are. You can't just ignore your knee and hope it gets better, since we can't get a magical healer. Especially now." "It's awful difficult to argue against that," Callum said, rubbing at the knee in question. "It wasn't terrible, but it sure wasn't great, and walking on soft sand certainly didn't help." So while he wasn't a fan of roping in the Connors to take a look at it, Lucy ran him out of excuses before he could even start thinking of them. "Great, then I'll call Em up and we'll send a drone over to Florida," Lucy said, ruthlessly forging ahead. "It's still pretty early." "You think they'll have time?" Callum asked. though he pulled the drone out from his cave cache and started checking its charge level. "If not now, later," Lucy said. "Not like there's travel time to worry about." "True," Callum admitted, and Lucy pulled up her VoIP program to make the call. As it turned out, they were, in fact, pretty well free. By this point, he and Lucy had enough practice with transporting the drone around through his Alcubierre gravitikinesis that shuttling it over to Florida was a simple matter. The Connors lived in a fairly well-to-do suburb, probably attending to retirees. Even so, there was a slight edge of shabbiness to their particular house. The fence not painted as recently, the grass not cut to the same specifications. He wasn't sure if that was due to an overabundance of work for the Connors or the reverse. All he'd heard vaguely from Lucy was that they were having banking issues and she'd resolved them, but money flow was something else, as he well knew. "Or just go out into your garage," Lucy said, nudging Callum with her elbow. "You're headed somewhere warm, just step through the portal." At her prompting, he opened the portal for the Connors, and he watched two familiar faces come through. While they certainly looked less rumpled than when he'd seen them last, they also looked to have aged somewhat. There were some new worry lines at any rate, but Danica smiled as Lucy greeted them cheerfully. Callum leaned on his cane and waved at them as they glanced around. "Didn't expect to see you again," Leo said. "Tell you what though, your girl Lucy there is a lifesaver." "She sure is," Callum agreed, looking over at Lucy, who flushed slightly and ducked her head. "She mentioned you were having issues, and not of the kind I specialize in solving," Callum added, feeling more than a little awkward. "Glad to hear that got cleared up, though." "Well, mostly," Danica put in. "We did lose a bunch of business from supernatural-affiliated people, which was weird. You'd think they'd have magical healing." "Oh," Callum waved for them to sit down on the little porch of the rented cottage, an awning shading them from the sun. "I mean, I know you were supposed to be left alone, but I didn't think it'd go that way. Though maybe I should have guessed with Faye." "No offense to you, but I haven't been much impressed by the magical world I've seen so far," Danica said, taking one of the indicated seats. "No, I'm right there with you," Callum said dryly. "It's how I got this bum knee in the first place." "A torn ACL is no joke," Leo said, all business. He seemed to have forgiven Callum's high-handedness in the months since they'd last met. "You should have been seeing a specialist since the very beginning. Hopefully, you haven't done permanent damage, but even so you've probably added in a lot of unnecessary recovery time." "Yep, let me take a look at it," Danica said, picking up the small medical bag she'd brought along. Thankfully, it was warm enough that Callum was wearing shorts, and he suffered himself to be poked and prodded while Lucy chatted happily with Danica. He teleported out a couple cans of soda for the Connors in the meantime, who reacted appropriately. "Okay, your magic is really neat," Danica said. "Maybe a little scary when you think about it, but still neat." Lucy had no trouble talking with the Connors, while Danica and Leo traded off telling him what he needed to do to fix himself up, but Callum still felt detached. It might have been because they were there to see him in a profession capacity, or that he'd spent so much time isolated, or just because their previous encounters had been so odd. But Callum was worried there was something to the assertion that mages didn't get along with mundanes. That maybe his hindbrain recognized they didn't have magic, and that made him uncomfortable. So he forced himself to be sociable. The Connors seemed normal enough people and Lucy liked them, which was an endorsement itself. It helped that it seemed they knew what they were about, as Leo made him go through a series of exercises and gaits. "You probably don't need surgery," Leo said. "You're lucky, but it'll still be months of exercise before you're back to full use. If you re-injure it somehow you need to visit a hospital right away," Danica added. "You're not young, and you won't bounce back quickly." Mages are supposed to live longer, but it really doesn't feel that way, Callum sighed. Your injury is consistent with your age anyway, Danica agreed. So while we're here, I wanted to bring something up, Leo said abruptly, and Callum realized that some of the awkwardness was due to whatever Leo had been chewing over. I'm glad you got us out of there, and I don't want to deal with those monsters ever again, but it's not like the magic stuff has really gone away, you know. He shared a look with Danica. How do you mean? He didn't want to deal with them being harassed, mostly because he was enjoying not having to worry about supernatural tyranny for a bit. Just they're around, you see them wandering about. Well, we do now. I do know what that's like. Callum was pretty sure they hadn't developed the same glamour blindness that he had, because their vis was still completely mundane. More likely, they were being excluded from the normal Fae glamour, possibly as part of whatever working it was that kept them shrouded, or maybe just because Fae liked messing with people. Are they harassing you? No, not at all. They ignore us, which is the thing. Leo still seemed to be chewing on how to say it. It's a hard thing walking around pretending not to notice all this stuff. We kind of want to be all the way in or out. But from what I'm hearing, it's not really possible to be all the way out. Not as such, Callum said, considering. He didn't really blame them since he'd lived that way for years and it was quite a strain. If they simply moved, they ran the risk of Gar or someone messing with them, unless they had protection. The only thing I can think of would be to see if Chester needs a nurse and a physical therapist, he said, looking at Lucy. She shrugged. There are places without supernaturals, but not all that many, I don't think. He looked at Lucy. I'd have to check on the details, but yeah, some places of the world have less influence than others. You'd have to move, though. There's not many places in the U.S. where you can be really free of supernaturals. So beyond that, I think you'll have to tolerate it for now, Callum told them. There's politics stuff going on that might make things easier in the future. At the moment, it wouldn't be a good idea to draw attention. Fair enough, Leo said. They didn't stay too much longer after that, though the whole visit ended up being a couple of hours. He sent them back through a portal and double-checked that there was no Fae attention before he recalled the drone. Lucy stretched and reclined in her chair, having the good grace not to be too smug about her victory. Aside from the new exercises he had for his knee, there was actual work to keep him occupied, which was fortunate, because he was already starting to get listless from taking it easy. He had a tendency to be workaholic, and even if having Lucy there helped curtail it, he felt weird taking it easy for so long. The limitations of the rental house meant he couldn't do enchanting metalwork, not without going back to Texas, but playing with the glass tiles was another matter. The two of them built elaborate logical chains of glamour and ward, though there were certain limits. The actual library of enchantments they had was small, and according to Lucy, it didn't work from a strict set of interchangeable core components, the way circuits did. So it wasn't like they could build a magical circuit board. Even the simplest magical components did unique and specific things. But they could build a glamour or even a portal that could switch between different areas pretty quickly and easily. I really can't wait for the bunker to be done, Callum said. Can't really install any of this stuff while the workers are still there. Weird to call it a bunker. It's just a house. A house in the middle of nowhere, but still just a house. A self-sufficient house, he reminded her. Yeah, and I admit your water portal thing is neat. House estates usually run off mana directly, but you can't do that with phones and computers, so I like your solution better. It was pretty satisfying to put together, he admitted. Though now that it's getting closer to done, we need to think about actual defenses. I was hoping that I'd be able to use enchanting for that, but most of what I've found needs someone with a different kind of vis to do the work. So we're going to need mundane options, even though glamours and such make that less than ideal. Hey, you did pretty good with those vamps and such with just mundane defenses, Lucy said. That was just distance and surprise, which don't really work for a house. Plus magic can slip around mundane stuff too much for my liking. Callum shook his head. Anyway, wiring up security and stuff was a job for a professional, which I'm not. But maybe you can. Lucy pursed her lips. Normally I just do, electronic security. Not security. Yeah, and I don't know how effective things would be against mages or whatever, but it's better than nothing. He shrugged, and Lucy nodded. Gonna need something more than deadbolts and alarms to deal with supernaturals, though, she pointed out. Yeah, I've been kind of thinking of that. I need either more Bane ammunition, which I have no idea where to get and is probably expensive, or I need heavier weaponry. Callum made a face. Which makes me sound like some commando, but I've seen guns do work on supernaturals, if you can hit them. So what? Hit up a military surplus. Yeah, there's all kinds of ordnance for sale all over the world if you really go looking. Normally, you can't keep that kind of stuff in your back pocket, but I don't have that issue. Oh man, I'd love to see the look on some vamp's face when you pull out a tank, Lucy said with a grin. Well, I doubt we can afford a tank, but something. The Bane ammunition meant that he could deal with supernaturals like regular people, but there wasn't much of it left and he was not exactly a marksman. His portals meant he generally didn't need to aim physically, which was a massive cheat, and his spatial sense was far more precise than his vision. Taken together, he could adjust portal location and orientation with more finesse than he could use his hands. Unless he was planning to snipe someone from further away than he could sense, he didn't even need to be holding the gun, which was good, because considering the sheer amount of talent and practice that level of marksmanship took, he was never going to be an expert. Given that his particular talents eliminated the disadvantages of heavy, bulky, but powerful weapons, he could benefit from getting something large that could do real damage. I'll never say no to new toys, Lucy said with a grin. Gimme a bit, and I'll find out where we can go to pick up some big heavy stuff. It's probably not possible to get some of that crazy new stuff I've seen, the automatic turrets and whatnot, but I don't know that they'd work against supernaturals anyway, Callum said. But some weapons and maybe some of those whisker laser tripwires maybe. We'll have to see what's available. He was only vaguely aware of the finer points of military hardware. It wasn't like he'd ever considered needing the stuff. Apparently, it wasn't all that difficult to find the information, especially through some of the dark websites Lucy had encountered in her prior life. There was even a page with pictures of all the merchandise, which meant he needed to do research. No point in getting stuff blindly. At the same time, Callum did some local shopping, not for guns or armor or anything of that nature, but for plants. Actually thinking about his bunker and the fact that be done fairly soon meant he needed things to go in the yard. Useful things, not decorations, so he got some young breadfruit trees in pots. He'd never even heard of the stuff before, but the equator was not like where he grew up in West Virginia. If nothing else, needing to plant a garden would give him an excuse to play with his faux gravity more. It had worked extremely well to hurl rocks and lava, but it would be interesting if he could use it to pull chunks of dirt out of the ground. He could thread his vis into the ground, so it seemed possible that he could make a gravity shear field and just rip chunks out easier than trying to teleport solid matter. Really, he needed to practice more in general. There was no substitute for repetition, and the only real technique he'd been getting practice with was gravitikinesis. He'd barely done anything with his home-brewed spatial expansion, for example, though he didn't know what use it had aside from water grenades, which wasn't an excuse to let it languish. He and Lucy rented a small boat, a runabout with a tiny deck, so he could be certain any magical weirdness would be far from incidental notice, and he kept a portal open for Lucy's Wi-Fi while he shaped Vis. While he had made a little exercise routine for himself, Lucy helped by taking notes. There was a big difference between just pushing himself magically and actually quantifying volume, duration, and speed of making various constructs. He also got a firm radius on his perceptive sphere, sitting at 1,916 feet and some handful of inches. The edge was a little fuzzy, tapering from full detail to nothing over 6 or 8 inches. It was an insane amount of volume to cover, and the linear distance alone was nothing to scoff at. It was actually far enough that it took him a moment to string his vis from one edge to the other, even when there was nothing obstructing him. While there was no such thing as too much range, he was probably near the point of diminishing returns, especially since there was certainly a maximum volume he could reasonably view. While he played with vis, he also practiced shrinking his perceptive sphere, trying to get more accurate with reducing his maximum range. Turning it off was easy, and pulling it back to about half was not hard, but trying to set it to a specific distance was nearly impossible, at least for the moment. He had no idea if trying to achieve finesse there would lead to improvements elsewhere, but it was worth trying while he was working on everything else. That everything else included trying to get a start on cross-world portals. Not that he had even the slightest idea what made the portal world portals themselves capable of that, but he'd seen them so he could start trying to assemble something similar. It probably wouldn't work, but he might get hints. I swear, this looks like some scene from some cheesy action movie's training montage, Lucy said, amused. I suppose it is a little silly, Callum admitted. He was doing push-ups while holding several blobs of seawater with gravitikinesis. It was partly to help with multitasking, though he was doing fairly well on that front anyway, and partly because he had to do some exercising when he was out on the boat. He'd already done the knee therapy for the day, so it was upper body time anyhow. I didn't say to stop, Lucy said, her voice sly. Callum snorted and continued the exercises. He even badgered her into joining, since it was better to start good habits whenever possible. Lucy made faces but eventually succumbed. It took another week or so for Lucy to figure out exactly where and how they would be getting their weaponry, which was not some awful black market bunker full of toughs as Callum had imagined. It was just an open-air display out somewhere in Eastern Europe with quite a few people wandering around. Even with that, Callum kept the glamour up while they were there, since he hardly trusted people shopping for heavy ordnance. He didn't even drop it as such, just expanded it to include the salesmen when they wanted to get something. Fortunately for him, everyone there was fine with the currency he had, which made the transaction simple. They didn't get anything as absurd as explosives, because there was no way he'd be able to handle those without blowing himself up, but they did get a wide variety perimeter sensors and an antimaterial rifle. The last was hilariously expensive, as was the incendiary explosive ammunition that went with it, but he'd seen how tough supernaturals were. He also, after consideration, got a number of tear gas canisters. Since supernatural senses were stronger than human ones, the stuff might well work better on them. Or not, since they might be less susceptible to the irritants. Either way, they were less dangerous than explosives, and he could probably use them to good effect. Lucy got a pistol and rifle of her very own, though it'd take some practice for her to be comfortable with them. While he still had a bunch of weaponry he'd confiscated from the vamps, most of it was just too large for her frame. She could use it, but since they were there, he figured it was worthwhile for her to get something she really liked. Rearmed and refreshed, they only needed to wait for the bunker house to be done, which was still weeks away thanks to weather delaying some of the construction. In the meantime, they'd be looking more at what was going on with Gar, and what the two of them needed to address. He would not at all be surprised to find that Gar's floundering and flailing had revealed more problems, beyond things like Ravib and the Department of Acquisition, but there was only so much he could do, one thing at a time. Chapter 12, Evidence. Constance Earle was not happy. Normally her job was straightforward enough, though it took a lot of attention to detail. Managing the interactions between the mundane world and the real one took a bit of finesse, and nobody really appreciated the light touch it took to keep the work to a minimum. She sat at her desk, but she wasn't working, she was thinking. There were papers stacked on the broad expanse of dark, polished wood, but she paid them far less mind than the needlepoint she'd taken from the basket she kept under the window behind her. It was something she'd learned as a girl, and she still felt it helped keep her fingers busy while her mind worked. Plus, she could work out her frustrations by stabbing something with a needle. Frustrations like how people did not appreciate the work she did. Nobody was afraid of mundanes, but the sheer amount of effort it took to clean up after the more injudicious members of the supernatural community could very quickly spiral out of control. One incident led to another. Mundanes sent in more personnel and became more suspicious. More mages or even fae or vampires were required to suppress it, and it could very quickly become an enormous mess. Like the incident with the BSC team chasing Wells, not even that long ago. The current upheaval was making things a lot more difficult. Not only had her two best sources of additional resources been flat-out killed, but Gar and BSC had curtailed the number of people she could send to deal with things. Not to mention that the flow into her personal and house coffers was at its lowest ebb in decades. That thought made her accidentally bend her needle in annoyance, and she made a face as she got out a new one and threaded it. She was making a decoration for her grandniece's room, so maybe it wasn't completely appropriate to work on it while she was annoyed, but she wanted to get it done on time, which she wouldn't if she kept destroying needles out of personal pique. Not only was her income suffering, but her own house had limited the number of people she could call on. There had been some clashes between house estates over in Ferry, and even a few disappearances in the deep wilds and nightlands. Nobody she knew personally, but it was enough to make her house draw up their defenses. Nor was her house the only one, leaving Gar with an almost skeleton crew in some aspects and loading more work onto the Bureau of Secret Enforcement. Even that was a problem because Tazen was missing, and if anyone knew where he was, they weren't telling. His subordinates normally ran things anyway, but the House Fane sorts were at odds with the ones loyal to Tazen, and with both their masters gone it was a lot of squabbling. All of which meant Gar was barely functional when it came to enforcing its rules. Rules such as those imposed by the Department of Acquisition. Constance lowered the needlework long enough scowl at the stack of reports on her desk. She was pretty sure that some of the vampire nests and fae enclaves were taking advantage and going over their allowed limits without checking with her first. She was the final word on what was appropriate, and there was always room for negotiation, but she did not appreciate people violating her dictates, especially when she couldn't hold them all to account, which wasn't to say she was helpless to enforce her policies. In fact, it might be easier once she called in the right favors and set up the right channels. The preoccupation of the larger houses could be made to work for her, too. They were so focused on themselves and their old enemies that they'd hardly notice what was going on outside them. Her telekinesis focus had long been an extension of her mind, and she preferred her magic to her flesh anyway. Healing magic was fine so far as it went, but perfection could only be found in magic. She would be glad when she finished her shell and had completely freed her power from mundane clay. She used that telekinesis to shuffle through the reports, riffling through dozens of pages at once and sorting them out on her massive desk. After she found what she wanted, she lofted 3 different pens to start assigning penalties. The Guevara and Lawrence nests had been the most uncooperative, and the nearby Fey enclave didn't like them besides, so they were the easiest ones to deal with. She would have called that enclave's prince, who went by Suralan, but he was the kind of Fey that eschewed modern conveniences, so she was forced to send a handwritten note by messenger instead. It wasn't a long note, but it didn't need to be. All it really needed to contain was a brief explanation of what the enclosed documents meant. Generally, the internal correspondence of the Department of Acquisition wasn't meant for outside eyes, but in this case it was the entire point. If GAR itself wasn't moving against the people who were thumbing their noses at the department, then someone else would. After all, technically they were all part of GAR. Deputizing them was no overstretch of her authority. That would trim the sails of the vampires well enough, and best of all, Suralan would owe her another favor for letting him go on a hunt and add a few vampire heads to his mantle. 6 or 7, by her judgment. Then there were her contacts over in Fairy proper, the old Fae that had a monopoly on Korite and had a very limited list of what they exchanged it for. Their support was contingent on a steady supply of living bodies, though they weren't picky about race. Vampires, humans, shifters, or even other Fae. Constance had no idea how they kept the other races alive in Fairy and didn't much care, but the current crisis might be a good opportunity to secure more Korite. The Fae weren't the only ones to receive her attention. She stayed away from the principal actors in the ongoing crisis, the American Midwest shifters, because there were already too many people involved, but there were plenty of others who had snubbed her, recently or in the past. A few shifter packs in Spain, a Fey enclave in the Netherlands. A moderate number of deaths at the hands of their neighbors should remind people to stay in line, and she'd acquire goodwill and debts from the people she'd empowered to act for her. On such small and friendly favors did the world run. Constance focused back on her needlepoint, now more relaxed that she'd decided what to do. A small smile crossed her lips as she unspooled a new color of thread. It hadn't even been that difficult in the end to address the problems facing her. No more difficult than the needlepoint. Alpha Chester slid to the side, claws flashing out to grip and throw Roy. The attempt to close was laudable, though a grapple wouldn't go well even for one of the best of his wolf pack. Though with John helping his brother in the spar, even a momentary loss of freedom could be a problem. Half the reason for the spar was to work off his frustration. Chester did not enjoy the scavengers nibbling at the edges of his pack, but the fact that it was merely scavengers and merely nibbling showed that Gar lacked the will to do more. To some extent, they also lacked the ability now. He was well aware of how much they had relied on Fane and his command of offensive healers for force supremacy. There was also the sudden and severe shortage of personnel. The houses were withdrawing into themselves, old alliances and rivalries coming back into focus, as Fane's death continued to send ripples through the supernatural world. There was a sudden sense of vulnerability from the death of that foul old Titan Fane, and none of them liked it. Of all of them, House Hargrave showed the most distance from Gar, something that pleased Chester, as Archmage Hargrave was one of the few archmages that was both militant and good enough at it that Chester couldn't possibly subdue him. Other archmages could wreak enormous amounts of devastation, especially Janri and Kohler with their earth aspects, but were less inclined toward combat. It was well worth his time to consider approaching Hargrave, if carefully, to work out some understanding outside of Gar. John wheezed as Chester's foot caught him in the stomach, sending him flying into the steel-reinforced wall with a meaty thud. That forced him backward just long enough for Roy to smash into his side, but Chester spun with the impact, metal squealing underfoot as his claws dug in, and hammered Roy with an elbow. He was glad to see he hadn't quite lost his touch, even if he was doing more administration than fighting these days. He would need both those talents if he was going to deal with everything coming their way. Gar was hardly going to protect them, even and especially with its reduced manpower, since Chester had all but declared independence from the governing body. But that meant he was more free to send his wolf pack around to troubleshoot. Mostly by shooting trouble. Ravib's Fae were the largest source of that for the moment. He could deal with petty fines and legal proceedings, which were slow and easily deflected if there weren't real teeth behind them, but actual attacks were something else. Chester had known that Ravib had a cruel streak to him, but he hadn't realized how much the Fae had been constrained by Gar. It was obvious now what sort of story drove Ravib. Winter winds had brought Wendigo sweeping down from the north, leaving paths of rot through shifter lands. Entire households had been reduced to rotting bone before he'd pulled his people back, closer to where more powerful members of his pack could protect them. His wolf pack had destroyed 2 skinwalkers, and thank goodness they had extra cold iron to dispatch the horrid things. It was the kind of skirmishing that presaged a war, and Gar was hardly going to stop it. If anything, they might move to support the Fae, and not just through the bureaucratic machinery. But Chester wasn't quite ready for that kind of conflict. Chester needed allies, and that was a problem. The Fae were notoriously mercurial, and the closest enclave was Ravib's, whom Chester was going to hold to account for the deaths he'd caused. Somehow, someway, so there were no friends in that direction. The vampires existed more or less to counterbalance shifters, and the two groups got along basically nowhere. Mages were under the thumb of Gar, with few exceptions. One of those exceptions was Wells, whom Chester counted on his side. Chester was hesitant to call him an actual ally, since Wells was pathologically independent, but the man at least had no ill will toward him. The other was the Archmage, that he'd only found out about thanks to Lisa's discussions with Lucy. Archmage Wizzy. Chester hurled Roy at John, the latter reeling from another bruising kick, and he saw with approval that John wasn't blindsided by it at all, instead helping Roy land braced on his feet. But Chester held up his hand, done with sparring. They could go all day, and had before, so long as they were careful not to inflict injuries with their claws, but he wanted to spend some time with his mate and children. It wasn't good to do all his thinking during combat, since that colored his thoughts toward the militant, and that was not always the best answer. He mused on other options as he showered and ascended up to the open meadow behind the compound where pups gambled in the grass. Wizzy was definitely neutral, but Archmage Hargrave was getting there, and House Hargrave itself had always treated shifters fairly. The Archmage had even managed to poach a small pack from under Chester's nose a couple centuries prior, which spoke well of the Hargraves considering the shifters involved. Then there was Shahi, who had once been called Scalatooth back when Chester was but a pup, and might well be a resource now that Chester had a line to him. The dragon-blooded famously didn't take sides, but that didn't mean they did nothing. A little bit of extra insight or resources here and there could be incredibly valuable if he could convince them to play ball. The pups ran over to crowd into their granddad's lap, and he laughed and tickled them. His family and his pack were a concrete reminder of why he was so careful, so cautious, and why he was so worried about what Wells was doing. The man might well crack open some other part of supernatural society, which made him dangerous beyond any personal threat. There was part of him that reflexively wanted to remove that threat, no matter how helpful Wells had been, but Chester had learned to temper that reaction. That kind of thinking usually didn't go to good places, not in the long run. Still, Wells had been fairly quiet for a while, and that was a worrying sign. No news was not good news. "It looks practically done," Lucy observed, examining the small house. or perhaps medium-sized house depending on one's standards. The yard was mostly mud, but there was fencing up around what would eventually be the garden area, where Callum had planted the fruit trees. When nobody was around, of course. It wouldn't do to have a bunch of construction workers seed dirt and potted trees flying around of their own accord. Even then, he didn't do as much as he could have, just to prevent people from being overly suspicious. Lucy was mostly inured to his quirks, but that had gotten a brief roll of her eyes and look of exasperation, even if she didn't argue the point. "The interior needs finishing, and I don't have any furniture for it," Callum said. "But we can start moving in now." "That'll be great." The beach house was nice and the Texas trailer was, well, not so nice, but there's just something weird about living in a place that isn't mine. Well, yours. "Could be ours," Callum said, putting his arm around her. She leaned against him and tilted her head back, looking up at him with dancing dark eyes. "Ours, huh?" Lucy said after a moment, mouth crinkling into a smile. "I kinda like the sound of that." "Yeah," he pulled her closer, head drifting down toward hers. "Yeah," she said, and he kissed her. He was quite satisfied with the way the vacation ended. It couldn't last forever, though, and the bunker still needed work even if there was a roof over their head. With the portals, it wasn't like they even fully needed to move out of the Texas trailer. Not yet. With Callum's magic, it took more time to decide things than actually transport them. One thing that he wanted to take advantage of, now that the basement was finished, was their experiments with the obsidian tiles. There was a lot of value in being able to hot-swap enchantments, especially ones that Lucy could control. Even if that control was no more than turning them on or off, like activating or deactivating wards and glamours. Just changing tiles let them vary the enchantment size from house-wide to panic room, either manually or through programmed actuators sliding things into place. The latter was planned, at least, to have an off-site location, Lucy being able to flip a switch and be somewhere far away, yet still accessible to Callum was an enticing prospect. They just needed more enchantment material. The two of them laid out the tiles in the walled-off section of the basement, though of course they couldn't experiment there while the workers were wandering around above them. With the obsidian being a limited resource, they weren't ever going back to Micklin if he could help it. Being able to run multiple enchantment types through the same projection framework was very helpful. "We need to get more enchantments," Lucy said, sliding around the tiles in the grid form she'd printed. "Yeah, I had been trying to do that before Gar found you out," Callum admitted. "Kind of got sidetracked after that." "Then let's see what we can find." Lucy picked up her laptop and prodded him, "since we don't have internet here yet." I know, we need more portals," Callum said. He wanted to legitimately purchase an internet connection in some distant country and just use an anchor to connect them, but they didn't have enough free anchors to dedicate one to that. Instead, they went war driving for public Wi-Fi. It wasn't the best solution, because it exposed innocent people to potential reprisal. But state actors would know finding users of public Wi-Fi was hopeless, and he had Lucy keep a log of whose access she used just in case. If supernaturals went after these businesses, he wanted to know. Her hook into the GAR servers was still intact, though from what she said it wasn't likely anyone would spot it unless they were very specifically looking for what she'd done. Possible but unlikely, unless they brought in mundane talent who already suspected it. Still, he opened a portal into the armored van for them, and then brought them out where one of the anchors was parked at the moment, out in Colorado. It didn't take long for Lucy to log into the server and start searching, but what she found was not the best news. Many of the largest repositories were off-limits simply due to being in Ferry, which he wasn't prepared to deal with until he had a better handle on protecting himself from fey magic. The Korite anchors might be sufficient, but they might not. If Fairy's out, what's the next best target? He asked Lucy as they drove along the highway, keeping one eye out for some place to eat lunch. Well, I guess it depends on how risky you think it is to use your anchors, she said. He nodded thoughtfully. Callum's magic practice had paid off fairly well, even if there was nothing dramatically new or improved. He was faster, the wards he put up over his portal anchors were more refined, and he could produce tubes efficiently enough that they only took something like 2 or 3 times the vis of his threads. There was less progress in other avenues. Native threads were still faster by far, and despite being more fragile were generally good enough for what he was doing. They also cost less vis, which was still an issue since despite his practice, he didn't seem to be getting all that much magical endurance. His gut portal made it less of an issue since he could get extra mana, but he still couldn't sustain large constructs for significant lengths of time. He'd also improved the ratio of spatial compression for his water grenades, even if he still couldn't make the spatial changes permanent or even cover larger volumes. He was sure his version of the technique was terrible, the worst kind of brute force, but it worked. Considering he wanted it to destructively fail, being terrible was actually a good thing. In general, there hadn't been any drastic improvements, but considering his portal anchor trick was so very good, that wasn't a problem. He wasn't exactly comfortable since he still lacked shielding, but once again physical dissociation and his perceptual sphere sidestepped that vulnerability under most circumstances. But at the same time, no new tricks meant he couldn't surprise people as easily, so he wanted to look at more spell forms, which brought him around to pilfering again. I think that I can deal with mages, he decided. Even if we get caught, I don't think there's much they can do to us through the anchors. Then House Fane, Lucy said, fingers drumming on the desk mounted in the back of the van. It's one of the few houses that's still mostly Earthside, and judging by these emails, there's some kind of internal power struggle. She glanced up from the laptop with a toothy smile. So I don't think they'll be hardened against someone like you. Callum agreed. The general chaos and confusion of infighting would work to his advantage when it came to borrowing and copying books or the like. People would be far too busy to keep a strict eye on their collections. Callum didn't intend to actually properly steal anything from them. He could, and it would be easy, but that wasn't a road he wanted to go down. There might be circumstances where he could justify taking actual stuff rather than information from a house, but he wasn't there yet. Back in the bunker, he settled in the basement with Lucy to send their drone over to the target. House Fane was located somewhere in the central north of China, in the middle of nowhere more or less, close to the border with Mongolia. The wilderness compound was a picturesque slice of some lost age, with hundreds of acres of dynasty architecture sprawled across rugged rock and ribbon streams. He had to take in a moment to appreciate it before moving on to the task at hand. The chaos described in the emails wasn't obvious from just a surface look. There wasn't active warfare. Instead, people seemed to carry themselves almost hunched over, and stayed holed up in their rooms rather than going about their business. At least so Callum assumed. There was far less traffic outside than a facility the size of House Fane warranted. Unfortunately, House Fane didn't have a map plan on any of the servers anywhere. Lucy had looked. Instead, they had to pilot the drone around very circumspectly, and Callum swept over each room with his senses, trying to figure out what was going on. Most of them were living space, of course, and he mostly skipped over those, especially the occupied ones. He wasn't there to play voyeur, and people would certainly notice if he temporarily snatched books or the like from occupied rooms. The first potential spot was a heavily warded inner room at the center of one of the larger buildings, which revealed itself to be some kind of treasury. There was extra Bane material there, as well as what Callum assumed was gold and silver bars of various sizes. There were even a number of items brimming with swirly fey magic. The display did rouse his cupidity, but there was nothing there that seemed to be what they wanted, so he left it untouched. Deeper into the property, his perceptions intercepted an extremely suspicious passageway leading down to a small complex of rooms underneath a manicured garden. Everything else he'd seen at House Fane was normal enough, but the underground rooms were straight out of some horror novel. It was proof of all the rumors that Lucy had found. There was nothing living there, but there were week-old rotting corpses in tiny locked rooms, people who had clearly died of neglect and being stuck in something little more than a closet. The larger rooms had a variety of mundane medical tools, along with magical focuses that Callum was forced to assume were the same. There were exam tables with restraints and freezers with partially dissected cadavers. "Holy shit," he said, pulling his perceptions back, swallowing against nausea as he fumbled for some alcohol. He wasn't that much of a drinker, but he needed a bit of reinforcement after seeing that. "What?" Lucy said, blinking at the bottle of cognac that appeared on the table. Callum poured it into a shot glass with his own hands, knocking it back and feeling the burn spread down his throat. "Found Fane's Chamber of Horrors," Callum said. "There's nothing alive down there now, for what it's worth, but dear God, if anyone needed to go, it was him." "Yikes, do I want to know?" "No, you do not," Callum said. "I'm tempted to go take another trip to the volcano to purge the place." He took another swallow of cognac, despite the fact that it was a fairly expensive bottle. "There are some focus tools there, but I don't know what they do." "I don't want to know what they do." "How bad is it?" Lucy said, eyes wide. "Ever read about the horrors of the gulags, the death camps, the medical experiments done by dictators and governments all throughout history? Fane's making a good attempt at retreading that ground." "Damn," Lucy said, eyeing the cognac bottle. "Sure you want to look at that stuff?" "No, it's better to know these things," Callum said grimly. "Certainly puts any lingering doubts to rest. Also means I'm not going to feel too bad taking all their secrets." "You think we should maybe document it?" Lucy asked. "Maybe," Callum said. "I don't know who we'd be documenting it for or why. Fane's dead, and I don't think Gar cares much about mundanes, right? But he considered it. There's a difference between something happening off somewhere else and having it thrown in your face." "Yeah, I know a lot of people are, indifferent, but I don't think most of them are monsters. Good thing I added cameras to the drone. That'll make it easier." "I'm pretty sure you're going to regret it," he told her. "That's what the brandy is for," she said, taking his glass and pouring a finger for herself before tasting it. "How do you drink this stuff anyway?" "It's a bit of an acquired taste," he admitted. "But I think we're going to need it." His perceptions were one thing, but the pictures and video were even worse. By the end, Lucy had ended up downing a quarter of the bottle, and he'd helped her through a portal to the bedroom in the Texas trailer to sleep it off. It had obviously been abandoned for a while, likely since they'd taken out Fane, so if he had known, he could have done something about it. Instead, he had skipped out on vacation. It wasn't his fault they died, but at the same time it had been a consequence of what he did. Callum was very much tempted to follow Lucy's example with the brandy, because he sure as hell wasn't going to be getting any sleep, but instead he forced himself to continue the survey. Getting drunk wouldn't serve any purpose. He skipped around the massive house complex until he found something that looked like actual focus storage. They weren't labeled particularly well, and he had to be careful about activating the focuses. But with nobody around to even notice he was borrowing them, He had hours to make notes. There were offensive and defensive foci, which he was absolutely thrilled to be able to crib, as well as more consistent and coherent versions of utility focuses. Telekinesis, light, flight, glamour and illusion projection, all kinds of things. No healing foci, unfortunately, despite House Fane having a near monopoly on the aspect. There were also books stored in the room, which seemed promising except for them all being in some variety of handsy. The labels had been too, but one or two logograms were easy to translate. Entire books were less so, especially since he didn't even know what the important sections were. The best he could do was take pictures of the pages before and after the spell form diagrams for later analysis. He certainly didn't have the time to digitize entire volumes. In a way, the focuses were an easier way to see spell forms. Even if he wasn't making them himself, he could at least see what the structures looked like if he channeled Vis into the things. It didn't always help, since a number of the focuses had the conversion that meant someone else had used specialized Vis, but at least he could make some connection between the topology and the effect. Callum transcribed everything into his CAD program as well, just to have some place to store them. Good as his memory was, with the advantages of his spatial sense, the geometry was complicated and most of it wasn't even static. He'd have to ask Lucy about some way to do animations or something, to capture the motion, though recording things that way would be tedious in the extreme. The most interesting forms he found were, to him, the one that redirected light and the one that temporarily conjured water. From what he understood, forms were more or less universal, and it was the Vis that decided the actual effects. Of course, the portal forms were completely meaningless to fire or water or healing Vis, in the same way that his spatial Vis had no effect in the normal ball form. Redirecting space and conjuring space were both things he was interested in doing. The former would be incredibly useful both as enchantment and spell if he could get it to work, and the latter might be the proper way to build an expanded spatial area. The problem was he wasn't that good a mage, so he had to go at things backward and hope the effects carried over like he wanted. Lucy was still asleep when he tried practicing with the spell forms in the bunker basement, putting together tubes rather than his usual threads. While in a lot of ways he was clumsier with tubes, they were more stable, and that made it easier for him to manipulate them in situ. Threads were fragile enough that if he got things wrong, the spell form had a tendency to collapse. After what he'd seen, he wasn't in the mood for dealing with anything particularly tedious, so he mostly just gave each form a cursory test. As neat as the spells had seemed at the time, they just didn't play too well with spatial Vis. Which wasn't to say they didn't work at all. There were clearly some effects. It's just those effects were so weak as to be non-existent. Bending light, for example, was very different from bending space. There was some alteration there, an almost perceptible disjunct when he finally managed to put the tubes into the proper configuration, but tossing pebbles through it showed there wasn't much to it. He'd have to do some work and probably pump way more Vis into the construct for it to do anything, and even then it'd probably take some massaging. Still, it did something, and subtle effects were what most technology was based on. The conjuring spell, on the other hand, did practically nothing. So far as he could tell, whatever new space it created dissipated almost instantly, making ripples that only his spatial sense could make out, and only when he shoved a lot of Vis into it. He ended up concentrating so hard on it that he knocked over his glass when he went to reach for it, a sort of clumsiness he'd almost completely left behind when he got his spatial perception. Obviously, the next step was to try and put the conjuring spell inside of a Vis box, which caused the entire thing to collapse almost instantly. Callum wasn't entirely disheartened, since outside of teleports and portals, which were fairly straightforward and intuitive, Everything else took a lot of work. He was going to have to fiddle with things and practice to get anywhere, but at least the spell forms were stable by themselves. His major problem was that he was half a lifetime behind mages born into a house. Not only did he not have the resources, he didn't even have any of the basic schooling. Sure, there was some help in the literature he'd gotten from Chester's contact all that time ago, but that wasn't the same as having first principles drilled into him. Most of what he was doing was blind fumbling and inferred rules. So he just gave up and got in the shower to try and wash away the stress. "So what exactly are we doing with this footage?" Lucy asked, quite a bit after she'd gotten up and recovered from her hangover the next day. They were back in the Texas house, to avoid all the construction workers still tromping around the first floor. Neither of them liked the idea of being drunk around a bunch of people they didn't know, though Lucy pouted a bit at having to stay in the old trailer when the nice new basement was available. Spread it out. Publicly email it to everyone like the Fane video. Maybe do it from Fane's own account. I'm just wondering if we ought to sign it as being from the ghost or not. "Why not sign it as being from someone in Gar?" Lucy suggested, stirring the pot and all. "That's possible," Callum agreed, though he rather disliked that kind of maneuvering. Not liking it was no reason not to use it, though. It wasn't like he was overly fond of killing, either. Who deserves that kind of trouble, though? "Constance," Lucy said promptly. "She was involved anyway, considering what we found." "True," Callum said with a grimace. Constance had been actively feeding people to Fane, making her a monster herself, one deeply embedded into Gar. Though I have to wonder if instead she'd just take credit for it. If Fane's dead and everyone turns against him, she might jump on this and somehow spin it to her advantage. "Sure, maybe," Lucy agreed, "but do we really care?" Callum replied, his worries derailed. "I know you want to remove the Department of Acquisition entirely, so does it matter what sort of maneuverings they do in the meantime?" "You know, it really doesn't." Callum shook his head. It was so easy to get wrapped up in certain trains of thought. Lucy was right. Whether it caused trouble for the Department of Acquisition or not was somewhat moot, especially as it seemed like Constance was directly responsible for the victims that Fane had acquired. "Right then, I'll leave that to you," Callum said. "I've still got a ton of practice to do, but when you're ready for it, I transcribed a bunch of enchanting stuff. The drone's still there in case we need to reference things. Got a lot to work through already, though, plus I need to take you shooting." "Ooh," Lucy's eyes lit up. "I know it's not like the movies, but I'm still pretty excited." "We also need to test that big rifle," Callum said. "Going to have to go out into the middle of nowhere to try that." He was pretty sure a lot of gun ranges would have fun with something that was basically one step short of crew served, but that was the kind of attention he didn't want. "I can't even imagine firing that thing." "It's huge." "Almost as big as I am," Callum said, and Lucy stuck out her tongue at him. "Keep dreaming, big man." "Actually, I need your help with it." She raised her eyebrows at him, but he just smiled and continued. "Since I'm not going to be lugging it around, just firing it from the cache, I need some way to remotely trigger it and cycle the chamber. Aiming shouldn't be a problem, but since some supernaturals can dodge bullets, I'd rather not rely on a single shot." "Yeah, makes sense." Despite how much she was looking forward to shooting her own guns, she was clearly still working up to the idea of proper self-defense. "Honestly, I don't think it'll be too bad. Probably illegal as hell, but a bunch of microcontrollers and some boards, and I bet I can put together some kind of solution." She stopped, expression turning wistful. "Oh, for my 3D printer. Hey, I can actually get one now, can't I?" "Absolutely," Callum said in amusement. We can stick it in the basement instead of trying to fit it in here." He waved his finger in a circle, indicating the Texas trailer. "Yeah. It's gonna be great. Not a beach, but you can't have everything." Lucy grinned. "Of course I'm spoiled by teleports. I thought the GAR system handy, but you're twice as handy." "I was blessed with two hands," Callum said, stepping up and wrapping his arms around her. "Terrible," she said, a smile in her voice as she leaned into him. She was far more serious when they called up Alpha Chester later in the day to talk about the recordings. As usual, the discussion was conducted via portal phone, and Callum was incredibly glad that he had two portable anchors now. There might be some limit to how many he could use at a time, but it didn't seem like he'd reach it any time soon. Sadly, no extra Bane material was in the offing just yet. "I honestly don't know what will happen," Chester told them, reclining in his basement with his wife Lisa and a few of his enforcers. "Some of the hardened old veterans, they won't care. Not unless it's their people. Younger mages, maybe they'll be sympathetic. Now, if it turns out that there's shifters involved, that'll cause some sparks, but with vampires or fae, it's kind of a crapshoot. I don't think it'll be quite the splash you're hoping for, but just leaking it will make trouble for some people." "I guess atrocities were more common a few hundred years ago," Callum mused. "It's a lot nicer today," Chester agreed. "So maybe it'll have some effect, maybe not. Worth the effort, though, especially if you send it to everyone and not just the archmages. Show the rank and file what's going on." "I don't see how anyone can be okay with that," Lucy muttered. "Doing that to people." "Hopefully more people agree with you than I think," Chester said. "Thanks for giving me advance notice. I'll add to whatever whispers go around." "Right," Lucy said. "Off it goes." All she'd done was package the media up without trying to do any editing, which Callum felt was a good idea. Not only was the footage disturbing and not worth the mental stress of reviewing, but any kind of editing would have run the risk of making it look doctored. The stark, silent video of what had been found in Fane's dungeon was enough of a statement. The only text attached to the bulk email, which Lucy was sending out to literally every email address in the GAR database, was a line identifying it as belonging to House Fane. Neither of them knew enough about the head of the Department of Acquisition to try and fake some kind of message, so just spoofing her address as the origin would have to be enough. Someone would probably locate and delete the media from the server eventually, but that would take time and work since Lucy had done some trickery to lock the files away from any kind of modification. He hoped it would cause trouble. Chapter 13. Compromised. The footage was equal parts horrifying, sickening, and infuriating. Gale had only caught a few glimpses before needing to turn away, fighting the gorge that rose in her throat despite the healing vis that constantly saturated her body. It was bad enough that anyone had done that kind of thing, leaving behind half-rotted bodies that had died of neglect or torture, but for a healer to do such a thing made her almost ashamed of her aspect. Gale would never be anything like Fane. "I am so glad I never actually met Archmage Fane," Gale said out loud. "Indeed," agreed her father. Her entire family was gathered in the drawing room, which was not to say the entire Hargrave family. It was Gale, her mother and her father, and her grandmother and Archmage grandfather. Under the circumstances, the house itself was fairly busy, and they couldn't afford to stop what they were doing to chew over news together, even momentous news like the missive that had gone out about Fane's basement laboratory. Gale herself was not really used to being included in such meetings. She was, after all, only barely a full mage. Even that was a little bit hazy, thanks to how she'd been transferred into BSC, and nobody knew where Grand Magus Tazen was to clarify her position. But she'd found that as one of the only healers not affiliated with House Fane, and certainly the only healer in House Hargrave, she'd taken on new importance, which was both daunting and uplifting, since people actually listening to her cut both ways. Honor is apparently not a concept that Fane ever learned, her grandfather said. There is a difference between destroying the enemy and whatever that was. Do we really think Constance sent it, though? Her mom frowned. That girl wouldn't even share candy when she was a kid. I can't imagine her sending something like that out unless she was paid for it. It's likely it was Wells' organization. The Archmage shrugged. Or maybe him personally, but either way, he was the one who removed Fane. The ice in his glass clinked as he took a sip of whiskey. That's certain, he concluded, punctuating his words with the click of his glass on the table. Gail and her mother just had tea. For all the healing in the world couldn't make her like the taste of alcohol, but all the men and grandmother had something harder. It felt a little odd to be discussing such matters of import just sitting on the sofas with drinks, but she wasn't sure how else they would do it. The quiet, informal meetings were, as she remembered from when she was very small, how the real decisions were made. Though she wasn't quite sure how much she could add. She almost voiced the thought that maybe Callum had targeted Fane because of her. She didn't think of herself as having an ego, but Callum had seemed genuinely regretful about what had happened to her and how much Fane threatened her. Or maybe it was a message. When they had argued about how appropriate Callum's actions were and what Gar should do about things, she had no idea what had been going on in House Fane. If the Guild of Arcane Regulation wasn't able to prevent something like Fane's butchery, it was obvious that some kind of reform was necessary. That wasn't really her call, though. Her responsibility was House Hargrave, and that was enough for her. More than enough, even, since she'd suddenly gotten the responsibility of healing everyone who needed it within the house, which was far more than she'd thought. There had been sudden skirmishes, not in the portal worlds, but on the actual house borders. So far her house hadn't suffered any deaths, but some people had come back with severe burns or even severed limbs. Blood loss stopped only by force magic caps and bandages. It made her glad she wasn't out there on the front lines. We should condemn it, Gail said, drawing eyes. I know that some of the houses won't care, especially with what's going on now, but if we want sympathy from the younger mages or some of the more ascetic houses, this is perfect. We're against Fane anyway, and it's not like we're doing any of that stuff. It's not much of a risk, her mother agreed. Also, though, Gail said, then hesitated. Actually advocating house policy was new to her, but she was determined to do the best job that she could, even if some of what she'd settled on was unconventional. I think we should take the opportunity to do some mundane outreach, she said after a moment. Mundane outreach? Grandma Jeannie questioned. Gail flushed, but gamely held up the book she'd gotten. I was going over all this mundane literature on medicine and anatomy and such. I swear I learned more just from going through textbooks, publicly available mundane texts, than the last year at the academy. Gar uses stuff based on it, and Grand Magus Tazen has no problems taking advantage of that kind of knowledge. We should too. Seeing that she had their attention, though not outright agreement, she continued on. Have you seen new phones and new computers? The house computer for Gar Communications was ancient by comparison. It even used a dial-up modem, which apparently was already outdated. I think we'd benefit from working with mundane experts and businesses. Reserve enchantments for things only enchantments can do. Now that would take some selling, her father said, though he didn't himself look upset. Mr. Wells said he only had a mundane education, Gail pressed. If that's true, imagine what other mages could do if they had a full breadth of mundane knowledge. It's not like it's even hard to get. Like when I looked up clotting and neurology. All it took was going to a library. It might not be a bad idea, Grandfather mused. Gail almost rolled her eyes, but didn't. Grandfather doted on her perhaps a little too much. We can set forth some new guidelines on how to interact with the mundane world and use that as a wedge against Gar. The houses that stay in the portal worlds won't care anyway. It wasn't quite the chain of logic she had followed, but it was good enough. No house changed in a day, and even just slightly more mixing with the mundane world would be nice. She had to admit to herself she really wanted to get more books like the one Callum had given her, and that was difficult from inside House Hargrave. She was sure there was another piece of logic behind the decision as well, one which nobody admitted, that they didn't want to make targets of themselves. If Callum could kill or banish one archmage, perhaps he could remove others. Perhaps anyone could. The report of an anti-materiel rifle firing a .50 round was deafening, expensive, and satisfying. The rounds cost a ridiculous amount of money, up to nearly $100 each for the explosive incendiary types. Callum didn't want to practice too much with the rifle just due to the costs, but he had to try it out a little bit. Not to get a feel for the thing, since he wouldn't be firing it himself, but to see how it interacted with his portals and spatial senses. He had no illusions about being a sniper or any kind of crack shot. Spatial senses and portals were his tools, and while they made up for a lack of actual prowess, they didn't nullify the physical properties of guns. He could measure a perfect straight line between 2 points in his spatial sphere. That was perfectly fine. But guns didn't shoot perfect straight lines. At point-blank range, it was pretty much irrelevant, but that was also close enough for a supernatural to notice and react to his portal. Mages had shields, and the others had superior reaction speed. Opening a portal 2, 3, or even 500 yards away from the target were each a completely different scenario. It didn't really matter how powerful the bullet was. It still obeyed gravity and was pushed by wind. Maybe he'd be able to compensate for such things with enchantments eventually, but for now he had to work within the limitations of physics. Which meant that he wasn't actually nearly as good a shot from any distance, past about 100 yards. One way to fix it at a medium distance was actually to shoot straight down from above. That presented a smaller target than someone's center of mass, true, but he could think less about where to aim his portal. It wasn't until he got out to the longer ranges that effectively landing a shot with anything less powerful than the .50 rifle was basically impossible, even with his advantages. He wouldn't really want to risk even the big rifle at his full range. On the other hand, he could accurately target 100 to 200-yard shots with the .50 rifle, which was a hell of an accomplishment under most circumstances. In the cold wind, fingers numbed half by temperature and half by the kick of rifle, he had doubts he'd be able to hit the broad side of a barn. Without his portals, he could basically only hit the opposite side of the quarry he'd chosen for practice, far beyond where Lucy's targets were set up. "You make that look easy, big man," Lucy said, very carefully unloading her own rifle. "Well, I'm cheating. You'll probably be a better normal shot than I am in a couple weeks," he told her. She wasn't exactly a natural at it, but she'd gone at it with determination despite her hands shaking from anxiety and adrenaline after emptying her first magazine. "Cheating or not, this is harder than it looks," Lucy said, getting a bottle of water from the cooler. She still preferred soda, but the realization that she'd no longer have access to healing magic on a regular basis meant she had to actually start thinking about her teeth and general health, something that made her grumpy at times. "You're doing better than I did when I started out," Callum encouraged her, only bending the truth a little. "It just takes time and practice." "Boo," Lucy pouted for a moment before she started packing things away. Not that he couldn't just sweep everything into the cave, but it would be treating her like a child to just do everything for her. Neither of them wanted that. After spending several weeks much further south, the Texas cold was rather shocking. Worse, it didn't even come with snow, which was the main selling point of winter weather. At least they could retreat to the bunker basement, even if it wasn't exactly a full house, and the Texas trailer wasn't really that bad, though the cave cache was slowly taking over a number of the functions of a normal residence. You know, it's worth thinking about maybe expanding the cave, Callum mused to Lucy as they sat in the bunker basement and ignored the sound of a generator overhead. Soon as everything was done, he'd break out his magic generator, and they'd be properly independent. Or finding a new, larger one. Given how big my perception is, we could fit multiple vehicles and basically an alternate everything. Long as we don't live there, Lucy said. I know I spent most of my time in a basement before anyway, but I think I'd go crazy if I couldn't see the sky at least sometimes. I don't think we could really have a full cave house unless we could find a trustworthy earth mage, Callum said. And I can't imagine we'll have that anytime soon. Besides, I don't want to live in a hole in the ground either. Storage space is for things, not people. Glad we're on the same page there, Lucy said. Though I guess it's weird that the bunker doesn't feel like it can hold up against something like a shifter or a fae. The idea is that if someone actually threatens us, we go after them first, Callum said. I mean, it's what I got the gun for, but actually getting at one of the big-time supernaturals is something else entirely. I don't think we can pull our teleport swap trick again, unfortunately. Which is a shame, because I bet it'd work better against a shifter or a vamp. Or even a fae, but I don't know about that given their weird magic. Fae magic is just bull, Lucy agreed. Callum had to agree. He hadn't encountered much of it, but what he had seen was completely arbitrary. At least it consistently required mana from fairy, so dumping a fae into Portal World 5 would be perfect if he could swing it. But if regular fae elites could pretty much jump back out of his portals, he was sure a king could do worse. Maybe even take control of it somehow, thanks to how weird fae magic was. Hopefully it's not enough bull to stop a bullet, he said, tapping one of the oversized incendiary explosive rounds that he'd gotten for that purpose. Normally it'd be way above overkill for a person, but if fae were supernaturally tough it'd probably do its job. A Corate bullet would be better, but the ones he had probably wouldn't kill unless he could hit the head or the heart, and maybe not even then. They weren't really all that large, and the purity wasn't really that high. That was awful, Lucy groaned. You need to sharpen your wordplay skills. Yeah, it was, Callum agreed. I knew you'd hate it. That's not something to be proud of, Lucy protested. Callum opened a portal back to the Texas house. He had a drone anchor parked there to replace the teleportation pad, which was slated to be recycled because it wasn't useful anymore. The small portal anchors were far superior, and the teleport enchantment needed to be altered if Lucy was going to be able to operate it. The bare-bones version he had made just wasn't something she could manipulate. They were still working on how to hook it up to the tiles. There was an entire section in the basement dedicated to it, because anything that was integrated into the tiles was something Lucy could control. The issue was they didn't quite have anything that could integrate the metal teleport core into the glass tiles, so they'd have to go visit a metal shop soon. Despite the pile of things he had to do, and the looming task of determining a plan of dealing with the monsters still lurking in Gar, Callum was feeling fairly relaxed. He felt like he actually had time to just sit and talk and cuddle with Lucy in the bunker basement. Had time to see the house actually completed. He only saw mages when he visited Alpha Chester, the ones set on him as observers and spies, and even then it was at a distance. The riskiest, most stressful thing he'd done was comb through House Fane's stuff, and they had been far too preoccupied to even notice the little drone perched on top of a roof decoration. But relaxed as he was, He was still vigilant enough to notice when one of his portal anchors started charging of its own accord. Callum wasn't aware of saying anything, but apparently he said something because Lucy turned away from the tiles setup she was tinkering with to stare at him. She asked a question, but he was far too busy wrestling with the portal focus to explain, hurling spatial attack forms at it after a moment of frozen surprise. That forced the forming thread to collapse, preventing it from actually creating a portal, but it didn't solve the problem. "I need you to break this," he said, teleporting the anchor over to the table in front of Lucy. He could have done it himself, but it was easier to spend all his attention making sure the portal anchor didn't fully activate, and that none of the others were doing the same thing. To her credit, Lucy didn't even ask questions, just grabbed her hammer and screwdriver from next to the tiles and plied them against the anchor. It didn't take much to deform the little bit of metal enough to disrupt the enchantment. Once it was broken, the intrusion stopped, but Callum didn't relax. He had no idea how such a thing could happen, and until he knew for sure he had to assume all of his anchors were suspect. For the moment, he pulled all the anchors out of his cave cache, 3 pairs total, including the one that Lucy had just destroyed, to examine. "The heck was that for?" Lucy asked, placing the bent and destroyed anchor next to the others on the table. "Someone hacked my portal anchor, I think," Callum hazarded, heart still pounding. The anchor in question was paired with the drone that he had used to surveil House Fane, which was in a way a relief. That one had definitely been in enemy territory and could have been compromised, though a close sweep showed no foreign vis. It had to be something on the House Fane side, which he didn't understand, but it at least explained why such an intrusion hadn't happened before. "We need to figure out a way to completely depower these things without destroying them, just so we can make them safe on our end. There's no way we can just leave them as they are." "Whoa there, slow down," Lucy said, drawing out the last 2 words. "Are you sure they can even do that?" she added, reaching out to find Callum's hand and squeezing it as she spoke. "Gotta be Duval. If anyone can do that, it's the Archmage. But she's been around a while without this happening." "Yeah, I know." Callum scowled at the portal anchors lined up on the table, feeling nauseous. "I've gotten lazy. I haven't been making sure to clean up every single teleport with the drone, because they already knew that we were doing stuff." "You think that they could open the portal because of what traces you left? How would that work?" Callum blinked, then realized that while he knew nothing about proper magery, at least he could sense magic. Most mages didn't really seem to even notice the traces they left, so of course Lucy wouldn't know about it. He took a moment to explain about how Vis got stuck in ambient mana, and how he had cleaned it up, while he got up and paced to burn off some nervous energy. "I figure that they found some of that residue and exploited it," Callum concluded. "It's that, or any set of portals is vulnerable to being opened this way, but if that were true, they would have found me after I rescued you. There was probably enough magic getting flung around there to hide things, but at the Fane household, nah, some of the buildings were practically dead. So we disconnect them like with the tiles. Or put them somewhere it doesn't matter," Lucy suggested. "Like, just put a bunch of them at the bottom of the ocean and have only one leading back." "Something like that, yes," Callum agreed and took a deep breath. "No matter how we go about it, we need more Bane material. I'll have to be careful, but we definitely need to put our portal network somewhere inaccessible. Until then, we'll have to be very careful and rather less mobile." "And we'll have to recycle this," Lucy said, holding up the dented portal anchor. "And we'll have to recycle that," Callum agreed. "I don't care what you think," Serena Duval said coldly, staring at the visitor in the receiving room of her main house complex. It was austere compared to some of the houses, but each chair was well made and matched, each painting by one of her own house. The man sitting in one of those chairs was out of place. His unctuous tone, his garish canary-yellow suit, his very presence. She did not like having her carefully arranged day interrupted any more than she liked having her carefully chosen furniture abused by uninvited guests. House Duval is not involved in Wells' actions. We have declared him heretic. Surely you see why, if he's subverting my network to this extent. House Duval was perched high in the mountain-sized tree that towered over the portal to Earth, taking up the entirety of a limb 10 miles across and 50 miles long. Not that it was densely occupied, but she'd wanted to future-proof her claim. She didn't trust Fairy, she didn't like the night lands, and she didn't like the mana density of Earth, so the deep wilds it was. Her position forced mages to make the trek to her, though flying up to House Duval's limb was hardly onerous for any competent mage, let alone an archmage like Coraline. Yet he still seemed somewhat out of breath, though she couldn't fathom how. Nevertheless, it was the network that was used to remove Archmage Fane. We still haven't found. Would you ban doors if an enemy walked through one? Duval snapped. We have safety features, but nothing is safe if you let some ignorant criminal walk up to it and pervert it into a trap. Be that as it may, Archmage Coraline said doggedly, which fit his lined and wrinkled face that reminded Duval of a grizzled mastiff. Be that as it may, it is hard to trust your network, considering what it has been used for. Wells has demonstrated a number of heretofore unseen abilities with spatial magic, and you can't convince any of us that you're unable to do the same thing. I have dedicated my craft to useful and constructive applications of spatial magic, Duval said. We have always known that portals and teleports were an enormous strategic advantage. That's why I built the network. Just because Wells is better at using it for combat potential than you, that's no reason to suspect me. She had already known some of what Wells was doing, though the specific applications were strange. Breacher portals were one of her oldest collaborations with the Guild of Enchanting, but using them at the size Wells did required a very sharply focused vis sense, which he clearly wasn't using. His method of accelerating matter was a very spatially focused version of telekinesis, effective in a very coarse way, but it didn't compare to the real thing. It was obvious his ability to slip through wards, and probably his ability to use the tiny portals came from his extensive use of ultra-fine vis. Her best guess was that he had a specialized tool that let him use it more effectively than the ones from the Guild of Enchanting, making its origin a mystery. Someone had to be backing him somehow, and it was really damn infuriating that it was leading her fellow archmages to question her. If we can't verify your network is safe, how can we use it? You must turn it over so we can. So that's what this is about, Duval said scornfully. She should have known that was the first target the others would go after. Her transport network made her all but untouchable because it was hers. Gar owned the land, the pads, the screening enchantments, but every single core was purchased with House Duval money. Duval knew she was no good at fighting. She didn't like it, and Spatial wasn't actually any good at it, Wells' exploitation aside. But that was fine. She just enabled those who could fight. So she had other kinds of power, and the more simple-minded archmages hated that they couldn't just dominate her with their combat prowess. I am not giving up my life's work because you can't find a single heretic mage, Duval told Coraline. We must insist that you submit the teleportation network to be verified and controlled properly. Now that we know what can be done with it, we cannot allow you to hold such a potential weapon over the heads of everyone in Gar. Coraline's voice was reasonable, unlike his words. No wonder he'd been selected to talk to her. Most people started yelling much more quickly. That will not happen, Duval said flatly. If you're so worried about what will happen if you use the network, don't use it. "That's not reasonable, Archmage Duval," said Archmage Corlin. "Too many people and goods move through the teleportation network every day to simply stop using it." "I wasn't offering you a choice," Duval said, rising. Below her personal house, in the living wood of the tree, there were storage rooms filled with her projects, and a certain number of personal spatial devices. She didn't use any spatial expansion herself. She knew how dangerous it was. A pulse of vis gave her enough of a line to travel down herself, and a brief glance around the rigidly ordered rows found the portal frame she wanted. It was one of her better designs, a portable folding model that could be deployed or stowed with a few twists. Her friends at the Guild of Enchanting had enjoyed the challenge, even if nobody else needed such portals. Not even the BSC, since they already had larger models. She deployed one half in a matter of a few seconds, setting it up on an immaculately swept floor facing a number of storage bins, and returning above to where Corlin was still waiting before he could grow impatient. He blinked at the wooden case in her hand, but she ignored his confusion. Corlin was just a mouthpiece, one of the least inspired water mages she'd seen, despite his power. Another vis pulse let her find the anchor for the teleport between House Duval and Gar Europe. She latched onto the core and used it to open a portal, mostly to speed up the process of getting Corlin out of her hair. "Go on," she said, shooing him through the portal and following herself. "Archmage Duval, what are you doing?" Duval spared him a glance. Even his jowls reminded her of a dog, an absurd caricature of a dog in an absurd yellow outfit. Utterly ridiculous and not worth her time. "It should be obvious," she said, twisting the handles on the portal frame as the wood clicked out into a tall frame. "If you will only use my network if you can take it from me, you will not use my network." She cast out another vis pulse, locating all the cores stored at the switchboard behind the operators. Not all of them were hers, actually. Even she had to permanently sell some to houses or GAR or the BSC. The teleports between GAR buildings, the private house transports, the portal world stations. The barest bones. Everything else, all the hundreds of locations, those were hers. So she took them back. Though the portable frame, she could see the racks that were designed to hold cores, so she began teleporting them through into her basement. They were all numbered, and she had all the documentation of which core number went to which destination. So while returning them would be tedious, it would merely be the work of an afternoon for some dedicated people. If she returned them, a lot of people would capitulate simply from the interruption of their normal habits, but Duval wasn't certain she should return things to what they were before. Shutting down the GAR network was not a whim or caprice. She'd long considering the implications if she needed to use that card. Perhaps she'd let the network grow too large and be used too easily. It was her power, but now she realized that it was a power that was taken for granted, and she did not like what was hers being taken. Power that was never exercised was impotent. Given a few days or weeks of trying to work without her contribution to Magekind, all the accusations and power grabs would dry up, or grow more blatant, but she was prepared for that. "You cannot," Corlin began, but she reached out for the teleportation core to the American GAR offices, ignoring his words and the stares of the switchboard operations who suddenly had no enchantments to switch. "My network, my rules," she told him. For all his kindly charm and raw power, he was completely unimaginative and spineless, exactly the kind of person she disliked the most. "If you care to revise your accusations, you know where House Duval is." She left Corlin behind as she repeated the process twice more for America and China, though China was truncated since Fane held sway there. Over 1,000 teleport cores. Then she returned to the house and sent messages to each of her apprentices. Most were already at House Duval, a necessary step, for their own safety. Those that were on loan to BSC were told to return. One of them came with news. "Did you see what was sent out to everyone about Fane, Archmage?" young Cormac asked, shoving a small electronic device far too close to her face. "It says Constance sent it, but who knows if that's true." "It probably isn't," Duval said, after she had pushed the device away and saw what it contained. Constance didn't have the imagination. Which left only Wells, and that meant there might be a trail. "Keep the defenses up," she decided abruptly. "I'm going out. If anyone wants to complain, have them leave a note." "Yes, Archmage," Cormac said, and Duval went over to her personal teleportation nexus. There were connections to each of the portal worlds, a few of her allied houses, and the Guild of Enchanting. It was that last she energized and stepped through. The Guild of Enchanting headquarters was located in Fairy, so of course it was improbably picturesque. Everything in Fairy was. They couldn't just have a river or a mountain or a tree. It had to be a perfect ribbon of blue, a heart-stopping snow-capped peak, or some mossy elder titan. There was a reason houses competed for space on Fairy, but Duval mistrusted a landscape so disproportionately beautiful. She ignored the jewel-like birds flitting around enormous gleaming blossoms and marched through the receiving room to where a servant stood by the door. Some half-sized fae, which didn't mean he wasn't dangerous. The Guild of Enchanting took their security seriously. Duval's Archmage pin was enough for the servant, though, and he opened the door for her to step into the main part of the guild. Grand Magus Rossi himself met her a few scant minutes later, which she hadn't asked for but wouldn't turn down. It would make things easier for her. And faster. Time was of the essence. "Welcome, Archmage Duval," Rossi began, but Duval held up a hand. "I'm in a hurry, Grand Magus," she said. "I need to borrow one of your finesse scribers and lenses." "Why, certainly," Rossi said, startled. "What for, may I ask?" "Since Gar seems to be too incompetent to trace Wells, I'm going to do it myself," she said bluntly. "He uses finesse threads, and those just break when I try to handle them, so I need one of your scribers." "Of course," Rossi said, making a sign to one of the servants in the corner of the room. "We're interested in locating Wells ourselves. We've taken some steps ourselves, employing mundane detectives to find where he may have manufactured his enchantment blanks. But that is a rather slow and tedious process." "If I locate him, I'll let you know," Duval said insincerely. She would actually have to get her own mages first, since she wasn't going to take him into custody herself. He was dangerous, but she would be able to lock down his use of vis if she could get close enough. When the servant returned with a cart bearing the items she'd asked for, she plucked them up with her telekinesis focus and bid Rossi an abbreviated farewell. The man was competent enough, but far too impressed with the sound of his own voice. She also didn't like the subtle remonstrance about taking Wells' enchanting work first. She grimaced at the pointlessly elaborate halls of Gar China as she made her way to the House Fane teleporter, one of the ones she had not confiscated. She simply energized it and went through without any hesitation or even concern. Without Archmage Fane, there was nobody of any standing to even protest. She ignored the challenge of one of the savages House Fane had masquerading as mages and went outside, hauling the equipment with her as she flew into the air. Finding Wells' traces among the business of a house was not going to be easy, but she knew the area that he was in thanks to the video. Her foci carried her to Archmage Fane's old building, with all its useless frilly roof things, where she deployed the enchanting lens. It was specially designed to help a mage focus on small and subtle pieces of vis, like those generated by a finesse scriber, and actually doing most of the work to screen out the traces of other mages. Duval had already seen what Wells' portal anchor structure looked like, so she had a clear idea what to look for. It still wasn't easy. Wells' anchor was very small, and he'd shown he could easily put it inside walls or in other cubbies, so she had to use a combination of close-range passive perception and the lens to track down where it might have been. Under the circumstances, she was prepared to spend all day at it, considering how many houses she'd canceled work for. Fortunately for her, she found the traces after only an hour of scrutinizing the outside of the building, tracking it down to just above the surface of a roof. Whatever he was using to hold his portal anchors wasn't very large, but it was still offset far enough that he had to be using something. Once she had it located and had the lens locked in, she channeled her vis into the scriber. Normally she didn't bother using scribers. They didn't help with her greatest labor, locking down the space around house territory in the portal worlds, but she was still familiar with them. The finesse ones were always uncomfortable, squeezing her vis into smaller channels without guiding them into any particular framework. Uncomfortable, but necessary. She focused on the lingering traces of Wells' threads, some of which went straight downward and through the wards. The scriber could get maybe 2 feet, and the lens 5, and her passive perceptions reasonably 10, so it wasn't like she couldn't get through the wards. It was just that she couldn't do so with enough facility to do anything useful. It wasn't like she needed to, though. The patterns of the portal anchor were right there, for once not blurred like most of Wells' workings. Few people cast spells up on top of the roof. Nor was there one of his distortion enchantments, to his detriment. Duval filtered her vis into the echoes left by his threads and started carefully pulling and prying, amplifying the resonance and connecting with the other half of the portal anchor. Only her best students could duplicate that sort of touch, a few frankly better than her. But none of them could do everything she could. Once the framework stabilized, she energized her home bond ring, spinning out a portal there as well. She'd need help. Have Magus Jeffrey bring his squad, she told the shifter stationed by her home bond anchor. He snapped to attention and rushed off to do her bidding, returning only a minute later with Jeffrey in tow. Her chief of security had a number of burly mages and shifters, which should be more than sufficient if she could neutralize Wells' spatial magic. "Be ready to subdue 1 mage," she said as they flew out of the portal to hover in the air next to her. Jeffrey nodded, and she started to pry open the anchor. At least she tried. It went fine for a minute or so as she strengthened the connection, then suddenly the link tried to destabilize. Duval frowned at it, fighting with the threads through the intermediary of the scriber. It should have been easy enough to open a portal and secure a foothold on the other side, but somehow Wells was ready for her. She had no idea how or why he was primed to break the enchantment form in the anchor on such short notice, and cursed at him under her breath as she worked. "Heretic Whoreson," she muttered. "Manarotted Dudspawn." Despite everything, she was managing to get the structure closer and closer to stability. Then it suddenly went dead. The link snapped and vanished. Wells had actually destroyed the anchor. "Damnation!" Duval shouted, Jeffrey and her squad moving to surround her protectively and uselessly. She could have had him. In fact, she almost did, but somehow he'd noticed almost immediately. For him to be forced to destroy his own portal anchor was at least a distant consolation prize. He couldn't have too many, and it showed he was definitely afraid of her. Wells wasn't perfect or unshakable. He was like any other mage. He made mistakes. There would be another time he didn't obfuscate his portal anchors. She'd get him next time. Chapter 14, Annoyances. Callum couldn't make a proper nexus, with only 2 portal anchor pairs. There had to be a dedicated link between the cave cache and where he put anchors that he was actually using, so the incident with the hacked anchor cut his links from 3 to 1. Better than none, but he was very seriously considering recycling the teleportation pad into a portal anchor. They were just that useful. The longer chain also meant he had to constrict his maximum perception distance, so he could have his maximum at the destination, and not uselessly at the bottom of the ocean where he'd put the beginnings of his nexus. At least he'd already been practicing that, so it wasn't as difficult as it might have been, but there was nothing like necessity to spur practice and repetition. "We really need more enchanting materials, big man," Lucy said, despite the fact that she was playing with the glass tiles. Not that she was wrong. The tiles were great, but they couldn't act like anchors. "I still have to recycle the pair that we had to break, but yes, we do," Callum agreed. "So how are we gonna get it?" Lucy leaned back in the couch and yawned. They were both low on sleep after the scare with the portal anchor and the subsequent scramble to minimize any further risk. It actually made him feel better that it wasn't perfect, because it had seemed too good before. "We can't put it off, 'cause we need that flexibility." "Well, we could try going to the night lands again," Callum said. "I've been once, so I kinda know what I'm looking for, and I imagine the drone will work just as well over there as here." "Okay, sure," Lucy said. "But what about Fane's stuff? I know he's got to have a bunch." "I don't think it's right to just take from the house coffers," Callum said with a frown. "That's not just Archmage Fane's wealth, it's, oh wait, the lab." "Yeah, the lab too. But might as well take House Fane's stuff," Lucy said, opening a soda with the characteristic pop hiss of an aluminum can. "Not like they deserve it, is it?" "That's the kind of thinking that leads down a bad road, I think," Callum said. "I mean, that's money not just for people like Fane himself, but the janitors, the help, the children, all of that. You know." "I guess," Lucy said, not entirely convinced but ceding the point with a shrug. "So, the lab. We definitely don't want people reusing some of that stuff anyway, right?" "Very much," Callum agreed. "And that is completely on Archmage Fane. I guess there's some argument that it should be left as evidence, but I don't think mages care much about evidence that way, do they?" "What, like police procedural stuff? Nah." "Right," Callum said. "Not sure about trying it now, though. We just got hacked by Duval. What if she's still there?" "She just got you, 'cause you didn't clean up, and you'll clean up this time. I mean, if she's still there you'll know before she can do anything right. Your long-range radar and all that." "Yeah, but I don't like taking the chance." "But as far as they know, you don't have any more business there," Lucy argued. "And now that we've told people about that lab, someone is going to get to it, sooner or later. So there's no reason to lay in wait for you, that's just paranoia talking. But if we wait it'll be crawling with mages and even more risky." Callum considered it and had to grant the point. "All right, we'll have to see if there are people there already, but if not we can loot it. I should have thought of that when we found that damn place, but I was just too disturbed." "Yeah, seriously." Lucy's nose wrinkled and she shuddered. "I don't know if I'm looking forward to tearing that stuff apart, or don't want to even touch it. Hopefully the former, because we might have a lot of it to do, so long as I can get stuff by teleports. I'm sure as heck not sending either of us over there to start unscrewing things," Callum cautioned her. "Yeah, I'm on board with that," Lucy said. "Creepy place in the middle of a bunch of House Fane people. That's just straight-up horror movie stuff." "It is," Callum agreed, and reached through his linked portals to start moving the drone. He was glad they had the more powerful repeater, since it was going through more links even if the ocean bottom portal nexus was just 2 anchors in a block of steel instead of 1. Even with the Alcubierre-style movement, it took time to move the drone all the way around the world to China. He could only go in short jaunts with a fairly rough idea of where he'd land, and they had to home in on the target more or less manually. The two of them ended up watching some streaming movie for most of it, since there wasn't anything that required much brain power. They approached the house with rather more care than the first time, with Lucy landing the drone well outside the perimeter and Callum moving it in with teleports. This time, though, he was more careful. He'd gone back to his old standby of ball bearings since they were cheap, and he didn't actually care if they knew that he'd been there. Only that they couldn't actually trace his vis, something that had obviously become critical. Archmage Fane could kill anything his vis touched, so other archmages probably had similar talents, like Duval and her ability to compromise his anchors. So he needed to make sure there were no traces of his magic anywhere, or as close to that as possible. He left a little trail of ball bearings as he teleported his way in past the wards and smaller buildings, back to where the lab was. For some reason, he'd expected to have to wait for people to clear out, even if it was late evening over in China, but it was deserted. It didn't look like anyone had even gone down there, and Callum realized that he hadn't exactly shown where it was. The entrance was deep inside Fane's house anyway, and that seemed to be off limits for everyone, at least so far, which gave him space to ransack the lab. Despite Lucy's arguments, he was worried that Duval might reappear at any moment, and there was no telling what she could do if she were prepared and found an active portal of his. So even if it was deserted, he had to be as fast as possible. If it weren't for the fact that they really needed the portal materials, he probably still wouldn't. There was a lot of enchanted stuff there, though much of it was just part of the room. Anything that was mounted in furniture or appliances was pretty much off limits, unless he could teleport out screws and such to free it from the mountings, which he could probably do given time, but he didn't have that time. The ward box was an obvious target, since he and Lucy had already disassembled those and found that they were mostly recyclable. But the wards dropping would probably draw attention, so that would have to go last. Instead, he focused on the strongest, most monodense and highest purity signatures in the tools that lined the shelves and counters of the lab. He had no idea what most of them did and really didn't want to. They probably were dangerous to activate, so he was hardly going to play with them himself, though he could just transcribe them later on. The richest strike seemed to be a set of sealed chambers, each of them maybe a foot in diameter, each with a sphere hanging from the ceiling. The spheres were solid chunks of metal and glass, and most importantly, nearly pure enchanting material along with energy-charged crystals. The way the chambers were arranged and furnished reminded him of incubators, with the enchanted sphere as the light bulb, but they were thankfully empty, so he had no idea what they might be for. Each sphere was secured to the ceiling with ordinary chains and charged with one of the vis or mana crystals, which was something he was very much looking forward to getting his hands on. Since there were no screws or other complicated mounting means, he simply teleported them off their chains and into a distant corner of the cave cache. He would have preferred moving it further, but with only one anchor, he didn't have the options. The enchantments were active, and he did not want to deal with whatever effects the thing created. The best he could do was put it somewhere he could see that the magic didn't overlap anything he cared about. The tools from the shelves went to a different corner, and then he put together a water grenade to take out the ward box and the associated feeder portals. Trying to shift that while the enchantment was active would be impossible, or at least inadvisable, considering all the spell forms around it. Before he actually deployed it, he made sure he had lots of the vis cleanup beads around, since he had to assume someone would notice and investigate such a big change. There was no way he wanted another portal hack. While he'd tested the slightly improved grenades before, seeing the damage they did to a real object was sobering. Instead of just bending the trays out of shape, he actually blew the side out of the ward box and sent it ricocheting off the wall. Callum winced at that, making a mental note to dial down the amount of compression he was using. He just wanted stuff disabled, not destroyed. Even with the debris, it only took a few moments to scoop up the ward box and scatter a number of cleanup beads across the area to make sure there was nothing left of his vis. Then he put several more on the roof where the drone was before recalling it back to the cave cache and closing the portal. That didn't take long, Lucy observed. He'd kept up a running commentary because she could hardly see what he was doing, and it surprisingly helped clarify his thoughts to actually say what he intended to do. It was only while talking about it that he realized it would be incredibly stupid to teleport out the screws holding the incubator enchantment spheres in place, instead of just separating the links of the chain holding them up, for example. He just found it far too easy to get fixated on a particular solution. Yeah. Man, I know that you do all the planning ahead of time normally, but it took like 5 minutes. You're quick. Not when it counts, Callum said with a grin, and Lucy laughed and blushed. You got me there, big man, she said. Since they'd already had experience with breaking down enchanted goods, it wasn't really a difficult process to start tearing stuff apart. Which was for the best because he was barely paying attention, his senses focused on the incubator enchantments as they ran down. Something that took longer than it should have because of the ambient mana in the cave cache. It would have taken far longer if he hadn't been able to disconnect the crystals fueling them. You awake there, big man, Lucy said, startling him. Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on these things, he told her. They're about out of juice, but I don't trust him. I wouldn't trust anything from Fane's dungeon either, Lucy said. So while we're waiting, what exactly are these? Callum asked Lucy, putting the crystals on the table. Each of them was about the size of a grape, with 6 sides and flat ends, and looked like polished quartz. Certainly they didn't stand out very much to the naked eye, but he could feel the enormous amount of mana inside. Which was odd, since he would have thought that would have ended up in some kind of enchantment, instead of just being a magical capacitor. All I know is that the Guild of Enchanting makes them, Lucy said. They're not, like, dug out of the ground or anything. Huh, Callum said, examining the crystals. Experimentally, he poked his vis into it and tried to siphon out some of the mana, finding it to be as easy as pouring water out of a glass. The same went for pushing mana into it, though that was harder simply by virtue of his lack of control over ambient mana. Vis didn't seem to want to stick at first, but once he emptied it out completely, bringing it below the ambient even in Texas, it accepted his vis. Seems like it holds a lot, Callum said, as he tried to fill it up. Either that or I don't have much endurance. I'm certainly not looking to complain, big man, Lucy winked at him. He winked back. Seriously though, I haven't really heard of any other mages running out of vis, not like you do, guessing it's part of your whole general thing. She waved vaguely in his direction. I'd have to ask that archmage about it, Callum said with a sigh. That certainly wasn't going to happen anytime soon, maybe ever. The man had seemed neutral enough, but there was a big gap between neutral and trusted. Something to put on the list, Lucy said. I remember seeing something about the Thaum capacity of mages a while back, so I can probably find it again. I hope so, he agreed. I wish Gar digitized more records. You and me both, big man. It wasn't the most cheerful of notes to start work on, but at least with the recycling they could make visible progress. Callum did end up transcribing the enchantments on the incubators, or whatever they actually were, on the off chance they weren't something horrific. It might well be something that Fane had created and was unique to the lab, and Callum wasn't quite ready to destroy an enchantment that he didn't understand. Lucy even took pictures, just in case, before they started tearing the thing apart. Each of the incubators supplied enough nearly pure mordite to make a portal anchor pair, which was the largest influx of material yet. The rest of the stuff was rather less pure, less potent, and could be relegated to things like their own set of wards. They even had enough that Lucy could start on proper integration between metal enchants and the obsidian tiles. That meant another go-round with the local metal shops. Callum really wanted a CNC machine, but they were hilariously expensive as well as bulky, and there wasn't any point in making that kind of investment until they were fully moved into the bunker and had a shed or something. Lucy's new 3D printer, even if it was one of the miniature ones, took up enough space as it was. There was only one change made to the base anchor design, and that was to make it so the core, the bit that had to be cut in half, wasn't permanently fixed in place. Instead of being a solid, integral piece inside of a metal shell, it was held together with little locking pins. Considering the amount of prototyping they were doing, setting it up so he could move the core to some other sort of projection enchantment only made sense. It made the anchors slightly larger, but they didn't need to be implantable like his gut portal. "So how exactly are we going to do this nexus?" Lucy asked from her armchair in the rear of the van. Until they had more options for their nexus, Callum wasn't comfortable hanging around the same spot too long. He didn't entirely trust that their location, at least in general, hadn't been compromised when the portal had been accessed. So they were in the van, and Lucy very reasonably didn't want to hang around in a bare, boring rear compartment. They'd furnished the back of the vehicle with some chairs and desks bolted to the floor, and Lucy had even put up a few posters of some bands she liked. It was not and never would be a place to live, but it was at least more welcoming than before. Hopefully, it wouldn't be necessary for very long, assuming there was no sign of anyone snooping around any of their holdings. They'd stopped for lunch on the way to the metal shop they'd sent their designs to, because there had been a problem with the order. The shop didn't want to ship to a PO box, and under the circumstances, it was faster to just pick it up rather than try to convince some underling to send it anyway. That time the business was actually in Colorado rather than Texas, so the van pulled double duty. He rarely actually drove any real distance, simply using the drone to teleport the van to some handy spot near his destination, and arriving in the van to keep up the facade of normalcy. It also gave Lucy the opportunity to do some war driving and catch up on whatever she was involved in from the internet security side of things. Well, we have to have a way to defend against it getting compromised. I have to assume that eventually someone might stumble across an active anchor no matter how careful I am, if not the nexus itself. So, bottom of the ocean for now, but a water mage wouldn't have any trouble with that, I imagine. Yeah, okay, so why not put it in one of those underwater vent things? Smokers, I think, Lucy said, and Callum pursed his lips in consideration, but she wasn't done. Wait, you're looking into making new portal world portals, so what about in a completely different portal world? Oh, even better, put it on the moon. The moon? Callum raised his eyebrows at Lucy. Sure, I mean, portals don't care how far away something is, right? I suppose not, Callum said slowly. But getting to the moon is not easy, even when you have spatial abilities. "Aw, come on, don't you want to have a secret moon base?" Lucy said, draping herself against him. "I definitely wouldn't say no to a secret moon base," Callum said, putting an arm around her. "But I don't think we're quite there yet. I mean, if nothing else, I'm pretty sure there's no mana out there. Hardly any when you get up high, and the moon is really high." "Oh man, I'm gonna get to design magic rockets," Lucy said. "Maybe, but first you gotta design the bottom of the ocean nexus," Callum replied. "Like a hydrothermal vent, isn't that going to be just as vulnerable to water mages? Or will the temperature make it hard for them?" "I guess it depends on how they come at it. I mean, I guess it'd be better if you could stick it in lava, but that would probably just melt. Yeah, too hot and it will ruin Mordite and Corite both, Callum agreed. So we'll have to be careful of where we put it. Right, I'll get to sketching, Lucy said. Yeah, I guess I'd better get back to driving. Callum shifted himself up to the front of the van and pulled out of the restaurant parking lot. Only a few minutes later he arrived at the address on the shop's site, a gravel lot on the outskirts of a minor city. He opened a portal back into the rear to give Lucy a kiss before he headed in to see if he could get their anchors. The man behind the counter looked bored enough until Callum gave the order number. The moment he typed it into the computer at the counter, his eyes widened and he looked faintly panicked. "I'll go check," the guy said, and hurried into the back. Callum frowned and created a portal to listen in, since there was obviously something going on. His perceptions didn't pick up on anything too unusual, nothing supernatural anyway, but that didn't mean there wasn't trouble brewing. "Hey, that guy is here," the clerk told his apparent supervisor. "What guy?" "The one that ordered that pattern on the watch list. Terrorist dude." "No. Well, call the goddamned cops, don't just tell me." Callum made a fist beneath the counter. He could read between the lines pretty easily, and it was clear that he wasn't going to be getting the anchors today. Possibly ever. There was no telling which party had clued people in to the enchantment patterns he was using, because of course it had to be the enchantment part. Nothing else about what he was doing was unique. What really pissed him off was that he'd already paid for it. Lucy had handled that account so it didn't lead back to them directly, but they'd still have to burn it now that it was compromised. Also the destination address, and the email and associated IDs. The only disguise he had on was some putty to change his nose, and a hat to hide his hair, but that would probably be enough. He didn't really stand out. In a way, he was surprised that there weren't already a bunch of federal agents crawling around, or that they hadn't sent the package anyway with an attempt to catch him picking it up. Probably that bit of missed opportunity was the shop acting on its own. He doubted that some proper federal agent had come and told them exactly what to do if an enchantment order showed up. No, if this random shop in Colorado had the information, then it was something that had gone out to all of them. Some bulk mailing from the GAR central office. Or some alphabet soup agency. He focused on the area again, sweeping around in case he'd missed anything obvious, though if someone was lying in wait they probably would have sprung the trap already. There was nothing supernatural, but there were a pair of people in a car across the street with holstered guns. Maybe they were just normal people, but he couldn't help thinking they were government agents. Callum dropped some cleanup beads and teleported back out to the van. No point in waiting around to see what else the shop had to say, let alone what the authorities might do. Lucy glanced up as he popped into existence in the back of the van and saw the look on his face. What happened? "We got found out," Callum said, hearing the disgust in his own voice. "Nobody's after us yet, but let me drive us out of here." "Right," Lucy said, and he teleported himself up front and climbed into the driver's seat. The car didn't follow, but they might be tracking with satellites or something. He definitely didn't have the range to tell anything on that score. Still, all he needed to do was turn off into a wooded driveway, screened from the road and the house, and he was ready to leave. He reached into his cache for a number of washers, turned them into vis-cleaning enchants and dropped them underneath the van. It wasn't actually an emergency, so for the sake of Lucy's comfort he took the time to assemble the teleport for the van out of tubes and brought them back to the cave. Only then did he return to the back of the vehicle. "So, what are we doing now?" Lucy asked, visibly nervous. "Well, we have to assume everything related to the request is compromised. Email, bank account, address, ID, everything. The van too probably, but it's just a van so all we need is new plates. So I guess I need you to try and empty out the accounts in some untraceable way and make sure there's no connections back." "That much I can do," Lucy agreed. "Well, we'll have to stop off somewhere to pull the cash out, but there's not much left in there. Like $100 or something." "Well, that's good," Callum said. "Is everything else secure?" "I think so," Lucy said. "I'll go through it all, though. Once people start digging, there's a lot of weird connections people can make, though." She wrinkled her nose, obviously thinking how she'd been found out. "Better make triple sure." "Thanks," Callum said and sighed, leaning against the inside of the van. "Damn it, I'm going to need to buy CNC stuff now. Not ready for that." "Shouldn't be more than a couple weeks before we have room for one," Lucy said. "Yeah, but a couple weeks without portal anchors," Callum grumped. "Okay, I did plenty fine before I had them, but still, I want a full nexus." "They can't possibly have reached every metal shop in the world," Lucy said. "We can just go down to Brazil or something." "Yeah, I guess so," Callum said. "I just hate being pushed out of my home. I'm going to have to do something about that eventually." "That's not ominous at all." "Well, it's all the same thing, right?" Callum started charging the telepad to head back to the Texas trailer. "Gar's the one fueling all this. I'm already at odds with them, so when that problem gets solved, this all goes away." "That's the theory anyway." "The theory, huh?" Lucy stepped onto the telepad with him and squinted as she tried to trigger it. After a minute she shook her head, but Callum wasn't too disappointed. The telepad was not set up for being triggered by someone else, since it used only the most basic of enchantments. "Yeah, I'm sure it won't be that simple," Callum said with a sigh. "But one thing at a time." "Be damned with Duval," Lorenzo Rossi growled. "What is she thinking? Shutting down the entire transport network in the middle of a manhunt?" "Perhaps she forgot that it's not just her enemies that use it," Ordermaster Minot suggested diffidently. "There has been much public unhappiness about Duval of late." "And there's going to be more," Rossi grumped. "If we'd had the network, we might have been able to get there before Wells arrived." "Even BSC teams couldn't capture him," Minot pointed out. "It's unlikely our own people would have performed much better." "We don't need to capture him," Rossi said. "We just need to make him stop spreading our designs around." "I'm sure we could cut a deal." With Wells able to contend against archmages, especially Archmage Fane, it was no longer an issue of dealing with some heretic mage on the outs with everyone. He was a power in his own right, and required somewhat more careful dealing. It was still imperative to stop Wells from flinging around their designs freely and openly, regardless of his reasons. Preventing him from using them at all was probably impossible, but there were possibilities. Another source of spatial vis for enchanting wouldn't go amiss, especially if he could negotiate a better deal than the one with House Duval. "We can look into alternate methods of getting in contact with Wells," Minot suggested. "Hunting him down has proven to be a problem for, well, everyone. Yet it's almost certain he is in communication with, for example, Scalatooth." "Who doesn't care about enchanting at all," Rossi pointed out. "The Dragon-Blooded had never been tempted by anything the Guild of Enchanting had created, and they even eschewed the transportation network for the most part. But you're right. There may be another way to get to him. Thank goodness we've at least stopped him from spreading stuff around for now." The Guild had spent a substantial amount of money, and not a few favors, getting mundane detectives and law enforcement to canvass the entire United States and Europe. That had involved revealing some small portions of the enchantments Wells was using, but the core parts were barely secrets anyway, and without the whole thing, most people wouldn't be able to put it together. Even then, it was not so much the secrecy itself as the knowledge that it was the Guild's secret. The best way to harness Wells was to get him on the guild's side. Obviously not with threats, that had not gone well for anyone so far. But if Wells was making black market enchantments by blindly cribbing designs, he likely could use the expertise of real enchanters. Very well, see if you can get a meeting with Scalatooth. The more we have to deal with Wells the hard way, the more things are likely to escalate. Rossi frowned. At the same time, we might as well pursue whatever leads the mundanes turn up. No sense in wasting that investment. The skinwalker snarled and lashed out with its ragged, rotted black nails, and Chester slid back out of range, claws scraping on the tile of the despoiled kitchen. With its human guise shed, the monstrosity was even taller than Chester, skin like tanned leather overstretched on a gaunt, too-long frame with muscle and sinew like steel cords. The thing was incredibly ugly, as befits such a monster, and stank of cold and rot. Since Gar had more or less blacklisted them, they'd run out of Korite ammunition in their spats with Ravib's forces, not that they'd had much to begin with. Chester hadn't been trading favors with the right people, so they were down to claws and blades, which was how the Fae liked it. They would even call it fair, which meant it was anything but. Roy lunged in with his Korite dagger, punching a hole through the tough hide of the thing's back, and jumping away again as it rounded on him. Thick, lumpy black blood oozed from the wound, but it didn't seem to be slowing the skinwalker down. They were tough bastards, which was why it took him and the wolf pack to deal with this one rather than leaving it to the local alpha. That and it had eaten the local alpha, which was how it had gotten noticed in the first place. Even skinwalkers couldn't manage to replace a shifter in the pack bonds, the connection the symbiotes created among themselves. Chester wasn't sure why the skinwalker had even tried, save for that shape-changing Fae seemed to have an especial hatred of shifters. Chester sprang in the moment the skinwalker turned, sinking his claws into the thing's back. It felt simultaneously like trying to dig through steel and like cutting rotted meat, a thoroughly unpleasant sensation compounded by the Fae's mana rattling against his own. It was a contest the skinwalker lost, of course, since a single Fae couldn't stand up to the power of Chester's entire pack, funneled upward to him. He rent and tore, and leapt back when the thing's arms bent entirely the wrong way to try and cut his throat. John took his turn flanking with his own dagger, the three of them whittling it down rather than just grappling it. Chester could simply tackle it and outlast the thing, but there was no point in doing anything that stupid when they could kill more safely and efficiently some other way. It was strong and fast, but not stronger or faster than the wolf pack or Chester, and it was outnumbered. 3 minutes later it had slowed enough, not from blood loss as it seemed to have an unlimited supply of the stinking, half-clotted stuff, but from severed tendons and punctured muscles. Crippled that way, Chester simply bore it down to the blood-smeared tile floor and severed its spine at the neck, grimly sawing his way through until he beheaded it. "These things are awful," Roy rumbled, holding his arms out so his claws wouldn't accidentally smear any of that awful black blood on his fur. "I think we're going to have to burn this place." "Probably," Chester agreed. He scraped his own claws across the wood of the wall in an effort to clean them, but it was already hopeless. He was going to have to bathe in lye or something to get the stink out. "How many of these does Ravib have?" John asked, staring down at the corpse. "They're tough." "Only when they've successfully replaced someone," Chester said. "The more they follow their story, the stronger they get, but Fae this nasty rarely get the chance." "Good thing, too," John said. "Yeah, well, with Ravib encouraging them, we're only going to see more problems." Chester scowled. "I hope you're not intending to walk into Yellowstone," Roy said dryly, trying to wipe off his own claws. The house was a loss, and Chester was only glad that the late Alpha Moore's mate and children had gotten out of there before something worse could happen. Hardly. No, Ravib is not someone I could reach without major casualties, but perhaps there is someone who could reach him. Yeah, Ray frowned at his claws, which still were stained black. We will have to see what Mr. Wells has to say. If anyone can eliminate a Fey king in his lair, it would be him. And if anyone has earned it, it would be Ravib. Chapter 15, Favor. There's something I think we need to discuss face to face. Callum frowned at the phone portal he was using to talk to Alpha Chester and then glanced at Lucy. She shrugged back. That sort of wording always made Callum think that he was in trouble somehow, but he was absolutely certain he'd done nothing that would irk Chester. "What's this about?" he asked, not quite ready to pop through on Chester's say-so. "I have a favor to ask, or maybe a job for you to do." Callum wasn't much enamored of doing jobs for other people, but so far Chester hadn't asked for anything too outrageous. More importantly, he'd taken Callum's rejections of direct employment with enough grace that it wasn't like Chester as pressuring him into anything. Is now good? Yes. Right, we're coming through. He would have preferred to be more indirect than opening a portal directly from the bunker, but they still didn't have the new portal anchors made. There were language barrier issues, and just finding a machine shop with the right stuff in South or Central America was more difficult. Not impossible by any means, but they'd only just found someone who seemed like he could do it properly. The reason he'd sent his only free portal anchor over to Chester was to see about actually selling another set of telepads. Perhaps even two. With the GAR system temporarily shut down, he was sure it'd be an easy sell, and perhaps not even to Chester. There had to be others out there willing to take the risk, even though Chester would probably play intermediary. He opened up a portal for himself and Lucy, and stepped through from the Texas trailer into Chester's basement. It was significantly warmer than their trailer and its relatively anemic heater, and Lucy happily shed her sweater before flopping down into one of the overstuffed armchairs in the room. For the first time, Callum appraised it as a room, rather than as a secret meeting place, considering how much work it might be to put something like it into his cave. "Thank you," Chester said, in his half-form rather than human. Somehow, even as a 10-foot hyena-cat wolf, he still looked to have a Viking beard with the ruffles of his white fur. "Please have a seat." Callum took the chair next to Lucy's, as Chester's wife Lisa came down the stairs carrying a tray of fresh-baked chocolate chip cookies and an assortment of drinks. Lucy visibly perked up at the smell of the cookies, which Callum had to admit was quite enticing, though really it only made him worry about what exactly Chester had in mind that required buttering up, though it wasn't Chester that started things. "Look at you two," Lisa said with a grin. "You're so cute together." Said Lucy. Callum suppressed a smile, well recognizing the signs of the interested mother or grandmother. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Lisa asked Lucy as she put down the cookies. "Time's a-wasting. When are you going to make it official?" Said Lucy, her face red. Callum laughed and rescued her. "We're discussing that," he said. "Things are a little crazy right now." "They're always like that," Lisa said dismissively. "Put off having a family for any reason and you'll put it off for every reason. Then you'll regret it." She waved a cookie threateningly in Lucy's direction. "So I'm expecting to see babies soon." Now I know how your kids feel," Lucy complained. "Do you have to put it that way?" "Yes," Lisa said unrepentantly. Lucy looked at Callum helplessly and he put his arm around her. "It's a mom thing," he told her. Lisa wasn't Lucy's actual mother, but considering that Lucy had been completely disowned by her blood family, the shifter matriarch was clearly the better parent. "With that out of the way," Chester said, unfazed by his wife's behavior as Lisa sat down beside him on the couch. "GAR is beginning to fragment, and some people who were previously behaving no longer are. I don't complain of this to you, since people have been chafing at their bonds for a while, sniping and nibbling where they could get away with it. The only difference is that things have started happening much faster. Someone's giving you trouble, Callum asked, taking a cookie for himself and getting a knowing smile from Lisa. He couldn't imagine that anyone could cause Chester issues short of Gar itself, or maybe an archmage or the highest-powered vamp or fae. Let us say King Ravib has decided to embrace certain aspects that he had not emphasized before, Chester replied. There are a lot of, frankly, monsters that he's let run rampant, really actively directed toward us. That certainly does not sound good, Callum said cautiously. Part of him wanted to protest that it wasn't his business, but he knew that wasn't entirely true. From any angle. No, his people have been killing mine as well as any mundanes that have gotten in their way, Chester said bluntly. I have had my differences with Ravib in the past, but I did not realize he had been so constrained by oversight. Now he's been granted full latitude by Gar. Wait, wouldn't he get in trouble for killing non-magical folks? Lucy protested. Callum was happy to hear her not calling them mundanes. Normally, yes, but they've got dispensation from Constance herself to be rather more profligate than before. Chester shook his head. It's been practically a war between my people and his. Maybe the Fae don't care about deaths, but I do. Constance again, Callum sighed. While he was sure that Chester was telling the truth, he also knew that Chester's goals had to do with his own stability and power. Callum did not like being used as a political pawn, even if the target absolutely deserved it. Okay, so it's sounding like Ravib needs to go. Would that actually stop these attacks? I mean, if the Fae are just monstrous, wouldn't they rampage anyway? I'm surprised you didn't ask for proof, Chester said. Oh, I'll want whatever you have, certainly, but you wouldn't pitch something like this to me unless you could back it up. Callum rubbed at his forehead, contemplating it. A Fae King would actually be easier to take out than an Archmage with a teleport redirection, but he was pretty sure he couldn't actually manage such a thing, especially not now. For your question, no. With the chaos of having a king missing and the way the kings make the enclaves, no. Even those that decided to run amok would not be nearly as empowered. Then there would be the infighting. Chester shook his head as he contemplated it. I do not think they would be nearly the threat without Ravib. I have a grudge of my own, but that wasn't enough to justify going after him. This, though, Callum pressed his lips together. Those that prey on people cannot be suffered to live. That feels a little strong, Lucy said. I mean, I guess I can't argue, but it kinda sounds fanatical. Perhaps it is, Callum conceded. But it's what I can point to and feel absolutely firm about. All the supernaturals are too complicated, and all the infighting is old politics that I can't really comment on. It's not my place to deal with old grudges or the like. But preying on people, that makes you a monster. You know, some would stretch that definition to include an awful lot of people, Chester said. Sure, but you know what I mean and I know what I mean. You can pick apart words forever, make anything mean anything. Callum shrugged. I know I'm not good enough to debate semantics, so I won't even try. He knew he was being a bit defensive, but he'd run into the word-twisting type more often than he'd liked, especially in his former life as a consultant. I do know what you mean, Chester said, so I can rely on you for help. Tell me what we're up against first, Callum said, glancing over at Lucy. I have certain advantages, but I'm not some tactical genius. Callum found it surprising that Ravib's kingdom was located deep in Yellowstone National Park, though he couldn't say why. Maybe because the names of the Fae that Ravib commanded were from entirely different areas, though as he understood it, the Fae were aping the legends rather than the other way around, after Lucy had filled him in on how Fae tended to follow stories. though just being in Yellowstone didn't narrow anything down, considering how huge the park was. Specifically, Ravib was located in the rugged mountains near the Continental Divide, his enclave twisting space and time so there was far more room than appeared on any map. Fey magic was, properly speaking, complete bullshit, as unlike shifters or vampires or even mages it could do almost anything. That was, fortunately for everyone, balanced by the fact that it was restricted by its own arcane rules, further twisted and turned by the Fae's odd psychology. So the spatial stuff was not at all like what Duval or, to a lesser extent, Callum could do, and only worked exactly where the Fae court was. Callum had seen something related to that kind of work down in Florida, but he hadn't stumbled across wherever the actual Fae kingdom was, if indeed it was at all hidden, and not just located in one of the giant skyscrapers in Miami. Ravib's location needed a little bit more to obscure it, so he wasn't surprised they had their own version of glamour. While Callum expected that his senses would be able to see through that kind of trickery, he didn't actually know. Most Fae kings are surrounded by their court, though not too much of it, Chester said. I obviously haven't been to Ravib's, but you'd expect to see all kinds of smaller Fae around the periphery and nobles in close to Ravib. So I probably couldn't fly the drone in, Callum said thoughtfully. Even if we could, I wouldn't trust it afterward, Lucy said. Fae magic does some spooky stuff. Callum nodded grim agreement. Yeah, I'd have to throw it into Mictlan to get purged, and I'm not sure how much I'd trust that either. Callum shook his head. Is there any chance of luring Ravib out? Some kind of Gar meeting or something? Maybe, if you hadn't sent everyone scrambling after you killed Fane, Chester said, though there was no bite to his tone. Though I expect it wouldn't be particularly healthy for me to show up to a meeting either. There's probably more than a few people who'd like to catch me out in the open. Callum grimaced. He knew that there'd be fallout from his defiance of Gar and his removal of people like Fane, but it wasn't pleasant to hear about it. Not that he would change what he did. Other people reacting badly wasn't something he had control over. So, if we can't lure him out, then we have to get into his kingdom, and that sounds pretty difficult. At least, not without being noticed. Callum drummed his fingers on the chair arm. Is there some Fae that are friendly that could give us advice? Maybe some kind of material we could disguise a portal anchor with. You would have to go to the Fae for that last one, Chester said. So far as friendly, well, I'm not sure I'd consider any Fae to be particularly friendly. Not really. But doing business with the ghost, that would probably work. That nickname, Callum said with a wince. I guess it's worth a shot. The only one I've had any dealings with is Farachar. Would you recommend him? Actually, no, the others might get jealous, Lisa said. I'd actually recommend King Gisserel. You killed some of his nobles, so dealing with him would end up with more credit to the Fae mind. They are so weird, Lucy muttered. So long as I can do it at a distance, I suppose that's okay, Callum said with a frown. That was definitely business to transact through a warded portal, or really, one of Lucy's boxes with the transceiver portal hidden somewhere nearby, or the easiest option by phone. I don't suppose there's a number I can call him at. I don't know of one, Chester said. Lucy. I'm pretty sure not, but I'll check after this, Lucy said. He probably doesn't, considering where his kingdom is centered, Lisa said. Over in Europe, most of the Fae kings have a phone somewhere, but some of the ones here are pretty well closeted away in wilderness. HMMK. Callum took a bite of his cookie and considered for a moment. He didn't mind doing preparatory work, in fact, he needed to, since he could only get things done with tricks. But considering how irritating his last deal with the Fae was, he really didn't look forward to it. Especially if Gisserel figured out what Callum was up to, since he was pretty sure that somehow Ravi would end up knowing about it. Right then. Do you think he'd care about telepads? There's not much I can trade without giving away my goal. Everyone cares about telepads since Duval shut down the network. Even backcountry Faye. That made Callum wince. While he didn't viscerally understand how much Gar had depended on the teleports, he knew that it had a deep impact. It was absolutely bizarre to contemplate that a few moves on his part had crippled a global magical authority. Of course, it wasn't like one incident would shut down an entire network. That didn't happen in the mundane world, and it wouldn't happen in the supernatural one. People must have been just waiting for an excuse, some inciting incident to seize on. It was just luck, good or bad, that he'd been that incident. Right, well, Callum pursed his lips. Then I think we have a plan. We do, Lucy said, looking skeptical. An idea of a plan at any rate. I would offer you more material support if I could, Chester said. I'm aware this is not a simple task, but we are very low on cold iron ourselves, and I suspect you don't intend to stick him with a knife anyway. What about the enchanting metalwork? Lucy asked. We're having to do things the long way around for that. I'd love to, Chester said, but all our businesses are under scrutiny of some sort. That would almost certainly get caught. Oh, boo, Lucy said, wrinkling her nose. You know, Callum said after considering a moment. I actually have an idea for something your people could do that wouldn't look suspicious. Do you happen to have anyone who does carpentry? I have a place that needs furnishing. This is an absolute mess, Ray Danforth said. This scene isn't much different than the last 8. Felicia scrawled on her tablet. I mean everything, he sighed. The scene in question was one of shattered furniture, carpets crusted with blood, steel frames bowing out from the walls, and debris scattered about as if a tornado had hit the place. It wasn't even the first one like that the pair had seen in the past few weeks. So far the fighting between various factions was quiet from the outside, but that didn't make it any less vicious. There were no bodies. The two of them could very well guess who had been involved from the sorts of damage that had been done to the suburban house. The brute force physical violence was vampire, considering the time frame and lack of any claw marks, while the odd patches of perfectly unmarred floor or wall indicated fey trickery at work. The glamours had failed along with the creators' lives, which was one reason why they were there. Someone had called the police after hearing the ruckus, as they put it. The DAI was one of the few departments left in Gar operating mostly at full strength, but that hardly helped when there was more to investigate than ever. People had been taking advantage of the muddled enforcement and even open encouragement to settle old scores. It had reached the point where Ray and Felicia had been pulled off the useless Chester investigation again. The sudden explosion of violence was strange if for no other reason than the perpetrators would be caught eventually. The supernatural world wasn't that large and people had loose lips no matter the species. It was as if people thought they'd never be held to account, even when Gar recovered. Which might well be the case. Neither Ray nor Felicia really knew much about some of the people who'd been brought in as the DAI and BSC reshuffled themselves. In a way, it wasn't surprising. Most of the grudges weren't something generations past. They were within living memory for most Fae and quite a few vampires, and Gar had made sure there was little goodwill between the different factions. Ray wouldn't go so far as to say Gar and the Mages had played them off against each other in the past, but that was certainly going on now. What do you expect? There's basically bounties out now. Yeah, makes me wonder why we're investigating. We know why it happened and to whom. Paperwork makes the world go round. That and favors. Somehow Felicia managed to pack scorn into her handwriting as she referred to what they'd found out about Constance, and some of the others high up in Gar after the bombshell of Archmage Fane's death and the revelations of his activities. They certainly didn't believe that Constance had actually sent it, especially since even moderate scrutiny had found a number of unpleasant facts that indicted Constance almost as much as Fane. It was all out there in the open. There was really no attempt to hide the favor trading and special dispensations Constance handed out. Probably because it was her department and who would hold her to account. Certainly not Gar, and the Archmages wouldn't care. Not that Ray had been entirely unaware of that kind of thing, but he'd never looked into the breadth of it before. Their banishment to useless jobs had not helped. "So are we done here?" Ray asked, and Felicia nodded. They didn't even need their supernatural talents for this particular crime scene. Just a keen eye and Felicia's tablet to take notes and pictures. Fortunately, they didn't need to even try to wrangle any time from the overworked BSC to deal with any leaks, since if anyone had seen anything suspicious they were keeping it to themselves, and that was good enough. The two of them left the house, ducking under police tape, which worked nearly as well as glamour sometimes. He took big breaths of fresh, frigid air to clear the smell of death from his nose, glancing up at an overcast sky that had a few flakes drifting down. Useless. Have to go after Master Veneto. Felicia wrote, looking as frustrated as he felt. Sure, Ray agreed. If they actually want to stop this. Which I don't think they do. He cast a privacy shield around them before he said the last, just in case there were any observers. He was pretty sure there weren't, since he'd cast his vis out and found every breathing being within the nearest mile. There was nobody unexpected, but it was an important precaution these days. Just because he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary didn't mean there wasn't anything, as Wells' actions had shown. We should find John. He's got to have some idea of what to do. Ray nodded. Though he didn't look it, John was far older than either Ray or Felicia and sat outside normal Gar hierarchy as a special investigator. He would have a better grasp of what the options might be, given that they were hardly in a position to trust the DAI. The problem was, John was not exactly readily accessible. The man had been in charge of an investigation that had not only ruffled the feathers of half the houses, but hadn't even caught the target. Though there was still a concerted effort to track down Wells, John himself had departed under a cloud and promptly vanished from the public eye. Ray still had the Scrycom John had issued them, which ought to be linked to John's. It was buried somewhere in the office, but now that Felicia had raised the idea it should be easy enough to find. They weren't really doing anything else meaningful with their time anyway, aside from Felicia stewing on Gar's sudden slide into deep corruption. Or rather, the sudden reveal of that corruption. They headed back to the office, Ray's glider doing the bulk of the heavy lifting. That was another reason they were being leaned on to cover the reports of violence and death. Ray's mobility was abruptly far more valuable with the teleportation network so diminished. He wasn't complaining. He liked flying in his glider. The Scrycom was in the drawer of his desk, and he exchanged glances with Felicia before by silent and unanimous verdict they went back out. There probably weren't people listening in on the offices in Gar, but it wasn't worth the risk. Wells had been declared heretic by House Duval, which was as good as automatically blacklisting or even targeting anyone who could be considered on his side. And in the current climate questioning, Gar would definitely be seen as aligning with Wells. Once they were safely in the air, soaring 500 feet above Minneapolis, Ray energized the Scrycom. Despite their precautions, he wasn't at all convinced it would actually work. With John in hiding or seclusion, it wouldn't have been surprising if the linked Scrycom had been destroyed. So he was actually surprised when the focus connected. Agent John. Agent Danforth, John's voice came. I'd forgotten I had this on my band. I assume you're not just calling for the fun of it. I am not, he said. Felicia and I are hoping for some advice. Not sure how much I can give you, John said wryly. I'm not really part of GAR anymore. That's part of what we're asking, Felicia said, since the Scrycom wouldn't carry the power in her voice. DAI is being turned into a political tool, and neither Ray nor I are comfortable with that. And we're on the wrong end after everything that's gone down. Yes, I'm right there with you, John replied. Unfortunately, unless you're willing to play high-level politics, there's not much you can do, other than keep your head down. Willing or not, neither of us are really part of high-level politics. I thought Agent Black. No, Felicia interrupted, voice flat. Ray winced as the power bounced off him, despite the precautions he took to avoid being affected by her voice. I see. Well, the only options you have are to play the game or bail out. What do you mean, bail out? Is that where you've gone? Hold up somewhere. Ray didn't want to push too much, but he was curious where John had gone. I'm with Grand Magus Tazen, John said. It's not like there was anyone else who was willing to take me in. Ray nodded, realizing he didn't know what house John was. Or maybe he was originally BSC no house and had severed ties before becoming an independent agent. Where'd he vanish off to anyway? Felicia asked. People have even asked us about him. Needless to say, he had a few more plans and contingencies than anyone thought, John replied. I can't tell you where we are, but we are in seclusion. The Grand Magus is trying to push to Archmage. Oh, Ray took a moment to just contemplate that. There weren't that many Archmages, though there weren't exactly official roles. Perhaps 30 or so, and a few others that preferred not to show themselves, hiding away on a family estate and not engaging with the world. Just because someone had the power of an archmage didn't mean they had the temperament or interest in taking up the burdens of leadership and politics that came along with the title. Even so, almost all archmages had a single aspect. There were only a few people in history with a triple aspect. None of them had become archmages, and none of them had as lethal a combination as Tazen. Though Ray wasn't sure how much becoming Archmage would really change for the head of BSC, the man was an accomplished combat mage to begin with. I can't invite you of my own accord, but I suspect the Archmagus would be glad to have anyone of good character that Gar sees no use for, John continued. Ray was glad that he'd taken the glider out. That was not a comment they needed anyone overhearing. That's quite generous, Ray said cautiously, exchanging a look with Felicia. I don't believe we're at that stage yet. Not yet, but I don't like the way things are going, Felicia said, which actually surprised Ray. He hadn't directly asked what story she was following, but he was pretty sure it was the professional detective. It was difficult to know exactly where he slotted in, especially with the tension between them, but he wouldn't have thought she'd turn away from her employer. We will certainly keep it in mind, Ray concluded, going with Felicia's decision. I suppose it depends on how bad things get. What's going on now could easily resolve itself if the Archmages got together and decided to fix it. But they aren't. Which I'm kind of surprised they haven't already, since Duval shut down the transport network. I think you're underestimating the impact of someone killing Fane, John said. The last time any archmages were killed was hundreds of years ago, and it was Fane who did it. Now, they all have to feel vulnerable. Wells is dangerous, but that dangerous. Ray shook his head. His house was a minor one, and he'd more aligned himself with the DAI rather than house politics, so he wasn't much in tune with the higher echelons. It's more that it shows archmages can be killed, Felicia said. I'm not even that convinced Wells is all that powerful. It wasn't like he managed to breach any shields at Garrison 2. It's more that he can completely blindside people. We don't even know Fane is dead, just that he disappeared. An academic difference at best, John replied. Yeah, Ray mused. But if that's the case, I'm surprised that the houses haven't stirred themselves to locate wells of their own accord, though I guess it's not like they have any more leads than we do. They're probably blaming each other for wells, but he might not be part of any house, John said. I expect they'll start going after people outside the direct houses soon enough, too, he added, unsubtly hinting at their own situation. I wonder if he knows how much chaos he's caused, Ray said, rather than a direct response to John. They weren't yet ready to say yes or no, or if that was his plan all along. Callum hadn't been back to the area where he'd rescued the Connors ever since his headlong flight months ago. Not that he'd had reason to, but the whole region still had a no-go marker in his head. Even by proxy, it felt weird to return to the Creed area, especially since he was actually looking for Faye. He'd sharpened his senses considerably since then, so he could sense a little bit an alteration in the local density of mana. It wasn't so much a current, like with portals, as the edge of a pond or possibly a lake. Part of him wondered how he had missed it before, but back then he hadn't known what to look for. There were, in theory, official ways to get the attention of a Fey king that didn't involve wandering into his territory, but Callum didn't want official. Nor was he wandering, strictly speaking, as he teleported his screened anchor deeper into the wilderness. It was one of the anchors made out of korite, since cold iron was the Fey bane material, and ought to provide an extra layer of defense against any trickery the Fey tried. Lucy had suggested not using the drone to fly in, since he was supposed to be the ghost. Something obvious was not part of the ghost's narrative from the Fey perspective, so he was manually working his way deeper into the Fey kingdom. He had no idea how far he could get without being noticed, but he'd have to talk to someone eventually. "How's it looking?" Lucy asked, fiddling with the communicator box that she'd picked out for the task. Not only did it have the normal audio-visual stuff, but, considering they were dealing with Fae, there was a small korite gridded cavity for him to open a portal and peer out or listen with his own eyes and ears. He wasn't sure he wanted to risk it, but there was every chance the electronics would flat out fail to work. "Nothing so far," he reported. "Just a few small Fae so far." He also stared, noticing some weirdness to the general, everything a few miles deeper into the Fey territory. It was hard to puzzle out, but there seemed to be some fundamental shift that applied to the space in general, somewhat like the portal world's spatial difference but in reverse. The deeper he went, the more change there was. The whole thing seemed to be an enchantment of absolutely enormous proportions, or maybe a spell. While he couldn't tell what the magic was actually doing, the Fey lack of need for a frame seemed to work to their advantage to truly large-scale workings. The magic just floated about, doing what it did without any architecture to hold it in place. There were more spatial changes too, something subtle but still noticeable. He was pretty sure there was a form of expansion, but it wasn't just that. While he didn't know how exactly the Fey magic was doing it, there was a definite twist to areas of the forested terrain that almost hurt his brain. "Okay, this is bizarre," he said, rubbing at his temples. "We're going to need, like, 4-dimensional CAD if I want to transcribe what I'm sensing here." "Oh, non-Euclidean stuff?" Lucy asked with interest. "I could probably try and hack something together, but it's really hard to get that stuff right." "Might have to come back to this then," Callum said. "It's got to be useful, even if I don't really understand it yet." Especially if he was supposed to understand how to open up portals to different worlds. For the moment he did his best to memorize what he was sensing before he somewhat reluctantly moved on. There was a reason he was there, and it wasn't like the Fey enclave was going anywhere. The flourishes only got more prominent and more severe as he got deeper anyway. to the point that he could only imagine it would be massively disorienting for anyone trying to navigate normally. He wasn't quite willing to pop open a secondary portal to look directly, but he could guess that there were areas that didn't lead where they seemed they should, or were larger inside than outside, or just had distorted directions. Obviously, quite a few of these were centered around dwellings that certainly weren't houses, open-air meadows framed by pillars or trees grown into sheltering overhangs with furniture resting on naked grass. A number of them were inhabited, and it was difficult to tell sometimes which might be sapient fae and which might be beasts, or if there was really any difference. There was what seemed to be a perfectly ordinary bear, save for the vis swirling about it, solemnly having tea with a 2-foot-tall man in a suit. A man-shaped creature scampered happily about on all fours, despite not being anatomically suited for it, and lapped water from a stream like a dog. Callum would have thought him some enthralled victim save for the way magic swirled about him as he moved. Whatever he was dangerous. It was clearly not Gisserel, though. He'd seen what a Fae king looked like in Miami, and there was a world of difference between the man-beast and an actual powerful Fae. So far none of them had seemed to notice the tiny portal anchor being teleported along at the edges of what he could sense, but it was small, and he was definitely not getting anywhere near anyone or anything that might notice. Not that they could remain unnoticed for long. According to what he could read and what Lucy and Chester had told him, a Fae king was preternaturally aware of things that happened within the bound of his kingdom, and something like human magic should be obvious. Plus the vis cleanup beads he was leaving as he went. Even if his portal anchor was made from the Fae bane material, that should only make it more obvious something was going on. Not that he was going to complain if he did manage to make it all the way to Gisserel on his own terms. A little deeper in, and things became even more obviously unnatural, with wispy trees supporting large platforms with dancing fae, or even houses built on the mists billowing up from a waterfall. The latter one was just offensive to Callum's sensibilities, but it wasn't his house, so he forced himself to leave it be. It wasn't like he could do anything without drawing attention anyway, and he was pretty certain he was close to the center. One teleport more and he finally got noticed. The surrounding lake of denser mana, something that was precipitated out of the ambient flow like a brine pool on the ocean floor, trembled, and a fae that had to be Gisserel simply walked out of a tree near the anchor. It happened too fast for Callum to really understand what he was seeing, but it didn't seem like a teleport. Though it was probably a mistake to think of anything the Fae did as having a direct equivalent to mage spell forms. Some of the liquid Fae magic swam into being around his portal anchor, a dense and rapid thing that would actually make it difficult for him to run a vis thread through without it shredding. Fortunately, the barrier was not so close that he didn't have room to work, and he gave Lucy a quick signal before he teleported her box onto the grass above the anchor. "King Gisserel, I presume," he said, and the Fae stopped. The camera on the box showed an elegantly garbed man looking as if he had been carved from some pale wood, with pine needles for hair and beard. The trees and grass in the background were impossibly green and brown and bright, the entire scene like something out of some fantasy painting. "I am," Gisserel said, hands clasped behind him as he regarded the box with knot-like eyes. "Good," said Callum. "I am the ghost. There is something I wish to purchase." "Really?" Gisserel didn't seem particularly upset. "Only interested. If you really are the ghost, you can tell me what happened to my people that you removed." "They're in caves about 1,200 feet underground from where they were hunting," Callum said. At this point, it didn't seem to be necessary to keep that particular secret. He also had to refrain from any further comment on the situation. "Ah. That makes a great deal of sense," Gisserel nodded sagely. Perhaps that is close enough to preserve in tableau. We will see. It jolted Callum to hear the Fey King considering the dead only for their entertainment value, but he had to remind himself that Fey were weird. To my requirements, I need a container or material that can hide the presence of human magic from a Fey King. Really, Gisserl said in some amusement. It sounds like I would be giving you a weapon to use against me. If I wanted to move against you, I would have already done so, Callum said. That sounds like a threat. I do not make threats, Callum replied. He always felt a little stupid acting like some tough, aloof assassin, but apparently it was effective. Indeed, Gisserl said and inclined his head to the box. In return you offer a telepad pair. No restrictions, no networking, just a pair of discs that will swap contents. You will have to have the capability to charge and trigger a human enchantment, but that is the only caveat. An interesting proposal. We Fae do have our own ways of moving about, you know. Certainly, Callum agreed. But other Fae would know about those, wouldn't they? This would be something else, something they don't have and can't replicate. Now that is definitely something worth paying for, Gisserl replied, the pine needle hair rattling as his expression brightened. I think we can do business. Chapter 16 Foreshocks. Callum spent almost a week putting magical threads into Portal World metals. It felt like he'd slowed down on that front, taking longer the more experience he'd gotten, but there were reasons. His new enchantments were more complex, with actual trigger portions, and far better made than his earlier stuff. The designs were still being made by CNC, though. Lucy had found an appropriate machine shop in Mexico, very far from the cave cache, and while the shop had fleeced him on the costs, the work was good enough. 4 portal pairs and a very large teleportation pad for Gisserl, the latter of which necessitated another trip into the Fey enclave. The second time around, he made sure to take a deeper and longer look at some of the spatial weirdness involved. Not only did he want to be able to do that kind of thing himself, but if he was going to start working on portal world connections, he needed to expand his mind. The portals he'd seen were all different, and he would definitely study them again. But there wasn't anything obvious about how and why they cut between worlds. He knew that some of what he was seeing was just Fey weirdness, since waterfalls plunging straight out of redwood-sized oaks into pools larger than the roots framing them were not an aspect of normal Earth terrain. At the same time, he was more than willing to learn from people who had been warping reality for longer than he'd been alive, so long as he did the learning on his own terms at least. Gisserl appeared in the same glade that they'd met the first time, for certain values of meat. There was nothing there but grass and trees, not even other Fae. The king was the only person within Callum's prodigious range, despite some obvious dwellings in trees and below the ground. So long as the magic is kept within the bounds of this wood, it will not be detectable, Gisserl said, producing a sphere of dark, striated wood the size of a basketball from nowhere in particular. So far he hadn't remarked on Callum's use of the transmitter box, taking it completely in stride. Considering the sylvan surroundings, that seemed strange, but perhaps it was just the reputation of the ghost helping things along. As long as there is no seam or crack, of course, he added. Of course, Callum said. It was pretty typical, there being some kind of catch. That was just how Fey magic worked. He was pretty sure, but that was the kind of restriction he could manage. I have your teleportation plates ready as specified. Gisserl had wanted them large enough for a horse, which was bigger than Callum had made before but only took a little extra enchanting material, and not even the good stuff. He popped the plates out onto the grass, and Gisserl let the wooden sphere fall. Callum caught it before it hit the ground, teleporting it off to a remote location through the makeshift portal nexus. There was no way he was going to trust the wooden ball. He was sure it would do what Gisserel said it would, but he would bet that it wouldn't do 1 ounce more. He'd borrowed a small pocket in the earth, something too small to even be called a cave, in the northern Appalachian Mountains for the purpose. "Pleasure doing business with you," Callum said. "I look forward to seeing what the ghost has planned," Gisserel said. Callum recalled the communication box and anchor and let out a long breath. "He is a little creepy," Lucy said. She'd been able to see his living bark face from her own laptop, where she'd mirrored and recorded the exchange. "Kinda like a movie effect of some sort." "Yeah," Callum agreed. "I'm actually a little weirded out that he doesn't seem to actually care I killed his subjects. Either he's really good at hiding a grudge, or he's completely inhuman." "Faye King," Lucy reminded him. "Yeah, weird to think about, but yeah." Callum shook his head. "Well, we're done with him for now. Time to start working on the Heidi ball he gave us." "Heidi ball," Lucy said and giggled. "Don't worry, I'll have my shooty bit ready for your Heidi ball soon enough." "Shouldn't that be my line?" Callum asked, and Lucy snorted. She closed out the conferencing program and opened up a file to get back to her own work. She'd made a remote fire mechanism for the antimaterial rifle, but was still debugging it, a process as arcane to him as his abilities were to her. Ultimately, it'd probably be better to replace the entire firing assembly with something custom-made, but for the moment Lucy had a device that literally just pulled the trigger. Which sounded easy, but making sure the timing was tight and consistent required a bit more finesse. His part was the ball, and that meant doing something that he'd only ever had middling success with, tearing apart something solid with teleportation. Doing so with tiny bits of flesh was hard enough, and wood was even more difficult. Faye wood, doubly or triply so. Teleporting out a pea-sized chunk of wood from the center of the sphere he'd been provided knocked him flat for an entire day. Which brought a lot of fussing from Lucy, something he didn't entirely dislike. She had a point that he wasn't by himself anymore, and he didn't need to just go off and do things by himself. And by corollary, risks he took weren't just his to bear. But he couldn't think of any other way he could have done it, and he had yet to find any particular risk in exhausting his vis other than having to rest. Once he'd recovered, it was simple enough to open a tiny portal and drill through it to start removing material from the inside of the wood. He kept the shavings, though he had no idea what he'd do with them, and taped a portal anchor into the cavity he'd scraped in the ball. Callum really would rather have made a proper fixture, but it wasn't worth the extra time and effort when duct tape worked just as well. They took the ball out to a quarry for testing. There were a surprising number of disused, abandoned, or otherwise deserted pits and mines and quarries in Texas, so he could go to a new one each time. Though as big empty pits surrounded by rock and scrub went, they were pretty much all the same. "Great, this should work, but I haven't tried it with live ammunition yet," Lucy said. She adjusted her ear protection, and Callum double-checked his before he opened a portal. The rifle was anchored to a frame that was itself bolted into the rock of the cave cache. They'd lined up a number of his water barrels in front of it just in case. Though it shouldn't go off unless one or the other of them triggered Lucy's device, it was still loaded and had to be treated with the respect it deserved. He squeezed the thumb trigger Lucy had rigged the transmitter to and Servo's word as the signal traveled through the portal and to the receiver on the other side. They'd made sure to get a semi-automatic type, as it suited their purposes better, and several loud reports shattered the air as it fired rapidly. A single press was single fire, but it wasn't likely that he'd ever use that. Even with his spatial sense-assisted aim, he didn't trust that one bullet would hit, or be sufficient. "Woo, that's a racket," Lucy said, as Callum vented the cave to get rid of the smell and generally refresh the air. "It works, though." "It works," he confirmed. Fane Chen was less than happy about the state of House Fane. He couldn't enjoy the luxury of his office, the silk drapes and cushions, the gold inlaid desk, the glowing monopowered sculptures that doubled as elegant light fixtures. Nor could he enjoy the magnificent view of the house gardens outside, properly and elegantly trimmed and kept green and thriving even during winter. Ever since that heretic had banished Patriarch Fane, Chen refused to believe the patriarch was actually dead, since he couldn't conceive of anything powerful enough to kill an archmage. The house had been treading difficult ground. There were suddenly more houses willing to flout them than there should have been, or even dared to oppose them outright. There had already been deaths, despite the threat of House Fane's wrath. Then there were the internal problems, with Fane Yun and Fane Li Hua vying with him for control of the house. The utter fools. The patriarch had seen their mediocre talent for what it was worth, which was why they had never been elevated beyond their stations. No, it was he, Fane Chen, who had been entrusted with the governance of House Fane, and he would continue to do so. What he really needed to cement his control over the house was to demonstrate his superiority. His merits over the last 100 or so years had obviously not been enough, but they had all been done under the direction of the patriarch, so perhaps they had been less than visible. He needed to do something to prove he could keep the house's strength. "Whatever happened to that Hargrave apprentice we were supposed to get?" Chen asked. He knew there had been issues with the Hargraves that had been resolved somewhat unsatisfactorily, but that was only to be expected from American barbarians. Chen's younger cousin, Zine, flipped through the papers, adjusting his reading glasses. That was an affectation. In House Fane there was nobody with the slightest deformity. "Our collection emissaries were repulsed 3 times, once with casualties," Zine reported. "Hargrave still has not ceded her to us, nor to GAR or BSC. "That is one of the few remaining orders from Patriarch Fane," Chen said. "We will rectify that. Despite its current difficulties, it will not do to let anyone think that House Fane can be stymied, especially when it comes to healers." From what Patriarch Fane had said of House Hargrave and its master, they were too weak-willed and weak-minded to be much of a threat to a proper force. "Yes, Manager Chen," Zine replied. He dutifully took down Chen's words, his own desk at one edge of Chen's expansive office. "Gather our 10 best combat mages and 3 of our best Gu users. We should not let this linger." "Yes, Manager Chen," Zine said. While House Duval had yet to reinstate the teleportation network, House Fane's private transport pads still worked, so they could at least get to the main GAR offices in the United States. He had intended to demand additional BSC personnel there, but there seemed to be few about. Instead he was, after an infuriating wait as underlings talked on phones, ushered into the office of the new head of the Department of Arcane Investigation. "I can issue you a warrant," said Supervisor Lane. He had the overly pale look of one of the houses that resided in the Nightlands, though Chen didn't know which of the big houses Lane was a part of. "But we're low on personnel at this time of night, especially of a caliber that can call the Hargraves to account." "Of course," Chen sneered. It was no surprise that the Americans were so lax and haphazard that they didn't even have the ability to police their own. Of course, that was why he had brought so many. "Give me the warrant and the location of House Hargrave." He obviously wasn't going to simply use the private teleporter undoubtedly somewhere on GAR grounds. Not that he had any compunctions about bulling through to find it, but taking any losses would damage his merits. "Yes, certainly," Lane said, commendably quickly and with proper servility. Though he did not offer any refreshment while he wrote out the warrant and obtained the maps, it at least didn't take the man too long. Chen took both and returned to where his men waited in the main room of what the Americans called GAR East. He handed the map to Captain Sai, and they all powered their flight foci as they left the building. It was nearly night, since the States had the bad taste to be on the opposite side of the world from real civilization, but that was probably better for an assault. Finding the Hargrave estate barely needed the map. It was north and west of the Gar holdings by several hundred miles, but it fairly blazed with protective wards to his mana sight. There were guide markers built into the ward structure, which he followed to lead his people around to the estate front and dropped down to get the attention of the person at the post there. He was on official business, so he would use the front door. A whipcord-thin man with no hair stood at the gatehouse, the interior light shining off his bald head as he regarded Chen from behind a powerful set of shields. Despite himself, Chen had to admit that the house defenses were impressive, though he was fairly certain the squad with him could punch through it. Though really, it was the GU users who would do most of the work. "I have a warrant for Gail Hargrave," Chen said, holding up the paper. "She's to be given over to the custody of House Fane." The guard looked at them in silence a bit and then turned and spat. Not as a gesture of disgust, Chen realized after a moment, but because he'd been chewing tobacco. "Y'all are from House Fane, then?" he asked, his English so accented that Chen had a hard time understanding it for a moment. "Of course," Chen said, almost affronted. He and all his men were in House Fane colors. "Yeah, you're not welcome here." The guardsman didn't seem to be much impressed by Chen or his entourage, likely because of the protective enchantments. "I see." Chen powered his Scrycom. "Sai Hua removed this obstacle." Despite the fact that he used a proper language rather than the mess of English, the guards seemed to understand what Chen had said, and the wards flared. A kinetic shield went up around the guardhouse and rippled out to enclose the entire estate. No matter. Something that large could hardly be sustained for long. The ground shook, and he lofted himself into the air again as Sai's magic furrowed the earth, tons of rock shifting against the shield in a bid to shatter it. Hua wielded fire magic more precisely, a white-hot spear smashing against the protective energies. Unsurprisingly, other mages came flying in on the other side as the Hargrave's own guard detail joined the sudden chaos. Chen's shields brushed aside a return kinetic bolt, and the air was suddenly filled with the energies of spells as magic shot in both directions. The trees around them cracked and caught fire, those that still stood in defiance of the churning earth quickly devastated by stray bolts or sparks. Shields flashed into momentary visibility as they turned aside the spells that were on target. Larger patterns emerged inside Mage's spheres of authority as specialized foci were brought into play, and either resulted in a massive fusillade of energies or were disrupted by spellbreaker bolts cutting far enough into competing vis to sever a link. It was all far too fast and chaotic for anyone to actually grasp what was going on. The automatic shielding and combat foci and honed reflexes doing the bulk of the work. Suddenly, the shield protecting the Hargrave guards gave way, finally disrupted or drained by Sai's work, and Chen pointed. "Show them Gu," he ordered, and the healer-aspected mages who had been hanging back spun their own constructs. While healing constructs had a hard time going through ward shields, since they were pure mana in the end, personal shields were another matter. He couldn't hear the screams past the thunder of the impacts and explosions buffeting the water shield he kept about him, but he knew they had to exist as two, then three, then four of the mages dropped out of the sky. Chen pushed forward, finding one of the downed mages was the bald man from the gatehouse. His left arm and cheek was already black and necrotizing. "As you see, we're more than capable of making our own entrance." He couldn't help gloating. "My big brother can beat up your big brother," the man croaked out. Chen frowned, about to attribute the words to a dying man's delirium when something hard smashed against his shield and forced him backward. A series of boxes made out of pure force separated out the House Fane forces, and Chen felt a twinge of fear as his strongest water breacher did nothing but splash off the surface of the powerful vis construct. Even the goo mages didn't seem to be able to penetrate it, though they should have been able to break any mage's vis by poisoning it. A man utterly blazing in Chen's mage sight dropped down from the night sky, ignoring the fires and the efforts of 14 mages trying to break his constructs. After a moment, Chen noticed there was a young girl with him who immediately landed by one of the downed mages. Even at a distance, through the haze of the kinetic shield, he could see it was healing magic. "Vain bastards," the man spat, and Chen bristled. "Why are you here?" he continued, and Chen waved the warrant at him. "It is the right of House Fane to hold any users of goo. I have the dispensation from the Department of Arcane Investigation to take Gale Hargrave into custody." "Do you now?" the man said. "In the face of an archmage, the ultimate authority of a house, you dare to still make such petty claims?" "Your man refused to obey the warrant," Chen shot back. "Gar and the DAI are my authority." "Be damned with your warrant," the man replied. "Be damned with the DAI and with House Fane." "You would flout the law," Chen demanded. The man looked at him, then flicked a finger. The box containing Yui Xian, one of their goo users, shot forward toward the man. Chen watched with horror as the gold-armored man simply punched forward, his fist passing through the box and Xian's shield alike, and Xian practically exploded. There was a spray of red inside the box, and the man pulled his unstained fist back to leave behind only a layer of red sludge at the bottom of the kinetic box. "Yes," the man, who could only be the Hargrave Patriarch, said coldly. "I would." Callum sorted through his box of tricks. He was more or less relying on the rifle, which was loaded with a 10-round cartridge of the insanely expensive explosive incendiary rounds, but he wasn't satisfied with only relying on it. The tear gas and flashbangs were close at hand, as strange as it felt to handle that sort of equipment, along with his own water grenades, though they were weak enough that he doubted they'd do much. Maybe if he had cold iron casings, or a cold iron alloy, but he didn't. He had made more thermite, given how terrifyingly potent the stuff was. The quick-ignite kind, anyway, though it wasn't likely to be all that useful against moving targets. While maybe he could have gotten other explosives or even poisons, he didn't have anywhere near the expertise to use any of it properly and wasn't interested in blowing himself or his cave cache up by accident. "Right," he said, checking through it a couple times. "Once we place the volcano anchor, we'll be ready." Callum doubted the volcano trick would do much against a fae that had made a volcanic region his home base. Besides which, mundane lava probably was nothing more than a warm bath to anything with potent nature magic. "Almost ready," Lucy corrected him. "I think we could use some more backup. I didn't think about it with Fane because I know what mages can do, but fae are weird." "So I understand," Callum said. "I've seen a bit, but not enough to really have a feel for it." "Right, so I had a talk with Lisa," Lucy said. "I figured you'd be focused on all your stuff and wouldn't think about it, but if the Fae can send anything or anyone back at you even despite the portals, I'm not going to be any help. But the wolf pack, battle shifters, they're fast and tough and they'd be able to tear anything apart, or pull us out of danger." He still thought in terms of solo operation. Lucy was a fantastic asset for setting things up, but in the end he was the one manipulating the portals and teleports, so he wasn't used to thinking far outside that. "She just offered to help us. We don't have to," Lucy said, maybe misreading his hesitation. His first impulse was to say no, but he didn't have any good reason to refuse. Alpha Chester was at least mostly trustworthy, and Lucy was absolutely right about Fae trickery. "No," he said. "You're right." He had to make the choice to trust her. By himself, he was definitely careful, but if he didn't trust anyone, he'd make too many mistakes. People weren't meant to be completely alone in any aspect, and Lucy was with him for the long haul. It'd be helpful to have people around who can deal with supernaturals better than we can. Up close, anyway. Great, Lucy said with obvious relief. I'll call up Lisa and tell her we're coming over. Sure, Callum said, still feeling a little bit weird about intruding that way, but found the appeal growing the more he thought about it. Callum wasn't going to depend on shifter guards all the time. That would de facto make him one of Chester's agents. But in this circumstance and against this target, it would be stupid to turn down the help. He sorted through his preparations once again, mentally running through the various things lined up in the cave cache, while Lucy called her friends. The work had come back from the metal shop, so he'd finished making up a new nexus. It was basically just a bunch of metal boxes chained together, and he'd put it right at one of the black underwater smokers he'd only seen on the nature documentaries he watched with his dad, well, granddad, as a kid. That let him keep one of the portal anchors open for Lucy to run her internet through. While she was chatting, he started moving an anchor over to Pakia, the same volcano he'd used before. There weren't all that many places in the world where there was easy access to fresh, moving lava, especially ones that were stable enough for him to use. He'd found a few active lava basins on the internet, but they all were so hostile that he was afraid his anchors would melt before he could get any use out of the lava. "They're ready for us," Lucy said after a few minutes, and Callum switched to focusing on the anchor that was up closer to Chester's compound. It was actually there because he had intended to use it to get close to Ravib's territory before switching to the wooden ball, but it wasn't like Chester's place was all that far away. "By the way, Lucy," he said, "thanks for thinking of that. I know I wouldn't have." "That's what I'm here for, big man," she said happily. "To make sure you don't turn into a big paranoid ball of curmudgeon." He paused and put an arm around her, taking a moment to appreciate everything she did do for him. Neither of them minded the delay. By that time, getting the drones into Chester's compound was easy enough. Lucy just said hi to the gate guards through the mic, and somebody brought the drone in. He could have just bypassed Chester's security if he wanted, but that would have been unnecessarily rude. He opened a portal into the usual basement, nodding to the shifter there, John. He was pretty sure the name was. Lucy followed him in, but before they could find seats to wait for Chester, John bestirred himself. "We've got a more secure area for you," he said, and Callum took a moment to actually look and see where Chester was. He knew the layout of the compound, of course, but that wasn't the same as knowing what everything was used for. He found Chester in something that Callum wouldn't exactly call a secure area, since it was basically just a big open field, but there were a lot of shifters there. Under the circumstances, that probably was better than a place where there might be collateral damage if something energetic happened. Even though Callum was satisfied he knew where they were going, he and Lucy both followed John on foot. All the shifters were in their war form, making a crowd of 8 to 10 foot tall beastmen about 20 strong, scattered over the grassy courtyard. Seeing them all together, most of them were a shade of dirty white, but here and there were some exceptions. One shifter was jaguar black, another one a sort of steely blue, and a couple had tabby patterning despite clearly not being cats. He still thought they looked half hyena, half wolf, and half lion, despite the mathematic impossibility. "Hey, the gang's all here," Lucy said happily. While Callum felt uncomfortable confronted by all the shifter firepower, Lucy very obviously felt safe surrounded by people she knew could handle themselves at that. "Hey, Lucy," Lisa said, the incongruity of her voice coming from a half-ton beast making Callum blink. It more or less worked for Chester, whose voice just got deeper, but he'd never seen Lisa transformed, and for some reason her voice hadn't changed either. "Welcome, Callum. When are you going to make an honest woman of Lucy?" "I think we have to get past the current issue," Callum said, knowing better than to try to question her timing. Grandmothers were pushy. I appreciate the bodyguarding. Sure, happy to help, Lisa said, completely ignoring the glare that Lucy was sending her way. Great, he said, trying not to stare too much at the crowd of shifters. Lot of people. This many shifters meant that Chester wasn't keeping his cooperation with Callum quiet, or at least far less quiet, though considering that there were no mages within Callum's sphere it wasn't exactly public either. Yes, Chester agreed. When dealing with Fey magic, it's better to have a lot of people paying attention. Besides, everyone here has fought and killed Fey, so we have some experience. There was a general rumble of assent, an animalistic communal growl. That more than anything raised the hairs on Callum's neck, but Lucy just rolled her eyes. Aside from protection while you deal with Ravib, is there anything you need? Chester asked. Well, chairs and a table, Callum said, and produced his own from the cave cache. Chester's furry eyebrows went up as the furniture simply appeared on the grass, but he just shrugged after a moment. Callum was peripherally aware of reactions from the others that he had never seen and had never seen him, but nothing dramatic. There actually isn't much to see at this end. I do it all through the portal anchors, he said, tapping his temple. Fair enough, Chester said. We'll hang out here. He didn't make any obvious signal, but about 3/4 of the shifters standing or sitting out on the grass shifted into full beast form and stretched out. They looked relaxed, but they reminded Callum of the hunting hounds he'd seen when he was a kid and went to visit a ranch with his dad. He and Lucy sat down at the table he'd pulled from his cache, and she directed the drone up into the air. He wrapped his framework around it and sent it off west, toward Yellowstone. Chester and Lisa and the wolf pack he recognized took up stations near the table, standing on guard in an almost military way, but he didn't let that distract him. Callum had Faye to deal with. And Sherryhale considered the offer, sailing or floating or flying, depending on one's perspective, through the endless blue of the Mana world. There were several good reasons that dragons didn't have their avatars take too active a role in the worlds they could access. They had found years ago, to their detriment, that merely copying the biological architecture and playing a role was not sufficient to actually fully understand the natives of the worlds they encountered. A multitude of seemingly insignificant misunderstandings could cascade into sudden and ruinous war, or even mass suicides and widespread devastation, if the dragons actually tried their hand at ruling. Then there were the portals themselves. Dragons had many talents, but creating portals was not one of them. So far, they hadn't run into any purely technological methods to cross dimensional boundaries, while some of the advancements in space travel on Earth might render that moot. The expanse of a proper universe was far more interesting than the empty sky of the liminal space between worlds. They were as yet made vulnerable by portals they could neither create nor control. Earth was the first place Sherryhale had personally encountered any sort of magic that could reproduce the effect. Unfortunately, the number of human mages that could actually create new dimensional portals was vanishingly small, and the one he knew could do it, Archmage Duval, had flatly refused. She apparently already knew the dangers inherent to casual breaches of reality. There was good reason to support anything that would make Callum Wells' survival and success more likely, even if it flirted with breaking the rules he and his companions had set down a very long time ago. Moreover, it wasn't like Alpha Chester was asking Sherryhale for direct help. Simply wisdom and guidance, which for the most part kept Sherryhale from crossing over to the forbidden realm of actually being in charge. He tinkered with a new avatar, dabbling in the concept of making it elderly, to better convey age and wisdom. His own body was, of course, effectively immune to the ravages of time. In the abyss of monosaturated air, he used a good amount of it for testing, converting and rebuilding sections of flesh and blood and scale. Most of him was no longer merely meat, but something closer to cybernetics, living metal and lubricant blood with fission hearts beating at intervals. The chamber he used for designing new avatars was under his rear left wing, in a small pocket of inert atmosphere. A place to play with some of the more useful, but combustible, materials born of Earth's technological progress. The elderly advisor avatar didn't need to be particularly exotic, though. He experimented with a beard, but didn't like the way it looked with scales. So instead he used fins to provide the same sort of aesthetic, curling under the chin and the same dark green as the scales. Even just making such a thing was effectively a decision. There were so many reasons for Ensharihail to at least sit in as a revered elder, and not many to turn it down. It would be more amusing than trying to play elder for the Fanes, at least. They had been utterly without humor. Even Ensharihail, as alien as humans were to him, understood the humorless ones were not to be trusted. Chapter 17, Hammer. Callum's body was in Alpha Chester's yard, but his mind was on Ravib. He tuned out the chill in the winter air, the glare of the sun in the clear blue sky, and the shifter guards looming nearby. Instead, he focused on the drone hovering above the outskirts of Yellowstone National Park. He couldn't sense any trace of Fey influence, but that was for the best. There was no point in allowing even a hint of his presence. He withdrew the wooden ball from its hiding place in a pocket of earth and teleported it down to the forest floor, where it rested among snow and frozen loam. The drone itself he pulled back to the table, where Lucy cut the lift. From there on out, she couldn't do much more than watch. "Thanks, Lucy," he said, and started shifting the ball into the park. "Play ball," she replied, apparently thinking of the same turn of phrase he was, and he snorted as he stretched out his perceptions. He had to go quite a few more miles toward the center of the park than he'd expected before he started to notice the same monopond phenomenon that Gisseral's enclave had demonstrated. Once he found it, though, it seemed to get denser far more sharply than it had in the Creed area. Denser and twistier. Space wasn't exactly being tied in knots, but there was more distortion in more places than the last Fey realm he'd looked at. He considered what he was looking at for a moment, then realized it was stupid to just ponder it himself when he had people around who might actually understand the implications of what he was seeing. "I've never been, you understand," Chester said when he asked about it. "But from what I understand, a lot of Ravib's Fae prefer to be hidden. They tend toward ambush and duplicity, and his court itself is knives out. How do they get anything done then?" Callum wondered aloud, skirting around some of the brain-twisting contortions that had the distinct vis signature of a Fae inside. The concept of a court racked by infighting was not new, even infighting that was literal and not just social, but such things hadn't lasted long historically. Wouldn't they just all kill each other off and collapse? "Depends on how hard it is to kill a Fae," Chester replied, and Callum shook his head. It still sounded like a recipe for chaos, but Callum wasn't there to critique Ravib's management style. He was there to kill the king. Now that Callum was in the actual Fey realm, he didn't dare use teleportation, since that would expose his magic, but he could weave a gravitikinesis framework inside the ball and sent it rolling or even flying around. That made the process of getting deeper a lot slower than it could have been. Not that it was slow as such, but he was spoiled by moving 1,000 feet every few seconds. For once he had to actually worry about being caught. His instincts were all wrong for physically maneuvering something through the world, since he'd spent so long barely caring about the path between 2 points. He kept catching himself wanting to thread right through trees and brush, and he had to keep reminding himself to keep out of any potential line of sight. Even in a Fey enclave, he was sure a wooden ball rolling about on its own was cause for suspicion, unless the wood was actually invisible to Fey. That wasn't impossible, but Callum didn't think Gisseril would do him that favor. The fey magic shrouding seemed to work at least, since he could sense an odd muting of the pond as it pressed against the surface of the wood. The interior, where the anchor was, had none of the excess mana at all. He half expected the ball to start bobbing backward from mana pressure alone. Soon enough, he started to run across the same sort of ridiculous unnatural formations that he'd seen in the heart of Gisseral's enclave. Only instead of picturesque waterfalls coming from oversized trees, they were things like ice caves, shaped around boiling geysers and wind-scoured canyons cutting deep into the earth. There were scenic parts, but they were scenic in a harsh and uncompromising way. Some of it was not beautiful. There were swaths of dead and rotting vegetation, bubbling swamps that even through his remote perceptions felt diseased, and pits of burbling and steaming mud that had nothing at all to recommend them. Despite how awful those features were, every one of them had someone or something inhabiting it. He kept the orb far away, but he could still get the outlines of huge, long-limbed things crouching or creeping or swimming in the muck and detritus. "You were right," Chester remarked to Lucy. "It really doesn't look like anything. I can't really even smell any magic." "He's going to kill Ravib with the power of his mind," Lucy said, "plus a huge gun we picked up. But yeah, it's actually a little freaky that he does everything all spooky silent. He hates the name Ghost, but it works." "It's so stupid," Callum muttered, "like I'm some kind of comic book villain." He didn't have to be quiet. It was hardly like anyone would hear anything through a portal anchor being chained through his nexus. But he couldn't help it. He was trying to be sneaky, so he was going to be quiet. He hadn't disassociated his magic from himself that far. Callum floated the ball from tree to tree and from bush to bush in short hops, mostly to make sure he hadn't missed anything in his perception sphere. He had the range to ensure there was nobody around. Something quite useful since there were small fey or magical beasts flitting about here and there, or burrowing underground. Compared to what a wilderness should have, it was practically a desert. There were only insects, clustered around unidentifiable carrion. Yet there were no animals those carcasses could have come from. No elk or deer or bears, not even mice or foxes or birds flying around. Even through his spatial senses it felt off and oppressive. He followed the feeling of increasing pressure as his best guide for the center of Ravib's domain, since he had no idea where exactly he was going, and the only path he could take was necessarily circuitous as he avoided any inhabitants. Even if Callum had been provided a map, he was pretty sure that it'd be useless given the general weirdness and spatial twisting the Fey enclave demonstrated. The minutes stretched on, nearing an hour, and shifters got up and moved around, cycling through forms. Lisa leaned on the table and chatted with Lucy, though in low tones to avoid distracting him. Callum didn't even realize he was scowling until Lucy said something. "Something wrong on the other side, big man." He blinked and shook his head, stretching since he'd somehow become stiff and cold already. "Not wrong as such, but it's pretty unpleasant over there. Just the environment is hostile and disgusting, like a land of blight and winter." "The longer a Fae sticks to their story, the more powerful they become," Chester remarked. "Big stories mean more power, too. Plenty of old stories about the king of cold and death." "Yeah, well, it's definitely both of those," Callum shivered. "Want something hot, coffee, chocolate?" Chester offered. He didn't seem too worried about the cold. "Sure," Callum said. "Chocolate, please, thanks." He flexed his fingers inside his gloves. "I guess I just didn't realize I'd be spending so much time out here." "The sight lines are worse inside," Chester said blandly, but smiled when Callum looked at him skeptically. The carafe of hot chocolate helped, both the warmth and the sugar, as he kept floating his stealth basketball into Ravib's domain. The scattered dwellings, if they could be called such, got closer together until Callum broke out into a clearing where there seemed to be actual paths and fences. Footpaths became bridges over small streams, winding away from the edge of the wilderness. Except that all the construction seemed to be bone. It was so overwrought and macabre that Callum almost laughed. It was terrible, and he was sure there was human bone in there given the motif and theme of Ravib's story, but it was also incredibly silly. Though the kind of insane required to build an entire pier and tethered boat out of nothing but fused bones was horrifying in its own right. It was exactly the sort of thing you'd see out of a deranged serial killer, which of course Ravib was. The problem with actually stumbling on Ravib's court was that there were fewer places to hide a self-propelled sphere of wood, and sight lines longer than Callum's sensory range. Not a problem if he could have teleported, but moving manually felt dangerous and exposed. Especially since there were plenty of Fae within Callum's sphere, with relatively little underbrush to hide the movement of his anchor. None of them seemed like the Mabe-elves of Gisseral's nobles. They were all oversized or undersized, too long of limb or too short of it. For the most part, Callum had no idea what sort of creatures they were supposed to be other than creepy. He did spot some that might well be aping certain urban legends, but that was only a guess. He didn't actually care what the court was doing, except for how hard it made it for him to move the ball around. Nevertheless, it seemed there were a lot of Fae talking and bickering with each other, and once there was even a fight that ended up with a much larger Fae disemboweled by a small, razor-toothed mouse thing. Callum would have sworn the wounds were lethal, but it was back on its feet and complaining to someone within 30 seconds while its intestines knitted back together. After trying to figure out how he was going to fly a chunk of wood around without anyone taking issue for a good 10 minutes, Callum almost slapped himself. There were streams, and they were going in approximately the right direction, so he simply rolled the wood into the water and let it float. Or rather, he helped it float, piloting it like a tiny boat rather than trusting the current. His range was enough that the palace at the center of the clearing came into his perceptions not too long after the ball started inward, though calling it a palace was overselling it. The center of the bone court was more of a raised pavilion, framed but not walled, like some kind of oversized gazebo. It was hideously well made, every inch of the bone that made it up carved with exacting precision by a master. Obviously the work of years, and despite the material there was nothing out of place or haphazard about it. Callum had a very dark urge to liberate some powerful munitions and just drop the biggest bomb he could find at the center of the whole thing. He quashed it, though, since not only was it impractical, but he wasn't there to kill everything, even if many of them were undoubtedly the kinds that deserved it. But he didn't know that, and he wasn't about to cause massive death and destruction just because some people deserved it. The lesson of Sodom and Gomorrah came to mind. "Found him," Callum said, as the wooden ball drifted along the stream. Ravib was obvious not just from the fact that he was sitting on a throne in the center of the pavilion, but from the sheer scale and density of his vis. In fact, Callum was a little uncomfortable looking at him, because just from the impression of his power it felt like Ravib would notice. He nearly had a heart attack when Ravib shifted, though it seemed to be just to lean over and say something to what could only be described as a yeti standing to the side of his throne. At least Callum assumed the Fae was speaking. Ravib didn't have any lips. "What's he look like?" Lucy asked. "Hern the Hunter by way of zombie apocalypse," Callum hazarded. "Like 12 feet tall, big deer skull for a head, thin but muscled, and boy is that weird." If anything, Callum was underselling the menace of Ravib's actual form. His size, the corded sinew and muscle, and the casual power of even his slightest movement implied that he could fell buildings and overturn tanks if he wanted to. He hoped the gun they had was large enough. "I've never seen past his blue-skinned giant glamour," Chester remarked. "But yes, that is Ravib." It's not really a treat. Even with magic, he wouldn't have thought it was possible for someone to be alive with an actual skull for a head, though Callum was sure he was missing details thanks to only being able to use his spatial sense. Ravib's outlines were actually a little blurry, his vis melding with the heightened mana of the enclave. There were obviously subtleties beyond what he could discern, but he was pretty sure he was seeing some aspect of the whole Fey King thing, one with the land and all. You're close enough to engage. Chester didn't give any obvious signal, but the shifter gathering he'd almost forgotten about all stirred. Yes, Callum confirmed. The ball wasn't even in the pavilion. He'd wedged it under a handy bridge over 1,000 feet away, mostly because he didn't want to have his perspective bobbling about while he was focused. "I'll count us down," he said, gripping the trigger for the antimaterial rifle. 10-9. He poked a single vis thread out of the ball and snaked it over to the pavilion. That was actually the riskiest bit of the entire venture, whether his minuscule vis threads would trigger any kind of response. Callum had some hope that even if they were noticed, nobody would realize the actual threat until it was too late. 200 yards away, when Callum reached zero, he snapped open a portal and held down the trigger. Ravib's chest exploded. The Fey King was huge and Callum aimed for center mass, so with his spatial sense advantages the first bullet hit exactly where he was aiming. Not so the rest, because a small thing like an exploded chest didn't really slow Ravib down. Despite being so huge, he was out of his throne before the second bullet hit, which gouged out a good chunk of the bone back with a spray of fragments but didn't actually penetrate it, which was worrying coming from an anti-tank weapon. He tracked Ravib with the portal, turning it slightly as Ravib seemed to simply blur to the side. The Fey was fast, but he wasn't quite faster than bullets, and until he located the tiny portal Callum was using, he wouldn't even know where the attack was coming from. A second bullet dug into Ravib's side, drawing another fountain of gore, but the Fey King still didn't go down. Instead, he did something. It was impossibly, incomprehensibly complex. Callum could at most glimpse a fraction of whatever it was Ravib's vis did, but something blasted out from the Fey and twisted and contorted every cubic inch of the surrounding space. Bones crumbled, Fey reeled back. Before Callum could close his portal to the gun, the Fey magic shoved through it. He'd actually been using his nexus, opening 2 sets of portals. One was to an empty box near the anchors, and the other was from the box to the target. The empty box abruptly imploded, boiling into the sea. In the next step in the chain, the rifle dissolved into black sludge and the water barrels nearby burst apart, spilling rotting goop everywhere. Then there was a numb shock and disorientation as the world wheeled around him, his thoughts blown to the 4 winds as someone caught him and put him back to his feet. He didn't even know what had happened until thought came rushing back, his face and hands aching as his brain scrambled to keep up with the speed at which supernaturals operated. His perception sphere only belatedly informed him that there was some monstrosity where the table used to be. A towering horror of bone and rot that he could only blearily see through eyes that refused to focus. He found Lucy being supported by some other shifters on the far side of the clearing, which quenched a panic that he hadn't even realized was building, and shook his head. His brain still seemed to be catching up to his sense as sound slammed into him, a horrific clotted gurgle of rage from the thing that Ravib had somehow sent right to him, washing over him. "We've got this," Chester shouted, dodging a blow that practically vaporized the remains of the table. "Finish it." Callum blinked and reached back out through his portals. He'd been so disoriented by the impact that he'd completely lost track of what was going on in the pavilion. It had only been a few seconds at most, but at the speed supernaturals could move, that was a lot of time. Ravib was still in the pavilion, thankfully, standing with his chest heaving, and whatever passed for blood dripping onto the polished floor. The retaliation seemed to have taken more out of him than Callum's weapons, but he was clearly injured, and the Fae around him all had a lot of magic swirling about to protect themselves. Unfortunately, the biggest and baddest weapon Callum had was black slime on the floor of his cave, so he was forced to scramble through his backup plans. He started out by dropping all his flashbangs into the group of Fae on the pavilion. Gravitikinesis let him yank the pins easily enough and launch them from a dozen yards away. It wasn't a very accurate shot, but it didn't need to be, especially since the Fae protection stopped the flashbangs in midair. For some reason, the shield didn't even destroy them, which he'd figured would happen, and was the reason he used them all. On the off chance one of them would be intact. Two of the Fae, tall, thin things with too many arms, actually reached out to pluck the canisters from where they hung in the air, only to very clearly regret it when the flashbangs went off a second later. Most of the Fae reeled backward. Hands went to eyes or ears or both. But it disrupted the shielding around Ravib enough that Callum reached through to the anchor located in Pykia and hurled a deluge of lava. A horrific crunching, bubbling noise distracted him, and he focused on the horrific Fae thing Ravib had sent at him just before his shifter guardian hauled him off faster than he could track. A line of steaming black ichor lay where he had been, and despite a half-dozen shifters worrying at it, the rot thing was still moving. Not for long, by the look of it, but it was obviously still trying to get at him. The monster was a weird parallel to the lava streaming down over the pavilion, aimed at Ravib but quite happy to take any other Fae that was in its path. Callum wasn't sure what would actually do damage, the heat, or the impact of that many tons of liquid rock, but a high-speed stream of the stuff slammed into Ravib and his retainers, only to instantly freeze into rock. He couldn't tell which Fae had done it. There was too much Fae magic swirling around, but for a moment Ravib was trapped inside solid stone. Even if the heat of lava hadn't seemed to do much, Callum took the opportunity of that momentary imprisonment to ignite some thermite and dump it on his head. Lucy had made a nice little igniter with plenty of magnesium, and the entire mass of thermite flared to life with another press on the remote she'd made for him. That seemed to at least bother Ravib, because when the mass of ignited metal landed on the bone skull, he shook his head, and then burst from the encasing stone. That scattered burning thermite everywhere, so it wasn't nearly as effective as when Callum had used it on the vampires, but the Fae King was at least moving slower. The wounds Callum had inflicted were practically gone, as far as Callum could sense, and while the thermite had made a few holes, that was about it. The greatest difference was that both Ravib's vis and the mana level of the enclave in general seemed to have been reduced. The best guess was that Ravib was burning power to survive and to retaliate, since even impossible Fae magic took resources. Still, Ravib was more or less whole despite everything. There was really only one option left, one Callum had hoped to not need because he wasn't sure it would work. It was a single-shot weapon, and it wasn't exactly precise. Not to mention that he had only tested it once and using it took a lot out of him. Besides which, it required enough space that the cave cache or the target area weren't usable, and that meant in general he needed to do it near himself, which carried a lot of risks. While he wasn't confident enough to craft bullets, he'd still made a set of bane darts out of some of the remaining scrap. Callum conjured a new portal pair nearby, since if this wasn't enough to finish Ravib, he'd have to see if the shifters could manage it, and he wasn't sure he'd have enough juice to make another portal afterward. The pair were just oriented straight up and down, an infinite loop much like the electrical setup he had planned, and he teleported the quarite dart into the middle of it. Then he applied as intense a gravity field as he could. If offsetting one gravity for a volume was like holding 1 pound in his hand, then faking 100 gravities was like holding 100 pounds. Doable, but not for any real length of time. On the other hand, an acceleration of 980 meters per second meant he didn't have to keep it up for long. A ripping, crackling noise came from the loop, from a sonic boom sweeping past dozens of times a second as the vis drained out of him almost instantly. God's blood. The shifter still holding on to him said, though Callum could barely hear him over the roar of the dart as it tore through air, and the sound of the wind itself as it whipped through the crowd of shifters. Even if the atmosphere between the portal was subject to the same acceleration, it escaped from the sides of the gravity column and mixed with what was nearby. So while it was slower than the dart, it still generated a localized gale. Callum had no idea whether it'd be enough, but he was scraping at the bottom of his reserves, body taut with concentration as he maintained the field. Before he failed and set off a bomb right in front of his own face, he snapped open a portal below the loop, the other end aimed right at Ravid. The phase magic lashed out right as Callum banished the portal loop, but the Bane dart was going so fast that it didn't matter. The impact was beyond his wildest expectations. The dart blasted through the portal and exploded. Callum didn't know exactly why, and couldn't track everything because it was moving so fast, but the entire pavilion blasted apart. Along with Ravid, debris flew back out of the nearby portal, along with several chunks of Fey King, as vis exhaustion crashed down on Callum. He struggled to keep the portal open for some reason his brain couldn't manage to recall under the sudden wave of weariness and the bleariness in his head. It collapsed too, and all he could think as pure exhaustion dragged him under was if that hadn't killed Ravid, nothing would. Archmage Hargrave simmered all throughout the service. The house cemetery was gorgeous and picturesque even as the snow fell and laid a white blanket over the monuments to the dead. There were 2 new ones, thanks to the attack by the bastards from House Fane, the obelisks raised by earth mages but chiseled by hand. His granddaughter, Gale, didn't look any happier under her coat and scarf knitted hat pulled down around her ears. She'd been able to save almost all the mages injured by the Fane thugs, but only almost. Negative healing was terrifying, and the fact that House Fane brought it out showed that they'd really slipped the bit. Other aspects could fight, but negative healing only killed. And by your command we return to dust, Father Horan said, as the service drew near its end. Hargrave himself wasn't a believer, but enough mages and shifters of the house were that they had a priest on staff, though mages died infrequently enough that the funeral services were hardly ever required. As the head of house, he presided over the funeral anyway, schooling his features into a neutral mask. He didn't talk about what he was going to do to make the Fane bastards pay for what they'd done, or the role Gar had played in it. The faces in the assembled crowd were too preoccupied with the recent loss for that, even if some of the older mages showed more anger than grief. Unfortunately, he didn't personally know either of the guards that had died. They were all under the command of his cousin Philip Hargrave, and Phil was in charge of the eulogy. But they deserved the head of the house to at least commend their dedication to duty and the bravery of their sacrifice, so he did, feeling that it was partly his fault for not investigating the alarm immediately. He'd thought it was just another probe. His part of the speech was short, and he yielded to Phil for something more involved as he chewed over what he was actually going to do. House Fane had more or less declared war, though without Archmage Fane he wasn't worried about that as such. It was more about what exactly would happen with Gar, and whether it was even worth trying to reconcile with them. Hargrave was almost glad when the ward alerts went off again. "Continue," Hargrave said gravely to the mourners, half of whom had already energized focuses. "I will take care of this." He armored himself and shot off toward the source of the alert, near the rear entrance to the estate. Surprisingly, there was only one man standing outside the wards, though he had the characteristic shell of an archmage to Hargrave's mage sight. "Horus!" the man said as Hargrave landed on the interior of the wards. Archmage Hargrave stared. "Tazen?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. "Finally decided to push on through, I see." "I should have long ago," Tazen sighed. "I just needed a kick in the teeth to show me that. May I come in?" "Certainly," Hargrave said, reaching out to the ward locus and contacted the bit of his vis there as authorization. "And congratulations." The ward quieted itself, and a small portion deactivated for a moment, letting Tazen stroll through. Hargrave might have been more cautious if it was any of the other archmages, save those from aligned houses, but Tazen had his high regard. He was one of the few mages who actually understood what it meant to commit to the martial path, and in fact had done it better than Hargrave himself. It took a brave man to give up his house. "Thank you," Tazen replied, hands in the pockets of his coat as he strolled inside. "Didn't mean to interrupt what you had going on, though." "Yes, I should get back to the funeral, but I'll be with you once it's over." He lifted himself into the air and Tazen followed, allowing himself to be escorted to the house reception hall. Hargrave left him there with head butler Jenkins to keep an eye on him, but even as he rejoined the funeral with assurances about the alert, he wondered about Tazen. The former Grand Magus wasn't exactly a personal friend, though he was a friend of the family through his daughter-in-law, but Hargrave respected him, especially since he had protected Gale inasmuch as he could without compromising his own position during her stint with the BSC. Hargrave might have wished he'd done more, but Tazen wasn't that kind of man. He'd even abandoned his family name when he formed the no-house rule so long ago, and had gone by a single name ever since, which made his appearance at House Hargrave immediately after becoming Archmage. For Hargrave certainly hadn't heard the news from anyone else suggestive. Once the service was over and people dispersed, Hargrave returned to the house and invited Tazen into his office. It had extra wards and was far more private, since he very much doubted whatever business brought the new Archmage by was anything he wanted to be public. He flicked open his drinks cabinet with a thought and poured them both a few fingers of a literally warming fey liquor as Tazen took a seat. "I would like to know what brings you here," Hargrave asked bluntly, since it was just the two of them. "What made you finally push through?" "The Bureau of Secret Enforcement is unfit for purpose," Tazen shrugged. "I thought that I could keep it aimed generally in the right direction, especially since I managed to make the no-house requirement stick, but there was just too much cruft from other forces." He sighed. "Well, when we got our teeth kicked in by Wells, it was obvious things had gone too far." "So you're going to reform the BSC?" Hargrave frowned as he sipped the fey drink. By custom if not by law, archmages didn't actually run anything in Gar, even if the apparatus as a whole answered to the archmages. The idea was to keep any one house from using it against the others, but Tazen had no house. "No, I'm recreating the Defensors Mundi. Gar can keep its secret police. I only care about real threats." Tazen frowned at the shot glass on Hargrave's desk before taking his own sip. "And I'm going to be taking my people out of BSC to do it. I'd like your support." "Support?" Hargrave asked, raising his eyebrows. "Not people," Tazen assured him, "but with the other archmages. Most of them don't even live on Earth anymore. They don't actually care. But they do like their secret police and bullying new houses. I wouldn't mind backing." "I see." Hargrave pursed his lips. "I'm considering breaking House Hargrave from Gar entirely. Not only is there the whole Wells issue, they keep issuing warrants against my granddaughter. They don't even have a teleportation network anymore, so why cede any sort of sovereignty?" "An alliance, then." "At least an alignment," Hargrave said. "I know you have no interest in the power games of houses, though you should at least do yourself the favor of declaring yourself one, since no house won't work now that you're at Archmage level." Tazen made a face. I suppose I do have the garrisons. We'll back you if you back us, Hargrave said. Between us we could hold off an army. I agree, Tazen said, swallowing the last bit of the liquor. I'd like to beg another favor while I'm here, too. There aren't any Gar or Fane healers I'd trust, but now that I'm Archmage, I'd like one to give me a refresh. Certainly, Hargrave agreed graciously. I think Gale would be happy to see you. Chapter 18 Fracture. When we agreed to work together, you agreed to keep me in the loop for your decisions, Chester began. So I think it's only fair I return the favor. Callum said, arm around Lucy as she leaned against him. He was still feeling a little disoriented as he reclined on the couch in Chester's basement. Only the clock told him how much time he'd lost between this exhaustion and a minor concussion from being smashed in the face, because he sure hadn't kept track. So far Chester had been an excellent host, and Callum had no complaints, but he was ready to leave and take Lucy home. With Ravib gone, I'm the only supernatural with any real power in the Midwest, Chester said. That cleared some of the cobwebs from Callum's head, and he gave Chester a sharp look. He was back in human form, looking like a Viking, but he shook his head at Callum's expression. I've got no intention of conquering anything, but it does mean that there's nobody to apply pressure when I break from Gar, which I'm going to be doing today. Callum said. Congratulations. It's probably for the best, considering all the issues with Gar. Just so, Chester agreed. But of course, even I am not entirely capable of standing on my own. I'll be meeting with some people to form agreements and get advice on any alliances. Not to make anything like Gar, but just a number of peers aligning themselves in the same direction. That sounds promising, Callum said cautiously. Anything that replaced Gar would just suffer from the same issues, but a coalition of smaller entities might be less of an issue. It might also be more of a problem depending on who made it up. There was no such thing as a perfect solution. I imagine you won't want to stay for the meeting, since that'd imply you were endorsing the alliance. Chester raised an eyebrow, and Callum nodded agreement. It wasn't like Callum had no interest in what Chester was putting together, since it had pragmatically influenced supernatural politics over most of the United States, but he couldn't actually be part of it. The only role he could play was that of enforcer, unless he took a direct political stance, and either one would subvert his actual goals and approach. He couldn't really decide to be left alone if he was in charge of anything. On the other hand, I don't want to end up in a position where you're gunning for my head the way you were with Ravib, Chester said. I'd rather not be in that position either, Callum said. So far he didn't have any issues with Chester, mostly because Chester had no issues with regular folks. Everything he'd heard showed that the Alpha ran a tight ship, and apparently a lot of shifters did janitorial work or construction, which probably helped. It was hard to have an ego when mopping floors or digging ditches. Right, so, what do I need to keep in mind to make sure that doesn't happen? Chester asked, spreading his hands. I'm not asking for a 10 Commandments or a manifesto, just your offhand thoughts. You don't strike me as an unreasonable man. I try not to be, Callum agreed. Lucy snorted. You're plenty unreasonable, big man, she disagreed. But not about this kind of thing, so go ahead. It's pretty straightforward, I think, Callum said, speaking slowly as he considered it. You don't prey on people. I can't really say anything about Fae or shifter internal politics. I wouldn't want to meddle. But when it comes with normal folks, you just don't. You realize that excludes the vampires entirely, right? Chester pointed out. At least the ones on Earth. They can't subsist on moonwater over here. They have to eat people's vis. Then that's their problem, Callum said firmly. Even if they didn't have anywhere else to go, I don't care. You don't prey on people. Anyone that allows that can be first in line and save the rest of us the trouble. Ha, well, I can say there's no real love lost between us and the vamps anyway. Or between anyone and vamps, really, Lucy put in. I know there's some mage families that love M, and they're great for night shifts, but who wants to work with them? Indeed, Chester agreed. That's easy enough. I was already doing that, but I think the people I am talking to won't be too put out by that limitation. It's a good idea anyway, because why would you put yourself at odds with the people who control the entire planet? He held up a hand. Which I know is rather mercenary, but not everyone can be convinced by arguments about morality. Sure, said Callum, who hadn't intended to argue anyway. You're the one who's playing the politics, not me. Pretty sure I'd get fed up with it. I'd worry about you having to play sheriff all the time if you were part of it, Lucy said, taking his hand. You're doing that enough as it is. I suspect there would be a lot of people who would not want to join an alliance where you're an enforcer, Chester observed. So that's 3 votes against, motion carries, Callum said. I'll leave you to declare your independence then. I imagine by now you're ready for the difficulties that'll cause. Without Gar being able to field Fane or Hargrave against me, I suspect I'll have little trouble, Chester agreed. He had gotten a little bit of advance notice from House Hargrave directly, and would enjoy what happened when that particular bit of news became public. Then I guess there's nothing else but to thank you for your help and your hospitality, Callum said, standing and offering his hand. Chester took it, and then gave Lucy a smile. Take care of him, he said, and Lucy nodded with faux solemnity. Callum rolled his eyes and opened a portal back to the Texas trailer. We'll stay in touch, Lucy promised, and linked arms with Callum as they stepped through. Once they were back in familiar territory and the portal was closed, she stretched and gave a little shake. You did it, big man. Was a little scary there, though. Yeah, he said. It was the right call to involve the shifters. Callum took a long breath and let it out. Plus, Ravib seemed pretty damn nasty. Yeah, Lucy said, leaning into him again. So what are we going to do now that the big bad Fae is gone? Well, Callum said, looking down at her mischievous little smirk. He smiled back, knowing she didn't mean work, but he had to tease her anyway. There's always moving. Nah, Lucy said, grabbing his hand and hauling him toward the bedroom. We're gonna celebrate. You can't do this, the mage threatened as Chester's claws ripped apart the vis of the man's shield. The mage reeled backward and Chester grabbed his arm. Neither of the watchers that Gar had installed were particularly powerful mages, so their magic was essentially impotent when he drew on his pack bonds. You might want to start using your brain, Chester said, force-marching the man out of the well-appointed room that he'd been living in for weeks. At Chester's expense, no less, which had made his presence all the more galling and his expulsion all the more satisfying. If anything, you should be thanking me for merely throwing you off my land. He had originally intended to shove the mages through the Gar teleporter, but with those out of commission, he had decided to settle for tossing the mages out into empty grassland. Which was almost as good. Let them fly back under their own power. The mage tried saying something else, but Chester shut him up with a deep growl. It was freeing to be able to be as rude as he wanted to representatives of Gar, though he wasn't going to go so far as to injure them. Unless they really brought it on themselves, of course. John had the other watcher in a headlock when Chester met him at the outside of the building, and kept batting away the attempts of the mage to form something from his focus. A twitch through the pack bonds and Chester gave him permission, so John tightened his grip and growled warningly in the mage's ear. The 2 shifters raced for the edge of the compound's property, dragging the mages along. It was never pleasant for humans to be moved that quickly, but Chester didn't really care. The two of them stopped at the edge of the property, at the big private gate, and as one hurled the mages over the gate and into the grass beyond. Neither of them were talented enough to cushion their fall, but Chester wasn't going to feel bad for any bruises or sprains they got from the rough handling. "Remember," Chester rumbled, "tell your masters they are no longer our masters." He watched as the pair of mages took to the air. Shifters technically didn't have any real air power, but that was why he'd quietly acquired a little bit of military hardware. The anti-air weaponry wouldn't do anything to an archmage, but it'd do well enough for lackeys, and by the time anyone in Gar decided to move on him, he would hopefully have more support. The two mages vanished behind glamours, though Chester could still track them by the way they displaced the air as they flew off and away from the compound. Once he was certain they were gone, he joined in with the rest of his immediate pack. They had quite a bit of work to do in clearing out the inner courtyard and setting things up for the summit. Wells had actually been kind enough to clean out the worst of Ravib's odious remains by simply sending the pieces back to the Fey court. Nobody yet knew what the fallout of the Fey King's death would be, and the last time a Fey King had died it had been over in Europe, so Chester wasn't familiar with the process. So far the only issue was the stinking dirt he was helping to shovel into a dump truck, but there would be more, which was why he was rushing the meeting a bit. Fortunately, he didn't really need to impress anyone with the surroundings for the summit. Most of the work was just making the area less offensive to the senses, and he would have done that anyway. The main meeting room in the big pack house only needed some touching up, and he already had someone out getting drinks and snacks while Lisa baked cookies. Though he didn't have much to prepare, he still cut it close as he was just stepping out of the shower when the first guest arrived. Surprisingly, Shahi came by car, an old beat-up sedan that didn't look like it should even be on the road. But it smelled of magic and purred like a kitten, and to Chester's shifter senses it wasn't actually even an internal combustion engine. Dragon-blooded secrets, it seemed. "Alpha Chester," Shahi said, shaking Chester's hand. He had either dispensed with the glamour or acquired a new one, because the scaled man looked somehow old, with fins and scales somehow implying a bearded elder in a worn but impeccably clean suit, though Chester imagined the clothes were just as misleading as the car. "I expect this will prove to be interesting, even if I am only here to give advice." "I hope it's only interesting. There's always a risk in bringing people together." Chester escorted Shahi to the meeting room, letting him select one of the overstuffed armchairs. "It would be quite rude for people to start fighting in front of me," Shahi replied mildly, and Chester nodded. That was at least some guarantee of good behavior from everyone. Wizzy was next, the archmage strolling up to the gates of Chester's compound from nowhere in particular, dressed in jeans and a duster. Like Wells, Wizzy didn't have any scent of magic lingering around him, but also like Wells, the very way he carried himself made it obvious he wasn't ordinary or mundane. Chester hadn't been sure he would come, since getting a message to the man was not easy, but it was good to have a mage involved. "I don't suppose the Wells boy is going to be here?" Wizzy asked, in his leathery voice. "No, we judged that to be too impolitic," Chester said. Wizzy seemed disappointed but nodded anyway and took off his hat as he stepped inside. The others filtered in over the next couple hours. Ferachar, who looked like an elf with dragon horns, Alphas Smith and Carlson, who headed the packs in the south and east respectively, and several unaligned but still powerful Fae who lived in Chester's territory. There were no vampires. Chester hadn't invited any to begin with, and with Callum's condition, he certainly wasn't accepting any crashers. Which there were, as insanely stupid as it was. The information came through the pack bonds as he chatted with his guests. Someone had tried sneaking through and been run off. One was Fae, the other vampire. Half an hour later, the anti-aircraft gun Chester had smuggled in coughed, swatting a Mage out of the sky. These were all minor incidents, though, and didn't require any of those inside to bestir themselves. To make it completely official, Chester said, once everyone had arrived, I have declared independence from GAR as of today. The Midwest Pact no longer recognizes its authority over our actions. As has the Miami Enclave, Farachar said immediately after, which Chester had not heard about. In fact, he wouldn't be surprised if Farachar had decided that on the spot. GAR has no hold over us. Chester gave Farachar an appreciative nod anyway. Nor do I have any interest in making my own version of GAR. I don't want to tell Fae what to do, or dragon-blooded, or even mages. Nor do I want to be told what to do. I merely wish an alliance of like-minded individuals. Including the dragon-blooded, one of the independent Fae asked. Mr. Shahi and Archmage Wizzy are advisors, Chester said, being by far the oldest supernaturals in America. Wizzy chuckled at that but didn't contradict him. What were the terms you had in mind for the alliance? Farachar asked. Nothing significant. I'm not certain that even mutual defense is the best idea. That is something better handled between individuals. But non-aggression between parties and a commitment to prevent any behaviors that might bring us to the attention of mundanes. Chester shrugged. He really didn't think anyone there would be too interested in any military alliance as such, though he would be glad to be wrong. Though there is one particular mandate, he continued, provided by the ghost. That got everyone's attention, though Shahi and Wizzy didn't seem particularly surprised. He is not part of this alliance, nor does he approve or disapprove of it. But he has informed me that what he cares about is preying on people. Internal disputes for Fae or shifters are not his problem, but he is very firm that we should live among mundanes rather than on them, as it were. Not everyone is going to like that, Farachar said with a frown. Some of my... The ghost has destroyed Ravib, Chester interrupted him, for what he allowed his people to do. You may wish to take this opportunity to look to your own and decide if it is really worth pursuing that path. Ah, Farachar said, looking enlightened. He had probably noticed that Ravib was dead, but everyone else looked various degrees of surprised or stunned save Shahi. As well they might. Even Archmage Wizzy raised his eyebrows. Chester had never seen Wells in action before, and was struck by how little there was to see. The man had just sat there concentrating, at least until a Fae curse converged on him and pulled one of Ravib's guards from wherever the Fae were. Then there had been something, a brief roaring sound and then an impact like a meteor, to judge from the splatter. Chester had doubts he would survive that sort of thing himself, and he very well knew that Wells could insert his anchors into position with nobody the wiser. I don't much care about Fae, and hunting mundanes is stupid, Alpha Carlson said, but I don't like the idea that you can send the ghost my way. I can reassure you on that part. I can't tell the ghost what to do at all, Chester shook his head. He's turned down the opportunity to work for me more than once, and if he found out I was coercing him in any way, I suspect he'd take it personally. If anyone does wish to contact him, I would be more than willing to forward a message, however. Several people spoke at once, and Chester held up a hand. After we're finished, he said. Now, let us discuss life without Gar. We have a report, finally. Grand Magus Lorenzo Rossi looked up from the prototyping scribe and held up a finger while he shut down his equipment. The enchantment lab was gleaming and polished metal and ceramic from wall to wall, with dozens of analysis and production tools in their own isolated areas. There was probably more practical enchanting inside the lab than in most houses. A report on what, Minot? Rossi said with some exasperation. Wells, Minot said, stepping inside the lab. He was familiar enough with lab protocols to use the defined path on the floor, careful not to stray into any of the working areas. Even when they weren't active, some of the machinery was powerful enough or delicate enough that their boundaries were off-limits. When Minot reached the scriber Rossi was using, he handed over a tablet for the Grand Magus to study. "Huh," Rossi grunted, scrolling through the report. It was from the mundane agency they'd used, taking an analysis of everything they knew about Wells' whereabouts. The phone calls they'd traced, the shops he'd used, the false addresses and identifications. There was less than he would have liked, but more than he would have thought, and while Rossi hadn't seen any patterns, clearly the mundanes had. The report hadn't been able to give them a concrete location, but it had managed to pinpoint an area. There was a noticeable hole in the middle of the scatter plot of observations, somewhere in the middle of Texas. Not a small hole either, but enough of one that it seemed likely that Wells had at least one hideout in the area, and that's what the hole was about. Several hundred square miles was a lot of searching, especially for something that was only a possibility, but it was better than the whole wide world. "Wonderful," he said. "See who we can put on this. I want to talk to Wells, and make sure that Gar doesn't know about it. They just mess things up." "Yes, sir," Minot said. "I'll be damned." Ray Danforth stared at the screen of his computer. He even closed the email and then opened it again, just to make sure he had read it right. Felicia's ever so slightly cold hand touched his arm as she peered over his shoulder. "Oh," she said out loud, and Ray's desk trembled from her unsuppressed voice. It wasn't an official communication. It wasn't even meant for their eyes, but Ray had a colleague in the Department of House Affairs who was willing to forward them the news. House Hargrave, House Elro, and all their cadet houses had officially seceded from the Guild of Arcane Regulation. If that wasn't enough, an announcement for a new house formed by Archmage Tazen had arrived with the same messenger. While the news fell short of an actual declaration of war, it was only just short. With the crisis and Fane's death, the calculus of it all was beyond him, but he knew an opening salvo when he saw one. Maybe Hargrave did just want to be independent, but Gar could hardly allow that from a pragmatic point of view. A small house that would wither on its own soon enough was one thing, but several hundred mages and 3 archmages was another. "Well, I think it's time for lunch," he said, closing the lid of the laptop. "That's not something to deal with on an empty stomach." Felicia nodded, turning to get their jackets from the hook by the door of the office. The abrupt removal of the teleportation network had altered the normal lunchtime routine, and weirdly had made it so that the easiest way to get a meal was to go to Paris. The links between GAR offices still existed, and while the U.S. GAR offices were off by themselves, GAR Paris was in the city. They'd have to take Ray's glider to eat anywhere nearby in the U.S., which wasn't a problem, but sometimes they just wanted to go down the street and get something quick. Of course, it helped that there were more supernatural-run eateries in Paris than even in New York, so finding a place where they didn't have to wait was easier. They ended up in a corner cafe with a properly ward and glamour-screened booth, for fae like Felicia, where their very nature could bother other patrons. "So this is a right mess," Felicia said at last, leaning back against the aged wood of the booth's back. "Yeah," Ray said, adjusting his cutlery on the lacquered tabletop while he thought. "The thing is, without Fane and without the teleports, it's going to be complicated to do anything. Who are they going to send after Hargrave? Let alone Tazen, I don't think we've seen a triple aspect archmage before. It sounds like Gar actually won't be able to do anything then." "Well," Ray said judiciously, leaning back as the waiter brought wine and appetizers. "There's a lot of other houses that aren't on great terms with the Hargraves. Rin and Toller, and there's probably some Chinese ones now that Fane's sort of headless. But yeah, Gar is gonna have trouble." Where does that leave us? Felicia asked, taking a sip of her wine. It was a red, as always, and she savored the taste for a moment before lowering her glass. I sure don't want to be in the middle of that. Thankfully, we won't, Ray said. Oh, it's going to be a pain for us, sure, but with Hargrave out, it's not the DAI's business. We've got more than enough to deal with investigating all the stuff emerging now that Gar's short-handed. He paused to consider the prospect. I will probably want to move out of my house quarters, though. House Roth doesn't have any dog in this fight and might just close itself off. I'll get the guest room ready, Felicia said, and Ray gave her a sharp look. He wasn't certain whether she was teasing him or not, especially since she could manage her voice to be entirely ambiguous. She looked back with the completely inscrutable look that only real Fae could manage, something ageless and beyond human understanding. So he was pretty sure she was flirting. They were almost done with their meal when their phones chimed in harmony, and Ray took his out. He scowled at the name and header of the mail on the preview screen. Nothing requiring them to report to Supervisor Lane was good news. Well, there goes the afternoon, Ray sighed and signaled the waiter. Half an hour later, Felicia knocked on Supervisor Lane's door while Ray double-checked their suits. Being chewed out for sloppy dress was frivolous, but still not something Ray wanted to have to deal with again. "Come in," Lane said, and the two of them entered to stand in front of Lane's desk. Even in the short time he'd been head of DAI, the man had made the supervisor's office his. There were pictures on the wall and knickknacks on the shelves, though nothing that showed why anyone thought Lane made for a good DAI supervisor. "Sir," Ray said, Lane didn't offer them seats. "I have a report that House Hargrave denied a DAI warrant issued on a complaint by House Fane," Lane said. Ray almost asked whether that had happened before they had broken from Gar or after, but held his tongue. He didn't officially know that yet. "What kind of a warrant, sir?" Ray asked. "One Gail Hargrave is to be remanded to the custody of the BSC or House Fane due to her use of restricted magics," Lane said, as if Felicia and Ray hadn't been in the middle of that whole mess. "I believe Archmage Hargrave made his stance on that clear," Ray said cautiously. "Archmage Hargrave doesn't run Gar," Lane said coldly, which Ray thought somewhat undersold Hargrave's influence on the organization. "Nor does he run the Department of Arcane Investigation. You two will go to House Hargrave with a new warrant for that and for the deaths of Fane's personnel, and see it is carried out." "Yes, sir," Ray managed to squeeze out, though inwardly he was goggling at the man. Ray knew a few tricks specifically taught to him so he could work with Felicia, but he wasn't anywhere near powerful enough or important enough to deal with an archmage, let alone one that had just broken with Gar. Lane shoved a folder across his desk, and Ray picked it up. "Dismissed," Lane said, and Ray exchanged a glance with Felicia before stepping out into the hall. "No way," Felicia wrote on her tablet. "Office, then glider," Ray said in agreement. He floated his glider outside the actual Gar building, which still felt odd considering how long he'd been using the transportation system. Once it unfolded and he helped Felicia into the passenger side, he climbed in and sent his vis through the focus, sending them into the air. Nobody remarked on the boxes they'd loaded the glider with, packed full of the few personal effects they kept in their shared office. "Is he trying to get us killed?" Felicia asked when they were safely in the air. "I think he might be," Ray said after a moment. "He didn't even tell us that Hargrave wasn't part of Gar anymore. If we went in like we had actual authority behind us, things could go badly." "Even if we had actual authority, things would go badly." "I do not like being set up for a fall," Felicia said coldly. Ice frosted over the window on her side of the glider. "No," Ray agreed. Neither of them had actually spoken about their action out loud, so he decided to just say it outright. "We're going to have to leave the DAI." And Gar, because they'd probably lock us up if we just handed in resignations. That was putting aside the cloud they were under after their failure to deal with Wells. We should inform House Hargrave first, Felicia said. I doubt we'll be the only ones they send. Yeah, Ray agreed, turning the glider northward. What about you? I know this can't be easy. Not that an abrupt career change was good for either of them, but for Faye that kind of thing could literally kill them if they didn't reconcile it. The organization we worked for isn't what we thought it was, Felicia said. Now, we find a position with more integrity and investigate the real origin of our problems. It was the closest she'd come to outright stating what story she was trying to tell, something that was considered rather gauche normally. Either it was obvious or it wasn't. Ray had more or less figured out that she was the plucky investigator, and being caught up in events greater than she'd ever anticipated was an easy extension of that kind of thing. Hope John is still answering his Scrycom, Ray said in reply, fishing the focus in question from his pocket. He energized it and waited in silence, which stretched for a good few minutes until it connected. Agent Danforth, John said, sounding somewhat distracted. Agent John, Ray acknowledged. We've run into some issues at GAR, so I think it might be for the best that Felicia and I take up your offer. I see. There was another period of silence. Do you remember where the staging ground for the BSC is in the south of Germany? I think so, Ray said. It had been a while since he was there, years in fact, but he was pretty sure he could find it from the air. Meet me there tomorrow at 1600 local time, John said. Ray did some quick math. We'll need an extra day, he replied. It's not like we can use the GAR teleporters. Very well. Day after tomorrow, then. John was all business but not brusque or hostile. Danforth had the impression that he was just busy. We'll be there, Ray said, and the connection went. Not exactly the warmest of receptions, he remarked to Felicia. It's that or Ferry for help, Felicia said. And you know what I think about Ferry. Yeah, Ray said. It didn't take much longer to get to House Hargrave's property, the journey there mostly filled by contemplative silence. Once the house wards became visible, Ray angled the glider down and brought it to a hover outside of the house's front entrance. An area that looked like it had been recently cleared, with a vast swath of open dirt. He let his glider gently drift the last few inches and stepped out, giving Felicia a little bit of a lift to the ground. The two of them approached the guardhouse, where a man watched them warily but didn't openly challenge them. Under the circumstances, even that much tolerance was surprising. Business. The gate guard grunted as they stepped up to the guardhouse, turning to spit tobacco into a spittoon in the corner. I'm Ray Danforth and this is Felicia Black, formerly of the DAI, Ray said. Formerly, huh, the man said, giving them a sharper eye. Indeed. I just wanted to give House Hargrave the message that we were sent with paperwork about the incident with House Fane. He held up the folder. I don't have any plans to actually enforce it, but I thought you might want to know they're trying to stir trouble. We weren't told about your secession. I see, the guard replied after a pause. Wish I could say I was surprised, but I'm not. Guess the Archmage will want to talk to you. We'd rather not, Ray said. We have a lot to do since we, quit the DAI without telling anyone. The guard barked a laugh. Yeah, okay, he said, holding out a hand for the folder. Ray passed it to him. Ray Danforth and Felicia Black. I'll make sure the Archmage knows. If this is all on the up, we owe ya. I appreciate it, Ray said. A favor from a mage house was no small thing. The two of them returned to the glider, and Ray lifted it back into the air and aimed it toward Felicia's apartment. Now that the dangerous DAI warrants and accusations were out of their hands, they had a lot of packing to do. Ray had no idea what exactly John and Tazen were up to, but if he had to bet, he and Felicia wouldn't be the only ones fleeing Gar. End of Book 3. Chapter 1. Moving. Callum and Lucy had spent a lot of time in the Texas trailer, and even with the bunker nearly complete, they weren't entirely moved out. Callum's teleportation and gravitikinesis, or even telekinesis focus, made things a lot easier physically, but did nothing on the side of organization. Nor could his magic speed up how fast concrete or paint dried, so the move to the bunker was a slow and piecemeal affair, something they were still working on a week after dealing with Raviv. At least until events conspired to force the issue. Callum jolted into full wakefulness when a mage bubble brushed across the edge of his perception. Under most circumstances, waking up with someone snuggled in against him was a pleasant thing, but the hammer blow of adrenaline ruined it. He was up and out of bed before he realized he didn't really need to be, since grabbing everything and leaving was purely a function of magic. "Wazza," Lucy said, stirring sleepily as he reached out with his vis and started transferring everything that was left. The mage bubbles were moving quickly somewhere overhead, and while not headed directly at his trailer, he had to assume they'd noticed something if they'd gotten so close. "We gotta go," he told her. "The food in the fridge, the clothes in the dresser, the grill outside. Some of the furniture had come with the trailer, so he didn't take that, but he grabbed everything else he could in the first few seconds. A handful of the cleaner beads got distributed over the whole house, and a more powerful one put on a small plate that he dropped on the floor of the room. The mage bubbles were still several seconds away, and while he couldn't tell whether they'd seen him directly or not, he had to assume they knew. Besides, they could launch attacks from that far away, so he wrapped both himself and Lucy in a teleportation matrix, tube-based, so it wouldn't so hard on her, and pulled them into the cave. Only then did he feel like he could breathe, heart still hammering. Lucy squeaked as she dropped a few inches onto the cot he had set up before propping herself up and squinting into the darkness of the cave. Callum reached out with his perception sphere and teleported an LED lamp into his hand, flicking it on and lofting it over toward Lucy. She squinted and snagged it out of the air, shivering in the cool cave atmosphere. "The heck?" she demanded. "I sensed mages overflying the trailer," Callum explained. "I wasn't going to hang around and hope they passed by." "Oh," Lucy said, wrapping her arms around herself. "Well, damn, how'd they find us?" "Not through the portal anchors, I wouldn't think." "Timing is weird too," Callum said, pulling clothes out from the piles he'd teleported and handing Lucy hers. Even if he'd gotten around to heating the cave, which he hadn't, it was still bare stone and concrete. "I would have figured it'd be earlier if it were some magical scrying. I'll have to double-check the server, though it's not like I ever even accessed it from the trailer house." Lucy shrugged and hastily dressed, sitting on the cot to put on her shoes and socks. "What about the bunker? Do you think it's safe?" "Not if they can trace us directly, but otherwise I think so. The bunker didn't even have a mailing address as such. Even if some mundane organization found out about it from Miguel, the town councilman who was handling the local businesses, that didn't imply any supernatural activity. The greatest risk was that his bunker house would attract the interest of a cartel, and he had thoughts on how to deal with that. But for the most part, he suspected the bunker was invisible to state-level actors. That wasn't a certainty, though, which was why one of the portal nexus links was to another safe house, a little campsite with supplies that wasn't too far from civilization. Lucy had a teleportation setup for it made of anchors and obsidian tiles, just in case she needed to escape while he wasn't around for some reason. Considering what had just happened, that seemed more likely than it had before. "Well, at least we've got power here now," Lucy said in resignation. Callum still had to wait for the last of the construction equipment to be cleared away before he could set up the infinite portal generator, but the solar he'd gotten worked well enough in the interim, as long as the two of them were sparing with it. I guess it's not a terrible thing, even if I hate being forced to run away. Means we have to actually buckle down and finish our chores. Callum finished dressing and studied the cave cache in his perceptions to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything. All his supplies were there, minus the ones that had been ruined when he'd assassinated Ravib. Callum still wasn't clear on whether the Fey magic had gone through the portals or worked through more esoteric means. No matter how it had happened, Ravib had managed to send a Fey after Callum, and only the presence of the shifters had kept him intact. More lasting damage had been done to the corner of the cave cache where the antimaterial rifle had been, with the actual rifle being turned into some kind of goo, and the water barrels blowing apart from the sudden growth of stinking algae. Even the stone had suffered, and while he'd portaled the worst of it back into the remains of Ravib's enclave, the stone under where the gun had been was still slowly crumbling. The rest of his cache was intact, though. The armored van, the other water barrels, the preserved food, the guns, the ammunition, the clothes and camping equipment, the second-hand furniture and bedding. The last were the most important at the moment since the bunker was unfurnished, and with the emergency move they'd have to make do until Alpha Chester came through on his agreement. Easy for you to say, Mr. I was on my feet, but you weren't the one who woke up falling, Lucy said, only half serious. What time is it even? Her hand went for her pocket by reflex, but her phone wasn't there. Callum located it in the pile of stuff he'd more or less blindly swept off the dressers and handed it over. Lucy groaned. Too early to be awake, but too late to go back to sleep, she said. Callum snorted. She wasn't exactly a morning person. I couldn't sleep anyway. I can still taste adrenaline. Callum grimaced, then opened a portal to the bunker basement, the only fully finished area so far. Since the cave was only a few hundred yards from the house, it didn't even need a dedicated portal anchor. With carpet and interior walls, the basement was considerably warmer than the cave, and when Callum flicked a switch, actually illuminated. Aight. Lucy yawned and meandered sleepily through the portal and over to where her laptop and 3D printer were laid out. The printer actually required so much power that with just solar panels they could only fuel the simplest of builds, but that wouldn't be the case for long. Callum eyed the clock. It was quite early, and then the backhoe and dozers still on his property. The only real work left was taking care of all the dirt and mud and piles of gravel that were strewn about from the construction. But he could take care of that himself, with gravitikinesis. Hey Lucy, might as well set up the building-wide glamour, but don't use it yet. I'm going to move all the equipment off and tell Miguel everything's finished. So far Miguel had been nothing but helpful, the town representative perfectly happy to put in the work so long as Callum supplied gold bullion. It was actually a little suspicious, but finding someone like him was preferable by far to trying to negotiate directly with the locals. Great, Lucy yawned again. Have fun with that. Callum would prefer not to use the glamour, since a building vanishing would be more suspicious than the initial construction, but he was worried about regular folks poking around. Supernaturals didn't have any reason to check out the area, but it was hard to hide construction equipment and laborers. If he were lucky, he wouldn't need it, but Callum didn't believe in luck. Moving the construction equipment wasn't really too difficult. Despite all his practice, creating a framework much larger than a car was still a strain, but not so much of one that he couldn't move everything out to the edge of the property. He still had to use a portal anchor, since the house was smack dab in the middle of his 100-acre swath, and that was too far even for his senses, but they had enough extra that keeping one around the house was no issue. Once he had all the equipment lined up next to the actual bit of road that wound near his property, he grabbed the van from the cave cache and obscured the license plate with mud before he drove it into the village where Miguel lived. Despite it only having been maybe 6 months since he started paying Miguel for the house, there were some obviously new bits of infrastructure in the village, which Callum certainly didn't begrudge. He had expected a bit of skimming, especially since he was paying for things to be done quietly, and it was good seeing it being used to improve the town rather than Miguel's own pockets. He still wasn't sure whether the toughs that always seemed to be around Miguel's place were part of the village, belonged to a cartel, or something else entirely, but they didn't hassle him, so he ignored them. When he knocked on the front door, the usual man let Callum in and asked him to wait in the front room. With his sphere of perception, he knew exactly what the guy was busy with even if he didn't really want to and wasn't about to rush the man. "Senor," Miguel said, some 15 minutes later as he sat on the couch across from Callum. "Is everything going well with the house?" "Yeah, it is," Callum told him. "Actually, I came by to say that they're done. I know they were still working on some tidying up, but I can attend to that myself." He reached into his pocket and teleported 2 more gold plates into his hand. That pretty much finished off his gold bullion, but the money from shipwreck salvage was a decent enough income for the moment. "Just wanted to settle accounts," he said, extending the gold plates to Miguel. "Thank you, senor," Miguel said. "I do wish to tell you there were some inquiries about who was building nearby." "Idle questions. Nothing special, but it is difficult to hide such construction equipment." "That's fine. If anyone comes by, I'll take care of it," Callum assured Miguel, though inwardly he grimaced. Those inquiries could be anyone from nosy neighbors to policemen or criminals, though so long as they were mundanes the glamour would probably be sufficient. "As you say," Miguel replied, and Callum nodded to him before heading back out to the van. He didn't really even need the cane anymore, thanks to the Connors. Lucy was still the main point of contact between Callum and the couple he'd rescued some 6 months back, and their input had helped his knee recover. Mostly. It probably needed Mage healing to be perfect again, but Callum didn't need things to be perfect. He recalled himself and the van back to the cave cache the moment he was out of sight of the village and then stepped back into the basement. Lucy was still tinkering with the obsidian tiles, and she gave him a wave as he appeared on the designated receiving spot. He'd made it a proper telepad, since it was Lucy's escape hatch as well, adding in some drywall enclosures to create a homemade teleportation booth. "Everything go okay?" "Yup," he confirmed. "Time to get us some power." "Woo," Lucy left off her wiring and stood. "Let's go." His infinite power setup was simply a pipe with a portal at the top and bottom, hooked up to a second-hand water turbine generator. Simple as it was, it developed more than enough power from his tests, so all he needed to do was wire it into the house. Lucy had done wonders with setting up a little monitor and valve to actually reduce or stop the flow when, and if they were at full capacity. He used gravitikinesis to assemble it outside the back wall of the house, while Lucy dealt with the wiring plugs. This was exactly why he'd had a consultant for the electrical wiring, because he was not going to mess with figuring out electrical distribution himself. There was just a simple connector for the generator's output. Then he started transferring purified water from his barrels to the interior. The water's infinite fall was interrupted by the turbine blades, and the generator started to spin. The big house-supplying battery registered current and nothing caught fire. "Wonderful," Lucy said. "Now all we need is the furniture." "I guess we should check in with Chester," Callum said. They'd been laying low for a while to let the excitement die down, so it was probably time to pop their heads out and see what had happened. "Sure thing, link me up," Lucy said, heading back inside to get her laptop. Callum followed, reached out through the portal nexus and found the drone they'd left in the US. It was near to Chester's place, though near was a relative term when it came to the speed that he could achieve with the drones. It didn't take much maneuvering to get the drone near a cafe Wi-Fi, and Lucy pulled up her VoIP program. "Hey Lisa," she said. "Yeah, okay. Sure, we can probably come over." She glanced at Callum and he shrugged and nodded. He didn't have any objections, and it wasn't like it took any real time. Half an hour later, he opened a portal to Chester's house. Unlike every other time he'd sent the drone in, there were no Mage bubbles keeping watch. In fact, the entire GAR office that had been there, small as it was, had been demolished, and recently. There was still construction equipment in place near the foundations. "Welcome," Chester said, for once not greeting them in the basement. With the break from GAR, Chester no longer needed to hide dealing with Callum, which wasn't the same thing as being entirely in the open, since the warding was still up. "Feeling okay? Recovered from the concussion?" Lisa asked, setting out hot chocolate for everyone. "Yeah, everything seems fine," Callum said, accepting a mug with thanks. "You all haven't had any trouble?" "Well, that's what we asked you over here to discuss," Chester said. "I assume you saw that House Hargrave and their faction also left GAR." "Lucy told me." Callum allowed himself a smile. "I don't imagine they liked that, especially coming on the heels of your independence." "No, they do not, but it has actually helped us a lot. So far, they haven't been able to drum up any archmages to try and force the issue with me and my allies," Chester said. "So first of all, I have a number of contact requests from our allies." He slid across a stack of cardstock. "I didn't screen them, and I don't know what they want, but I said I'd at least forward them." Callum grimaced. He didn't want to deal with any other forces. He had barely wanted to deal with Chester, and even though that had turned out okay, that wasn't likely to happen twice. Despite that, he wasn't so blind that he didn't see the value in at least being able to talk to a bunch of non-GAR supernaturals when necessary. "All right," he said, taking the stack of cards, flipping through to see all the contact information and notation was in the same hand. Lisa's, he was pretty sure. "I won't promise anything, but I'll think about it. The other thing is, we didn't include any vampires in our alliance, and some people took exception to that." "I bet." Callum frowned and glanced at Lucy. "Is there anything about that in the GAR chattering?" "There's everything going on right now, big man." Lucy flung her arms out in an expansive gesture. "People panicking and thinking that you're going to attack them. People claiming the Hargraves have wiped out entire houses. Everything. Hard to know what's real and what's just nonsense right now." "We're dealing with things ourselves for the most part," Chester said. "But I thought you'd want to know that we're seeing vampires actively expanding their thrall numbers. What I don't know is how much of that is supported by GAR, and how much is just people seizing what they can during the chaos." "Of course they are." Callum pressed his lips tight together. He could hardly blame Chester for passing the problem to him, especially since it was something Callum was concerned about. He had no interest in going around punishing vampires one nest at a time. That would be stressful and probably impossible in the long run. But someone had to stop them if GAR couldn't, especially since it was, at least in part, his fault that GAR was no longer curtailing their activities. Though GAR had outright condoned preying on normal folks, there had also been limits. Now there weren't. "If you could forward that information to Lucy, I'd appreciate it," he said. While he was grimly satisfied with GAR's dissolution, the problem was they weren't yet out the other side into a new sort of stability. It was chaos, and he would have to put in the work to make it better. Intentionally or not, he was the one who had created the current climate, and now it was his responsibility to do something about it. "Certainly," Chester said, nodding to Lisa. "I'll keep you updated on anything else we find, too." I know you're not our alliance's avenging angel, but I expect a few showings of the ghost will help keep people firmly on the side of not hunting mundanes. Not to mention being the right thing to do, Callum said, then shook his head. That's not fair. You have your own things to deal with. Are there any surprises I need to be careful of, like with Ravib? I haven't seen or heard anything about Vamps being able to launch that kind of weird long-range attack, but I've only ever gone after low-hanging fruit. In and of themselves, no, but the vampires are more heavily sponsored by the mages, so they often have enchantments or mages themselves as defenses. So I only have to worry if I sense any fey magic. Not that Callum was going to leave things to chance. Any future attacks would be done from a place where he could teleport out if necessary. An empty field somewhere. In a way, I guess I'm going back to the beginning. Chester raised his eyebrows at that, but shrugged it off. We also have the enchanted stuff from the Gar office for you, Chester said. We can't use it or trust it even if we could, so we'll pass it on to you for recycling. Fantastic, Callum said, glad that there was some good news at least. He wasn't sure there would be enough stuff of sufficient quality for any more anchor pairs, but he had 4 pairs hooked into his nexus already, and there wasn't too much value in more. But he had a lot of enchantments cribbed from Fane to experiment with, and he could never have enough material to do it with. The less pure stuff especially lost its efficacy fairly quickly. I'll have that sent over, and your furniture. If you want any folks to install cabinets or anything, they'll need a heads up though. I'll let you know if I need it, Callum said. His gravitikinesis and regular telekinesis focus meant that he might well be able to do it himself. He rather enjoyed that he could replace the requirement for extra hands and raw muscle with magic, and besides, he really didn't want any supernaturals to visit the bunker. Thank you. They didn't stay for very much longer, but at least long enough to finish the hot chocolate and be shown to a pallet full of stuff. Despite mostly trusting Chester and his people and Lucy's friendship with them, he was still glad to be back in their own bunker. He just couldn't relax around other supernaturals, not completely. So, gonna be going after people again, huh? Lucy asked. They're not people if they're preying on folks, Callum said reflexively, then sighed. It's not really my favorite thing, but it sounds like the vamps are asking for it. I want you to make sure that we're being given real information, though. I really don't like the idea of turning into a weapon to be pointed at some bozo's enemies. Lucy nodded in agreement. Yeah, will do, she said. While you do that, I'll finally furnish the house. Constance Earle, head of the Department of Acquisition, frowned at Supervisor Lane of the Department for Arcane Investigation. He was hurrying in the door to the meeting room some 20 minutes past the hour, and she had no idea why he was late. The man barely did any work. With Gar cut down to bare bones, everyone should be working double time, but it seemed like the complete reverse. Only the most basic stuff was getting done, save for in her department. Now that we're all here, we can begin, said Magus Mavros, head of Archmage Affairs. His tedious barb at Lane went unanswered as the man didn't seem to notice, taking a chair and scowling around at the rest of them. The heads of the various guard departments didn't need to meet too often, but under the circumstances, it seemed a good idea. The Archmage Council is meeting soon, and they want some plan of action, Mavros told them. While there was no overall leader of Gar, Archmage Affairs was the conduit between the Guild of Arcane Regulation and the Archmages it nominally served. There were, of course, representatives for each of the races, though Shifter Affairs was looking uncomfortable with his post. Considering the current crisis, what exactly are we supposed to do? The houses are the ones who are causing it to begin with, the head of supplies said. Have Duval put her network back and I might be able to get something done, but until then, what? Ask people to carry freight around. If you have to, Finances snapped back. Constance let their squabbling pass as she deliberately opened her folder and looked over her notes. Unlike some people, she had seen the current crisis coming even before Duval had raised things to the boiling point. Her fellow department heads were gathered around a large table in Gare, Paris, where most of Gare's services were still intact. Despite the comfortable chairs, the expensive coffee and pastries, and the view of Paris itself through arched windows, nobody seemed particularly happy. The issue was, for once, not even something they'd brought on themselves, which meant nobody could be held responsible for it or even blamed for it. So they squabbled. When they were finished their quarreling, she had something actually useful to contribute. While Constance wasn't part of the big inter-house politics as such, there were factions she was in close contact with thanks to her role as head of acquisitions. Someone needed to take up the slack that Gar had left off. "If you're quite done," Constance said at last, as finances and supplies wound down their sniping, "I do have some offers that should make our lives easier. There are some Fae who have their own transport network they would allow us to use for a moderate consideration. For one." "That would be excellent," Logistics said. "I haven't heard anything about that," Fae Affairs said with a scowl. "I know," Constance told him. "They've been operating closely with me and a number of archmages in Fairy instead." Her primary backer was actually a neutral party, not really backing either Gar or the new factions, at least officially. Unofficially, he had many fingers in many pies, given how much infrastructure he'd created. "Don't you have better things to do?" Finance said suspiciously. "I know for a fact that we're seeing an uptick in supernatural-related incidents, and that should be your job. If you're going to be off playing with Fae, maybe." "Don't blame me for BSE's lack of personnel," Constance cut him off. "These people have actually helped with curtailing some of this sudden flurry of illicit activity. Unless you want things to get worse and run the risk of breaking into the open. I'm sure the archmages will thank you for having to deal with a huge population of restive mundanes." That shut him up. In fact, she had everyone's attention, so she allowed herself a small smile. The factions that had kept the more militant bent of Gar at the forefront of politics had mostly broken away, or been crippled by Archmage Tazen's formation of his own house. While the current crisis was severe, it was also an opportunity for those focused more on the inner workings of supernatural society to take charge. "I have certain proposals here for undertaking the rebuilding of Gar," she said, opening the folder. "With and without the support of House Duval, I recognize the value of returning our transportation network to functionality, but in case that isn't possible, there have to be alternatives. Not only that, I have some ideas for making the current spate of violence useful to us, rather than increasing our workload." They talked it over for a solid 2 hours. The coffee, tea, and pastries vanished, slowly but surely, and in the end Constance walked away with almost every concession she wanted. More importantly, her backers wanted. Constance herself was happy with the expansion of powers for the Department of Acquisition, though enforcement of that would be ticklish for a while. It was time to focus more on the life and welfare of supernaturals anyway. Let Tazen worry about the portal worlds. Gar should serve the people who did real work, like herself. "I can't believe he was living here," Grand Magus Lorenzo Rossi said, pacing around the small trailer house in Texas that his agents had located. The Guild of Enchanting had spent quite a lot of time and money on locating Callum Wells, and it was irritating to only miss him by fractions. Though by all accounts he was quite slippery, and it was unlikely he'd believe that Rossi only wanted to talk. "We probably would have overlooked the area entirely if he hadn't spent a lot of vis leaving," Commander Graham said, bald head gleaming in the morning sunlight. "As it is, his vortex enchantments have done a good job degrading a lot of his signature." but it's still definitely spatial. The commander handed over the signature analyzer, and Rossi gave it a cursory look. It registered as spatial, but he hardly needed that for confirmation they'd found Wells' haunt. Only one mage would stick around in a dilapidated old dump like the one they'd found. "Are there any functional versions of the Vortex enchantment about?" he asked instead. While he was pretty sure he knew what Wells was using and why, nobody really used vis spirals that way. They ran the risk of disrupting the very enchantment they fueled. It'd be instructive to see if Wells had made any changes, considering how much he used the thing. "We have a steel plate with a partial. It's already decaying," Graham told him. Rossi grimaced. It went against the grain to use mundane materials for enchanting at all, but it was obvious that Wells used it for the very reason that it didn't last. "But we found something more interesting while searching the house." "Though." Graham beckoned him over to a small evidence box set up on a table outside the house, which held a few square pieces of black material that glowed faintly to his mage sight. Rossi picked up one of the squares, noting that it was cracked partway through and seemed to be glass. More importantly, the surface was a familiar piece of enchanting design, though strangely only a piece, not something that could sustain itself on its own. He picked up a second one and found that it was similarly damaged, with a big chip in the middle of the enchanting design relief. But the notch and groove arrangement on the edges meant the two tiles fit together. Perforce, so did the two components of enchantment, the edges fitting flush against each other. It was a fascinating construct, and he could immediately see the utility even if he didn't much like the execution. "What is this?" "Enchanted glass." He frowned as he turned the tiles over in his hands, and then he blinked. "Wait, is this from 6? "I believe so, sir," Graham said. "Well, we're sure not going to reproduce this," Rossi said, "but the fundamental idea is sound. Not what I would have expected given his poor enchanting skill." Though even as he said it, he realized it was exactly the sort of thing someone who could only copy enchantments would come up with, chopping up the bits and pieces for reuse rather than trying to make a single coherent whole. "There's very little else here, sir," Graham said. "Nothing that seems related to Wells' work." "I would think not," Rossi said, regarding the dump of a house. "Which is a shame. This is very interesting, even if his technique is the worst I've ever seen." He turned the linked pieces of glass over in his hand again before putting them in the evidence box. "If there's nothing else, you might as well recall your men, Commander Graham," Rossi said. "We'll have to get at Wells some other way." With the fracture of Gar, the Guild of Enchanting no longer had ready agreements with either Alpha Chester's or Archmage Hargrave's factions, so he needed to negotiate with them anyway. It was an open secret that Chester could get in contact with Wells, so there might be a way to approach him from that quarter. He still hadn't given up hope of stopping the man from broadcasting guild secrets all over the place, or of getting the services of a spatial mage not under the thrall of Duval. Chapter 2. Deja Vu. The first thing Callum did was go looking for more Mordite. There was no reason to suffer any vampire to live, in his opinion. Not on Earth. While he had nothing to say about their behavior in the Night Lands, on Earth they preyed on people, and that could not be borne. Every vampire left alive was condemning people to death. But Callum wasn't physically or mentally capable of actually wiping out every vampire nest on Earth, and going after this one or that one in particular felt somewhat wrong. But given a target and a reason, he had to act. Chester had provided both, in the list of nests that had made themselves conspicuous by consumption. Creating thralls was killing people even if the body lived, and thralls themselves were more of an accident than a thing of calculated purpose. So they had supplied the reason, and Callum needed to deal with it. But he wasn't going to go in half-cocked. He was making sure he was absolutely prepared. His experience with Raviv had shown him that normal weaponry had an effect, but he would need artillery to deal with anything of real power. An ancient vampire probably couldn't retaliate in quite the same way a Fey king could, but might well be equally as tough. Buying artillery wasn't completely off the table. The black market where he'd gotten his antimaterial rifle had featured a few pieces. But the care and feeding of something like that was so difficult that Bane ammunition was a better idea. He knew there were ammunition manufacturers somewhere who could do custom work for him, whether it was by tipping or cladding larger calibers with the stuff, or by making the entire bullet out of either pure mordite or an alloy. Mordite acted like a normal metal, so that was easy enough to deal with, though he was still trying to figure out how the other Bane materials were turned into bullets. Just in case, at least with Callum's abilities he didn't need thousands of rounds. Some of the salvaged enchantments that Chester provided were a mordite alloy, but it really wasn't very much. Callum actually felt that his best bet would be to go back to the Night Lands. He knew what he was looking for there, and with the portal anchor and drone he could cover more territory faster. The portal anchor wasn't really susceptible to being stung by sturges, either, so he could take his time and make sure he got every last bit from any cenote he ran across. "This is kind of boring," Lucy said, watching the feed from the drone. The approach to the Night Lands had been nigh identical to the first time he'd gone, only slightly complicated by some roving jammer fields and additional personnel. Even if they could see his tiny threads, they couldn't see them when they were inside walls or floors. Callum had spent a good hour or two just studying the portal itself, not only sketching its structure into CAD but getting a feel for it. He didn't have solid grasp of how they worked, but with 2 world portals transcribed, he had a better understanding of what he was looking at. He knew it wouldn't happen soon, but he took his agreement with Shahi seriously. Only once he was satisfied with his study did they actually breach the portal. They'd been through and outside of the Night Land settlement in less than 2 minutes. You'd think a land of eternal night populated by vampires would be exciting and chock full of ancient ruins or something, not an empty desert, she added. "It's the shifting you have to watch out for," Callum told her. "That's what makes it weird and dangerous." "So if there were any ruins, they'd be gone," Lucy said. "According to one of the books, you have to have some kind of light to keep things from shifting. So yeah, I guess the moment things go dark, any ruins would just vanish." "What about the drone? Will it get shifted away too?" Lucy asked. She was piloting the drone herself, sending it zipping through the air. Callum was focused almost entirely on his senses, while Lucy looked for anything that might be a cenote in the low light of the enormous moon. "Not so long as I've got a vis box around it," Callum said. "Now, that's a guess, but it's a pretty good one. The light thing may actually only be the case if it's magical light, but the space twisting didn't affect me personally. Just everything around me." "Well, either way I'd rather be here than there," Lucy said, leaning back in the new, very comfortable, padded chair placed in the sunny living room of the bunker house. Most of the beautiful handmade furniture was placed, with more on the way. He designed the living room to be open and airy, and that was already paying dividends. The difference between being cramped into the trailer and having a real space to stretch was night and day. Yeah, there's not much to recommend it. There's not even wait. What the heck is that? Lucy leaned forward to stare at the screen, and a moment later what she was referring to came into his perceptions. They were way out away from the settlement, the better to find cenotes without attracting any attention, and for the first time Callum saw evidence that there was some truth to the reasoning behind the Mage draft. There was an enormous insectal monster almost 50 feet high and twice that long ambling along a ridge. It was a strangely angular thing, with a slate-gray, slab-sided body from which projected a myriad of crystalline legs. The eyeless head had mandibles larger than a person, which twitched as it clicked its way along the rocky ground. "Now, this is a good reason to have a portal world defense force," Callum said. "Let's not tempt fate and risk an anchor." Lucy nodded agreement, and they sent the drone off away from the thing. After Lucy had snapped a few pictures, it took a while to find a cenote, even with their speed and perspective, but pilfering from it was comically easy. Even though stealing Mordite stirred up the wildlife, they just whisked the drone and anchor off and away before any of the animals could get the idea to even look for it. Unfortunately, not only were the cenotes rare, they didn't yield all that much raw material. Lucy decided to make a day of it, bringing him a surprise picnic lunch, while he was taking a break from concentrating on the little Mordite marbles. They snacked on sandwiches in chairs on the tropical lawn while navigating the night lands. Gathering weapons materials, while safe and comfortable, was oddly relaxing for something of such dire import. Judging by the few Bane bullets he had left, the alloy that was used in them was something like 10% Mordite. So even if he was going for double, that it only took a few cenotes to acquire enough for a reasonable amount of bullets. A process that made him aware he was somewhat lucky to find one as quickly as he had, the first time. Lucy rattled them in the plastic container they were using. "Doesn't look like much, big man." "Yeah, but check this out." He pulled his bottle of cenote water from where it was stored in the cave, only to find that it was just ordinary water. The magic had left it at some point, which explained at least why they didn't ship it out to Earth. "Oh, never mind. I guess it doesn't work on this side of the portal." Lucy raised her eyebrows at his non-explanation. "It looks like it's liquid under the glow of Nightland's water," he explained. "Next time I'll siphon off some so you can see." "That does sound neat," Lucy admitted, "but it just looks like metal now." "Just as well. That way it doesn't raise any suspicions," he said, and put the lid on the box of Mordite marbles. He had a small crucible out back and some ingots of ammunition-appropriate lead alloy, so despite how much it hurt to use precious Bane material for something other than enchanting, he headed outside and started the alloy process. A small test batch showed that the alloying process ended up with a loss in magical potency relative to the ratio of the metal. The end result was something with a magical signature partway between the vampire's original Bane bullets and what he'd been aiming for. Presumably the Bane effect was of similar strength. "Gonna make a lot of bullets," Lucy said, watching him pour the metal from the crucible into the ingot molds. He was using a smaller variant of his lava technique, forcing the metal to slowly rise upward into a portal feeding directly to the top of the ingot mold. "Hopefully more than we need." "I really don't want to go on some kind of rampage," Callum said. "Pretty sure nobody wants that," Lucy said. "You're already pretty scary in the magical world, Mr. Ghost." "I don't like just letting vampires go either," Callum grumped. "But it'd take way more bullets than I could ever get to deal with them." He sighed. "Anyway, speaking of the ghost, I assume there's still a price on my head." "How hard are they looking for me?" "Officially, I think they've got one team, but it's kind of in name only. If you show up somewhere, they'll probably come after you, but I'm not seeing much chatter about hunting you down right now. Mostly, they have other concerns." "If they were smart, they'd take the opportunity to reform their policies," Callum said. "But I doubt they will. Not for a while, anyway. It's going to take time for Chester's group to put real pressure on them." "To be fair, I don't know how they can reform with vamps," Lucy said, and Callum nodded. Though apparently vampires could survive on moonwater within the confines of the night lands, its potency drastically decreased in the scarcer mana of Earth. Actual vampirism was still an option in the night lands themselves, and even stronger there. Callum imagined the old vampires over on that side of the portal were truly monstrous. Still, unless they could perform the kind of nonsense that fey magic allowed, they were not exactly a threat to him. They could move as fast as they wanted, be as strong as they wanted, and since he wasn't there, they could do nothing. It wasn't like he could be any more wanted by the supernatural authorities. The only reason they weren't really actively looking for him was because the only way to track him was through his own failures. Or Chester, but he was a completely different thorn for Gar. Lucy found a manufacturer out in Utah who was willing to work with supplied material, and the pair of them made a quick run to drop it off. He was certain that Chester probably could have dug someone up, but considering how much they were already relying on Chester for things, Callum wanted to diversify. It would be far too easy to just become an adjunct rather than his own agent. The project would take a few days, but that was fine. While they were technically moved in, with the furniture arranged, there was always more tidying up to do, and Callum's magic only helped so much when it came to planting the back garden. Or sweeping up, for that matter. And if there was a cleaning enchantment in the books he'd copied from the Fane household, he hadn't run across it yet. In the meantime, Lucy had dug into Gar reports and found 3 vampire nests that had noticeably expanded their ranks of thralls, and so had exposed themselves. Some of them had even increased their number of vampires, but that was importation from the Night Lands. Even though he knew it intellectually, sometimes Callum had to remind himself that vampires couldn't turn ordinary people, though making thralls was bad enough. "This feels like real spy stuff," Lucy said, sprawled in the early morning sunshine on the back patio and poking at a tablet as they monitored one of the nests in question. Callum had no desire to repeat the attack on Ravib, which had not been as clean and effective as he wanted. By preference, there would be no collateral damage, no witnesses, and no survivors. Ravib's assassination had broken his streak, but that just meant he had to be even more careful. "We do have certain advantages," Callum admitted. He'd installed a few of Lucy's monitoring boxes around the Madrid nest, and while neither of them spoke Spanish, the actions of the nest were obvious enough. As stereotypical as it was, they seemed to be involved in organized crime, preying on trafficking victims, which meant Callum had already transported several would-be dinners or thralls out of their grasp and over to a nearby police station. It probably wasn't enough, but there was only so much he could do. Despite the obvious differences, the entire setup felt a lot like what he'd seen the very first time he dealt with vampires. A building full of men with guns, with a smaller number of vampires and a mage for defense. The only real change was that one of the vampires was obviously in charge, rather than it just being an undifferentiated group of supernaturals. He'd stuck with shotgun slugs for the Mordite rounds, because he just wanted something that did maximum damage at point-blank range. Besides, he still had plenty of shotguns from his initial raid, having carried the weapons from cache to cache. The manufacturer had done an excellent job delivering ammunition that was, to his eye, indistinguishable from commercial rounds. But Lucy made additional versions of the remote gun trigger just in case. Now that he'd had more experience with mages, he was grateful the first one he'd dealt with had been at the bottom of the rung. The more trained and more powerful ones could throw out a shield that stopped multiple-ton boulder impacts, let alone a falling chunk of wood. Judging by the vis bubble the mage monitoring and helping the vampires in question wasn't much stronger, so he actually wasn't worried about whoever it was interfering. Not that he was going to let the mage go back to whatever they were doing. The mage was there aiding and abetting something absolutely terrible, even if they wasn't holding the trigger themselves, as it were. Accordingly, he had a simple plan to deal with them, a flashbang, and then a gravity-accelerated rolled steel joist that he'd picked up at a scrapyard. Metal mages were rare enough that he was pretty certain none of them would be stuck with scutwork like monitoring wards. The second round of vampire assassinations went almost entirely without drama. There was no time crunch, no worry about physically transporting himself from site to site. He had enough portal anchors that he could use one for each nest: New York, Madrid, and San Francisco, in that order. Like Madrid, the New York nest got most of its victims through human trafficking, which made a grim kind of sense, and he'd arranged for an anonymous tip to the authorities through Lucy after he took care of the supernaturals. In San Francisco, they simply kidnapped vagrants and homeless, so there was less that could be done on the mundane side. An RSJ moving at 100+ miles per hour was enough to deal with the mages. He was actually surprised and glad he didn't have to go with the other options he'd set up just in case that wasn't enough. There was just a huge difference between dealing with prepared archmages and specialists and ambushing the dregs. The vampires, even the ones that were still awake, were practically helpless. Of course, he conducted the raids during the day, early morning in San Francisco and afternoon in Madrid. He had 4 shotguns set up by remote, which meant he could multitask on targets, especially since he wanted to recover the slugs for recycling. The Bane shots were absolutely devastating, stripping away all the supernatural toughness of the vampires and resulting in horrendous amounts of damage. It was horrible. He was glad that he didn't have to experience it with his other senses, and equally grateful he wasn't inured to it. He didn't want to turn into some cold-blooded psychopath. He was equally glad that he hadn't performed the entire operation from his house. Callum could just imagine trying to relax in the sofa and having flashbacks to executing vampires en masse. The two of them were in the cave cache, which at least felt more suited to dark and dirty business, and was something he wasn't actually in most of the time. Unlike House Fane, there weren't any innocents involved with the vampires, no children or menials whose future or life savings might be bundled up with the cache of money and materials. He looted their vaults, though he restricted himself to actual money, gold, Bane materials, and weapons, which he piled up in the corner of the cave. There was probably more wealth in objects d'art or furniture, but Callum didn't have the time or energy to spare on that. He just wanted what he could use himself. The 3 hits left every last vampire there dead, along with their attendant mages, but he left the thralls alone. Callum had been told that they weren't really people anymore or something of that nature, but they were obviously victims. In the cold clarity of deliberate action, he could not and would not target people whose only crime was being abused by supernaturals. Unfortunately, there were a lot of thralls. "That's going to be a heck of a lot of arrests, big man," Lucy said, the drone perched on the building opposite the New York vampire nest showing a long series of flashing light as police cars and emergency vehicles pulled up. When an anonymous tip included a live feed of gunfire and dead bodies, it was taken a little more seriously. The BSC folks are not going to enjoy cleaning it up. "The original mess is theirs to begin with," Callum said, "letting in these monsters and then aiding their depravity. Can't really argue with that, just that it's a big mess that involves a lot of normal people." Lucy shrugged. "Like, aren't you worried about the blow-up if you expose the supernatural world somehow? I don't think most people would really believe it, and there might be archmages or fey kings who come out to stomp on the news, but it could happen." "I'm not that worried about it, because in the end this isn't that much different from a normal criminal organization," Callum said. "But it is a worry. I'm not sure how much I agree with keeping the whole thing secret to begin with, but I cannot begin to imagine the violence that would ensue if the entire supernatural world were revealed. That's something more complicated than I'm qualified to deal with." "Yeah, more than anyone is, but you might have to start thinking about it," Lucy told him. Callum sighed and rubbed his eyes. "You know, I just wanted to be left alone," he mused. Things have gotten a little out of hand. Lucy barked a laugh. I'll say, we might want to give a thought to slowing down here, let things work themselves out, she suggested. Maybe pause to reassess and figure out how to deal with things for real and not just piecemeal. That would be preferable, Callum agreed. I can't ignore some things, and I'll have to act if I see them. But if people would stop poking me, then maybe we could all get our bearings. We have lost more of my people in the past 2 years than the last century, the master of Weltentor said, his voice cold and hard. Much like the room Constance was in, with stone walls and stone floors and blue mage lights to illuminate gray raspwood furniture. The trees of the night lands didn't actually yield a particularly good wood, but it was expensive, and the crowded office demonstrated an appreciable outlay. Is anything going to be done about it? Do you have an idea of how to find Wells, the ghost? Constance asked tartly. Beside her, the head of vampire affairs stirred uncomfortably, but didn't add anything. The woman was frankly useless, put in place by the same forces that were behind Archmage Corlin. Even Constance wasn't sure exactly which houses were part of the club, though she could guess it was the oldest ones. Her own backers moved in the same circles. There were a number of archmages whose houses predated Gar itself, yet they didn't have enough direct power or responsiveness to shape things like BSC and DAI. It is not my function to police the human world, Weltentor replied. It is Gar's. Yet it is not every vampire nest that is being attacked, only those who are vastly exceeding their allotted behavior, Constance said. I am hardly in sympathy for those who are taking advantage of our present enforcement issues. All of them were in violation of Gar law. You are saying you will just let it lie. It wasn't a question. I am saying that you have to accept the realities of the situation, Constance said. Don't want to draw the attention of the ghost. Don't exceed the quotas that acquisition allows. Those limitations exist for a reason. Weltentor frowned at her, but didn't reply. Constance wasn't exactly pleased by the damage that Wells had wreaked, and it was a flat-out lie to say that they had exceeded their quota. She had given them tacit permission to expand as a reward for targeting certain other factions, but Weltentor didn't have to know that. Nobody did, not when she could use it as a cudgel to replace some of the missing hard power. People tended to listen when the alternative was turning up dead. At the same time, I'm aware that these issues can't go completely unaddressed on our end, Constance said. There had to be some carrot to go with the stick. When Vampire Affairs failed to take the obvious cue, she nudged the woman with her elbow. Ah. Yes, the reedy mage with oversized spectacles jerked to attention. Gar is issuing a number of additional emigration slots for you to use, allowing you to renormalize your numbers much sooner. It was also, effectively, a bribe. The master of Weltentor was the opposite side of the head of Vampire Affairs, a representative rather than any actual ruler. The extra numbers meant more he could profit from. We do not have infinite population to draw from. New vampires appear as they appear, and only some of them come to us, Weltentor said. Constance said nothing. Vampire Affairs made some conciliatory noises, but nothing concrete. Finally, Weltentor tilted his head, conceding the point. If steps are taken to see that this does not repeat, there is a certain pool of fresh blood that is eager to step out from the night lands, he said. Excellent. The best steps to take would be to refrain from violating any of Gar's laws. As I said, they are there for a reason. Only those who draw attention to themselves run the risk of being targeted, she lied. Nobody had any real control over Wells' attentions except perhaps Alpha Chester, who was absolutely in contact with him. None of the vampire nests that had been targeted were at all in contention with Chester, though, so it was hardly like the ghost could be considered an agent of the new alliance. The meeting didn't last too much longer. Once Vampire Affairs turned over the papers for the extra allotment, Weltentor was just as glad to be rid of them. Overall, Constance was pleased, and not just because she hadn't needed to make any extra concessions. Turning a potential issue to her advantage was always a delightful trick, and she was rapidly becoming the de facto first among equals of the various department heads at GAR. Even though Wells was beyond her control, she could still use him as a club, a boogeyman to threaten people with and ensure they stayed under her thumb. Or at least, the thumb of GAR. His actions were very predictable in a certain way, even if there was no telling where or when he would strike, which just made him even more effective for a phantom police. Constance returned to her suite in Paris, small but tastefully appointed with gifts from friends and in thanks for favors done, and penned a few notes to people of import. After having her email compromised, she was somewhat suspicious of the entire GAR network. The girl that they'd used to lure Wells out was apparently familiar with electronic networks, so Constance expected that she still had access. Nobody with any sense trusted the networks anyway, and anything of real import was handwritten and hand-delivered, to be disseminated among the houses and old fae through their own channels. She sipped a fine Night Land's vintage while she worked. While the vampires themselves were indifferent to the culinary arts, the houses that lived there had created a unique wine from a rare variety of native berry and moonwater, lending a pleasant mana-rich tingle to the liquid. It had been one of the little sundries that her friends among the new guard had supplied in appreciation for her services, a benefit she enjoyed very much. There was to be another meeting, a similar one, with King Atreus and Fae Affairs, considering what had happened to Raviv. She expected that to be significantly different in tenor. While some of the Fae kings were cautious about someone who could remove Raviv so easily, many of them simply took gleeful delight in the ghost's destruction of one of their peers. Which didn't mean that they wouldn't use the incident to squeeze Gar for what they could. Atreus himself was one of her backers' close allies, so it was going to be more congenial overall. Not that any Gar's troubles were any personal worry anyway. The so-called concessions only further cemented the power of her faction, moving authority from some of the departments to her own, which was all to the good, since someone had to pick up the pieces and keep Gar from fragmenting. Even Wells was doing his part, though he didn't know it. Ray Danforth stood in line with the rest of Archmage Tazen's forces as the House Hargrave healer came through and gave each of them a refresh. He actually recognized the girl as the one who'd been involved with Wells way back at the beginning of the current troubles. It was a small world. She stopped in front of him and gave him a smile as her vis flicked out to touch his bubble, and the familiar feeling of magical healing flowed through him. Ray wasn't actually injured. Even in sparring, it never went far enough to break through shields. Humans were far more fragile than something like a shifter or a vampire, and the titanic forces mages could wield meant that anything that broke a shield would probably kill the target. But regular magical healing kept people healthy and alert, which was Tazen's goal. "Thank you," he said, and the girl nodded at him before moving on to the next mage. Despite being among the combat mages, Danforth was, fortunately, not actually expected to sally forth himself. Tazen mandated everyone drill regularly, but he and Felicia both had been given something closer to their old job. Once healed, they all returned to Garrison 7 by way of a portal, one of the BSC's old breaching portals, fueled by vis crystal charges for the transport. With the teleportation network both untrustworthy and unavailable, the only real way to use spatial enchantments was to repurpose portal devices, despite being energy-hungry and lacking any way to verify who and what was going through in the way the old teleport system did. It was also the only way to transport the growing number of mages who had removed their tattoos. All of Tazen's forces had taken theirs off, and Ray had followed suit. It was effectively a permanent break from Gar, but Tazen had bluntly informed them of the dangers of anything that bypassed their vis exclusion. Deep beneath the Antarctic ice, Archmage Tazen had created a sprawling complex and fortified fallback position in case of anything truly horrendous. Before the events of the past couple years, Ray would have thought that was unnecessarily paranoid. Now, he well understood what had driven Tazen to make it. The structure was similar to the way things were built in the Nightlands, with glamour paintings instead of windows and plenty of light, a fairly comfortable place to live despite its location and purpose. The mages all scattered to their various tasks as they emerged from the portal, and Ray strode down the carpeted hall to the apartment complex. He turned off at the one he shared with Felicia, letting himself in and getting a wave from Felicia herself. "Find anything?" he asked her, crossing over to the table and taking a seat next to her. "There are some hints," Felicia admitted, passing a few aged reports over to him. They had been tasked with finding any hints of illicit supernatural settlements, or just things that might have slipped past the guards at each of the portal worlds. Since Wells had demonstrated he had no trouble bypassing the protections, Tazen presumed others could, too. It was a thankless task of combing through ancient paperwork, but it turned up more evidence of supernaturals living outside the aegis of Gar than Ray had thought. Even though BSC and the DAI should have caught these things, they clearly hadn't. Or, perhaps more worryingly, they'd likely been covered up with a few bribes here or there, or the hints to rank and file that they needed to ignore anything above their station. The only saving grace was it didn't seem likely that any of the horrors from the portal worlds that Ray had seen during his service had snuck through. They didn't use glamour, and a 30-foot, bright blue weeacat with serrated fangs would be obvious even to mundanes. But vampires and fae were cleverer. He wasn't sure about shifters. If they had gone anywhere, it was somewhere populated sparsely enough that nobody was around to notice or report strange happenings. Not surprisingly, at least in hindsight, a lot of the suspicious activity was in the areas of Earth that Gar had neglected. As mage-centric as the institution was, located mostly in Europe and China and the US, there were enormous swaths of land that were supposedly uninteresting to supernatural races. With no Gar support and no nearby portals, there would be less mana and it'd be less habitable for any supernatural who might go wandering. South America, Africa, India. Those all lacked anything but the most cursory supervision, and the issue was exacerbated by the language barrier. Aside from a few fae with unique gifts, there was no such thing as universal translation, and while most mages were multilingual simply due to age, there were limits. Ray could speak most of the Germanic and Romance languages to some degree of proficiency, but that only covered so much. "We should talk to Archmage Wizzy about this South America stuff," she said, tapping one of the folders. "If we can get at him, he'd know if it was anything worth looking to, or if it's from Portal World 6. The idea that nothing comes out of there should really be looked at again." "There's no way he's guarding that portal for no reason," Ray agreed. "Not just because he doesn't want people going in. I've never been myself, and I don't know anyone who has." "And we can't trust Gar about it," Felicia agreed. "We'll have to be careful," Ray said. "There's no telling what we could stir up." The last time they'd been working on some unknown case, they'd found themselves up against Wells. Wells hadn't seemed interested in them, but there was no guarantee that would hold for anyone else. Given how much damage one rogue mage could do, he didn't want to see what would happen if more rogues started popping up. Chapter 3. Reassess. Lucy was worried. Once again she had been woken up by Callum stirring from the bed in the middle of the night, and she peered blearily after him as he headed to the bathroom. probably for antacids, which he'd been chewing down like candy as of late. Alcohol was saved for special occasions, but the current method of coping wasn't helpful either. "You okay?" she asked when he came back to bed. "Just heartburn," he said, crawling under the sheets. "You gotta let things go," she said, reaching for him. "Yeah, I know," he said, snuggling up to her. She squeaked in indignation from his cold feet. "It's just, there's so much that comes with what we're doing. We saved a lot of people, but how many didn't we save? We took out these vampires, but there are others, most of which we don't know anything about, that are just as bad or worse. Plus, it wasn't like the vamps set up the trafficking rings. Not all the monsters are supernatural, but I'm just one man even if I am a mage. I have a responsibility, but I just can't be a big hero." "S way too heavy for this late at night, big man," she said with a yawn. There were too many cobwebs in her brain to grapple with that kind of worry. "But I tell you what, you can't hold the world on your shoulders. Too much a responsibility for one man." "I suppose," Callum said unenthusiastically. "It still seems like it's my fault that things are starting to happen. Believe me, they were happening long before you came by." Lucy turned and rolled over top of him, nestling her head in against his neck. His arms came up around her and she could feel him relax. "Let's get some sleep," she muttered. "You're gonna be useless tomorrow if you stay up." Yeah, he said, but drifted off again only a few moments later. His maudlin mood seemed to have dissipated when they got up in the morning. Working clearly helped, at least when it came to the garden and the metal craft shed that he was putting up outside. It amused her, considering how many mages disdained physical labor and even used telekinesis foci instead of their hands for ordinary tasks. She stretched out on the couch with her laptop, attending to her own business while he worked outside. Some freelancing online, where she'd re-established her bona fides under a different name, the investments she'd made with the money from salvaging, and catching up with friends and contacts. Mostly in Chester's pack. Internet access was no longer an issue. She'd anonymously rented a piece of an office in Albania, and Callum had set one of the portal anchors to connect there. It required a bit of a booster since it went through the Nexus, but the Wi-Fi was good enough. Lucy mused over the issues while she worked, since it was obvious that things couldn't continue with Callum being some kind of unaffiliated enforcer. He was physically and magically capable of it, but he didn't have the temperament. Not that Lucy was any real expert, but she talked with Lisa all the time, and in some ways Alpha Chester's position was analogous. The thought made her dial up her friend, partly just to talk, but partly because Lucy and Lisa had ended up being the official contact point between Callum and Chester. If there was something that needed passing in either direction, they managed it, though that wasn't really all that common. Mostly they just chatted. "Hey Lucy," Lisa's voice came. Her friend usually used a headset, but Lucy could still hear thumps in the background. Probably in the pack gym then, with shifters sparring. "Hey Lisa, anything new?" "Actually there is. We had a representative from the Guild of Enchanting come by, partly to establish relations with Chester, but they also wanted to talk to Callum." Lisa didn't sound concerned. "Apparently, they had business matters they wanted to bring up." "Huh," Lucy said, and jotted down the number that Lisa gave her. She knew that the Guild of Enchanting wasn't fully part of GAR, but she wouldn't have thought they were so separate that they'd be making independent deals with Chester already. Nor could she imagine what business they had with Callum, other than the deadly kind. But if Lisa was passing on the message, they were at least moderately polite. "I'll tell him," she said. "Is it urgent?" "Not that I know of," she replied. "Tell you what is urgent, though, you and him can't keep putting it off." I know," Lucy said with some exasperation. Lisa had been nagging more than was comfortable, but she did have a point. Not that Lucy didn't enjoy spending time with the big man, but if they were going to have anything more, it couldn't wait forever. I honestly think he doesn't know what it's like to feel secure anymore. Not that I blame him after the past couple years. I'll work on it. Lisa mercifully let it drop after that, and they just talked and gossiped about what was going on. Lisa's grandkids, Lucy's work, Callum's garden. The scuttlebutt out of Gar and out of the Hargrave-Tazen alliance, which didn't yet have an official name. Chester's moves to cement his authority over the Midwest region, at least when it came to supernaturals. "One moment, Lisa, he's back," Lucy said, still on the phone when Callum returned. He smelled of damp soil and wet grass and leaned down to give her a kiss on his way to the kitchen. Lucy grabbed his wrist before he slipped away again, and he looked at her with eyebrows raised. "Something up." "Lisa says the Guild of Enchanting wants to talk to you," Lucy told him. "I bet they do," he said, his face smoothing into that neutral mask he used when he was contemplating possible trouble. "We can just use a box to talk to them," she suggested. "Heck, we can even put it somewhere with Wi-Fi access so you can clean up the vis before they get there." "That is a good idea. I suppose there's no harm in hearing what they have to say." He rubbed at his forehead, leaving a smear of dirt from his fingers. "I guess we can set it up. Do you have their contact information?" "Got a phone number," she said. "I guess they've got someone plugged into mundane stuff. I'm pretty sure they also have a presence online, but there's no telling who pays attention to that." "I imagine they wouldn't want to be caught talking to me," Callum said. "Sure, set it up." "On it, big man," she said. "I can't believe you still call him that," Lisa said with amusement as Callum went to wash. "Hard to think of him as anything else," Lucy said. "Not after he rescued me and all." "I can't argue with that," Lisa said. After a little more discussion they hung up, and she dialed the number from the Guild of Enchanting. She had been half expecting to be answered by some kind of secretary, but after a few rings the voice that answered stated a name that Lucy actually recognized. "This is Lorenzo Rossi," a heavily accented male voice said. "Mr. Wells." "This is Lucy, on behalf of Wells." She didn't want to use her family name, but it hadn't quite reached the point of taking Callum's, so she just had the one name for the moment. "You wanted to set up a meeting." It surprised her that the actual head of the Guild of Enchanting was answering a phone directly, but maybe they really wanted to talk to Callum. She couldn't imagine the big man waiting on whatever layers of bureaucracy normally insulated Rossi from ordinary people. "Yes, as soon as possible," Rossi was brusque. "It is a matter of some urgency," he added, contradicting Lisa, but Lucy imagined if it had waited this long then it wasn't really time-sensitive. "The best way to do it would be a public place in the mundane world, and we'll attend through a tablet," Lucy said. "He doesn't trust any mages enough to meet in person for obvious reasons." "I see," Rossi said after a short pause. "I suppose that is sufficient. What do you suggest?" The easiest solution would just have been to lean on Chester again, but Callum didn't like relying on the shifters more than he had to. Which Lucy found a little silly, but she knew when to pick her battles when it came to his paranoia. It was hardly difficult to set up a meeting in a business incubator conference room over in California for the next day. They made their preparations beforehand, of course, flying in with a drone and depositing the tablet hours before the meeting was supposed to occur. She could only watch through the cameras, on the tablet and on the drone, but Callum could see, or sense, everything. Lucy could scarcely imagine what that was like, but Callum mostly handled it fine. There were moments his eyes went distant, when he was clearly paying attention to something else, but for the most part he focused on the real world. She didn't see Rossi arrive, thanks to glamour, but Callum warned her he was flying in, and after a moment he appeared on the cameras, a distinguished gentleman with dark hair and Mediterranean features. He came with 3 outriders, clear subordinates, carrying polished leather cases that were too small and too wide to be briefcases. Sample cases, maybe. They walked into the conference room, and Lucy nodded to Callum, turning on the video link with the tablet. "Mr. Rossi," Callum spoke, as it didn't seem that Rossi noticed the tablet was on after a few seconds, holding a muttered conversation with one of his companions. "Ah," Rossi said, completely unflustered. Lucy studied him through the tablet camera as he seated himself, and he didn't look very stressed or worried. Grave at most, so she didn't think it was trouble. Or it was a lot of trouble, and they thought they had something of enough power to not worry about putting pressure on Callum. "Mr. Wells." "That's me," Callum said, face set. Lucy was pretty sure he didn't realize he did that. His normal face when he talked to her or actually relaxed was quite normal, but when he had to deal with the mages or other authority figures there was a hard, intimidating cast to his features. Personally, she felt it matched the moniker he'd gotten, and that he was the only one who thought the ghost was a silly name. "I actually have a rather large number of items," Rossi said, apparently friendly, though everything Lucy had heard about the man was that he was a hard businessman. "But I'll start with the first one. Could you please stop spreading guild enchantment secrets everywhere?" Callum blinked. Lucy stifled a giggle, though Rossi probably wouldn't be able to tell, especially since he only had the tablet to look at. Behind Callum's mask he was completely thrown. "I wasn't aware that I was," he said stiffly. "The teleportation pads you've been providing," Rossi said, a touch impatiently. "All that work just out in the open. I know you don't have any idea how much time and effort went into perfecting every single one of those designs, but you could have at least covered it up." "That is fair," Callum said after a moment. Lucy raised her eyebrows at him. She hadn't expected that reaction. Normally, the big man flatly ignored any attempts to exert authority over him. "That is a reasonable change to make, though you understand I am constrained by my circumstances. I'm somewhat surprised you're not asking me to desist altogether." "Yes, well," Rossi waved it away. "As you say, you're constrained by your circumstances. It's obvious you have the power and expertise to examine and recreate enchantments, and after seeing your work I'm hardly going to start making demands. That, despite already having made one." "Indeed," Callum said. "It hasn't worked well for anyone else so far." "Exactly." Rossi leaned forward toward the tablet. "I'd rather work with you. It's obvious you don't have any schooling in how to properly perform enchantment, but you have some natural skill and insight, like those tiles we found at your old place." Callum didn't react to that, even though Lucy felt her mouth turn downward of its own accord. "We've looked at them and think there are some very promising applications." "What a fascinating idea. However did you come up with it?" Callum smiled at that very suddenly. "That wasn't my idea," he said. "That was Lucy's." He beckoned toward her and she joined him in front of the laptop camera, feeling somewhat self-conscious. "We worked together on enchanting," he continued. "Oh," said Rossi in obvious surprise. "Very well then. I would like to extend both of you a business opportunity. I know I can't stop you from enchanting, and you may not understand how limited our access to spatial mages is. Archmage Duval and her apprentices make themselves available to a certain extent, but they all have demands on their time." Callum took a breath and leaned back. "So you want to, sell my enchantments?" "Not exactly. Your work is, pardon my bluntness, barely passable, at least as it stands. But perhaps we could provide instruction, and more importantly, you could provide portions of enchantments that only a spatial mage could provide. I assume you, or rather Lucy, would want the proceeds from properly registering your interlocking enchantment design with the tiles." "In short, legitimacy," Callum said and glanced at her. Lucy nodded firmly. Someone in the mage camp actually taking them seriously was a new one for her, and she thought it was a fantastic idea. The big man would probably have a lot of caveats and carefuls, but moving out of the black market would be great. Perhaps, though there are a lot of caveats that we'd have to discuss, Callum said. Though I'm surprised you're approaching me like this, considering Gar has a price on my head. Ah, but the Guild of Enchanting does not work for Gar. We work with Gar, certainly, but we were there first, and we have always prided ourselves on being a separate organization. Rossi looked somewhat smug. We deal with houses on an individual basis, so there's no reason we can't do the same with you. I see, Callum pursed his lips, then let us discuss it. Lucy pulled her laptop around to take notes. She wasn't about to turn down the option for learning more about magic and getting money for her work, but she was happier about how it would reduce the pressure on Callum. He felt, for good reason, that it was more or less the two of them against the world, and having another group of people not gunning for his head would be helpful. Callum's paranoia had been justified more than once, setting up a distress phrase, insisting on shooting the guns remotely and the bunker itself. There were people after them, they did have enemies, and the world was a scary place. Despite that, the strain of treating everyone like they were potential foes was telling. She actually wondered exactly how he'd gotten along before being introduced to the supernatural, though the fact that he was working for himself by himself was at least part of an answer. Being officially recognized by the Enchanters Guild was at least one step to actually living like normal again, and hopefully not the last. Gisserel watched as the crystals energized the teleportation pad, and a servant stepped in. He vanished, then reappeared a moment later to bow to his master. Gisserel dismissed him with a flick of the finger and stepped onto the pad himself. It was not nearly as stylish as the door of glass, nor as exciting as the ways. He'd done his best by surrounding the pad with a chamber more appropriate to a Fey enclave. There was a walkway between the petals of a lotus 10 feet high, with the teleporter ensconced at its center, but it was still transparently not proper Fey magic, though that did give it its own particular cachet. He stepped onto the pad himself and pulled in his power, letting the human-wrought magic wash over him. It wasn't comfortable bottling himself up, pretending even for a moment that he was anything less than a king, but the teleportation pad was far too weak to affect him if he didn't make an effort to let it. There was a brief shift, and then he was in Florida, in the endless halls of gilt and steel that surrounded King Ferachar's court. Ferachar himself was waiting with his nobles, horns smoldering and a cloak of molten gold rippling the air with its heat. He inclined his head to Gisserel, their powers briefly clashing in a friendly contest of wills before pulling back. Amusingly, despite his extensive holdings and court, Ferachar's personal power was not that great. In Fairy, that would be a weakness that ensured his court would be crushed by his neighbors. But on Earth Ferachar's, other holdings meant that he could contend with Gisserel as an equal. King Gisserel, Ferachar said, welcome to our humble court. I invite you to partake in our hospitality. Thank you. I am glad to be received as a guest by the King of Miami. Both of them relaxed slightly as the magic of the words cemented their roles. And believe me, I have such stories to tell. As do I, Ferachar replied with a smile, gesturing for Gisserel to walk beside him. As far out as you are, you probably haven't heard about the new American alliance. Ah, Gisserel's ears twitched. You, binding yourself in an agreement with someone. A very interesting one, Ferachar said knowingly, tapping a finger to the side of his nose. One that includes Insharihale. Gisserel nodded gravely. While he didn't care much about dragons, Ferachar's story and his horde aligned so well that it was no wonder the Fey King found that to be such a coup. It also insulates us against a major threat, Ferachar said, eyes gleaming. The alliance is, nominally at least, aligned with the ghost, or he with us. After Ravib's exquisite demise, that seems a reasonable position to be in. Indeed, Gisserel said with a smile, the pair of them walking into a lavishly appointed room, half of it gold and iron, the other half greenery and water. The two kings took seats in their respective halves, facing each other across the divide. I could feel the echoes of his death all the way down the Rio Grande. But I was not surprised. Where do you think the teleportation pad came from? No, Farachar said, delighted by the gossip. What did you give him for it? A bud from the way of roses, Gisserel said. It won't grow outside of Fairy or the ways, but he wanted something that would conceal him from a king. Oh, how wicked of you, Farachar said approvingly. Neither of them mentioned that such a thing would allow the ghost to go after any king if he wished. To do so would be awfully gauche, and besides, it would be perfectly ironic if Gisserel ended up dead thanks to that gift. But apropos, the ways are what I wanted to discuss with you. Indeed. I know you don't have a door of glass in your enclave, so perhaps you have not been to the ways lately. It has grown. Farachar paused as a servant brought them refreshments on a crystal tray, a deep green liqueur for him and a sparkling, fire-red one for Gisserel in a touch of mirrored aesthetics. Is that not a good thing? Gisserel inquired, sipping the drink and nodding approvingly. It would be if it were from our own efforts, Farachar said darkly. I believe someone from Fairy itself has begun pouring power into the ways. More, the ways themselves are becoming wild. Some of the old things have begun showing up. He gestured a circle with his drink. The daughters of Frost and Fell, the children of the Long Mile. Nothing to threaten you or I, but they did not come from me, or even from enclaves in the old country. I mislike that. Earth is not fairy, they should have no purchase here. Gisserel scowled into the dregs of his drink. What has changed? Was that human organization truly standing them off? Did Ravab's death serve to fuel some deep purpose? Regardless of the reason, we may need to begin fortifying our own enclaves, Farachar concluded. These human teleporters are a good first step. The Deep Fae would not even consider using that kind of magic. We shall have to see if we can get more from the ghost. You can reach him, Gisserel raised leafy eyebrows. As I said, our alliance is nominally aligned. I can get word. Then by all means. When a storm is coming, one takes every opportunity to reinforce one's shelter. Callum didn't trust the Guild of Enchanting as far as he could throw them, but they seemed willing enough to honor their agreement. They were still lining up an instructor who would be willing to teach remotely, since Callum was hardly going to meet any of them in person. But they'd already dropped off the enchanting scribe and a significant amount of money for licensing Lucy's tiling prototype. After the initial meeting, she'd actually spent more time talking to them than he had, making several follow-up calls to demonstrate how the tiles could be changed out with linear actuators, and describing more advanced ways of doing it that required significantly more investment and infrastructure. He wasn't worried about giving away any important secrets, and besides which it was her idea, so she got the benefits. This looks kinda crazy, Lucy said, examining the scribe Callum had out on the porch. Callum had to agree. It was a big metal arrangement, a series of complicated armatures like spider legs hanging over a flat plate of a working space. Several of the vis crystals of varying sizes were slotted into one side, forming a circuit connecting the armature bases with a pad on the other side of the device. With his perceptions, he could see the pad was a deliberate intake enchantment, similar to his own vis cleanup spiral. It had come with a user manual, one that appeared to be made with a genuine printing press rather than a more modern technique, and was bound with string rather than glue. Still, it was readable enough and the operation of the thing was fairly simple. He just fed this in, selected an armature, and used it to trace out the geometry of the enchantment. What was more, there was even a way to duplicate the motion across armatures, a completely mechanical linkage, so he could trace a blank with one, and the others would follow suit to enchant one or more copies simultaneously. It was a very clever little device, or rather, big device since it was the size of an entire table, especially since it was almost entirely mechanical. It didn't need ambient mana to run any of it. Callum was actually a little surprised how well it would work with his CNC approach, and he wondered if the Guild of Enchanting already used something similar. Everything he'd seen had been handmade to some extent, but there was an enormous gulf of machine tools between hammer and chisel and a CNC device. I'm going to go over it again to make sure there aren't any surprises in it, but this will make things so much easier, Callum said. It seemed it was time to actually buy his own CNC device, so he could do everything in-house, or in shed as it were. Especially with how much work the guild wants you to do, Lucy agreed. They hadn't signed any contracts, but Callum had agreed to at least cover and obfuscate the enchantments he provided to other people. That was only fair, since it wasn't his work to begin with and profiting off it was ambiguous at best. Amusingly, his work was not good enough for the guild itself to sell, though they hadn't tried to make him stop. Instead, they just asked him to do some enchantment scribing on teleportation cores and frames, supplying already created unenchanted versions of both for him to energize. I tell you what, Callum said, wrapping a gravitikinesis bubble around the scriber and lifting it up. This brings me back to when I was consulting for architecture. Now it's enchanting, but it's still that kind of work. Yeah, you don't talk all that much about stuff in the past, Lucy said, walking along beside him as he floated the scriber over to his work shed. Though it was more advanced than just 4 walls and a roof, it had electricity, HVAC, and a solid concrete foundation. I haven't thought about it too much of late. It seems so weird and distant now, Callum told her, setting the scriber down on the big work table. Back then I didn't know magic existed, didn't have to worry about governments being after me. I was just sort of living my life for me, you know. All by your lonesome? Lucy asked. Well, Callum considered, and while he hadn't ever raised the topic before he wouldn't have been surprised if Lucy already knew. His life as Callum Wells hadn't been particularly hidden. I'm a widower, actually. My wife, Selene, died of a brain embolism some 6 years back. Oof, I read up on you, so I guess I knew that, but hearing it, Lucy trailed off and shook her head. I guess I'm surprised that you shacked up with anyone after that. I did my mourning, and she wouldn't have wanted me to pine forever, Callum said. But I just didn't find anyone interesting. Until you. Flatterer, Lucy said, leaning in against him. I guess that explains why you've waited to get serious, though. Maybe, Callum hedged. I mean, it's been a pretty wild ride and it feels like everything's been up in the air. Well, it's not wild now, Lucy said. I think we're doing pretty well here with this little house and official guild of enchanting work and everything. She took in a deep breath and let it out again, looking away and over the yard. Besides, I'm not a mage. I don't live forever. Callum winced. That was not something he'd thought about very much and preferred not to for the most part, but she was right. If the other mages were anything to judge by, Callum could wait 5 or 10 or 30 or even 300 years and he'd be just as hale as he was now. Not so for Lucy. You're right, he told her. We shouldn't keep putting things off. So, Lucy asked, drawing out the word. I'll go shopping for a ring, he told her, finally committing himself. After doing it once, the second time wasn't as hard as he might have thought. Now that he was thinking about it, his mind jumped to how he could make the ring a home bond and use a vis crystal in the setting to fuel it. I'm not putting it off, but I still have some preparations to make, she laughed. Great. So what are we doing in the meantime? Just hiding out here and make some money. For now, yes. There's always the possibility that someone will make some moves that I need to deal with, but I don't want to play enforcer all the time. Callum grimaced. He was aware there was still stuff going on, abuses by more than just the vampires, but he couldn't play world police all by himself. He'd kill himself with overwork or sloppiness if he tried that, and he arguably might make things worse. Even as it was, he couldn't be sure things were better for the average normal human than they were before he accidentally split Gar down the middle. The Department of Acquisition had been a source of great evil, and still was, but for the moment they seemed to actually be keeping a lid on more restive elements of the population. Someday they would be held to account, but only when Callum was sure he could act without inflicting even more damage. It was time to wait and see how things developed. He would still stomp on anyone who needed stomping, of course, but if he kept trying to disrupt the reorganization, all he would accomplish would be to generate more chaos, which despite appearances was not his goal. He was also worried about his actual capabilities. Callum had a few good tricks, but most of them had been shown off, and the proliferation of jammers showed that people had some idea how to lock him out. Add in the way, Duval could track his portals if they weren't properly cleaned up, and there wasn't much separating him from people who could completely block or counter his repertoire. He needed time and knowledge to create more techniques. The guild's tutor would probably give them those, or at least a start on them. If he could translate his gravitikinesis to an enchantment, he'd have more. Perhaps it would even be possible to talk more with people like Wizzy and get a better grounding. But first he had to shop for some jewelry. Chapter 4, Time. They had their honeymoon in the same cottage that they'd vacationed at once before, on the island of Barbados. Returning to the same place might have been unwise, but Lucy wanted to, and Callum did his best to tamp down his suspicions. It wasn't likely anyone would ambush them, and the only people who had even known they had ever been on an island were the Connors, which was such a tenuous connection, there was no reasonable way anyone would be able to trace them. Being unplugged from what was going on and just spending time with Lucy left Callum unburdened for once, but they couldn't just hang out on the beach forever. Time continued on regardless, and obligations piled up, so when they got back they had plenty to dig into. Even if they were relatively flush with cash, they needed something other than each other to occupy their time, and Callum was very aware of the need to build his skills. "I feel like I'm back in college," Callum muttered, sitting at the table on the porch as he took notes from one of the books that the Guild of Enchanting had supplied. "Having to do homework and everything." "You're the one that asked for it, big man," Lucy said, sitting across from him with a new, oversized laptop. "But yeah, I know how you feel. My stuff is pretty obtuse, too." "CAD's the closest I ever got to programming," Callum told her, putting his notes aside for the moment. "I guess there's always new stuff to learn." "Oh yeah, nobody's an expert at everything. Heck, I'm not even a good programmer, I just know some tricks and where to look for solutions. But rocket science is a really rough subject." "Rocket science," Callum blinked. "You didn't think I'd forgotten about the moon nexus, did you?" Lucy flashed him a brilliant smile. "If we're going to do that, I gotta figure out how to solve a bunch of issues, so I've got homework too." "I can't wait to see what you come up with," Callum said. He actually had forgotten about the moon nexus, mostly because he'd written it off as being just a flight of fancy, but as far as security went it was hard to beat a vacuum 250,000 miles away. If it worked. Most of Callum's work was more grounded and of more immediate import. He had a weekly video chat with Morgan, the Guild of Enchanting tutor. He was a grandfatherly-looking man, with a white beard and laugh lines around his eyes and a heavy Italian accent. Fortunately for them both, he didn't seem offended by teaching the very basics to a grown man, though there was some difficulty since they couldn't observe each other's spellwork directly. Nor did Callum mention the scale of his threads, and how he had to make tubes to get anywhere near the consistency of a normal mage's native vis. As useful and helpful as the guild was being, they were not exactly his friend, just a customer, and he'd learned long ago not to reveal all his cards to customers. They clearly thought the same way, because they didn't reveal all their secrets to him. The materials they sent to him for enchanting on the scriber were mostly some kind of alloy, with only the bisected cores being pure bane material. There was even an attempt to obfuscate the enchantments he was making. The blank that they supplied to the scriber had a number of useless pieces to the enchantment, where the blank told the scriber not to insert vis, something Callum wouldn't have noticed without his passive senses. He figured that was the way that they normally outsourced stuff, assuming they tended to outsource at all. The vis input for the machine was something that didn't need to be right next to the scriber, considering they had some way to make it flow like water or electricity. It wasn't difficult work. In fact, the scriber made it quick and easy to enchant stuff, though more boring. He would have used it himself for his own enchantments, but for the fact that his were far more compact. The scriber just didn't go that small. "I actually have something to show you guys," Callum said, once he was more certain of where the guild stood. It was very firmly a business, which had certain good points and certain bad points. These designs were used by House Fane. The devices themselves no longer exist, and I have no idea what they did. He gave Lucy the nod, and she sent the files over to the tablet on the other end. Oh, Morgan was only moderately proficient at manipulating the tablet, but he opened up the files and started looking at the renders. It might be something you made for him, but considering where it was, maybe not. I trust that you can figure out what it does, and whether it is something that ought to be available at all. Callum was generally a big believer in the idea that it was people who were the problem, not tools, but sometimes things were purpose-built to be awful, which seemed like something Fane would do. "We will certainly look into it," Morgan promised. While Callum was quite busy, the ghost did not seem to be in demand. After he had very thoroughly stomped on the vampire nests, nobody else seemed to be poking their heads out, at least not enough to require Callum's special attention. Lucy monitored the GAR network and Chester had his own contacts, but everything was relatively quiet. Not that he wasn't tempted on occasion to go knock heads, since vampires and a number of fae were antithetical to human life, but people had gotten smart. While he could track down large fae enclaves or obvious vampire nests, he didn't automatically know where supernaturals were. After the hit on the vampire nests, a lot of supernaturals had decentralized, so if he wanted to find them, he'd have to comb a huge swath of countryside. Then there were the numbers. With upwards of 10,000 vampires on Earth from GAR records, it would take him 30 years to get them all if he killed one a day. That wasn't the kind of thing he could keep up for 30 days, let alone 30 years. It felt like a little bit of a weak excuse, but Callum was not some indomitable nemesis. He had human limits and was even less inclined to go and take risks when he was achieving some small measure of security and safety with Lucy in their little house. The glamours had even worked in warding off a few thuggish types who had come by, forcing a group of men in a truck to circle aimlessly. Before going past the front of a property, they could suddenly no longer perceive. He couldn't glamour the entire 100 acres, but he'd made sure to cover the road access. "For some reason that makes me feel more uncomfortable than most of the supernatural stuff," Lucy said, watching the battered pickup drive off through a drone feed. She had wired the property with surveillance to some extent, but setting up a full 100 acres was more than they could manage, so it was mostly focused around the road access, such as it was, and the house. The road itself was just dirt and would get reclaimed by nature eventually, but for the moment Callum had just put a couple trees across it. "I think I'm affecting you," Callum said mildly. "But yes, when someone comes after where you live it's a very different thing. They would have to set up some kind of war room for when they needed to deal with those kinds of things, and they would have to deal with them. I need to get back to practicing shooting," Lucy muttered, "just in case they come by again." "That's the spirit," Callum encouraged her, and she wrinkled her nose at him, which just provoked a kiss. "We'll go shooting this afternoon," he said. "Glad you have that glamour on remote control." "Yeah," she said. "Gonna keep that on me, too." Lucy tapped her pocket where she had the little encrypted Wi-Fi device that activated the tile setup in the basement. They'd even added a second emergency teleport, one over to Chester's house. The only thing better than one emergency hideout was two emergency hideouts. "I think I am getting infected with paranoia. But I can't say you've really been wrong about it too much." "Better safe than sorry," Callum agreed. "I'm almost worried it's been too quiet." Alpha Chester had attended quite a few weddings in his time. Everyone in his pack, of course, which added up to significant numbers after nearly 200 years. Then there were pack friends, some of which knew who and what he was, and some of which just thought he was a well-to-do rancher. He never expected to be going to Lucy's wedding, considering her black sheep sort of status and her general disconnect with her peers. He especially wouldn't have expected a wedding to the most notorious man in the supernatural world. It was a little sad that his pack were essentially the only guests. Wells didn't have any friends or family, though inviting them would have been an issue to begin with, and Lucy had burned all her bridges with Gar and Mages, though Chester suspected that they were both happy enough with something small rather than a grand ceremony. Wells seemed fairly happy for once, which, considering the stress that rolled off him essentially every time Chester had encountered the man, was quite the feat. He was still twitchier than he probably should have been, but seemed to have relaxed enough that he didn't reek of anxiety to shift her senses. Chester approved. If there was one day a man had the right to not fear, it was his wedding day. After that, though, Chester mostly put the man out of his mind. The ghost was important to the alliance Chester was trying to cement, but only in a distant way. The threat, the boogeyman, the symbol. The man himself was best handled carefully and at a distance, away from any real political discussion. "We need more mana infusion for our glamour tokens," Farachar said, sitting across from Chester in an upscale restaurant in Kansas City. "There are enough of us that don't have native glamours in Miami that things are getting a little strained, especially with the Gar office closed." "The Guild of Enchanting is already charging us through the nose," Chester sighed, cutting into the double-sized steak he'd ordered. "But we'll ask. I'll also see what our black market enchanter has to say. I don't know if he's gotten that far, but I suspect he'd be fine undercutting the guild on that score." "Good," Farachar said. "The teleportation pad has been quite useful, even if it is less polished than what the mages use." It was the fourth or fifth meeting, and that was just with Farachar. The Fey King was the largest contributor to Chester's American alliance, but not the only one, and there were always problems that needed dealing with. Most of them were petty enough, but there were some lurking feuds that needed to be buried. Along with certain troublemakers. He hadn't bothered Wells for that. In fact, he wasn't sure that Wells would have even agreed with what Chester had done, but since it was between supernaturals, it also wasn't something he would have involved himself in. But it wasn't anything difficult, and it was good to remind Alliance members that he had teeth of his own. Outsourcing everything to Wells, even if he was amenable, would be a bad idea. The largest development out of the past few months was actually some discreet communications from the Hargrave-Tazen alliance. They hadn't bothered naming themselves, just remaining aligned houses, but they had very definitely broken from Gar. The two archmages were terrifying enough that nobody considered overt action against them, especially with Fane out of the picture. Actually, Chester had somewhat more sympathy with Gar, dealing as he was with the members of his own agreement. Even if it was only a fairly loose coalition, he was spending more time than he would have liked holding it together. The lack of mages really did put a logistical strain on his resource, too, since they were the only ones that could produce consistent enchantments, so he would be glad to get on better terms with the breakaway houses. Gar itself had sent a few diplomatic protests, but Chester hadn't encountered any real opposition from them. He thought it likely the lack of response was due to most mage houses not even being in America. So long as the supernatural-heavy cities stayed signed on to Gar, Chester's independence didn't make a huge difference. He was sure there were a lot of mages and vampires who were sorely missing their janitors and groundskeepers, but that shortage had begun when Gar shut down the transporters. Despite all the political annoyances, things were relatively quiet. Removing Ravi ben Lavine had immensely simplified Chester's defenses, and exiting Gar had helped his finances. While he complained of the Guild of Enchanting's price gouging, it was still better than the fees and duties that Gar had demanded. Mundane taxes were actually more of an impact, especially as more of his people shifted from being employed by mages to running their own businesses. "We're going to have to start involving ourselves in local politics," Chester mused to Ferachar. "Otherwise, we're going to end up butting heads with mundanes and needing to institute our own version of BSC. I don't know about you, but I'd rather not reproduce all of Gar's nonsense." "A Fey mayor, can you imagine?" Ferachar replied, smiling faintly. "It's somewhat challenging to engage them on their own terms without being able to use our gifts properly." "Only somewhat," Chester raised his eyebrows. "Well, they are still mundanes. Even the best among them has only a few decades of experience." Ferachar waved it away. "I am not so concerned. In Miami I am a fixture. What I obtained during that night of mischief is enough to keep a handle on the supernaturals in Miami that aren't part of my court, save perhaps the actual Gar office, but that's barely staffed these days." "I haven't much heard from Gar for a while," Chester remarked. "I'm kind of surprised." He paused as the waitress delivered another bottle of beer for him and poured it into his glass. "Though I'm not complaining. Pursuing a war with mages is not an enticing proposition." "It is not." Ferachar lifted a bite of his own steak to his mouth. Unlike some of his counterparts, Ferachar didn't eat it as rare as possible, doubly so because there may be other troubles on the horizon. There have been some certain signs of things moving in from Fairy, either at the behest of the current version of Gar, or because the current Gar can't stop them. "I don't like to hear that," Chester said darkly. The Fae were ultimately far more dangerous than mages or vampires, who had straightforward power. It was easy to determine what he needed to do if he wanted to deal with them, but Fae might do anything, and that was hard to prepare against. "I have noticed there are more vampires coming in, too, ones that are less understanding of the state of local politics. So far there's only been a little shoving on the edges of my territory, but I suspect it'll escalate sooner rather than later." "That is something the Ghost would get involved with, no?" Ferachar asked. "Possibly." Chester preferred not to speculate on Wells' motives to others, especially not since he was now a married man. There was a fair bit of difference between someone who was on their own and someone who had settled in with a partner. Wells would be both more dangerous and less. When he returned to his own home, he sent out the word to keep an eye out for any unknown Fae. For his own part, he started drafting a missive to King Gisseril. That particular Fae didn't really engage with the world the way other supernaturals did, keeping to his own enclave. But he was on Chester's border, and Ferachar had hinted in conversation that Gisseril might be open to collaboration. Chester didn't expect quick movement on that front. If anything, the speed with which the American alliance had come together, fragile though it might be, was surprising. Even if months later he was still hammering out details and having to bribe, threaten, cajole, and flatter people to get them to agree to the very simple rules the alliance had established. As it rolled into spring, he had the sense that everyone was catching their breaths and reassessing the new order. Nobody was willing to make major moves, except for him, of course, as he sounded out people on the topic of Gar versus his alliance. The surprise that threw him the most came in late May, when Wells, both of the Wells, now that they were married, came for one of their visits. They came on occasion, maybe once every couple weeks, mostly for Lucy's benefit, Chester thought, but Wells had thought at least a little. Chester tried to make sure that the Langleys came by whenever possible, as Callum was the most relaxed with them. Not that he objected to seeing his grandniece more often. He could smell it after the two of them stepped through the portal Wells used. Shifter's senses were sharp enough that he could tell a lot more than most people would be comfortable with about a person's health and emotions. Normally nobody mentioned it for a number of obvious reasons, but he could hardly turn off his awareness. So he was aware within seconds that Lucy was with child. So was Lisa. "Why, congratulations," she said, beaming and stepping forward to give Lucy a hug. Callum looked surprised, though not confused. So at least Lisa wasn't telling the couple anything they didn't know. "The nose knows," she added at Callum's look, tapping her own. "Hey, you ruined our announcement," Lucy said with a pout. "We were all set to surprise you. Well, I was anyway." "You never had a chance," Lisa told her, still gleeful. Sometime later they were all seated in the living room, Lucy and Callum on one couch, Chester and Lisa on another, and a little tray with chocolates and brandy on the table between them. Not that either Lucy or Lisa were partaking in the alcohol. Neither of them really liked it all that much, and Lucy, of course, couldn't indulge at the moment anyway. "It's not just a visit for the announcement," Callum said at length, like the words were being dragged out of him. He clearly wasn't overjoyed about what he was saying, even if he was not at all unhappy about Lucy's condition. "But there are complications. Ignoring people who would want to use a child against me. The kid might be a mage. If he's a mage, he's going to need actual schooling, actual training, but not Gar. Even if he's not, he's going to need other kids to play with. We're out in the middle of nowhere, which is fine for the two of us, but not for the three of us." Chester nodded. He didn't envy Callum the issue. Shifters had it rough enough, where they needed to go back to the deep wilds during pregnancy to ensure the symbiote could cross over to the child. He would have to get Callum to create a teleportation platform linking there soon enough, since Gar controlled the actual portal. But at least there was a community to help raise new shifters. Mages only had the houses, and those were fairly exclusive. "You are, of course, welcome here," he said. "There's only so much we can offer, though. We're shifters, so we don't have too much insight into how to raise a mage." "Neither do I," Callum sighed. "What about that mage you put me in contact with before, Harry?" It took Chester a moment to place the name, but he shook his head. "Ah, you mean Jasper. It's not really necessary to hide his name anymore. Jasper might have some insights, but I honestly would not trust the man with a child. He also doesn't have any real power anymore, which is a tragic story, but I suspect would be less than ideal for the purpose." Callum nodded, not looking too surprised. "We are in tentative contact with the breakaway houses, though," Chester offered. "As well as Archmage Wizzy. though I'm surprised you didn't ask your guild of enchanting contact." "That's business. This is personal," Callum said. "They're kind of cold," Lucy added. "I want people who are, actually human. Like you guys." "We're shifters," Lisa said with some amusement. "You know what I mean," Lucy said with a pout. "We do," Chester said with a chuckle. "I don't have a much better opinion of most mages than you do, I expect." "Putting us in touch with Wizzy and the other mages would be helpful," Callum said, nudging the conversation back on track. "There's also, well," he pursed his lips, "I don't actually know many people anymore. So as Lucy's friends, we were wondering if you would be willing to be the godparents." "Of course," Lisa said before Chester even had time to consider it. Not that he would have chosen any differently. Callum and Lucy weren't part of the pack, but their contributions had been invaluable. Besides, they didn't really have anyone else. Maybe the Langleys, but Lucy didn't know them as well as she knew Chester's immediate family. "We would be honored," Chester added instead. "And I'll send out messages today to see who is willing to discuss things with you." "Thank you," Callum said. Chester was happy for them, but part of him couldn't help being worried. A man that lived for himself was dangerous enough, but a man who had a family to defend could be downright apocalyptic. He knew that he'd move heaven and earth for any of his kids or grandkids, and with what Callum could already do, there was no telling where the man's limits were. "You're reinstating the teleports." Magus Mavros, head of Archmage Affairs, looked hopeful, which was better than the pathetic hangdog attitude he'd been carrying around, but Archmage Duval didn't have much sympathy for him either way. He at least didn't clash with the decor of her front room, in a cool blue suit and a hat properly placed on the rack. "You should learn to listen," she told him bluntly. "There are caveats. Archmages won't travel unless they can verify both ends, so we're switching to portals. That will require an overhaul of huge portions of the system. For everything else, I've been working with the Guild of Enchantment on additional security precautions to prevent the spatial cores from being changed." It had been a long slog. Ways to register when the core was removed or when it was added. Methods to authenticate it was in fact the same core that was supposed to be there. Extra readouts for the operators to check that everything was functioning as it should. Most of it was just extra useless cruft, but it made people feel more secure, which was the idea. She had let Gar suffer with its limited transportation system long enough. While she could go for years without personally suffering much of a side effect from the logistical pinch, other people were crying very loudly about it. About their pocketbook or personal life, especially the other supernaturals who didn't have flight foci to easily get from place to place. "It's still an improvement over no transport," Mavros said. "I'll be happy to give people the news." "The increase in infrastructure means that the fees will be higher," Duval warned. "The houses may not thank you." "I'm sure it will be fine," Mavros demurred. "House Corlin and House Laurent have been very generous in supplying the needs of Gar ever since the Hargrave secession." Duval narrowed her eyes at that. She knew those houses were simply the most visible of the new factions that had arisen. The old and distinguished ones that stayed in Fairy or the Night Lands and had mostly seemed to ignore Earth itself. She'd done a lot of work for them over the years and could probably even name them, even if she hadn't met them. For the most part, House Duval was its own faction entirely. Her interests mostly ran toward keeping her house stable and secure, and ensuring that she had control over spatial magic, for exactly the reasons that Wells had shown. It could be quite dangerous if it were misused, when it should have been a safe and secure magical aspect. "Very well," she said at last. "If Gar will sign off on the costs, the Guild of Enchantment and House Duval will begin installing the new enchantments." It seemed too easy, Even mages disliked spending money. But perhaps she had simply underestimated how much the lack of ready transportation had pinched important people. There were allied houses that were in entirely different portal worlds, so if they had neglected to secure very expensive private teleportation enchantments, they'd be quite inconvenienced. She watched Mavros go from the window of the front room, passing out through the wards and flying back down the trunk of the enormous tree. Then she turned to call her apprentices. They had work to do, and she had orders to fulfill from various houses who needed even more room in their various portal worlds. Under the circumstances, she had put spatial stabilization on hold, but as things calmed down it would probably be safe to resume. There was one wrinkle in any plans for spatial movement, and that was that heretic Wells. She had no idea what he was up to, though he'd vanished for months on end before, and all the manpower in Gar hadn't been able to dig him up. But if he was hiding in a hole, it'd take a fae with exactly the right resources, talent, and reason to find him. In other words, impossible. Duval was under no illusions that she'd seen or heard the last of Wells, though where he'd pop up she had no idea. At least the Guild of Enchanting hadn't found any more of his awful teleportation devices. It was going to be harder to police the Gar breakaways, but everyone needed the Guild of Enchanting services. Hopefully, if he showed his face again, they would be able to deal with him somehow. What the hell is going on? Gale winced at Magus Mercator's language, glancing sideways at him for a moment while she attended to his subordinate. She did most of her work in Tazen's clinic, which looked a lot like the mundane hospitals she'd gone to see. Clean, bright, blue and white, with staff that weren't healing mages to assist her. So far she was still the primary healer, since most were still with Gar or the remains of House Fane, but Tazen had scrounged up a few lesser healer mages to help. She had to agree with the question, because Magus Grunwald was the 5th mage in as many days that she'd needed to help regenerate a limb, which meant there was something that was powerful enough to breach a mage's shield, but not powerful enough to kill instantly. It almost had to be on purpose. Most injuries mages sustained were burns, frostbite, and crush impact. The last usually came from being swatted into the ground when their shields didn't give under impact. "We're not sure, sir," Grunwald said. "I never saw what did this." He gestured with one hand at the stump of his other arm. It was grown out to the elbow now, something that Gale was doing in stages to reduce the strain on his system. One of the things that mundane studies of bodies had helped her understand. Healing magic wasn't medicine, but biology still applied, and some of the problems that arose did translate. Gale was dealing with injuries on a daily basis, but that was exactly what she wanted. Ever since they'd left Gar, there had been no single mention of her using negative healing, no demands for useless and baseless practice, nothing but her own investigation into the healing arts. It was exactly the sort of freedom she never knew she wanted, and it was made even better by a lack of restriction on focuses. She could make a proper shield and had a real weapon, which she felt a need for after dealing with Wells. At the same time, there were some issues, shortages and logistics problems. The house was not easily accessible now that the teleportation network was down, and they didn't trust it anyway, since it linked up to Gar, so ferrying in food and goods from mundane areas had been somewhat of a scramble. She was pretty sure that was why her father was talking with the New American Alliance, just to get the personnel needed to keep things running. "Right, well, you rest here. I'll go talk to Archmage Tazen," Mercator sighed. "There's something going on in India, but it's hard to find what." Gale considered it while she passed healing vis through Grunwald's arm stump, her technique far more focused than it had been before she started looking at mundane medical knowledge. She only knew that House Tazen, what had formerly been part of the BSC and the Defensors Mundi before that, was looking for things that Gar might have missed. They were soldiers, used to dealing with the portal worlds, not hunting among mundanes for something hidden. Tazen was stretched thin, manning the portal world garrisons and trying to account for Earth's safety. They would probably be able to figure it out eventually, but Gale already had too many mages in convalescence. Once she was finished with the day's session, she left the clinic of Garrison 7 and walked through the windowless halls to Tazen's office. Something he barely used, actually, but at least he had a secretary there to make sure people could find the man. Fortunately for her, he was actually in, and he set aside some large maps when the secretary let her through. The room itself was completely bare besides the desk, 2 chairs, and 1 stack of documents. There wasn't even anything on the walls. "What can I do for you?" Tazen asked, focusing his full attention on her. She appreciated that he took her seriously. Some of the other mages didn't, seeing her as too young to really know anything. "Well, I had a thought with all those mages coming in injured." "Yes," Tazen looked grim. "I've gone to look myself, but whatever it is has enough sense not to attack an archmage." "Well, we know someone who is really sneaky, right? Mr. Wells. Wouldn't he be interested in helping with a threat too?" She felt almost embarrassed suggesting it, but she doubted anyone else understood that the man wasn't some murderous loose cannon. He didn't have anything against supernaturals as such. It was more the way Gar handled things. Tazen looked startled, then thoughtful. "That's an interesting proposition," Tazen said. "I admit he's demonstrated certain abilities that even I can't quite duplicate, though I have doubts he would be interested in working with us, especially considering his former run-ins with the BSC. Maybe not, but we could ask. When I talked to him, he told me that what he cared about was protecting mundanes from supernaturals, and this would certainly count, right? He's not going to be going after our people if we're protecting Earth." Gale worried for a moment that she'd come on too strong. She hadn't talked to Wells that much, though the little he had said really had stuck with her. "Ask how." Tazen raised his eyebrows at her. "He's called the Ghost for a reason. So far nobody has come within 100 miles of finding him when he didn't want to be found." "House Hargrave is talking to the American Alliance," Gale explained. "And it's openly known that they have the Ghost's backing, or at least blessing." "Then do so," Tazen said, nodding. "I have nothing particular against the man, and if he can be trusted and if he can do the job, I would be happy to have his help." Chapter 5 Threats. Life, Callum reflected, was what happened when one was busy doing other things. Under any sane rationale, it was not time to start a family. But time moved forward and made fools of everyone. He had been perfectly happy living with Lucy, learning about magic and tending his garden, and not worrying about the long-term future. Now he had a lot more to worry about in the future, though he considered it a blessing rather than a complication. He gave Lucy a squeeze. The 2 of them cuddled up on the couch reading their respective literature. Technically studying, though Callum was starting to reach the point of diminishing returns, struggling through the notes he'd gotten on structural theory. It was late enough that his brain just wanted to turn off. Lucy responded with a happy little noise and shifted her position against him, tilting across his lap with a thump and giving him a cheeky wink past her own book. He snorted and tossed his tome on the table, readying a counterattack that would keep them pleasantly distracted for an hour or so when her laptop chirped. It was the tone Lucy had set for an official business message from Lisa. "Gonna let me answer that?" Lucy asked, eyes sparkling as she dropped her book to grab his wandering hands. "I guess so," Callum conceded, helping her back upright so she could grab the laptop. Lucy tapped the keyboard a couple times and the chirping stopped as Lisa's face appeared on the screen. "Hey Lucy," Lisa said. "Oh good, Callum's there too. This was unusual enough that we figured we'd pass it on right away. You know about Archmage Tazen, right?" I know that he broke away from Gar and stripped out a good chunk of the BSC, Lucy said. Unfortunately, I don't have access to his servers, so I don't know much. Well, his organization before it became BSC was called Defensors Mundi, focused on the threats out of the portal worlds, Lisa said. So that's what his new house is aimed at too, and they think they've run into something really nasty down in India. Nasty enough that they want Callum's help. I'm not exactly a combat mage, Callum objected. I mean, I'm glad that someone has that philosophy, I'm all for it. But I'm not sure what they expect me to do if real mages can't manage it. My tricks go only so far. It's more a matter of finding their target, Chester's voice came, the picture on the laptop shifting as Lisa turned the camera to include him, too. They sent over actual reports to try and convince you, so they're serious about this. And get this, Gail Hargrave added a note. That's not a name I ever expected to hear again, Callum said in surprise. I guess she's doing fine then. They're also not on the GAR servers anymore, Lucy said. Most of what I see in the GAR networks about the Hargraves is pretty uncomplimentary, but that hardly means anything. Send it over, Callum said. It won't hurt to see what they have to say. It's all on paper, Chester said, and Callum shook his head. After dealing with the Guild of Enchanting and the way they had everything on paper, rather than digital, that should have been his first thought. Right, I'll have a drone there shortly, he told them. At this point, it's almost worth it to just park an anchor by your property. We should discuss that later, Chester agreed. I think we'll need some more transportation work from you once you look over this Tazen stuff. No problem, Callum agreed readily. To some extent, he wasn't even comfortable with charging Chester for the work anymore. They were friends, if mostly Lucy's friends, and the godparents for his child. The Alpha still needed to cover material costs, but spending a few hours enchanting was hardly an issue. The scriber couldn't do the teleportation cores he used, but the transmitter and receiver pads were far easier now that he had some infrastructure. The nearest drone was actually parked on a rooftop in a town not too far away, as part of Callum's efforts to have anchors placed where he could respond to anything in reasonable time. So it was only a few minutes to get it to Chester's place and in range to grab the missive. It was a set of stapled reports with 2 letters, one from Tazen and one, as promised, from Gale. There was no residual magic clinging to it, or any enchantments, so it seemed safe enough. He unfolded Gale's first, which was written by hand on some high-quality paper he didn't recognize with almost calligraphic lettering. Mr. Wells. It has been some time since we last spoke, and I have had both time and cause to reflect upon everything that has occurred. I will confess I am not entirely convinced of the rightness of your view, but events have amply demonstrated that you have cause to believe as you do. It is those beliefs and your conviction in them that lead me to prevail upon you with a request. Archmage Tazen, whom I have the great privilege of working with, has undertaken the task of defending the Earth from those threats that stem from the portal worlds, something that I trust you would find honorable. In this endeavor, he has been investigating places we may have missed here on Earth, and in the course of that investigation has run into some trouble. That trouble has caused a great many injuries which I am still treating at the time of writing, and I fear the situation may soon escalate beyond injuries and any aid I could render. I beg you to take his request seriously. I know you, and I know Archmage Tazen, and I believe you have similar opinions on the rightness of the world. You will not regret helping him. Gail Hargrave. Huh, Callum said, and passed the letter to Lucy. She doesn't talk like that. She's a Hargrave, Lucy replied by way of explanation, looking over Gail's missive while Callum cracked the seal on the envelope with Tazen's letter. It was an actual wax seal, too, with Defensors Mundi and a shield and globe crest. The paper crackled as he pulled it out and unfolded it. Unlike Gale's short, formal, calligraphic letter, Tazen had 3 pages of printed information. He was blunt, spending maybe a sentence and a half on courtesies before moving on to describing the situation as if it were a military briefing. Location, resources, incidents, all that, referencing the enclosed reports. In a way, it was straightforward enough. They'd traced rumors of disappearances and a spreading no-man's land to a place in the north of India, finding several abandoned towns that looked like they'd been overgrown for a lot longer than the rumors indicated. It was several hundred square miles of wilderness, and the mages combing the area hadn't actually found anything despite sudden attacks coming from apparently nowhere. The actual request was for Callum to investigate with his own particular talents. He couldn't tell how much Tazen actually knew about the portal anchors and spatial perceptions, but at this point, it was obvious what Callum could do. Which meant there was far too little he could surprise people with, and that was one reason he was working on building up his foundations with magical theory. He absolutely needed to have surprises. "Are there any GAR records for that area?" Callum asked Lucy, showing her the written name of the region, which was not something he could pronounce. Lucy frowned and turned to her laptop, doing whatever magical search she had for the information from the GAR servers. "Nope. GAR doesn't even have a branch in India," she said with a shrug. "At least not in the digital records." Callum nodded. A lot of what Mages did was on paper rather than electronic anyway, but he wouldn't have been surprised if there was a lot of off-the-books development. Though without a portal world feed, India would not be especially appealing to supernaturals. At least, that was his impression, and it was dangerous to think that was the whole story. Any official consensus was suspect, especially one that conveniently rendered huge swaths of land uninteresting to the powers that be. "Well, whatever it is seems to have wiped out several villages, so it's definitely on the list. I actually like this," Callum said thoughtfully. "I don't have to kill it, I just have to find it or find out what it is, and call in people who are good at this sort of thing." "You're plenty good at it, but yeah," Lucy agreed, putting her hand on her stomach. "Best not to take chances you don't need to." "Right," Callum said. "Plus, I guess it's not a bad thing to open diplomatic relations with a mage faction that doesn't want to kill me." "Definitely," Lucy agreed, leaning against him to peer down at the sheets still in his hand. "How do we talk to them? Oh, there's the phone number." "It kind of amuses me that with all this magic, phones are still the easiest way to talk," Callum said. He handed the sheet off to Lucy and picked up one of the stapled reports, thumbing through it. The text was a photocopy of some handwritten documents, though the penmanship was good enough that it wasn't too difficult to read, but the contents were fairly bland. It used a lot of unhelpful phrases like proceeded to poi delta and resonance levels normal, which he could guess the meaning of, but did not serve to paint a vivid picture. The reports seemed to be only corroboration for what was in the letter, so he only skimmed them. "Mr. Wells." The sound came from Lucy's laptop as she connected her VoIP to the provided number. Considering that it was one of the magical phones, he wasn't sure how she'd managed to make an internet version, but it worked, so he wasn't going to complain. "This is Wells," Callum said, dropping the reports back on the living room table. "This is Archmage Tazen," the voice said, a strong, stern baritone. "I assume from your call that you wish to discuss aiding my house." "More or less," Callum said. "It's not so much about your house as it is about dealing with monsters that threaten people." "Yes," young Gale said as much. "I'm glad to see she was right." Tazen's voice was neither warm nor cool, but Callum didn't mind. He wouldn't expect friendliness from an established mage right off. "Though I admit, we don't know much about your capabilities save for what you have used against us in the past." I hope you'll understand if I prefer not to elaborate too much, Callum said. But from what I understand, you just want me to see if I can locate your problem without alerting it. While I can't guarantee success on that score, I think I stand a good chance and I'm willing to try. Excellent, Tazen said. We should discuss how to coordinate. It's one thing to find them. It's another to relate that information back in a useful way, quickly enough that we can act on it. Lucy, Callum prompted. We'll provide an electronic device, Lucy said. We'll be able to communicate with you through it or stream video from anything we find that's interesting. Maybe even GPS, depending on what things are like. She glanced at Callum, and he shook his head slightly. He could give them a direct portal if he had anchors at both locations, but he didn't want to commit to that before finding out what things were like. I won't commit to being in your command structure as such, Callum added. But I'm not stupid, and I'll do my best to keep you properly informed before I do anything unless some extreme emergency arises. Understandable, Tazen said. I would prefer you stay out of any action anyway. Confusion during combat, no matter well-intentioned, can be deadly for those involved. Agreed, Callum said. When do you want to start? In 3 hours, by preference, Tazen said. I see no reason to delay more than necessary to get my squad prepared. Very well, Callum said, checking the clock. Tell me where you want me to send the electronics. 3 hours was cutting it a bit close, and maybe running a bit late into the evening, but he could probably get to India in time, and hopefully he'd be able to comb the area relatively quickly. He agreed with Tazen. There was no reason to put off dealing with a problem. Tazen recited a string of numbers, GPS coordinates, and Lucy hastily recorded them, fingers tapping her laptop keys. Then she looked up where that actually was, bringing up the map so they could start moving their drones. Callum nodded. Got it, he told Tazen. Expect a delivery soon. I would warn you that our compound is warded, Tazen said dryly. But you've already shown how little that matters. I would at least ask that you leave your device at the guard post out front to prevent stirring up some people who are very much on edge. No problem, Callum assured him, and the connection went. The staging base was in Nepal, which was not very far away from the target, at least for given values of far. With flight foci or Callum's gravitikinesis, a few hundred miles was practically next door. Even halfway around the world was a fairly short jaunt now that Callum had more practice with transporting the drone. He still had to be careful not to send it too far out and thus launch the drone into space, but he had a better judge of how to use the insane Alcubierre movement. When he reached the area, the Mage's redoubt was fairly obvious. Aside from the usual wards and glamours, it was clear that an Earth Mage had formed the small fortress, building it into the side of a sharp slope. It had much in common with the stone outpost he'd seen next to the Dragonlands, where things were barely structurally sound, and certainly not properly leveled or plumbed. But he wasn't there to criticize their building prowess, at least not to their faces. He needs to train his mages on how to design a proper building, he grumbled to Lucy. This is just shameful. She just laughed. There were a number of smaller constructions along the ward line, basically single rooms that seemed to anchor the wards, which had to be the guard posts Tazen had mentioned. There was a mage in one of them, and while there was room to wiggle past the wards and drop one of Lucy's boxes into the guard post itself, he decided to be polite and just teleport the box onto the ground just outside the wards. It was a donation box, according to Lucy, since it had a bad penny and anchor inside it. He'd taken all due precautions with the anchor, starting with using his personal brand of warding that would block off passive senses. He'd also put a potent Visiter enchantment on the inside, and had small squib charge attached to the portal in the Nexus. Perhaps it wasn't perfect, but it'd be awful difficult for anyone to use it to track him. The rest of the box was taken up with a tablet, battery, transceiver to link up with their intranet, and higher quality audiovisual equipment than the tablet itself had. The speakers could be surprisingly loud, which was useful when trying to get people's attention, like the guard at the post. "Delivery from the ghost for Tazen," he said, and watched through his perceptions and the extra screens Lucy had set up in what was originally meant to have been a basement office, and was now dubbed the War Room, something he had made after dealing with vampires, but hadn't used until now. There were a dozen screens on the wall for when Lucy's surveillance was fully active, though only a few were on at the moment. The guard's head snapped around as he spotted the box on the ground, and to his credit, he didn't seem at all confused by it. A chain-like telekinesis form reached out and grabbed the donation box, pulling it into the guard post through a hole that momentarily appeared in the wards. That was something Callum wished he knew how to do, but his were only a very simple on or off. If he had time, he would see about copying some of the enchantment stuff while he was there. He was more aware of the value in such designs after working with the Guild of Enchanting, so he wouldn't be reselling most of his pilfered knowledge, but he would absolutely use it for himself. As it was, he was too busy navigating the other drone toward the area of interest to worry overmuch about miscellanea like that. There wasn't much to the redoubt other than a lot of mage bubbles, plus a handful of shifters and fae. He noted there weren't any vampires, which could either be out of consideration for Callum or because Tazen shared his opinion of them to some extent. Interestingly, there weren't any feeder portals like he'd gotten used to seeing, just the charged crystals being used to augment mana intakes, though there was more ambient mana than he would have expected so far from any portals. Tazen wasn't even in an office. He was in a common room having breakfast with a bunch of mages, something he could only tell due to the cameras on Lucy's box. The bubbles filling the room more or less blocked out his senses, but he could see which one was Tazen right away by the diamond-hard quality of the mage sphere. Callum had partly gotten over the instinctual twitch whenever he sensed a bubble, but even through the anchor it was uncomfortable having so many inside his perceptions. The guard handed off the donation box to Tazen with a few muttered words, and Callum had the odd and unpleasant experience of having his anchor pulled inside an archmage's bubble. He couldn't sense out through the shell that surrounded Tazen, practically blinding him while Tazen carried the box. At least the bad penny itself seemed to exclude the archmage's vis, though for all Callum knew that was something Tazen let happen, rather than trying to shove his power into and through a physical object. "Mr. Wells," Tazen said, after he'd taken the donation box aside and put it on a stone desk in an otherwise bare room, "I appreciate the help. While it wasn't discussed before, I assure you we will provide proper pay for your aid." Unlike most mages Callum had encountered, Tazen actually had a military bearing, rather like the veterans Callum had encountered years ago back in West Virginia. "I certainly won't turn that down, but we'll see what's necessary first," Callum said. The drone had been drawing closer to the area in question, and he had finally twigged to something that had been bothering him. The effect was far more subtle and far-reaching than the other versions he'd seen before, but he recognized the slowly accumulating mana pond of a Fey enclave. There was no swirly magic to accompany it, at least not yet, and most of the region had been barely above what he would consider the normal amount, but it was definitely the same phenomenon. What was more, the effect extended far enough that the redoubt was inside it. Or more likely, someone had extended it to include the redoubt, because there was absolutely no way it was coincidence. "Did you know you were inside a Fey enclave?" Callum asked, then muted his own microphone. "We've got to switch out the drone for the ball." He hadn't expected to need the wooden ball soon, if ever, but he hoped it still did what it was supposed to. "Oof," Lucy said. I did not, Tazen said, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the box. How do you know this? None of our resonators picked up anything, nor did our Fae. It's very low level and very pervasive. There's not really any mana movement to betray it, but I'm familiar with the signs. I haven't checked the boundaries, but I bet that it got pushed out to where you're camped. Likely so, Tazen said grimly. Now that I know, we can deal with that. He stood and walked off to take whatever steps he might, and Callum focused on swapping the anchor from the drone to the ball. He still hadn't come up with anything fancier than duct tape for it, so some extra portals was all it took to secure the anchor, still in India, to the ball. Stupid ball, Lucy muttered. Can't see anything through it. Believe me, I'm no happier, Callum said. He was absolutely spoiled by Lucy's drones. As amazing as his perception sphere was, it lost enough detail that having a camera feed was practically necessary. What was worse, he couldn't teleport with impunity if he was trying to be stealthy. Considering the size of the area he had to cover, that wasn't ideal. Someone might notice the ball floating around, since that was the only way he could move it, so he had to both guide it around physical obstacles and keep his senses stretched out in case some supernatural came close. Though for the most part all he could find was ordinary wildlife and the slowly deepening mana pond. On the redoubt end of things, there was a sort of a snap throughout the compound as something about the wards changed. The vague shallows of the Fey enclave vanished, pushed away or consumed. Which was a handy trick, and something Callum would like to learn. Fey magic was so weird it would be great to exclude it from his home. Any progress? Tazen asked, his shell cutting off Callum's base side perceptions again and just leaving the camera. Nothing yet, Callum said. I'm still tracking down the center of the enclave. I would like to know how you do that remotely, Tazen said. It has something to do with your brand of perceptions. And these little enchantments you use, miniaturized portal anchors. I'm hardly going to answer that, Callum said dryly. I had to ask, Tazen said. Do keep me informed. Callum agreed before muting his mic and turning his attention to navigating the Fey wood ball about. He actually seems pretty reasonable, Lucy remarked. Sure, but I'm giving him something he wants, Callum said absently. Plus, he can't actually get to me. I'm pretty sure he could shut down the portal anchor instantly, so even that much isn't a threat. Of course he seems reasonable. He's in control. Anyone ever tell you that you're kind of suspicious of people? Lucy asked him. I think you've said something about that once or twice, Callum replied. He ran across one of the destroyed villages soon enough, and he had to agree it was bizarre. There were very clearly modern appliances, but the amount of overgrowth was like it had been abandoned for decades or more. Enormous trees growing through cars, streams cutting through houses, bricks crumbled to dust and sand. Since according to the reports the villages had gone incommunicado something like 2 or 3 months ago, it was obvious Fey shenanigans. Even with his perceptions, Callum almost missed the first Fey inhabitant. He'd had a preview of how Fey could skip around through some pseudo-teleportation mechanism, one that didn't involve space at all, from his dealings with Gisseril. This was another version of that, a figure just fading out before he could get a good sense of what it was. For a moment Callum thought that somehow it had sensed the ball or maybe even his perceptual sphere. But when he actually looked at the area, there was a flowing circle of mana through a trio of standing stones. So he'd probably just happened upon someone using a fairy circle or whatever. Part of him was tempted to simply camp out at the circle, though it clearly wasn't anywhere near the center of the enclave. But if he was being responsible, it wasn't his choice alone. He turned the mic back on and described what he'd found to Tazen. I don't think it's worth it to move anyone on it yet, Callum concluded. You're only going to get a surprise raid once, and I haven't finished searching the area. If I don't find anything, I can always come back." "Agreed," Tazen said grimly. There was another good hour of following the subtle gradient before he found what he was really looking for, but it was really obvious when it came into his perceptions. An entirely out-of-place building, perched in the middle of the mountainside jungle, constructed in absolutely blatant Gupta-era architecture. It wasn't a temple, though, since he was pretty sure Buddhist temples didn't have actual skull cups festooning the stairs. Part of Callum wondered why it seemed that the Fae went for the overdone and macabre so often, but if they were patterning themselves after stories of monsters, of course that would be true. Part of the reason the stories of monsters were so compelling was because they were extreme and macabre. Nobody was interested in the story of the slightly grumpy, basically normal person. So what story is it that has giant fanged man-eaters in a Buddhist temple? Callum wondered aloud. Rakshasas, Lucy said, and he looked at her startled. What? I read a lot, so do you ought to know that. Well, there's a bunch of Rakshasas then, Callum said, rolling the ball closer in the undergrowth and surveying the place. There didn't seem to be any equivalent to a Fae king, nothing that was as vis-dense as Jisseril or Ravib had been, but every single one of the Rakshasas were massive, muscled, and clearly had a bunch of magic working for them. And they have captives. 15 people, mostly men, were in stone cells underneath the temple floor. Callum assumed they were the remains of the people who had been in the villages overrun by the Fae enclave, and his fingers twitched with an urge to do something about it. But after Ravib, he'd learned that dealing with Fae was very risky, and besides he had an entire squadron of mages standing by. Found the target, Callum said, then realized he was muted and repeated himself after he switched his mic on again. Can't give you GPS coordinates without possibly tipping them off, besides which Fae areas are weird when it comes to location. I could open some assault portals for you, though, if you're quick. Describe the target, Tazen said tersely. Buddhist temple bit like a pagoda, 5 levels. 13 Fae Rakshasas is our guess, with 5, 2, 1, 3, 2 going from bottom to top. 15 humans confined in the basement. They'll need medical care, and once you start, I can shift them over to the redoubt. I see. Tazen pressed his lips together for a moment on the feed from the box. We aren't exactly equipped for mundane refugees here. You're mages, Callum said, a touch impatiently. How long does it take an earth mage to whip together a room, or a water mage to create a shower and something to drink? If need be, that can be part of the price of my help. Take these people, clean them up, and see them back to civilization. Very well, Tazen said, without argument, which somewhat surprised Callum. Can you provide 4 portals spaced around the pagoda? I can, Callum said, even more surprised that Tazen wasn't questioning the safety or efficacy of said portals. Though to be fair, it wasn't easy to falsify a portal destination, not like a teleport. Then we'll be ready in 5 minutes, Tazen said, and picked up the box as he stood from the desk. He placed it on a table in the common room and barked orders. Apparently he had something that let him communicate with everyone in the base, since people came running from rooms away. In a matter of moments, an earth mage had sunk all the chairs and tables back into the floor, emptying the room. People assembled in the cleared area, forming quadrants with 4 squads of 5. Callum thought that wasn't exactly the sort of numbers advantage he'd prefer. But then, Tazen was number 21, and archmages were supposed to be powerful. Support staff started breaking out blankets, water bottles, which was amusing given that there was a water mage, and shaping shower cubicles against one wall while Tazen briefed his men, which was basically the information Callum had already provided, with some additional tactical addendums Callum had no reference for. Portals ready, Tazen said, half a request and half a command. Callum pushed out vis threads from his ball as fast as he could and snapped them open equally spaced around the pagoda. Tazen's vis pulsed as he flashed something through the portals, faster than Callum could really parse, and then ordered his squads through. Thus far, Callum hadn't seen any real combat magery in action. There'd been some when he had rescued Lucy, but most of those mages had been surprised and had only a few seconds to react. Tazen's teams were primed, ready, and they were the ones surprising the Rakshasas. At least 100 different spells spun out from the 21 combat mages, but Tazen was the most terrifying. Callum wasn't sure what exactly the Archmage did, but his spell encompassed the entire stone pagoda. It simultaneously cut the structure into brick-sized chunks and sent them flying outward, not by an explosion but in a controlled movement, like the entire thing was on wires that had expanded outward. The Rakshasas were understandably startled. They recovered almost immediately, though, the mana in the Fey pond turning into a swirling maelstrom as individual Rakshasas scattered outward, bouncing off floating pieces of masonry in impossible athletic feats. Fey magic intersected with Mage vis, as Tazen's squad members targeted the Rakshasa in spell forms way too complicated for Callum to parse. All the energy flying around shredded Callum's vis threads, closing the portals, but that was fine because he had another job anyway. While Tazen had disassembled the above-ground portion of the pagoda, the prison basement remained, though there was no telling for how long. He could only sense magic for the most part, but there seemed to be a lot of excess spellwork going off, destroying nearby trees and liquefying earth and stone. He hurriedly pushed his vis thread down into the ground, snaking it through to where the captives were, and opening portals back to the redoubt. It was a simple matter of sweeping the portals down over the people and delivering them to the waiting support staff. People made noises of obvious surprise and confusion, but he didn't speak whatever language it was in northern India, so he could only guess at the contents. Thankfully, there were people on the staff who spoke it too. Since he didn't understand a single word, he only kept one ear on the goings-on at the redoubt and kept most of his attention on the fight. Though calling it a fight or a battle was pretty much overselling it. The regular mages seemed to be having issues with the Fey magic. Their bubbles couldn't quite keep it out. Tazen, though, was simply absolute on the battlefield. Frankly, he probably could have handled the whole thing himself. If anything, the reason he seemed to have brought extra mages was just because there was a limitation on multitasking. Tazen had vis walls up that utterly severed the connection between the pagoda area and the rest of the enclave Mana Pond. It was more vis than Callum could manage in an entire day, and was just one of the constructs Tazen had spun out. It should have ended almost instantly, but they were delayed simply by the effort of taking prisoners. 3 of the Fae were definitely dead, torn apart in the short amount of time Callum had been distracted, but several others were imprisoned in magical boxes, and one was getting what looked like vis-draining chains put on it. Callum was glad to leave them to it. The roiling battle around the pagoda crunched to a halt after another 2 or 3 minutes, when Tazen brought the hammer down on a pair of Fae that refused to stop fighting back. Callum knew that gravity was one of Tazen's aspects, and considering his own experience with the Force, he found it very instructive to watch. Also horrifying, as Tazen's complex vis construct dropped down on top of the Fae and turned them into actual paste. As if Callum needed more reason to stay far, far away from other mages. Once the surviving Fae were all wrapped up in the chains, Callum popped another one of Lucy's boxes out near where Tazen was standing. The enclave pond wasn't going away just yet, but it was different from the ones with Fae kings. He assumed that Tazen would know what was going on, now that Callum had alerted him to it. Or maybe there would be more nests of the things, though he hoped not. "Thanks, Lucy," he said, once Lucy gave him the thumbs up that the new box was connected properly. "Need a lift back," he spoke into the mic, and Tazen glanced at the box on the ground. Clearly it hadn't surprised him. "I'll send 2 squads back. The rest of us will comb the area now that we know what we're looking for." "Portals coming up," Callum said, and then opened 2 portals back to the redoubt. He was already feeling a little drained, mostly because he was opening very large portals so people could go through 3 or 5 abreast. "If you find any other prisoners, I trust you'll rescue them." "Certainly," Tazen said, almost impatiently as he watched his men return to base. "I'm not a monster, I hunt monsters." "That's good to hear," Callum replied, then muted the mic. He glanced at Lucy and shook his head. "I hope he does." Chapter 6: Direction. It was one thing for some tyrannical magical government to exist, because at least that was a structure full of people and could be grappled with. It was another to think that there were whole groups of supernaturals out there completely off the radar doing whatever they liked. Which might have been hypocritical, since he was exactly one of those supernaturals. But there was no guarantee these off-the-books enclaves weren't officially endorsed by Gar in some way in the first place. A government that openly endorsed murder and kidnapping probably covertly endorsed more of the same. He couldn't imagine it would take much of a bribe to let some supernaturals through on the sly and set up where they wanted. Though he had to admit that the timing implied it was the new guard at Gar that was responsible, not the old one. Chester's American alliance at least seemed to be doing what it was supposed to, though he had no way of really investigating it. He didn't entirely trust everyone involved was keeping their noses clean, but they were supposed to be keeping an eye on each other. Callum's reputation as the ghost probably did more work to keep people honest than anything else. "There is nothing in the Gar networks," Lucy grumped, furiously scowling at her laptop and then at the cookies on the kitchen table. She erased the scowl and picked up a cookie, turning in her seat to look at him. "Nobody's talking about anything of any consequence, I swear. A million emails about meetings, and nothing about what's in the meetings." "That's pretty normal," Callum remarked, going through the precision exercises that he'd managed to finagle out of the Guild of Enchantment Tutor. There were multiple versions, but he had settled on building a ship in a bottle through mana displacement alone. It was tricky, especially since moving too fast could result in mana sliding right through the matter, but it did force him to be both careful and precise. He wasn't sure exactly how well that sort of thing applied to his thin threads, or conversely his tubes, since he had a finer control to begin with. Still, he was years and years behind on basic skills and habits. While he had a definite advantage with his perceptions, everything he made was extremely simple, and nothing like the complex spell forms he'd seen from Tazen's men. They'd almost certainly been using foci, but equally certainly, the focus didn't do all the manipulation. If they were anything like the telekinesis focus he had, there were big parts that were completely under the mage's control. Instead of individually manipulating threads, it was like flinging around a net, easier to deal with but still requiring finesse. No matter how fine he could manipulate things, that wasn't the same as manipulating them correctly. He was entirely self-taught, so it was no wonder that he'd picked up bad habits, though he was keeping a very, very close eye on the techniques to make sure they weren't counterproductive either due to his uniquely small threads, or just because they were unexamined orthodoxy. On one hand, there were hundreds of years of practice and refining in the approaches and ideas of how to handle this. On the other hand, this was a society full of secrecy and conflict, and people who were probably not above sabotaging future generations. He had a better idea of what the exercises were for now that he actually had a better understanding of spell forms. Things like teleports and portals weren't so much the simplest or most instinctive spell forms, though they were not all that complex, as they were the ones that came most naturally to the Vis. Just putting a bunch of undirected Vis threads in an area drifted into a vague approximation of one of the two, which made doing any other spell form more difficult. All the complex things like shields and whatnot obviously worked, but they all required making Vis do things it didn't naturally want to do. Like any tool, really, but he didn't have as much an appreciation for it before. It also made him wonder about his gravitikinesis. It hadn't taken overly much work to create, so he had to assume other spatial mages could. The Alcubierre effect, though, might not even be possible with a bubble up, or at least not with shields up, which made it less useful for normal mages. Still, he couldn't believe nobody had ever found it. Or rather, that Duval hadn't, considering she controlled all the space mages. But it was possible that she had, or someone else had in the past, and promptly discarded it due to the danger. Accidentally winding up hundreds of miles above the ground was terrifying. He realized his mind was wandering, so he dropped the exercises and focused on Lucy's complaint. She was still grumbling under her breath as she poked at the laptop, squinting slightly against the mid-morning sun coming in from the big front windows. "I expect we'll only find out anything if Tazen talks to us again," he said, finding the thread of conversation again. "Assuming he gets anything out of his captives." Callum wasn't overly concerned with the fate of the man-eating fae that Tazen had taken, just their victims. The mages had essentially cleaned them up, fed them, mudded their memories of the past month, and set them down outside a fair-sized city. He couldn't object to any of that, even the mind manipulation, since it would be easier on everyone if they just knew something terrible had happened and weren't trying to claim that demons had invaded their village and kept them captive. Or maybe not. Either way, he was not equipped in any way to deal with a large number of traumatized people who didn't speak the same language. It was one of the things that kept Callum grounded. He was all too aware that even the best he could do was eliminate some threats. Something like actually saving people was a lot more complicated. Well, nothing from him yet. Do have something about Duval reinstating the travel network, with extra security and all those buzzwords you'd expect from an official communication. Lucy shook her head. No explanation of what that security actually is, though. Well, I expected the trick to only work once. Though I have to say, there probably wasn't a better target than the scariest archmage of all. Tazen's shell had been intimidating and had absolutely outclassed Callum's Vis, but the worst he could have done would have been to send something through the portal and out into the bottom of the sea. The Nexus portals didn't even face each other for that reason. Compared to what Fane could supposedly do, that wasn't particularly scary. Yeah, Lucy agreed. Though I can tell you from my IT experience that extra security measures are just more ways to mess with the system, half the time. Oh, Callum sat up straighter. You think that I might still be able to do something with the new and improved teleports. Not that I necessarily want to, but it's nice to know I could, if we have another Fane. Well, Lucy made an equivocal gesture with one hand, tilting it from side to side. Just because I know information security stuff doesn't mean I could crack enchantment security stuff. A lot of analog bypasses are stupid tricks anyway, sort of sideways to how the security is meant to work, so we might not have the tools or background. But I wouldn't completely write it off. Definitely something to put on our list, Callum said, though we've got enough on our plates right now. More on your plate than mine, Lucy said, sliding her chair back and standing up to stretch. Callum watched appreciatively. How's the portal world stuff going? Callum shrugged. I need to go back and watch them in action. I can't make a normal portal stable all by itself, and that's only one aspect of the dimensional portal. Too bad you can't ask the Guild of Enchantment people. I don't think they'd know. Duval might. Heck, she might have been the one who made the Dragonland's portal to begin with. Callum shrugged. But if she were willing to talk about it, I'm pretty sure Shahi would already know how to do it, or at least give me some hint. I don't think he's posing me challenges for my personal growth. I dunno, Lucy said, smiling wryly. Dragon-blooded are pretty weird. I could see one doing the wise old mentor thing for funsies. Maybe, Callum hedged, but not in this case. I mean, think about it. No two types of magic are the same, so even Fae can't exactly make portals, not the way I can. Plus the Dragonland's portal is definitely mage work. I imagine they don't like that Gar can just shut them off. Wouldn't that imply Gar could shut off any of the portals? Lucy asked. That's a heck of a threat. I don't see why not, which is probably why Chester needs an in. Speaking of which, we should probably call him and see if he's ready for the deployment. Actually, making a teleport pad was easy enough, as was a feeder portal. Those were his staple enchantments, and he was pretty good at them by his standards, if not the guild's. Finding a safe spot to put it on the other end in the deep wilds was another matter. There was some kind of politics involved there, though the exact details had never been elaborated on. He didn't know if Chester and other Earth shifters were political exiles or expatriates or something else entirely. But regardless of their status, it was apparently a bit of work to get some safe area over in the deep wilds. Chester didn't want to put him to the trouble of making something until they knew exactly what was allowed. We need a secretary, Lucy complained good-naturedly. Though we'd need one that can make anonymously screened calls. Those are probably in short supply, Callum agreed. What we need is to be less in demand. Ha, said Lucy, that one's all your fault. Felicia Black frowned through the glamour display at the Fae, wrapped in cold iron lace chains. He didn't have her sympathy, not just for what he'd done, which was a violation of all the laws and the reasons for those laws that had once been set out by Gar, but for the choices he'd made. Some of the Fae that came to Earth chose monstrous stories for a reason. A hero gained power, but a monster had power. It was easy, it was lazy, and those who used it got what was coming to them. The Fae she was looking at was probably no older than she was, and she was barely older than what her glamoured form looked like, and that sort of inexperience showed. Archmage Tazen would have wiped the floor with them in any case, but they should have put up a better showing than they had. You know them. Ray stepped up next to her, hands in his pockets. No, Felicia said, speaking aloud since it was just the two of them in the insulated observation booth. But I know their type. The kind of Fae that thinks they can bestride the world because it's their destiny to do so. You can find them by the dozen anywhere you go. Sounds a lot like young mages, Ray remarked. So no idea where they came from. Interrogation is doing nothing. Oh, I know exactly where they came from, Felicia said darkly. Not that it helps. They've got to be from one of the 7 lesser courts in Fairy. Some group of troublemakers and ne'er-do-wells being sent out to serve someone's purpose somewhere else. So nobody's going to miss them, Ray said. Oh, certainly not. Then why wouldn't they tattle on whoever smuggled them over? I very much doubt they even know. Felicia smiled without any humor. It wouldn't even be anything so crude as memory manipulation. Everything would have been their own idea. They would have come up with it, and they would have run across exactly the right pieces of information they needed by sheer happenstance. It would have been their own cleverness and cunning that got them through the portal, if they even used it and passed the guards, and so on. That's insidious, Ray said, so no way to connect them to Constance. I don't see how, Felicia said, frustrated. I know she has to be involved. I've seen that she's communicating with the 7. They had spent a lot of time on research for Tazen, tracking down rumors like the one that had ended up locating the Fae in India, but that wasn't all they'd spent their time on. There was also Gar. She couldn't just cut ties with them, not without severing threads of her story, so she had to find out exactly what they were up to and what had led to the betrayal. Between Tazen's own records that he'd kept privately and what the Hargraves had been kind enough to supply, she could read between the lines well enough. Not that the seven weren't subtle, but that was the point. There was no need for any of the supernatural factions on Earth to hide their influences on Gar. More the reverse. They wanted to demonstrate to their masters or their citizens that they had sway with Gar. But some people, mostly mages, were obviously acting in concert without any apparent contact or collaboration. She was quite familiar with that sort of invisible hand. "Come on," Ray said, putting a tentative hand on her shoulder. His skin was almost burning hot against hers, the heritage running through her veins giving her flesh the chill of early spring, and she disdained the touch of humans, or fae. But Ray was different. "The temple place is clear, and he wants us to take a look around, see if we see anything." "Sure," she said, putting her hand on his before turning away from the projection. The prisoners probably wouldn't survive for much longer, not without a patron to speak for them. Justice served, as far as she was concerned. A simple execution was far less cruel than what the seven did to its failures anyway. The mage on duty at the portal station energized the framework for them, and they walked through, Ray's glider bobbing along behind in box form. The redoubt on the other side was mostly empty, but there were no plans to abandon it until Tazen had wrung everything he could from the area. The glider was a necessary component of that, since they didn't have anyone to teleport them out to the site. "Not this time. I can't believe Wells was right there," Felicia muttered as the glider unfolded. "He wasn't exactly," Ray replied, half distracted as the wood slid smoothly into the deployed configuration. "But I guess his spellcraft on site is close enough. Such strange ships that pass in the night." The glider door on her side popped open and she slid inside, Ray joining her a moment later. "I don't like dealing with a criminal like Wells," Felicia sighed. "I know it's not really our jurisdiction or even our business anymore. Maybe we should even thank him, but he's always going to be an outlaw to me." "Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that the Archmage dealt with him," Ray said. "Though, I admit it did the trick. Hard to argue with his decisions when it works." Felicia hummed agreement, looking out the window as Ray sent the glider over the densely forested mountain foothills. She could feel the remnants of an enclave as Ray flew them toward the battle site, the tatters of a nascent court slowly fading into nothingness. Hardly anything in the end, not with so few and so pathetic a set of fae, but it was at least executed with more subtlety than most. Back at the redoubt even she hadn't noticed, drowned out as it was by the abundance of human magics. Even so, she put a black mark on herself for not noticing when Wells apparently had. Closer to the center, it was more obvious but not as much as usual, either because they had been trying to escape notice or just because it was dissipating with nobody left to anchor it. She had doubts there would be anything substantive remaining now, but the Fae had been inexperienced. Even if there was nothing that pointed back toward Fairy or Gar, there might be some trace of other undocumented enclaves. The remains of the building came into view soon enough, the bricks still pinned in the air from Archmage Tazen's spellwork. Seeing the disassembled rock hanging in space, faces polished from precise cuts, she was reminded yet again why the Fae as a whole had taken the Archmage's term centuries ago. A Fae king could do as much, and easily, but only in his territory. An Archmage could do it anywhere. There were a few mages still surveying the area with their tools, but ultimately they wouldn't get anywhere without an actual Fae. Ray landed the glider and the two of them climbed out. While Ray usually took the lead, this time he trailed behind her as she took a deep breath of the lingering magic and followed its trail past the hanging chunks of stone. At the center there was nothing more than a bare foundation of stone, at least to the naked eye. Likely to Mage sight as well, but she knew better. Hiding in plain sight was one of the first and earliest tricks any Fae learned, and it never stopped being useful. Instinct and impulse led her to one particular spot, and she narrowed her eyes at the air there. "Open," she told it. Though she'd done her best to bury her heritage, it was still handy now and then, especially since no human would be able to see any particular difference between it and the normal spread of Fae abilities. Even most Fae wouldn't be able to pinpoint the exact nature, though most Fae wouldn't be able to command another's workings. The air split apart and a pile of goods spilled out, caught by Ray's telekinesis before they could hit the ground. Some gold, some silverite and mordite weaponry, a chunk of Evenstar from Fairy, which was probably what they had used to found the enclave in the first place. She reached out and plucked the translucent silver crystal from Ray's magical grasp and studied it, but there was nothing that set it apart from any other minor fragment. "Evidence?" Ray asked. "Of backing from Fairy, yes," Felicia said. "Of who the backer is, no." She reached into her pocket for an evidence bag and deposited the Evenstar inside. Not that the DAI had ever really concerned itself with chains of custody the way mundane law enforcement did, but the basic idea was extremely useful. Tazen encouraged following such protocols for the sheer order they imposed. "What about the dead?" Ray asked, glancing over to the small, Earth Mage-raised dome 50 meters away. Felicia grimaced. Even if it was one of her most useful talents, she wasn't overly enamored of playing with corpses. But she nodded, reaching into her bag and taking out her tablet since they were going to be near other mages. Sometimes she resented needing to use it, but most of the time she was glad to have an excuse not to feed the power of her voice. The interior of the makeshift morgue was freezing, with some impromptu spellcraft by a fire or water mage preserving the bodies. Or the pieces of bodies in some cases, since Tazen's mages had not been gentle. Ray reached into his pocket and got out a package of wipes, the plastic crackling as he opened it. She nodded thanks before touching a finger to the closest of the bodies. That particular ability was better for pulling out the identities of criminals than it was for a deeper dive into a dead person's thoughts and motivations. She only had the barest experience of the last moments of life, though that was often enough. A mere touch pulled out the last lingering impressions from the nearest body and seared them across her mind. It was a jolt she was long used to, and she sorted out the emotions, images, and the ineffable shock of mortality's end. The Fae in question had been so sure of his power and prowess that most of his last moments were spent in outraged shock that anyone would have the effrontery to challenge him. Something she'd seen many, many times before. There was, however, an actual useful twitch of thought toward the end, some concept that the mages had betrayed them. They had some mage allies somewhere, Felicia wrote, after scrubbing her hand with the wipe Ray handed her. No idea where. I don't think they knew where, but this wasn't entirely on their own. Well, that's not a surprise, but it's nice to have confirmation, Ray grimaced. The question is who? I figure Gar, but what if it's one of the breakaways? They don't have anyone overseeing them, and bribing someone with Corite would be easy enough. Is anyone from the Hargrave Alliance located in Fairy? Felicia scribbled. That's where I'd look first. I have no idea, Ray said, started to sigh, and stopped himself with a grimace. Even keeping the corpses cold didn't make them smell any better. Let's finish up here and then we can check. Maybe you'll find another hint. Oh boy, she wrote without enthusiasm and moved on to the next corpse. Constance frowned as Supervisor O'Keefe of the Department of Arcane Investigation hurried through the door 10 minutes late. Just like the unlamented prior head of DAI, though she imagined O'Keefe had no better reason for being late than Lane had. It just seemed endemic to the post. "Now that we're all here," she said, quelling the chatter of the other department heads. "There is not much this time. The new transport network is being rolled out. Does anyone have any concerns?" If anyone did, they didn't dare voice them. Then, the real issue, the official GAR response to the breakaway houses. It's been long enough and GAR should say something. Properly, that was the role of Archmage Affairs, but Magus Mavros was useless, and besides Constance was the one with the connections to people of real consequence. The money, the materials, the connections that even the Guild of Enchanting needed if they were to continue to operate. Most of Constance's backers hadn't even been that put out by the transport network being down, since they were deep in Fairy or the Night Lands. Any declaration that GAR made was effectively toothless. Tazen and Hargrave between them had stripped out most of the militant mages that were serving in GAR, and while the houses had their own forces, that wasn't the same as having a proper military. The real purpose of condemning the breakaways was to allow the houses still in GAR to apply pressure from other avenues, to have backing for whatever political overtures or maneuverings they had in mind. Constance didn't much care about their schemes, so long as her house in general, and she in particular, benefited from the arrangement. Obviously, that ruled out most action, since trying to conduct a campaign under the limitations of personnel and the appearance of maintaining GAR's policies was impossible. But words were easy. She collected the committee-created proclamation regarding the houses in question, a self-important thing that used such verbiage as "we condemn" in the strongest possible terms, and adjourned the meeting. She returned to her office and settled down to think, needle working as she began to crochet. Every time she had to deal with communications, she had to make a choice whether to use the electronic network or a written missive. It was a matter of tactics. She knew the former would leak, while the latter only might. Determining what should go public in the normal way, what should go public through back channels, and what was genuinely secret was a delicate mix. She ended up sending 3 versions. The expurgated proclamation for public consumption, the real one to be leaked as it would, and an annotated version for her backers, making note of who contributed what. They'd already replaced Lane, both for his failure to deal with Wells and the Hargraves, and because he'd made some rather injudicious decisions when it came to pawns. That thought transferred her telekinesis focus from dealing with the meeting notes to scribbling out another missive. There were of course costs when it came to dealing with the Fey portion of her backers, and one such cost was finding a particular Fey ex-agent of DAI, one that should never have been lost in the first place, to her understanding. The Department of Acquisitions had more personnel than most now, and more freedom with the transport network coming back into service. Finding someone shouldn't be that hard. Though it wasn't like anyone had been able to track down Wells, despite his ongoing activities as the Ghost. A Fey wasn't a spatial mage, though, so Constance had hopes that it wouldn't be as difficult. Chores done, Constance sent a message to her secretary to deliver lunch and pondered the topic of Wells himself. The damage he'd done to GAR was enough that he was possibly the most wanted magical criminal of all time, but there was no real point in tracking him down under the current circumstances. It was far better to manage him, which could be done without even finding the man. The secretary arrived with lunch, direct from a Parisian cafe, and Constance took a spoon to her chowder as she sorted reports with her telekinesis. The easiest thing to do was to imply some threat to the American alliance by one of her troublemakers, and sooner or later Wells would take care of it. That had worked already, and she was hesitant to let such a weapon languish. But sadly, most of the various groups were staying in line. Before she could be content with the way things were running, one of Gar's Fey messengers slipped through the door. A 2-foot, cat-eared personage with one of the most annoying voices Constance had ever heard. He always seemed smug, too, though that might have been the cat aspect. She would have barred him from her office if he weren't one of her main links to the Fae that her house was collaborating with. "Delivery," he drawled, pulling a scroll larger than himself from nowhere in particular, and tossing it into her desk before scampering out on 4 legs. She scowled after him, robbed of even a chance to properly protest his intrusion, and snatched up the scroll. Even the old Mage families had graduated to sealed paper envelopes, so what looked like a vellum scroll in a silver-gilt case had to be from Fairy. Constance opened it with a growl, wax seals crackling and crumbling once they were breached, and she glanced over the contents, then blinked. She'd been expecting some update on the immigration papers or personnel that she'd helped station at the portals, but the contents were of somewhat greater import. "It has come to our attention that the Court of Long Claws has been extinguished. We will not brook such casual violations of our agreements. Find those who have infringed upon our prerogatives so they may be punished." There was more, in high-flown language, but the first 3 sentences were all she really needed. Not that she had any idea who was in the so-called Court of the Long Claws, but it had to be one of the favors that she'd let through. What she didn't like was the presumption that she could be simply ordered to do things, like some servant. She was tempted to just toss it aside, but it wouldn't do to completely alienate such allies. If nothing else, her house and her backers wouldn't thank her, though she felt that the mages on her side gave their Fey allies more respect than they really deserved. Mages were the masters of Gar, not any of the foreign powers they brokered with. Constance set the scroll on the corner of her desk with a click and scraped the last bit of chowder from the bowl with her spoon. Unfortunately, she had a good idea of who was responsible, and it wouldn't help anyone. Tazen and his busybody house, thinking they had the authority to determine who and what was welcome on Earth. That or Wells himself, since he had demonstrated that he could survive the curse of a Fey king. There was no direct way to pull the claws of either one, for the same reason Gar couldn't force them to submit to the guild agreements. Neither of them could be reached by the guild or had holdings in the guild, nor did Constance have the authority to talk to them directly, despite becoming the first among equals at Gar. Not that she would want to anyway, but she might be able to finesse something. The best thing would be to set them at each other. Infighting between Gar's enemies would only be to the good, though generating that kind of animosity was not easy. Even with the resources of the Department of Acquisitions, there was only so much she could do. She would have to be careful about it. With luck, she could get her problems to solve themselves. Chapter 7. Steps. "I don't like this," Callum said. "Oh, come on, Mr. Grumpipants," Lucy said, checking herself over in the mirror again. "You don't like anything." "I like you," he replied, putting his arms around her and stilling her primping, which was unlike her anyway, so she was likely almost as nervous as he was. "Okay, point for you," Lucy conceded. "But come on. How bad can it be?" "I have literally not been in a room with another mage where it's turned out well," Callum said. "Then this can be the first time," Lucy said. "Besides, Chester and Lisa will be there." "A point," Callum said, though he still didn't like it. A risk was a risk, but there were some he had to take. He opened a portal to Chester's compound where they had finally permanently stationed an anchor, and the 2 of them walked through. They were both dressed up for the meeting to some extent, with Lucy in her best dress and himself in a tailored suit, though he wasn't sure it was entirely necessary. Archmage Wizzy apparently never dressed up more than jeans and a tee. Still, He wanted to give a good impression, and he hadn't quite lost the reflexes he'd had back in his former life, where he had to meet customers face to face to get their business. He straightened his tie and glanced around by habit, though his senses already told him that none of the guests were there yet. There were, though, more shifters than usual, likely to escort the expected arrivals, or just to keep an eye on them. "Relax, Callum," Alpha Chester said, offering him a hand. "Nobody is going to take the risk of provoking you, even if they were of a mind to." "I know, but it's a habit by now." Callum took the hand, which was human as was Alpha Chester, at least for the moment, though if any defense was necessary he'd be seeing the war form. He still wasn't sure exactly what the limits on changing forms were, but none of the shifters he'd seen had shown any trouble swapping from one to the other. They didn't even tear their clothes, thanks to symbiote magic, so he tried not to worry about Chester's combat readiness. "Come on and have a seat," Lisa invited, sweeping Lucy up into a hug before practically depositing her in one of the handmade overstuffed chairs that matched the big living room table, all of the furniture tastefully rustic in design. "I'm kind of surprised you're first, but it's probably for the best." "Maybe they're still not used to the teleports being down, or mostly down anyway," Callum said, taking the seat next to Lucy. "But they can all fly, so they can't be that far behind." Chester was about to reply when he cocked his head, then nodded. "Speak of the devil," he said. "Archmage Wizzy is just arriving," Callum said, straining his perceptions in that direction even though there was no need. Wizzy was obvious by the hard outline of his vis which, like Callum, was restricted to his body rather than shrouding him in a bubble. He approached on foot, in no hurry, and was passed through to the interior. It was only by dint of great exertion that Callum didn't teleport himself and Lucy away, though he had the forms ready to go. Those were going to stay in place the whole time no matter what anyone said. "Archmage Hewitzilin," a shifter announced as Wizzy finally entered the room and Callum saw him clearly for the first time. He was struck by how distinctly unhandsome Wizzy was, with a nose like a squashed pepper and a face like old leather, but at the same time he had a certain presence. The Archmage had a battered cowboy hat in one hand, tapping it against his knee as his eyes fixed on Callum. "Young Wells," he said by way of greeting, "and I assume the young Miss Lucy." "Archmage Wizzy," Callum replied, tamping down his worries to be polite. "Thank you for coming." Then his eyes caught the slithering shadow coiled up behind Wizzy and he jumped to his feet. "I thought those couldn't leave Mictlin," he added flatly, a hair's breadth away from triggering his teleport. "They cannot," Wizzy said calmly, ignoring Callum's stance and sinking into another of the chairs. "One is in many ways part of Mictlin, so this shadow has not strayed beyond its bounds. Most are already aware of one's shadow, but it is far too easy to forget that you have not had exposure to your peers." Callum scowled, but Chester nodded slightly. Callum wondered why he hadn't been warned, but then Wizzy was right. He had no context for what was usual and what was weird in supernatural society. Even with Lucy there, he hadn't grown up in it or lived it. After a moment he sat back down, though he was if anything even more tense than before, on his last frayed nerve. Wizzy put his hat on the table and leaned back, at ease. "Is there anything you wish to ask before the others arrive?" he inquired, his manner easy but his eyes sharp. Callum rubbed at the bridge of his nose, trying to focus his thoughts, and Lucy put a soothing hand on his arm. He reached over to squeeze her hand and looked at Wizzy. "Here's one. How do you defend yourself? All the mages I've seen have the bubbles that shield them, but you don't." Callum waved in Wizzy's direction. "I don't imagine that you've gone this long without someone trying to jump you." "Indeed not," Wizzy said. "For those using the internal techniques, the defenses are internal as well. Our clay is more resilient when it comes to holding patterns of vis. There are still dangers, but we are not so vulnerable to our own magic. He tapped his fingers on the arms of his chair. However, one has never dealt with a spatial mage in that context. It is not clear exactly what form your defenses would take. Ah, Callum said, though he wasn't exactly surprised. Do you mean you have the full shield set up underneath your skin like with mages, or something else, if you don't mind sharing? Something else, Wizzy said. One's blood is always under control. A relatively simple reinforcement makes everything under the skin stronger than steel. It is a benefit of those who use the method of the Almacattle. Though one admits that the complexity of the spellwork of other archmages far exceeds what anything created in one's own past, and once again, a spatial mage is outside the realm of familiarity. Boo, Lucy said. I'd kind of hoped for something concrete. It'd help him relax. Space is also different than any kind of matter, Callum said thoughtfully. You're not manipulating something that's there. You're manipulating the there that the something is. He made a face at his own twisted locution. I'd really like to pick Duval's brain, but there is no way that she'd help me. One can provide some suggestions that translate between the intuitive internal methods and the complex external methods, Wizzy said. But it seems your approach is, taken in total, unprecedented. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Callum sighed. The other two are arriving, Chester broke in, and Callum braced himself. A few moments later, a pair of bubbles appeared on the edges of his perceptions, moving smoothly toward Chester's compound. He hated that he couldn't see inside them, though he presumed that Chester's people had vouched for their identities. Neither of the bubbles was the diamond-hard sort that he'd seen from archmages, so they probably were who they were supposed to be. Gale and Glenda Hargrave, one of Chester's people announced as the pair were shown into the meeting room. Callum stood again, though this time out of politeness. Gale was more or less as he remembered her, though she'd returned to her normal dress sense, which was rather like Lucy's. Glenda was obviously her mother, with the same blonde hair and blue eyes and a similar face, though she hardly looked any older. It was more the way she carried herself. Mr. Wells, Gale said hesitantly. Gale, Callum said, trying to ignore the prickling on the back of his neck from being anywhere near a healer. Mrs. Hargrave, he said, nodding to the mother. He didn't offer his hand, and neither did they. Mages didn't do that anyway. Just Glenda, please, Gale's mother said, expression neutral. Our house is too large for me to be the Mrs. Hargrave. Glenda then, Callum acquiesced. Thank you for coming. I wasn't sure you'd be interested in helping. I'm a mother myself, Glenda said, looking over to Lucy. I have a certain sympathy. Please have a seat, Chester said, taking initiative as host, and Gale and Glenda settled down next to each other while Callum reclaimed his spot. They were widely spaced around the big coffee table, with Lucy and Callum on one side with Chester and Lisa, while the three visiting mages took up the other side. I just want to say, Gale spoke suddenly. Thank you for helping Archmage Tazen. He said that he might have lost people if you hadn't done everything you did. I could hardly stand by, Callum demurred. Not if I was going to stand by my own beliefs. Still, that is why we are here, said Glenda. It helps show you're not some deranged murderer. Hey, Lucy protested. He's not deranged. I notice you don't contest the murderer part, Glenda said. Considering who he's killed, I don't think that counts either, Lucy growled. Callum put a hand on her arm. We're not here for an accounting of my actions. What I need is information. Callum smiled somewhat bitterly. Neither of us are part of Mage society, but we need its expertise on how to deal with a magical child. Gale actually smiled. Glenda nodded and pursed her lips. Before we start, I would like to caution you that the issue of a mage and Glenda paused a moment, clearly rephrasing what she was about to say. The issue of a mage and a sensitive is not guaranteed to be a mage as well. And that would simplify things, but from what Lucy tells me, you can't figure that out until after a couple years anyway, so we need to know what to do. Callum suppressed a sigh. He felt like he was giving ground, even though they were just talking. And if we do have a mage, I want to have avenues open for proper education. What is Wizzy doing here then? Gail asked. Callum hated to give away any information about himself, but this was a matter of health. Not his health, but his child's health and maybe even Lucy's. So he had to let go of some of his secrets. I was never educated formally. I use Archmage Wizzy's type of vis methods, which is why I do not have a bubble. He waved a hand around himself. We need to know every possibility, and have to choose what we actually teach our children. Plus, I got kinda cut off after they found out I was a dud, Lucy said. So I don't know what a mother needs to know about baby mages either. The ensuing discussion was a long one, and Callum took notes, filling page after page of a notebook. Lucy was recording it all anyway, but it was better to get down his thoughts and interpretations at the time. He didn't really relax, but it didn't seem like anyone was going to make any moves, which was all to the good. If someone attacked Lucy, things wouldn't end without a lot of destruction. He felt rather odd planning for things more than a few months or even years in advance. The past 2 years or so had been too hectic, and besides, the supernatural world was hardly stable at the moment. Even if they accepted the tentative offer of House Hargrave tutors, by the time such teachers were needed, House Hargrave might have changed its mind, or lacked the manpower to offer help. There is an issue I do wish to raise, Glenda said, once the bulk of the questions had been answered. Callum put down the glass of water Lisa had provided and took firm mental hold of his threads again. House Hargrave has run into issues securing food and supplies in a timely manner, Glenda said. Gail glanced at her and nodded support. We've been sourcing from the New York area, but with Gar so close by, all the supernatural outlets have been essentially closed to us. There have also been some attempts to frame Archmage Tazen as being responsible, Glenda added with a frown. Puerile, but I suppose it should be suspected. Regardless, I would like to ask about getting some teleportation enchantments for the house. That will make it easier to source things from a less sensitive location. You haven't been able to get any from the Guild of Enchanting? Callum raised his eyebrows. I've done at least 15 for them at this point. No, Glenda said, eyeing him. I didn't realize you were working with the Guild of Enchanting. It's at a distance, but I am. Callum frowned. Maybe they're using the teleports for themselves. I know it was only just recently that Duval started restoring the network, but if you are asking me to make some for you, I absolutely can. If you can provide the enchanting material, that'll make things easier, but I do have some already. House Hargrave would prefer to commission it all from you, work and materials both, Glenda said. We would like to formally request 3 pairs of teleportation pads in exchange for whatever resources we supply you for education and training. In installments, Callum said. Now that he and Lucy had raided cenotes once, they could do it again. It just took time. Besides which, actively trading with House Hargrave put them on friendly terms, even if he still wouldn't trust them as far as he could throw them. I'll put one together after this meeting, and additional teleports at year intervals while you're providing instruction, for as long as necessary. That is acceptable, Glenda said, provided the first year's payment for ongoing support is this year. Done, Callum agreed. What about you, Wizzy? One has no need for additional teleportation, Wizzy said calmly. However, there may be some need for different spatial services in the future. As long as it's reasonable, Callum said. I'm not going to write a completely blank check. Certainly not, Wizzy replied. Hey now, Lucy said pointedly. I may not be a mage, but I'm not useless. I bet you'll need IT support now that you've split from Gar. Computers and networking and telephony and all that. Yes, Gale said, suddenly perking up. One of the things we're trying to do is add more mundane knowledge to our house. There's also, she interrupted herself to turn to Callum. Do you have any suggestions for where to look? To improve our own spellcasting, I mean. Since you said you learned most of yours by reference to mundane techniques. Huh? Callum raised his eyebrows. Given the contempt he'd seen for normal technology and learning outside of GAR agents, he was a little surprised, but he supposed that his own accomplishments were impossible to ignore. Basically, all university-level physics, chemistry, and biology, to start. Trouble is I don't really know enough about other aspects to be sure how much of it applies. And where can we find these things? Glenda asked. Callum took a moment to remind himself that these were people who probably didn't generally use the internet at all, and were unaware of everything that was on it. Tell you what, he said. You can consult with Lucy about getting your buildings wired and such, and we'll add in pointers to all these resources. They wouldn't do much good to you without proper access anyway. And Lucy said, elbowing Callum, since you're here. Callum's knee has been bothering him for a while. Maybe you can fix him up. I did wonder about the cane, Gale said, nodding to herself. Certainly, I'd be happy to. Callum grimaced. He hadn't intended to bring it up, but of course now that they were face to face, he didn't have a good reason to protest. Part of him knew it was stupid to even want to reject the help, but the last few times he'd dealt with magical healing he'd been in Gar custody. His hand automatically went to his knee before he nodded. Very well, he said, trying not to sound ungrateful. It wouldn't be fair to either Lucy or Gale. Unlike before, Gale didn't have to physically touch him. She just pushed a ball of complex vis out of her shell and sent it down toward the knee in question. It took every ounce of his self-control to let it contact him, but when it did, an odd jolt of refreshing energy ran through him. He could feel bits inside his knee shift, and then it was done. Thank you. That time he actually did manage to sound properly grateful, and Gale flashed him a bright smile. Glad to help, Mr. Wells. She turned to Lucy. Oh, I'm not confident in it yet, but there are some specific things healers do for expectant mothers. I'll make sure I can manage that before our next meeting. Thank you, Gale, Lucy said, managing a far more credible smile than Callum had. Oh, Gale said suddenly, glancing between Lucy and Callum. I just wanted to ask, that book you let me have, do you have any others like it? She flushed as Glenda shook her head indulgently. I mean, I don't know where to start. There are so many books available. Callum laughed. He couldn't help it. The request was just so ordinary that it seemed absurd. Sure, he said. I'll give you some recommendations. The Hargraves left soon after, but Archmage Wizzy lingered behind. He had been the quietest of the participants, only piping up the once to expound on the dangers and benefits of the internal style of magic. Aside from that, he had been content to watch and listen. You have been a spark that has set a fire, Wizzy said, but it has not truly caught. Not yet. Do you intend to continue forging a new path? That seems a bit leading, Callum said cautiously. If you're asking if I'm satisfied with the world as it is, no. Especially not since it's not just my future I need be concerned about. He didn't want to say out loud that he couldn't foresee a future where vampires still existed on Earth, or even where Gar still functioned as it did. Wizzy seemed amenable to the chaos Callum had caused, but it was better not to create any expectations one way or another. But I'm taking things one step at a time. Is there any other way to move forward? Wizzy asked rhetorically. One merely suggests that you exercise caution in more than relations with other mages. Mictlan is not the most dangerous possibility when it comes to portal worlds. You know about opening up other dimensional portals? Callum asked. He didn't know how Wizzy knew about Shahi's charge, or even if he knew. It might just be that Wizzy figured he'd get around to it eventually. Anything you can tell me about the process? Not as such. One only knows stories, that certain spatial archmages were capable of it, and they often found that the portals opened to desolation and death. Well, I guess I hardly expected otherwise, Callum mused. He hadn't actually tried opening a dimensional portal yet, not with his current knowledge, but it made a certain kind of sense most of them would just explode. If the other end were somewhat random, it could open into a star, or vacuum, or a universe full of antimatter, or just some physics so alien that concepts like matter and energy didn't apply. That all the portal worlds were at least vaguely Earth-like might not so much represent some fact about dimensions being habitable, as only habitable dimensions could sustain a portal. He knew how fragile portal magic was. The dimensional portals might be more robust than the usual fare, but he doubted they'd survive forming in extreme conditions. Simply take care you do not find yourself in the underworld, Wizzy told him. Careful is my watchword, Callum assured him. Like taking coal to Newcastle, Lucy muttered. Callum snorted, and she grinned at him unrepentantly. Once Wizzy left as well, Chester waved them back into the chairs. We're ready for you to connect us to the deep wilds, Chester said. It's moderately urgent if you can do it soon. I have the telepads, Callum confirmed. I'm a bit worried about how well it'll work in a portal world, though. I'll give you an anchor to send over and I'll set things up, since I have a fallback if it doesn't quite form normally. His work for the Guild of Enchantment had paid off at least a little. For something as simple as assembling a static box, he could make his own enchantment, which was his quick and dirty solution to making sure a teleport could form. Create a very simple enchantment first that permanently erected a spatial field that asserted the normal spatial conditions of Earth, protecting the teleportation framework as it formed. He called it an exclusion frame, and apparently Duval could do that without an enchantment focus, but that wasn't a trick he'd figured out yet. Excellent, Chester said. It'll be a lot easier when I don't have to sneak things through agents. I'm surprised they're letting much traffic through to begin with, Callum said and shrugged. But I guess there's a lot of shifters still in Gar. Used to be that people would take vacations there all the time, Lucy put in. If other packs do that, and I bet they do, it's a pretty busy portal. Callum nodded at that, reminded again how much incidental knowledge he was lacking because he didn't grow up in magical society. Even though he'd been with Lucy a while, even though she tried to teach him things, so much knowledge was just internalized to the point that she didn't even realize she knew it. Right, Callum said. We'll get you connected as soon as you get the anchor to where you want it. Once they returned back to the bunker, Callum flopped onto the couch with a groan. Even if he hadn't done anything, the stress had still tied him in knots, and holding the vis threads in place for so long had been exhausting. Socializing was not fun. Don't be so dramatic, Lucy said, dropping down next to him and leaning against him as he put an arm around her. Besides, you got your knee fixed, right? I did, he admitted, flexing the joint in question. I didn't realize how much of a difference it would make. He'd probably keep the cane around. It was a fun and useful affectation, but not needing it would be a relief. At least I won't have to drag the Connors out of Florida again, Lucy said. They'll be glad to know you've gotten it fixed up. I imagined so, Callum admitted. He wasn't sure how it happened that Lucy had become friends with the Connors and not him, but maybe it was for the best. He would probably just remind them of everything they'd gone through. Wizzy's last comment, though, made me think. "Ooh, that's dangerous," Lucy said with a grin. "What you got?" "Well, I was originally going to start experimenting with the dimensional portals through anchors, because obviously, but it's probably going to need more care than that. There might not be any limitations on cracking through to new realities, and accidentally opening up to an antimatter planet would end poorly even if the portal is small. I don't need to accidentally set off a nuke somewhere in the Midwest." "Oof, yeah," Lucy said, then cocked her head at him. "So you were thinking maybe it was space-time?" "Yeah, space-time," Callum agreed with a laugh. "Remote portals are safe, but very remote portals are safer." "Fantastic. We're gonna need to order more stuff." Lucy wiggled happily. "I guess we could buy time on a cubisat or something, but it'd be better if we can do it all ourselves. You can go that high, right?" "I've never tried, but accidentally finding myself in space was somewhat of a nightmare of mine when I still flung myself around that way. I have noticed that the mana gets thinner higher up, but I don't know if that'll matter with an anchor connected to here." He waved around at their relatively mana-rich environs. "Right, well, I have a bunch of stuff I had drawn up anyway. We can start simple. Awesome thing about portals, we don't have to wait for launch windows or even worry about telemetry. Gimme a couple days and we'll have a rig to start. Drone's not going to cut it." Actually, a drone probably would have cut it. In fact, an anchor by itself might have cut it, just for an initial test. But that wouldn't really prove anything since they couldn't just be in space. Even he knew that. Orbits were complex and getting anywhere required precision. There was no point in being careful and opening a portal in space if anything that came through that portal would deorbit moments later and turn into some apocalyptic bolide. The further out he could go, the safer things could be. But there was really no telling what magic was like out beyond the bounds of Earth. He'd seen that the portal worlds were different. For all he knew, the Earth had been saturated in mana long enough that out in the vacuum of space, this would behave differently. It was worth letting Lucy set things up for their first foray. In the interim, he set up Chester's teleport to the deep wilds. As he'd suspected, the plates he'd made on Earth didn't quite work. They took a lot of time and mana to erect the spellforms, and Callum didn't trust that the transfer would be healthy for the people involved. He knew how rough badly formed teleports were. The exclusion frame he'd made solved the problem, albeit with a significant increase to the required mana. For some reason, Callum had been expecting a shifter outpost to be some kind of crude makeshift thing, but the place the portal anchor had ended up was a neat, clean, walled town, built up high on one of the massive trees that dotted the deep wilds. If it weren't for the ground being wood, he would have sworn it was just a clearing. Despite how well-run it was, the place was still fairly Spartan, and was a stark contrast with his plans to start a magic-powered space program with Lucy. Such plans were easier to create than to implement, and took quite a while to get going. They ended up waiting several weeks for all the bits and pieces Lucy ordered to come in. Cold gas thrusters, even simple ones, and vacuum gyroscopes were apparently not easy to manufacture or calibrate. Between the Guild of Enchanting and the loot from the vampire nests, they had plenty of cash for it, since in the end they didn't need too much gear. The first prototype was an anchor inside a steel cube, like they'd used for the bottom of the sea, though it had some extra features to transmit signals. Lucy wasn't so much worried about the pressure, though it was possible that would be an issue, as she was about heat and impact. A stray micrometeorite would absolutely ruin something as fragile as a portal anchor, and for both mordite and corite the heat might well make it degrade faster. The casing for it had some gyroscopes and cold gas and a bunch of hardened electronics, along with some solar panels. It was basically a larger, clunkier cube than the one that surrounded the portal anchor. Still, it worked, and it didn't need to look pretty to do the job. Callum simply lofted it in the air with his gravitikinesis, then sent it upward with his Alcubierre technique. On the camera feed, the ground shrank with breathtaking speed, and Callum stopped after just a few seconds. Like when he'd sent himself at the horizon, it didn't take long at all to get very high up. He could see the edges of the earth through one of Lucy's cameras, but his own perceptions were rather more limited. More limited, in fact, than usual. He guessed they were somewhere outside the atmosphere, maybe somewhere around low orbit. And when he released the box of spatial vis, his perceptions didn't find a bunch of empty space. They found nothing until they were carried along with the expanding cloud of incidental atmosphere, and even then it took the mana pouring through the portal for him to really get a sense of the area around their box. Huh, Callum said. Apparently I need mana for passive perception to work, and there's none in space. So it doesn't just operate on reality, I guess. Or, well, mana is reality, but it's a foreign reality, so it's not out there yet. Yeah, Lucy said, looking away from her camera. I can't imagine it matters much, though, unless that means you can't do magic out in space. Callum poked a vis thread through, and while extending it out into the monolith vacuum felt odd, it didn't fail. No, I can still do magic, but if that portal gets disrupted, it's not going to open again. Callum looked at the camera displays Lucy had going, which showed a lot more than the nothingness his spatial perception provided. I guess mana is affected by gravity, at least a little bit. Something sure keeps it all on Earth. Though he'd already seen that mana was affected by matter, too. Otherwise, the mana coming through the portals would be trying to diffuse through the whole wide universe, and it'd be practically impossible to get it in any concentration. We can work up a physics of mana with this, Lucy grinned. It's cutting-edge research. It is, Callum agreed. Though it's going to make putting together any space nexus area a bit of a problem. I did see that the Mictlin portal had some sort of construct that contained mana. I'll have to ask Wizzy about that. We might have to build a box to hold the mana in. Box inside a box inside a box, Lucy muttered, and poked at the controls. The slow tumbling of the earth and the stars on the monitors slowed and then stopped, and she checked the readouts. Well, it looks like the stabilization is mostly working. It's a lot easier since we've got no thrust and so little mass, but it seems like this works well enough. Until it hits something. Sure, Callum agreed. It's our very first mana-powered satellite. It's not a satellite yet, Lucy warned. In fact, it's falling pretty quickly. Probably hit atmosphere again in a few minutes, so you'll want to recall it before that happens. I suppose I could do it now, Callum said. You could, but look at this view. Lucy waved at the earth below them and the crystal clarity of the stars. Some of the cameras were iced over or non-functional, but enough work to give them a breathtaking vista. We can watch it for a bit, right? Of course, Callum said, put his arm around her as they watched the world turn. Chapter 8 Lies. We've got a message from someone who isn't Chester. Lucy looked up from her laptop, sounding a bit surprised. She had set up some kind of dead drop communications for other people from the American Alliance, but they hadn't had anyone use it, which was fortunate, since the Ghost only operated in a very narrow scope, and it was never a good thing when someone needed them. Who is it? Callum looked away from the enchanting he was doing, playing around freehand rather than using the inscriber. He was attempting to construct a version of the directed gravity spell form, and considering that he was still fumbling around with a very small amount of proper instruction, there was no point in trying to make a permanent version. Instead, he was just playing around with brass wire. One of the independent Fae, Toclarain, Lucy shook her head. No idea how to pronounce the name. He's on the list of signatories, so I guess he's real enough. What does he want? Says that he's tipping us off to some malefaction. That's the actual word he used. some malefaction by other supernaturals in his area. Lucy's fingers rattled over the keyboard. Wichita. That doesn't sound good, Callum said, putting his wire model aside. Did he say what kind of malefaction? Nope, just has a number so he can consult you. Wonder what's going on. He's part of the Alliance. Shouldn't they be taking care of it? Callum asked, stepping around the table to peer over Lucy's shoulder. Not everyone is part of the Alliance. Might be the other guys still with Gar, Lucy suggested. That'd make things complicated. I don't like it, Callum grimaced, but I suppose we'll have to hear him out. Should I dial him up right now? If there are people at risk, we shouldn't delay, Callum said, sliding a chair over next to Lucy and seating himself in it. They could and maybe should have gone to the office, but the living room was quite comfortable. Right. Lucy poked at some of the programs she had in her laptop, and her VoIP window popped up. So far, at least so far as either of them knew, nobody had come anywhere near the servers and bypasses that Lucy was using for phone calls. Still, they weren't about to call directly from the bunker. The phone rang 3 times before there was a click, and a deep, cultured voice answered. Yees. The person on the other end sounded as if he were delighted to get a call, rich and friendly. Knowing that they were dealing with a fae, that immediately prickled Callum's instincts and set his teeth on edge. This is Lorraine. This is the ghost, he said, keeping his tone and manner businesslike. I understand you've run into an issue you feel should be brought to my attention. Why, yes, the voice, if such thing were possible, became even more friendly. Fantastic, I was hoping you would call. I take supernatural threats seriously, Callum replied. Your message was rather short on details. I will need more than that. Oh, certainly, certainly. Lorraine hastened to assure him. I have been dealing with this intemperate rake for years, but I've never had the thought before that he might be someone who could be permanently stopped. I am hardly capable myself, and this notorious villain is protected by his friends in authority. Still short on details, Callum said. He knew Lorraine's type. They loved to talk and could ramble on for hours without actually saying anything. Who is it? Is he part of Gar? What exactly has he been doing? This particular scoundrel goes by the name of Anxis, and he has been deep in the pockets of Gar, or they in his, for years. He has vexed and hounded me, and the people I have protected for some time, and it has only been through my efforts that his victims have not met with utter disaster. Lorraine sounded rather smug about that. The very specific incident as of late, 2 days ago, Anxis used his particular skills to sabotage an entire building full of children. Poor mundane teenagers who had no idea what could be going on or the danger they were in. He dusted the place with a poisonous gas. Lorraine paused dramatically, and it was only by my hand that none came to harm. Yet I am not powerful enough to confront this miscreant directly. My skills lie in other directions. That does sound bad, Callum conceded. There were plenty of stories about child eaters that Fae could draw from. In fact, it seemed the majority of monsters were stories for or about kids, and stories being appropriate for children didn't make the monsters any less horrifying. I need more details. What does this Anxis look like? Where does he live? There were other details Callum needed too, if he were to do anything, but it was clear Lorraine was far from objective when it came to facts. Assuming he wasn't flat-out lying, which Faye could do, for the most part, there was some sort of threat at play, and Callum certainly wouldn't brook anyone threatening children. But there was also no point in going in blind. Well, he should be tall, but he has a hunch and a long, wicked nose. His hair is like a rat's nest of dirty straw, and Lorraine went on in that vein for some time, using 10 words when one would do, but eventually Callum had a location and description. "I will look into it," Callum said, and waved at Lucy to cut the connection. "So this Toblerone guy," Lucy said, after the program showed they were disconnected. "I dunno, he seemed a little overly impressed with himself." Callum mouthed the words Toblerone guy and laughed, shaking his head. "Well, at least he had real information. Just have to check it first. Does the GAR database have anything on that anxious guy?" "On it." Lucy's fingers rattled across the keys again. "They still have too much stuff on paper. It's annoying." "I'm just surprised they have any electronic capability at all," Callum said. "Even Magic can't beat email for management," Lucy said. "I'm pretty sure the only reason we got it is all the office folks wanting to spend more time playing solitaire or whatever." "Sounds about right," Callum agreed. Okay, anxious." Lucy pursed her lips as she looked over what came up from the GAR servers. "Independent Fae. No address, just a neighborhood, but it's close to what Toblerone gave us." "Anything else?" "Not in this database. No commentary on powers or attitude or anything. I'm sure there's something somewhere in GAR, but these entries are pretty bare bones. No records associated with him, though, so nothing to do with acquisitions or BSC." Lucy shrugged and leaned back in her chair. "So if he's causing trouble, there's nothing in it that has reached the level of an official report." "Yeah, well, given that it's a bureaucracy, there's a million ways for any such report to get lost. I suppose you should keep digging and see if there's any incidental information, but the easiest thing would be to just put an anchor there and check." Callum sighed. "There's no point in delaying if this Fae is going after kids. Hopefully in the future, the American Alliance can deal with this sort of thing themselves." "We could run it past Chester," Lucy suggested, tapping her laptop meaningfully. "I mean, yeah, shoot him an email, but it's not like he's in charge of anyone outside his pack," Callum pointed out, rubbing at the bridge of his nose. "Honestly, Toblerone is doing the right thing in contacting us." "Maybe, but I could do without this kind of work," Lucy said with a frown. "Me too," Callum sighed. "But if I don't do it, nobody will, so best get it over with." He reached through the Nexus and located the drone closest to the area. Since he couldn't sense writing with his perceptions, Lucy had ended up engraving numbers on the portal anchors so he could keep track of which was which. Anchor 2 was the only mobile one in Chester's general area, since he didn't want to mess with the anchor in the compound, and a short jaunt down to Wichita wasn't that much of an imposition. At the very least, it seemed like he wouldn't have to break out the stealth ball. The target area was an ordinary residential address, not some Fae reality pocket. Presumably, most of the Fae he'd seen in various cities had the same arrangement, for all that he'd been concerned with enclaves. Though maybe the inclination to live outside enclaves was also an inclination to act more like a human and less like a monster. When the drone got closer, he could see through Lucy's cameras that the region was a slice of Kansas suburbia, almost disturbingly generic in its appearance. A sprawl of endless identical houses covered the flat landscape, and with no apparent magical current to follow, Lucy had to actually aim the drone camera at street names and house numbers to find the target. "What a dreary place to live," Lucy said. "Right," Callum shook his head. "It looks so weirdly inhuman that it seems like it's Fae place anyway." Of course it wasn't, since suburban sprawl was a perfectly normal phenomenon, if one he didn't much like. His perceptions encountered a few lone supernaturals as they swept over the houses, probably Fae and possibly shifters, living as ordinary folks, or at least among them. Since they were just mowing lawns or playing fetch with pets, Callum wasn't about to bother any of them. There weren't any piles of skulls or anything else like he'd seen in other places, so it definitely wasn't any of his business. The address they had for Anxis was superficially identical to any of the other surrounding dwellings, but there was a definite concentration of swirly fey magic about the house and the yard. Lucy set the drone down on the roof of the next building over, while Callum took a moment to survey the situation. They were actually lucky, since it seemed Anxis was home. Or at least, some fae was home, tending a grill in the backyard. "Gimme a second, going to see if I can get an actual eye on him," Lucy said, fiddling with the drone and the cameras. It took a little bit of repositioning, but after a couple minutes they had an image of someone who looked like just a normal suburban dad. He was blonde and did have an aquiline nose, but no hunch was evident, nor the issues of complexion Lorraine had described. To Callum's perceptions, the fae's real form wasn't too much different. A little taller and a little broader, which considering the frame and paunch of the glamour made him large indeed, though not outside human standards. The features were a bit more exaggerated, but it seemed that Anxis, or whoever was at Anxis' house, was basically human-looking. "Box?" Callum asked, and Lucy took one from the stack and toggled it on to check that it worked, then handed it to him. He teleported it onto a small table in the backyard and turned on the microphone. Normally he didn't communicate with his targets, but so far they had nothing but Lorraine's unsupported word that there was anything going on. After all, he had claimed that he'd stopped most of what Anxis had been doing. "Anxis?" Callum asked, and the fae spun away from the grill. Magic swirled a moment in startled reaction, but when the man spotted the box on the table it condensed down to coat his skin, which Callum didn't blame him for. "What is it? Who?" The voice over the mic sounded ordinary enough. "Are you Anxis?" Callum repeated. "I am," he said, approaching the box. "This is the ghost," Callum said. "Oh, what shit." "Why?" Anxis said, backing away from the device. He seemed wary but not panicked. "I received certain information about your activities and finding it suspect, decided to give you the chance to address it directly." Callum didn't like it. He wasn't equipped for investigating things beyond obvious evil, and for all he knew Anxis Homeowners Association was more evil than him. "Information from who?" Anxis said sharply, then realizing who was talking to, moderated the question. "If you're willing to say." "Perhaps. When I have satisfied myself that you are not a threat to the people around you." "I'm not." Anxis waved the spatula that was still in his hand around at the neighborhood. "Do you think I'd live here if I were?" "Possibly," Callum said, unmoved by the argument. "How do you account for the accusations that you attempted to poison a number of teenagers 2 days ago?" "What, 2 days ago?" Anxis turned back to the grill, but the spatula in his hand trembled as he flipped the burgers there. "Look, I'm a bit of a prankster, okay? It's my thing. So there was a school dance my friend's kids were at and I did a bit of magic shenanigans. Just a, fart bomb, basically." Lucy dissolved into helpless giggles as Callum shook his head. Of all things, he was not expecting juvenile pranks. Of course, there was every chance that Anxis was lying too, which was why Callum didn't like being put in this position. His role was not to arbitrate in spats between supernaturals. "Can you check that, Lucy?" Callum asked, muting the mic briefly. "Maybe at least a school paper or something." "Find out which school," she said, still stifling laughter. "I'll see what I can do." "Maybe someone gossiped in the school paper." "Where did this take place?" Callum asked, and then asked a second time because he hadn't unmuted himself the first time. "Southdale High School," Anxis said promptly. Callum glanced at Lucy as she frantically typed away at her keyboard. He was no internet sleuth, but he imagined that finding something mentioning a prank at a high school dance was not going to be easy. At least, not without access to chat programs and such, and Lucy certainly didn't have that. However, he'd underestimated social media. That was something he had only used in connection with his business as a consultant, and never gotten into himself. But obviously, a gaggle of high school students would post about what happened during a dance, especially if it was some obvious prank. So inside of 5 minutes, Lucy had several posts and videos about it. Sure doesn't seem too big a deal, she said, pulling up a clip of some high schooler laughing about it. I mean, I bet some people were unhappy, but it's not exactly murder. Callum grunted, not entirely pleased, though anxious wasn't the problem. Playing pranks wasn't necessarily nice, but hardly an offense worth sending the ghost after. So Lorraine had massively played up the danger, or Anxis was lying too. Any serious accidents at that school this year? Lucy looked at him. That's a broad question, what do you mean? Basically, anything that resulted in death. Kids are idiots and break stuff all the time, so unless it was a really suspicious accident, it's probably just the natural course of things. While they were talking, Anxis finished grilling his burgers and plated them. One was for him, and the other was for a neighbor that came through a fence gate to chat. The neighbor was a normal human, so Callum marked that as a positive in Anxis' column. While the suburban neighbors ate and chatted, Lucy did research, and Callum stewed. It was still possible Anxis was being clever, but he was pretty certain that Lorraine had simply tried to point him at someone the Fae didn't like. Callum had known that would be a potential problem from the moment he agreed to even listen to other people, and he had no desire to be someone else's weapon. Well, it's not the most thorough research job, Lucy said some 30 minutes later. But nothing jumps out at me. Couple sports-related accidents, some idiots cutting themselves up jumping off the bleachers, that kind of thing. One death by traffic accident, but they were out of state at the time. Sounds like Anxis is in the clear. And Lorraine is not, Callum frowned. Once he's done with dinner, there will wrap things up. We gotta do dinner too, Lucy said, standing up and trooping over to get herself a refresh on her drink. Unsweetened tea, since she was still trying to cut down on sugar. Yeah, we'll be done soon, Callum said, taking the second glass that Lucy had poured for him. Thank you. Sure thing, she said and sighed. Man, we're not even being paid for this nonsense. It is an issue, Callum agreed. It's not like we're poor, but it's the principle of the thing. People will just end up wasting our time if there are no costs or consequences. So what are we gonna do about it? Lucy wrinkled her nose. Don't like the idea of charging people for, rescuing someone. Just make things clear that the ghost isn't to be casually invoked, Callum said. I'll think about it. It wasn't much longer until Anxis' neighbor wandered back to his own yard, and Callum turned the microphone back on. Do you have any idea why a fae named Lorraine would wish you harm? Callum asked. He didn't have any compunction about revealing the source of the inquiry. He wasn't a lawyer or a cop and wasn't duty-bound or even ethically bound to keep things anonymous. Especially not when he strongly suspected that someone was trying to use him like some petty thug, which was something he would not allow. Anxis jumped, turning to the box still resting unobtrusively on the table. Geez, give a guy a little warning, he complained, rubbing at his nose. Lemme think, he said, tilting his head back and looking up to the sky for a few moments. I suspect I do. He fancies himself a bit of a fairy godfather, and his current ward was at the dance. Perhaps he found my prank a little gauche. Anxis shrugged, and Callum rubbed his eyes. He imagined that targeting the dance was because Lorraine's ward was there, given how the explanation so readily sprang to Anxis' tongue. I see. I shall address that matter myself. Your pranks are not my business unless you cross certain lines. What lines are those? Anxis asked, but Callum didn't reply, instead simply recalling the box. That was a very bad question to answer. Anything he said would be twisted against him. Any specific rules immediately lawyered and exploited and turned inside out. It didn't even take a fae to do that. Not too pleased with Toclarain, Callum said, but I'm glad I don't have to kill any monsters today. Let's get dinner, and we'll figure out what to do about it. Could get Chester, Lucy suggested as she stood up and stretched, heading for the fridge. Callum followed. We can update him, but Chester's not Toclarain's boss or ours either, he disagreed. We need to handle it ourselves. I'm not about to shoot him just for that, but he needs at least a good slap to the face. So why don't you? Lucy said. What? Callum blinked. I mean, sure, okay, you don't want to go there yourself, but okay. Lucy waved her hands vaguely as her idea formed. We've got some chaurite, right? Just put it on a plate and one of my servos can literally smack him with it if you teleport it to the right place. That seems a little, I dunno, overdone. And is it right for the ghost? But it should be a shock like a punch to the face. Callum tapped the refrigerator door in thought, holding it open while Lucy pulled out leftovers. I think your idea about using chaurite is right, though. This needs to be a warning with some bite behind it. Sounding like an old-school crime lord there, Lucy said, microwave beeping as she started heating the food. Yeah, you're right, I do, Callum grimaced, watching the microwave timer tick down. But the ghost kind of is right. I mean, what's the alternative? I can't let people just call me up for funsies. I suppose not. Lucy slouched against the counter. Just don't want to go all Godfather, you know. Oh, I agree. Callum started taking plates out from the cabinet. I think we can get away with merely expressing displeasure in no uncertain terms. Killing monsters is one thing, but I'm not going to inflict harm on people just because I'm mad. Oh, what about just teleporting him off to the middle of nowhere? Like plop him down in rural Zimbabwe or something. Closer, but we want people to know about this. Callum pursed his lips. Maybe pop him into the middle of Gisseral's or Ferachar's enclaves. With a shame sign, Lucy said. We've got some crappy chaurite we could use right. Just make a chain and hang the sign around his neck. That would be perfect, Callum said, a little relieved they'd found another solution. I wasn't comfortable with the idea of slapping him around anyway. He inconvenienced us, we inconvenience him. Turning it into real violence is an escalation that just seems. He paused for a moment, searching for the right word, then shrugged. Unjust. On one hand, the low-quality chaurite he had was still something that could be used for enchanting, and there was certainly no end to that work. On the other hand, if he wanted to be able to portal a fae and not risk some kind of escalation, he needed to use chaurite. And making sure everyone knew that they couldn't get away with lying to him was important, more important than a focus. It was an investment. He never would have come up with the idea himself, but it played into fae perfectly, so far as he understood them. Even if he had the stomach to commit serious injury to Toclarain, that wouldn't have meant anything. Not really, especially with how robust fae were, but turning it into gossip was at the same time an acceptable level of response, and the only real threat a fae would care about. A big rattling chain would have been perfect, but what Callum had could really only be turned into a thick wire, which would have to do. He got to work on that the next day, while Lucy put together the shame sign. It was just a chunk of wood with "I tried to lie to the ghost" burned into it, but she seemed to have a lot of fun making it. Admittedly, most people enjoyed using a blowtorch. Even as simple as it was, it still took half the morning to put together, mostly thanks to Callum making a few false starts with the wire-drawing equipment. They weren't in a rush where seconds counted, but they still needed it to be done soon, so it was seen as a proper reaction to Toclarain's actions. Once they were ready, Callum sent one drone toward Gisseral's enclave while Lucy took charge of the other, zeroing in on Toclarain's address. For once, Callum wasn't all that worried about being caught infiltrating a fae enclave, though he still used the ball to do it. The theater of it all would be far better if nobody was expecting it. But on the off chance someone noticed, it wasn't the end of the world. His brief interaction with Gisserel made him think that particular Fey king would approve, but also might try and bargain over it, which Callum didn't feel like dealing with. He stopped when he located the actual court, where there were buildings, and a bunch of Fey going about whatever business fairy courts dealt in. All he really needed to be sure about was that there would be an audience. Chake, he should be in that apartment, Lucy said, zooming in one of the drone cameras. Lorraine didn't live in suburbia, but rather an apartment building in downtown Wichita, one that was full of supernaturals to Callum's sense. Ready. Yep, call him. Callum focused on the apartment building while Lucy dialed the number again. The Fae in the apartment hurried over to the phone, but waited until it had rung 3 times before picking it up and answering. Yees. It was the same drawl, so Callum was satisfied. I do not like it when people attempt to manipulate me, Callum said bluntly, not bothering to introduce himself. He could have just teleported Lorraine then, but he wanted to be sure it was very clear why it was displeased. Setting me after someone for a harmless prank is not acceptable. Harmless? Lorraine was affronted. It seriously compromised my work with my ward. That's not harmless at all. Callum didn't bother to reply. The ghost wouldn't argue with someone, and besides, it seemed believably Fey that Lorraine would see such a minor inconvenience as something worth killing over. Lucy rolled her eyes and Callum reached out to the shame sign, wrapping it up in his threads before teleporting it around Lorraine's neck. The Fae staggered, and Callum could see the liquid currents of vis that surrounded his skin evaporate. Nothing stopped him from taking it off himself, but in the next instant Callum formed a portal, sweeping it over Lorraine and dropping him into the middle of Gisserel's court. Though it was a little tempting, he didn't stay to catch the fallout, pulling back the ball and the drone. That was actually pretty satisfying, Lucy said with a grin. I know I didn't do much personally, but you're right. Don't like people trying to trick us. I hope this gets the point across. Callum shook his head. Well, it turned out better than it could have. I don't know what I'd do if I ended up killing someone who didn't deserve it. It was a remarkable jape, really. King Gisserel hadn't thought the ghost had it in him. He'd seemed dull and stodgy and no fun at all, too serious to appreciate true showmanship. Clearly there was at least some trace of poet in him, considering what he'd done to that absolute wet blanket Lorraine. Lorraine has left the enclave. One of his lieutenants informed him. In the grand scheme of things, he should probably thank the ghost for removing as many of his nobles as he had. They had been fairly useless anyway. Foppish cavorting had its place, but not when so many took to it. Now he had people like his new subordinate who actually paid attention to what went on. And he left the sign, Gisserel said, not quite asking. Lorraine's apoplectic fury had been amusing, even if the cold iron that was part of the apparel was not entirely pleasant to have in his domain. Nevertheless, no matter how humiliating it was for the moment, it was an amazing story with a relic to go with it. Gisserel would have kept it, though he might have also considered how he would pay back such an affront. Someone of Lorraine's status should simply be glad they had not earned any more severe a penalty, and use the incident for his own aggrandizement. He left the sign, the lieutenant confirmed, and Gisserel snorted. Most Fae who lived outside the enclaves had a good reason to do so, and sometimes that reason was that nobody liked them. If Lorraine couldn't take a joke, let alone appreciate such a dramatic warning, it was no wonder he was on his own. We shall have to hang it somewhere, Gisserel decided. The cold iron would complicate the process, but it wasn't pure enough as to render all Fae magic impossible. The only complication displaying it might create would be if other people thought pestering the ghost would get them their own memento, rather than dead. Fortunately, not many people had access to the ghost, and he certainly was not about to provide it. "Yes, Your Highness," came the reply, and Gisserl dismissed him with a flick of a finger. While the Toclarain incident had been an amusing diversion, there were more important matters. To wit, the ways growing ever closer to his enclave. Gisserl had already decided against a door of glass, considering what was beginning to prowl the ways. A door of roses might well serve, though, provided he could coax one to grow. Especially since he needed to control the access, before the ways decided to make their own inroads to his enclave, and ended up being something he had no authority over. The storm that had blown through Gar had more or less passed him by. There was little practical difference between Gar and the American alliance, save for who might actually help should he find himself in trouble. The encroachment of the ways was another threat altogether, and not one that he could avoid or address with people like the ghost. It was a Fey matter, and a Fey matter alone. Chapter 9: Misdirection. "Well," Constance snapped at Supervisor O'Keefe. She was not used to being summoned, and while pragmatically she outranked O'Keefe, appearances had to be maintained. The new Gar was still fragile, and it wouldn't do to seem like they were fighting each other already. "Thank you for coming," O'Keefe said, ignoring her tone. "I got a message from a Fey in the American alliance. He is rather displeased and wants to help us." "Huh?" Constance dropped into a chair and wrinkled her brow, considering. Fey were notoriously spiteful, so in a way it was hardly surprising that one of them would be offended enough to turn against Alpha Chester. Yet going directly to Gar was not their normal style. How so? "I believe he'll want to explain it himself," O'Keefe said with a sigh. "But he has some insight into how to weaponize the ghost and destroy his reputation." "We're already weaponizing Wells," Constance pointed out. "I don't think we need any special insight for that." Unfortunately, most of what they could do was spin incidents after the fact. Getting him to attack a target of their choosing was more of an issue, especially since he mostly went after vampires, and they were fairly easy to control anyway. "Perhaps not," O'Keefe conceded. "But this Fey is willing to feed us information from the inside, and has said that he can get Wells moving on a target. We just have to make up some convincing evidence." I'm not sure we're in a position where we care that much." But she trailed off and considered. There was still the insistence from her Fey backers about dealing with Tazen's faction. It was next to impossible to get any inside information on what they were up to, but people did talk a little bit, and there was good reason to suspect Wells had aided them. It might be worth at least starting in that direction. "I'll call him in," O'Keefe said, and pressed a button his desk. A DAI agent showed in a rotund Fey in a bowler hat, whose face was barely visible behind a bushy mutton chop. Constance hated him on sight. She regarded most Fey with the same disdain, but was too professional to let that get in the way of her work. "This is Toclarain Tin." "Mr. Tin, this is Director Earl of the Department of Acquisition," O'Keefe introduced them. "She controls most of the people who would be involved in carrying out any ideas like the one you had." Constance frowned at the phrasing but didn't correct him. "Not in public." "Excellent. It's an honor to meet such fine personages," Tin exclaimed with false exuberance. "I am so glad to meet someone who might take that awful ghost fellow down a peg or two." "Niceties can wait," Constance said, ignoring Tin's outstretched hand. "What makes you think you know a way to direct the ghost's attention in any useful capacity?" "Why, the mere fact that he investigated my complaint," Tin said, completely uncowed by Constance's chill welcome. If you could have heard the iron in his voice when he contemplated that someone might be threatening mundane children. Well, it's certainly an easy button to press. I see. As much of a buffoon as the Fae presented himself to be, he clearly knew what he was talking about. That was one of the more irritating things about dealing with Fae. The more serious one appeared to be, the less likely they were to be worth dealing with. Then, let us discuss things. Once she got past Tin's overwrought way of talking, his account was quite detailed, and Constance made notes to check with the other party in the affair, Anxis. It was possible that Wells had done all his research without making contact, but it could also be that Anxis hadn't reported an encounter with the ghost. It also seemed to confirm that the Harper dud was still plugged into the GAR network. She couldn't imagine any other way that Wells would have established Fae bona fides and researched their history so quickly. Assuming he didn't stay up all night, it was merely hours between Lorraine's request and Wells' reply. It was unfortunate that he did do research, but at the same time, it was something that could be worked around. Planting evidence was not impossible, especially since GAR controlled the way that evidence was reported. Using a few agents to falsify news reports or the like was not difficult either, though it would have to be done with great care. "We appreciate the tip, Mr. Tin," Constance said, not entirely insincerely. She could have and would have come to the conclusion on her own eventually, but having it shoved in her face made it easier. The Guild of Arcane Regulation welcomes the ability to neutralize the effectiveness of the ghost. She'd be testing it first, of course. There were certain Fae that she needed to be dealt with that could be easily brought to the ghost's attention. She simply needed to raise their crimes to be more visible. Once that worked, she'd be ready to aim him at more important targets. Aha! Callum smiled at the ugly-looking wire contraption. It didn't seem like much to the naked eye, but it was doing what he wanted. Which was to say, it blocked the flow of mana. More than blocked, it was like a solid wall, keeping the mana completely contained and allowing the interior to reach equilibrium with the portal anchor inside it. The downside of such a thing was that he couldn't work his vis threads through it. The enchantments outside Mictlan were more efficient and permeable to his senses and magics, but they were also immense, and that permeability went both ways. Trying to restrain the mana flood of a portal world was probably a fool's errand, but his little portal couldn't provide enough pressure to overcome the enchantments. Finally got it. Lucy peered over from her new chair. She was starting to show, so Lisa had sent over something that was supposed to be easier and better for Lucy's posture. "Yep. Space Stuff Part 2, he said, and slid the wire box across the table to her. It was more like a sphere, and the ugliness was more to do with the 3 enchantment layers not lining up and resulting in something without symmetry or pattern. That was a feature rather than a bug, since the structures locked together in weird ways once the enchantment was activated. To his spatial perceptions, it was far more aesthetically pleasing. Still gotta test it, of course, but if this works, we can make a bigger one and start actually putting things in space. I wonder how hard it'd be to build like a room we could put in space, Lucy said thoughtfully. Callum chuckled. I might be an architect, but that's a bit beyond my expertise. Atmosphere, radiation, all that stuff. It's probably something that'll have to wait until after we have all the portal stuff worked out, he told her. Besides, it's one thing to have a little box floating around. Something room-sized might cause issues, even with a glamour. You're still underestimating how much room is up there, Lucy disagreed. Outside of certain orbits, you could have Everest floating around, and it wouldn't inconvenience anybody. Huh? Callum pursed his lips, momentarily considering how hard it'd be to teleport Mount Everest, then shook his head. Well, that might not be a bad idea. It might even be a better place to put a cache, assuming we can solve the engineering problems, or find someone who's already solved them. The internet is a wonderful place, Lucy agreed. It didn't take all that long to set up the Mana test drone, which Lucy had festooned with Ghost Space Program stickers. Calling their little experiment a space program was perhaps overwrought, but it was fun. Besides, they could get into space. Even if he was cheating with magic, that felt special. He lofted it into space the same way as before, though the containment was deactivated since the enchantment was powerful enough to interfere with his spatial box. He actually needed 2 anchors to monitor everything, since the insulating bubble blocked his perception, and he needed to see what it looked like from the outside, too. Mana leak testing was something he had to do manually. There weren't any instruments to measure mana density that he knew of, and it'd be hard to calibrate them on Earth anyway. Once activated, it was obvious that the first pass wasn't going to work. Callum wasn't sure if mana really followed the rules of pressure or mass or what, but it seemed like the disparity between the mana flooding from the anchor and the manaless vacuum was too much. Under pressure, what had seemed like a solid wall turned out to have a lot of holes. It leaked, and badly, not quite able to keep the density that Callum wanted inside, though he was pretty sure he could take care of that with another layer or 2. "Getting there," Callum muttered. "A few more iterations and we can start thinking about moving the Nexus." So far there hadn't been any new attempts to crack open his portal anchors, but he'd also been very careful to clean up every place he used his magic. Even Toclarain's house and Gisseral's court had gotten a number of his vis scrubbers to make sure that there was nothing to trace. When it came to security, he and Lucy were on the same page. She had dozens of stories about how a vulnerability in the IT world could go unseen for years until it suddenly caused disaster, and he didn't want that to happen with his portals. Putting his Nexus in vacuum still wasn't perfect security, but it'd make things a lot harder for people. In fact, he'd bet that most mages weren't really even clear on what a vacuum was, let alone the proper precautions for dealing with one. A quick-thinking mage or one with a homebond probably could survive, but most people weren't ready to pop out into an airless freefall hundreds or thousands of miles from anywhere. There was also some part of him that wanted to actually do something real with it. Easy access to space was a lot like the infinite portal loop electricity. If mages actually worked with the rest of the world, they could do amazing things. But they didn't, and Callum was pretty sure he wasn't the best person to change that. There was no accounting for what might happen in the future, though. All that was just wild-eyed speculation and wishful what-ifs. There was still an awful lot of work and learning to do, and a few months of practice with the Guild of Enchanting Tutor was hardly enough, especially since the tutor couldn't see his actual spellwork to give him pointers. He wasn't about to risk that kind of exposure, though. While he was less worried about Gar hammering down his door, he still had a faint suspicion the Guild of Enchanting was trying to track him. Unless they managed to hack a portal anchor, he was pretty sure they couldn't. All the electronics used a portal to link up rather than the actual internet, and tracing Lucy's online presence would only lead to the off-site server. The largest worry he had was that they'd slip a locator of some kind into the equipment or materials they sent him. They knew he wasn't as talented at spellwork as other mages his age, and while they didn't know about the way his senses worked, he still worried that they might get something past him. So he swept every single thing he took from them very thoroughly before teleporting it to a separate, remote cave. Only after they'd been there for a few days did he bring the materials to the bunker. Time slipped away surprisingly quickly. Lucy and Callum worked on their respective projects, the garden grew, and the days grew hotter. He was glad that he'd designed the house with sufficient air conditioning and had the power to run it. The summer heat was absolutely brutal. In their regular meetings with Chester, he saw Clara and Arthur and Jessica on occasion. Clara started driving and started thinking about college. With access to the deep wilds restored, Jessica ended up announcing her own pregnancy, so of course Lucy had to make friends. Gar kept reorganizing, as any bureaucracy did when there was blame to be allotted. Neither he nor Lucy really paid too much attention to it, but various departmental heads stepped down and were replaced. Some internal reorganization recurred, this sub-bureau, or that being shuffled into an adjacent larger structure. The end result seemed to be a more streamlined hierarchy, but there was really no telling how well it actually worked. He even took care of a couple more vampire nests and a couple of fae that were brought to his attention. But according to Gar records, there were thousands of vampires and possibly tens of thousands of fae. So even though he absolutely was removing monsters, it was hardly a dent in the totals. He wanted to do more, but didn't know how to locate the source of the issue. The entire time he was expecting another communique from Tazen, since he heard through Lucy's grapevine that there were still investigations ongoing, but it was quiet. They had more contact with House Hargrave in the form of Gale and Glenda, whom they regularly met at Chester's place to give Lucy checkups, which Callum still felt twitchy about, but when his paranoia ran up against his family's health and safety, family won out. It was during one of those checkups, sometime in early fall, that Lucy brought up the first inklings of more trouble. She was the one who was plugged into the wider world, and he was content to leave it to her. He was busy enough trying to shore up the holes in his self-taught magical capabilities, not to mention all the thousand chores of just living life. Lucy was the one to keep an eye on the outside world. "Hey," she said, glancing between Glenda and Chester. "Either of you know anything about an Alpha Curran?" "Name doesn't ring any bells," Glenda said, and Gale shook her head in agreement. "European, I think," Chester suggested. "Unless there's one of the Fey-aligned packs I don't know about with that name." "Huh, well, I'm starting to see some stuff about them out of Gar, and I was hoping you would have more insight." Lucy shifted under Gale's hand. "It's surprisingly hard to dig up stuff about that pack. The European shifters are generally more closely attached to mage houses, rather than being independent," Chester said. "One reason why I was much happier with being here in the U.S. More room here anyway." "Huh," Lucy said. "I guess that's why there's nothing about them on Gar servers. House stuff is still kind of separate still." "I can ask," Chester offered. "I don't know how well that'll work," Lucy sighed. "What I'm seeing is some hints that they're going out hunting for people nearby." "So something I would need to take care of," Callum said unhappily. He wasn't much of a fan of Lucy bringing it up in front of the Hargraves either, on the off chance there was some connection there. If Curran is part of a house, then going after him means going to war with that house, Glenda warned. "That's not like a Fey enclave that's going to fall apart when the king dies. That's the kind of feud that would go on for years." "House Fane fell apart pretty well," Callum said. He wasn't entirely certain what their status was now, but they seemed to have practically vanished off the face of the earth. "That's because House Hargrave, that is to say us, destroyed them," Glenda said with grim satisfaction. "The Archmage removed all their top people, and the other houses divided the remains. Without anyone of note, and after all the ill will they'd built up, there wasn't anyone to hold them together." "Ah," Callum grimaced. He hadn't had anything against any of the other House Fane people, just Fane himself. But none of his actions occurred in a vacuum. Anyone he removed represented a power vacuum that would be filled. Sometimes that helped people like Chester, but sometimes that would result in further destruction, which wouldn't stop him from removing monsters as he found them, but did make things more complicated. "Well, I'm not sure that would be much different from Gar already being after me," he decided. "There's a reason none of you know where we live, even if we are allies, though I'm surprised nobody's tried leaning on you yet. Or maybe I'm just overestimating my own importance. "Oh, I've had some inquiries," Chester said. "But unless they want actual war, they can't really pressure me. One of the benefits of being completely independent." Chester chuckled softly. "We even have our own contacts with the Guild of Enchantment and, of course, our own black market enchantment supplier." Good to hear. Callum well knew that he wasn't all that much help politically, and that his only real talent was basically just to threat assassination. Hardly the best way to get allies or assuage the fears of anyone neutral. There needed to be some way to build things too, if he really wanted to improve the world, but that was sadly not his path. "When we get home, we'll see about looking into Alpha Curran." "We're almost done," Gale said, standing up. "I wish there was more diagnostic stuff in healing magic," she said. "I swear that would make things a lot simpler and faster." "Maybe you can invent it," Lucy suggested. "With House Fane out of things, aren't you kind of the top healer around?" Gale looked stunned by the suggestion. "I'm definitely not the best healer around. But I guess without House Fane's expertise, we have to start rebuilding techniques anyway. Diagnostic magic, though, I wouldn't know where to start." "I dunno either," Lucy shrugged. "Not a mage. But the Guild of Enchanting might have something. They can measure magic output, right?" "Yes," Gale frowned thoughtfully. "I know they can measure total mana, and they provide the aspect sensors." "Then maybe they can measure more," Lucy suggested. "The feedback from wards reminds me a lot of old-style television," Callum put in. "Big old pixels." "I don't know if that means you can turn the magic feed into something that works the same way, but it might be worth asking." Gale exchanged a look with her mother and nodded thoughtfully. "I'll look into it," she said. He and Lucy had their own research to do, now that she'd brought up the specter of another monster. Not only did they need to find out more about this Alpha Curran, they needed to see if anything was actually going on. Which was less easy than he had initially thought, considering what he'd seen with the human trafficking. The line between normal crimes and supernatural crimes was blurrier than he'd expected, so just looking for mysterious deaths in an area wasn't all that useful an indicator. To that end, Lucy couldn't just poke around online, even though that was the best place to start. They needed to get some intelligence on the ground, or rather, in the air. After she scoured the GAR databases to get a general region, they sent a drone to southern Italy to check on things. The language barrier certainly worked against them. He sure couldn't speak Italian, and neither could Lucy, both of them relying on machine translation. Which wasn't terrible, but it certainly made things take longer than they should have. There were some hints in local papers, but Lucy wanted to compromise the local police station to be certain. With no supernatural defenses, it was easy enough to open a portal and let Lucy plug something in. She didn't even bother to infect it with a virus or anything. Her hardware let her pull the entire database without anyone being any the wiser. Callum wasn't sure how that worked, but that kind of thing was her specialty. If it were just vampires, he probably wouldn't have been so careful. He already knew vampires deserved everything that was coming to them, but anyone else needed close scrutiny. The best thing would be to witness something himself, preferably something he could stop, to verify the claims. In fact, their experience with Anxus had made Lucy suggest hiring a private investigator. If there hadn't been a social media trail, they would have just had the word of one person against another, and that was not good enough. Just police reports weren't sufficient, considering the cover stories and cover-ups that were possible even without supernatural interference. Deaths could be victims, or cover stories for supernatural infighting, or completely fake identities. They tracked a number of mysterious disappearances to a region by a little village in the mountains near the southern coast of Italy, which was where Callum took over. He skimmed around using the drone looking for supernaturals, since Lucy didn't have access to much in the way of European records. In fact, the Europeans used the American servers, so they didn't even have their own, relying on paper and personnel for the most part. Technically, Callum could get access to that. His portal anchors did wonders for infiltration. But apparently most of the records departments were run by Faye, and there was a huge difference between searching a database and trying to parse out information from stacks upon stacks of papers. Under the circumstances, he preferred searching the area to find things, since he could pick up on any supernatural people or structures with ease. Sweeping a spiral pattern out from the village, it only took an hour or so to find the Mage house. It reminded him a little bit of House Fane, since it too was a sprawling compound set into mountainous terrain, but it was very clearly full of classical Mediterranean architecture. There was only one road leading up to it, winding through picturesque forested foothills, so it wasn't quite as disconnected as House Fane, but it clearly got most of its supplies through teleport. While he'd seen only mages and a few normal humans, or rather duds, as much as he hated that term, in the Fane complex, there was an entire shifter population inside the ward barriers of the Mage house. Interestingly, they seemed to be security, to judge from the fact that the ones patrolling around the edges of the grounds had guns and blades. Bane weaponry if he were to guess based on the mana signature. "Any idea which house this is?" Callum asked Lucy, watching the camera views from the drone as it perched on top of a building. Once they were inside of the outer wards, the glamours no longer screened things. They seemed pretty martial. "A lot of the houses are," Lucy said, clicking through scanned documents on her laptop. "I'm reading as fast I can, but none of this stuff is properly digitized." Her voice was disgusted. "These people have awful handwriting, I swear." Callum snorted, but there wasn't a rush. Not yet. As soon as he saw something terrible, he'd intervene, but until then he would just watch. He didn't actually care about what the internal behavior of the house was. All he wanted to know was what they were doing when it came to the regular people nearby. So he parked the drone by the road and waited for people to leave, which didn't actually happen for quite some time. Callum actually had to keep an eye on the house for 3 days before a foray left along the road, a bunch of shifters in animal form. He stopped the enchanting he was doing to focus on them, teleporting the drone and anchor along after them. Given shifter senses, they hadn't used the actual rotors anywhere near the house, so he was really just moving the drone between the trees and couldn't get a good image of them on the cameras. Not that he needed it with his perceptions, but he'd been spoiled by Lucy's wall of monitors. None of the shifters seemed to notice the presence of the drone, and he had no issues following them as they ran around seemingly just for fun. They were terrifyingly fast through the undergrowth, and surprisingly quiet according to the microphone pickups. He sure wouldn't want to be hunted by them. Compared to the wild hunt that he'd run into almost 2 years ago, they were a lot more professional. Callum would say more powerful, since they seemed to have more strength and speed and general physical prowess than the ones that had been hunting with the Fae. Something that was demonstrated when they ran down a deer, which had absolutely no chance against one shifter, let alone a dozen of them. It was kind of odd to watch, since he'd never actually seen any of Chester's pack doing that kind of thing, though of course they probably did. After hunting down a few more unfortunate wildlife, devouring them and running through hill and dale, the pack returned to the house. So it wasn't really anything worth commenting on, save for the fact that it was an excursion from warded grounds. Yet after they returned, Lucy grunted and tapped at her laptop. "Okay, that's weird. I've just gotten a couple emails from Gar pop up on my filters that claim that they need some cleanup after Curran's people just ate a couple of mundanes," Lucy said. That's not suspicious at all, Callum scowled. That feels like someone is playing at something, though I don't know what yet. Either they're being framed or that group was a distraction. Are there extra shifters we don't know about? I dunno, Lucy looked up from her laptop. Let's check the town. Yeah, Callum agreed, and Lucy activated the drone. Back in town, she accessed the police database again and came up with 2 missing persons, just like Gar had said. The record was itself suspicious, since it had been entered by the lieutenant at the front desk maybe 30 minutes prior, as an anonymous tip, with no further information. Police don't mark a person as missing unless it's been a while. More than a few hours anyway, Callum remarked. That's some fast work from the BSC, and they're supposed to be under strength, aren't they? Something is rotten in the state of Denmark, Lucy suggested. Or Italy, I guess. Yeah, something's weird. We'll stay on it. Get a second drone down there for more surveillance. He itched to do something about the deaths, assuming they were real, but at the same time he had a deep uneasiness about the situation, not to mention how frustrating it was to do all the spadework himself, though he knew that nothing worthwhile was ever easy. They spent another few days keeping an eye on the area, with Callum tracking Curran's pack whenever they went out, leaving another drone to patrol the area. It was a good thing he'd gotten used to splitting his attention, even if his surveillance didn't find anything, which was a problem since 4 days after the first report, there was another claim that 2 more mundanes had been taken by the Curran pack. There was even a Department of Acquisition form attached to the emails. Someone is playing at something, Callum complained, arms wrapped around Lucy as she lay against him. Either Curran knows about our surveillance and knows how to dodge it, or these records are being faked for some reason. I don't know anyone who'd have anything against Curran's house, but I'm not up on house politics, Lucy said. She'd at least been able to figure out whose house that was, though it had been more difficult than it really should have been. We should ask House Hargrave. I suppose, Callum grimaced, realizing that if he was going to do his job properly he had to at least allow that much. Yes, go ahead and do that. I don't like all this. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, since when do mages make sense? Lucy dismissed his complaining. Okay, yes, there's probably a reason, but what are the chances it has anything to do with us? Pragmatically, it probably doesn't. But when I run into something like this, I feel like there's a conspiracy afoot. That's because you're paranoid, dear, Lucy said fondly. I'll call Gale, she added, trying to lever herself upright and finding it a little difficult. Callum helped her up and she gave him a kiss before turning to her laptop. He only half listened to her conversation, as she'd somehow become good friends with Gale during the checkups. Though Lucy was far more personable than he was, so it wasn't that much of a surprise. That house is one of Archmage Tazen's, I think, Gale said, after she and Lucy had made their way through several minutes of catching up. Pretty sure anyway. A lot of the houses still here on Earth are either with us or with Tazen. It sounds like they're being framed for something, Callum put in, leaning closer to the pickup. It's probably a bit too much to think it's for my benefit, but I suppose Gar might have other axes to grind. Well, they're still kind of part of Gar, Gale said. Just Archmage Tazen supporters. Which is exactly why they're being targeted, Callum sighed. I suppose so, Gale said with disappointment. Boo, I'll tell grandfather about it. He and Archmage Tazen can figure out what to do. We'll keep an eye on it from this end, Lucy said. Might see what they're actually up to. And keep it quiet if you can, Callum added. Don't want to tip anyone off if we're going to catch whoever is messing with us. I'll let grandfather deal with that, Gale said. He's done this cloak and dagger stuff before. If you find out anything, I'd appreciate it if you could let us know, Callum said. I'll call you back later, Lucy added. Tonight or tomorrow. Sure, Gail agreed happily. I want to pick your brain about some college courses when you do. I found quite a few, but they all claim the other courses are terrible. Of course they do, Lucy laughed. I'll get you squared away, don't worry. Thanks, Lucy, Gail said. Callum shook his head as she hung up. You're just so much better at that than I am, he told her. Because I'm not scary and grumpy, Lucy said happily. Callum just rolled his eyes and kissed her. Considering what they were seeing, Callum moved the second drone to the vicinity of the local police station to try and catch whoever was doing the reports. It might be some poor local compelled into it, but it might be an actual BSC agent, and that would be telling. He was almost completely convinced of Alpha Curran's innocence, but until things were resolved, he needed due diligence, and so he left the other drone parked where it had been. It paid off less than a day later when a vampire entered the police station late in the local evening. Callum had only been paying the vaguest of attention, but the feel of supernatural vis crossing into his range snapped him to alert, and when he identified the type of supernatural as a vampire, he knew something bad was about to happen, especially since the vampires were basically considered Gar's lackeys. Heads up, he told Lucy. I think we're about to get a lead. Be what? Lucy blinked at him fuzzily, lifting her head from where she was napping in the sunlight coming in from the big windows. Don't worry about it, he assured her. Probably just going to be following a vamp around. He was already sorting through the Bane ammunition while the vampire in question spoke to a policeman. Be what? She said, and flopped back on the couch. Callum couldn't hear anything, not with the drone outside on the roof, but the wisps of vis that the vampire gave off, and the way the officer at the front immediately turned to the computer let him guess what was going on. This was the source of the reports. Callum left off what the report actually was for the moment and followed the vampire after it left the building. After one street, it shifted from normal human walking speed to supernatural swiftness, and Callum had to teleport rapidly to keep up. Even after all this time, he didn't know what normal speeds were for a vampire, but the one he was trailing outpaced cars on the highway. Some 20 minutes later, the vampire halted outside of a Gar office in a coastal town. It was a tiny one, nothing like what Callum imagined was over in Rome, but it still had a teleport. When the vamp stepped inside, Callum had to make a quick decision. He and Lucy hadn't taken the time to try and decipher all the security protocols in the new teleports, mostly because he was still learning how to read enchantments, so he didn't know what would set off the alarms. He didn't really have much to lose, though, so he quickly ran a thread of vis into the forming teleportation framework and recalled just the drone, shifting his portal anchor onto the ground just behind the vampire. His biggest worry was that the vamp would sense it, but with all the other magic around, the more subtle teleport seemed to be drowned out. The teleportation framework energized itself, and they went from the Bari office to a much larger Gar facility. You've got a serious look on your face, Lucy said, handing him a plate of spaghetti. He hadn't even noticed her get up and start dinner. I've got an anchor inside one of the big Gar offices, he replied, taking the plate. Following that vamp from before. Ooh, infiltration. She took the seat next to him. Anything juicy? I just got in, he told her, leaning over to give her a hug before they started. Next step is to make sure we're unnoticed. We're going to need a portal box that isn't a drone. He skimmed through the supplies they had in the basement while keeping half his attention on where the vampire was going. They're the ones with a P in front of their number, Lucy reminded him unhelpfully and offered him the Parmesan. Definitely too complicated for me, Callum mused, and teleported a box on the table on the other side of the plates. Could you check that really quick? He ran a thread of vis through the assorted fields and enchantments that surrounded the Gar teleportation landing and teleported his anchor on top of an electrical box inside the far wall. The Gar office was noticeably different from the American versions of the same, with older architecture marred by clear signs of renovation to install plumbing, electricity, and replace windows. If he had to guess, it was Gar Paris, their main office in Europe. The vampire made his way into the office sections, and when Lucy handed him the box, Callum snaked a vis thread through the various layers of warding. The box went just outside the office the vamp had entered, and he tapped the tablet to start recording. "Third report," the vampire said. "Good," a woman's voice replied. That was all, and Callum was forced to juggle portal anchors as he split his attention between the vampire and the person he'd reported to. The vampire left by way of the front door, out onto the streets, and the women picked up a phone. "Supervisor O'Neill." "Yes." "Has Toclaraine reported on any movement from the Alliance?" "I see. Yes. We need another then. A couple of kids should get Wells' attention." Callum felt something cold coil in his gut. It was aimed at him, and it wasn't hard to see what or why. If he hadn't started watching when he had, if he'd come to it after all the evidence had been properly planted and the traces erased, he probably would have taken the bait and killed a lot of innocents. To say nothing of any innocents who might be killed in order to make the attempted framing stick. "Who is that?" Callum said, his voice coming out hoarse. Lucy looked absolutely murderous as well, and she took command of the cameras. He waited until there was no traffic, and as he teleported the box back into the hallway in front of the office, the name on the door read Constance Earle, Department of Acquisitions Director. "Right," Callum said. "Constance needs to die." Chapter 10 Reap. Callum had known for a while that he would have to deal with the Department of Acquisition. It was evil, but it was also a bureaucracy, where responsibility was mortgaged and amortized and smeared out over so many people that for any act it was hard to point a finger at who should be held to account. Beyond that, he had to worry about the limitations it had actually imposed, and whether he was ready to deal with the consequences of removing it. Clearly, he shouldn't have hesitated. He'd refrained from acting because he was afraid of the consequences, and that had come with its own consequences. Evil and death, which had occurred specifically because somebody wanted to manipulate him. He didn't know if the reports represented actual deaths to try and draw him in, or just existed to create a paper trail, but he suspected the former. It wasn't like the Department of Acquisition shied away from the deaths of ordinary people. Now he had to remove it regardless of the fallout, and he had to admit some part of him was relieved. He had never liked letting it go even if it seemed the best choice at the time. "So," he said as he took a seat in the war room, lacing his fingers together and leaning forward. Lucy drew scribbles on the whiteboard program displayed on the center monitor, glancing at him occasionally. "The question we have to deal with is how we're going to approach this. The vampire nest has to go before she sends them on another errand, but that's easy. Constance, though, she's a mage and not a weak one. I don't think an RSJ to the head will work like with the others." He had put an anchor on top of the roof at Gar Paris and trailed the vampire with another one, and was monitoring with both anchors. Soon after Constance had taken the report from the vampire, she'd left and gone across the street. She had a suite in a nearby building which probably was enormously expensive, but she might well have lived there since it was built. It was easy to forget mages could be old. Constance wasn't even the only mage in the building, and it had glamour and warding layers around to keep it safe. "You're the only person I know who doesn't call MI beams," Lucy noted, then leaned back and pursed her lips. "Any other way to deal with this? I mean, we kinda set the policy to not mess with Gar too much just because of the chaos it'd cause. What else are we going to do if she's targeting me directly?" Callum demanded, though he pushed down his voice so he wasn't actually yelling at Lucy. You have to resolve problems, not just avoid them because you don't want to deal with the work. Okay, okay, Lucy said, wiping the digital whiteboard clean. So yeah, I-beam wouldn't work anyway since she's a metal mage, though I can't imagine she uses it to control anything other than paper clips. She scribbled Constance's name and aspect on the whiteboard. So no direct approaches, I guess. Teleportation. Still not sure about the new cores or about how she uses ports, Callum growled. I'd love to watch for a few days, but I don't think we can spare the time. I'll put that down as a maybe, Lucy decided. What other indirect methods do we have? She wrinkled her nose. I honestly can't tell if this is exciting or grim, contemplating this stuff. Why not both? Callum asked. It's not something anyone sane wants to do, but there's also nothing more real than life and death. He scowled and crossed his arms, staring at the whiteboard but not really seeing it. One option is, assuming we can't trick a teleport, to try and use a portal and hope that her shield doesn't break it. Seems unlikely. It worked on Gale, but she was a healer with very little real experience. Yeah, that seems iffy, Lucy agreed. Massive brute force is out, I think. Setting off an explosion in an office building in the middle of Paris, no. I'd probably kill the janitors and not her, which I'm not willing to risk. Callum scowled at Constance's name on the board, jaws aching from his teeth being set. He had very little patience for dealing with Constance, and he had to get this done immediately, before there were any more victims on his head. So that leaves, poison maybe. What, like cyanide in her food? Lucy asked skeptically. That doesn't seem like you know. I know, but what can I do? But no, not food. For all I know, Gar's got poison testers or Constance has something on her person. I know I would in her place. Some fey charm or another. Callum shook his head. I'm thinking maybe carbon monoxide or possibly even something like argon. You can get the stuff from a distributor, and it really doesn't take much. He opened up his own laptop to find a place to buy from, since even if it was available, it wasn't exactly at the corner store. That's pretty grim, Lucy said. Kinda weird that it seems worse than just using bullets, but I guess it makes sense. I'll have to run out and see about buying some cylinders before the shops close, Callum said, cycling through the other drones until he found that was somewhat near a depot. Multitasking had become second nature to him after so much practice. Do you think you can find out who she was talking to? Maybe, but I doubt it, Lucy said. Those are just internal phones, nothing to track them. And all the coordination for this has been done completely outside email or anything on the servers. So they know we're listening in, Callum concluded, starting up the drone and sending it toward the store he'd settled on. I guess so, dang it, Lucy sighed. She almost habitually took over the piloting controls once the drone's telemetry appeared on the monitors. I haven't seen anything weird from my server tap at all, though. They don't have to know exactly how it's compromised to know it is, Callum said. They could just make assumptions and be careful, which seems to have worked. Boo, I guess they can't always be stupid. Not always, Callum agreed, leaning down to give her a kiss. Okay, I'm going to run and get some welding gas or whatever. I don't like this kind of purchase, Lucy said uncertainly, but I guess that's how we have to do it. Hurry back. Callum took a moment to disguise himself before he teleported himself and the van to the vicinity of the store. He took a moment to check himself in the mirror one last time before he drove into the parking lot, to make sure he looked at least slightly different from Callum Wells. The square glasses and thick eyebrows and some gray worked into his hair pretty well obscured him, but it was still a possibility that some facial recognition program could find him. If he didn't look or act like someone on a restricted list, it was less likely he'd be flagged. He asked the man at the front desk about welding gas and settled on a mixture of argon and carbon dioxide. The guy at the counter gave him a second and a third look, and Callum realized he was very obviously fuming. He stepped away from the counter and pretended to call someone, just to diffuse the tension and give him a minute to get his expression under control. After that, they did end up selling him what he wanted, several cylinders of welding gas mixture, though it probably helped that the purchase was not a cheap one. Some employees wheeled out a dolly with the tanks and loaded it into the van after he handed over the cash. He simply drove off before turning onto a back road and teleporting back to the bunker. It had been one of the easiest bits of preparation he'd needed to do. "So I was thinking, what about that Toblerone guy?" Lucy asked, when he slid back into his seat in the war room. "If he's tattling on us, we gotta do something about him too." "Now, that is something we give to Chester," Callum said. "I mean, we've got enough to do, and being an informant is more of an American alliance thing. Keep him up to date that Constance is on our list too. I did promise to let him know when I was doing something important." "Great, I can just pack up that recording and send it off now," Lucy said. "What a jerk," Callum snorted. He had no doubt that Chester would take his pound of flesh, but that was what Toclarain got for being a quisling. "Well, he'll get what's coming to him," he said. "I don't have time for it anyway. Besides Constance and Toclarain, I've got to deal with the vampires, but that will probably have to wait until morning." "They're mourning." "Gonna be a long night then," Lucy noted. "And me without my soda." Then she brightened. "Hey, since I'm seeing Gail regularly, I can start eating sour candy again." Callum just raised his eyebrows at her. "Diet choices aside, we need to figure out what we're going to be doing with the Department of Acquisition. Just taking out Constance is one thing, but there's no point stopping there." Callum settled in next to Lucy and tapped his fingers against the desk. "Maybe purge all their records while we're there. Remove all their infrastructure." "Won't that just result in people running rampant?" Lucy asked doubtfully. She chewed her lip as she poked at her laptop. "No matter what we do, that's going to happen," Callum said grimly. "They shouldn't have legitimized and formalized murder in the first place, and the only way to fix it is to start from scratch, which won't happen unless they're forced to." Not that he thought merely damaging the department would be enough, but the alternative was trying to slaughter mages in job lots in an attempt to get rid of every employee of the Department of Acquisition, which, however furious he was not about to do. "I guess there's no way to make things better without making them worse?" Lucy asked, mostly rhetorically. "I wish I knew one," Callum said, clenching his hands into fists before forcing himself to relax. "But I have to deal with people trying to make me kill innocent people, especially if they're doing so by targeting other innocent people." He looked at the image of the building from the camera, comparing it to what he could sense. The glamour obviously didn't make the building invisible, but it did make it less interesting and made all the open windows look closed and the balconies look abandoned. At that time of night, the real version wasn't much different. There were a few stationary bubbles that Callum presumed were people sleeping, and there was one where the person was clearly watching television. He couldn't tell what Constance was up to, not through her bubble, but after moving around the suite a bit she entered the bedroom. "Right," Callum said, after waiting 20 minutes and seeing no shifting in the bubble. "Need to check the target and then we can start." Since Constance was a metal mage, he had to be a lot more careful with his stuff than usual. All his enchantments were in metal, beside which the apartment was full of objects touched by liquid fey magic. There was no telling what kind of defenses were inside. Instead, he hovered the box just inside the wards but outside the window, and Lucy fiddled with the cameras. He hadn't realized there were fancy filters on the camera boxes, like zoom and even night vision. It had to have been expensive, but he'd left the construction of the things to Lucy and wasn't auditing her purchases anyway. She knew what she was about. "That's Constance," he said, setting his jaw. "Yeah," Lucy agreed without enthusiasm, comparing the image to the official photograph from the GAR database. His original idea had been to open a portal in a heater vent, but he was stymied by the fact that the place was heated with magic rather than with any kind of central air. The building was far too old for the kind of ventilation he was used to. The only entryway that was anywhere nearby was a window cracked in the bathroom that adjoined the bedroom, which was less ideal but would still work, considering the quantity of containers he'd picked up. There wasn't even any hiss, since it was just a portal, though he had to work hard to keep the magical construct from collapsing even using tubes rather than threads. Callum didn't know how long it'd take, but it was a relatively small room and he had an awful lot of the inert gas, so it was only a matter of time. Constance Earle sat bolt upright, heart pounding and gasping for breath. She felt awful, her head throbbing and her gut churning, and she threw aside the sheets and lurched for the balcony. The cold air seemed almost sweet as she stepped outside, clutching her nightgown around herself as she took deep breaths and tried to calm herself. She did not consider herself prone to panic or anxiety, but things had been tense at work. There was just so much to do and important people who wanted results. It had seemed all under control, but perhaps the pressure was getting to her more than she thought. Slowly her heart and breathing calmed, though her stomach was still making its protests known, and she grimaced. Clearly she shouldn't have eaten so soon before bed. By the time she stepped back inside she was shivering, so she touched her focus band, finding the heat focus to warm herself up as she went to the kitchen. Clearly she wouldn't be getting any sleep for a while. After rummaging a moment, she found a Fey Good Health trinket in her collection and pressed it against her belly, letting it soothe her unsettled stomach. Then dressed herself and crossed the street back to Gar. The guild itself never slept, though most of the night shift was taken care of by vampires. It was actually quite useful to have a labor force that preferred the late hours, though sometimes the vampires themselves disconcerted her. They weren't human, and it showed now and again, enough to set her teeth on edge. Not that she was going to discard a tool simply because it wasn't perfect. Constance decided it was all her hemming and hawing about work that had her upset. There were a number of decisions she hadn't yet made, and the stress of dealing with Wells certainly didn't help. Everyone knew that he was dangerous, and that normal security didn't do much to protect against him. Still, he'd only ever gone after people who threatened him directly. She didn't want to have a low opinion of his intelligence, but it was obvious he didn't have the resources or wherewithal to deal with multiple layers of indirection. But there was a reason she was using the vampires, for the grunt work and paperwork both. Like the vampires, Wells had been a tool, but sometimes a tool was just too dangerous. The more she reflected upon it, the more it was obvious Wells was just too much to keep around. Too dangerous, too inaccessible, too uncontrollable. Since he'd shown he could kill an archmage, she'd been wary of dealing with him too much. She settled into her office and decided she would push ahead on some of the things she had been sitting on, just to clear out some of what was weighing on her mind. It probably didn't help her stress levels that she'd been hemming and hawing on some of the demands the Fey allies of her backing houses had made. Most specifically, a portal so they could sidestep the control at the primary one. Of course, it had to be entirely off the books, as between Duval and the Guild of Enchanting, portal frames were tracked fairly closely. She was pretty sure there were a few in the vaults, though, and maybe one or two could be creatively lost. Fortunately, the offering price was quite high, and some of the Fey favors could be very well used by both her personal house and the main branch of the family. She wrote out a few missives to start the gears going with her decisions. The Department of Acquisition did have the authority to use breacher portals every once in a while, so she could at least misplace one by having it brought to some convenient location for her allies to find. Beyond that would be hard to justify, so they'd have to make do with just the one. At least for now. For what they were offering, she would definitely try to get a hold of another. While she was at it, she signed off on extra funding for some new defenses against the ghost. The jammers were okay as far as it went, but the idea was to do more than simply block him off. Yet development of things took time and money, so anything that came out of the program would take a while. Money well spent, in her judgment. Constance sent those out and then sorted through the paperwork that had arrived on her desk in her brief absence. Most of it was conventional enough, but there was a report that vastly eased her mind, though it was something that she hadn't been thinking of at all. One of her informants had properly located the Fae agent her backers were so interested in. Felicia Black was verified as being in Tazen's employ, and in his facilities, which was not the best report, but it fulfilled their request. Actually getting to her would be more involved, but until and unless they specifically offered her payment for that, it wasn't her worry. Constance still had no idea why they cared so much about, frankly, a low-level agent, but Fae were strange. It might just have been some vendetta that needed to be finished. So long as they paid for the service, she didn't see the harm in it. Once that was finished, she was yawning, and she dropped it in the outbox before she headed back to her suite. Since there was just the issue of Wells left, she felt she could handle that much pressure. Having some actual accomplishment definitely made her feel better, and she was sure she would sleep well. When Constance woke up in the middle of the assassination attempt, Callum almost recalled the anchor that instant. It was only when she ran out to the balcony, on the other side of the building from where he'd parked the box, that he decided they hadn't been noticed. He didn't know exactly what Constance thought was going on, but when she left for the GAR office, it seemed like they were pretty much done for the night. "Well, that didn't work," Callum said. "I don't know if she has any idea or not, but it sure didn't work." "I don't know I have the stomach for this," Lucy muttered. "Maybe we shouldn't be going after Constance at all. Sure, she's a bad person, but it just feels wrong to go after her right now." Callum rubbed his temples. He'd been certain at first, but as the operation had gone on he'd been less and less sure of himself. "We have to, if for no other reason than she's signing off on killing innocent children to frame people," Callum replied. "Anyway, it's not something to worry about right now. We'll get some rest. I'll see about dealing with the vampires before they kill anyone else, and we'll rethink the approach." Despite what he said, he didn't get much sleep. Lucy seemed disturbed too, clinging against him as if she were afraid that he would hair off somewhere in the middle of the night. Callum was feeling a little bit impaired by the time he dragged himself out of bed, but he still went down to the war room again as soon as he had showered. By that point, the vampires had all returned to the downtown building they were using, one with more than the usual amount of warding. They seemed to be fairly high up in GAR's hierarchy, if the quality of their building was any indication. They even had a jammer, though it covered mostly the ward box rather than where the vampires actually dwelt. Unfortunately for them, they also didn't have a dedicated mage. He wasn't sure why. Perhaps being in the middle of Paris or being one of GAR's direct pets meant they didn't need the extra protection. But it certainly made his life easier. He took the trouble to move an anchor out into the middle of the ocean floor. Unlike some of the other nests he'd dealt with, the vampires didn't seem to be part of a trafficking organization or other normal crime, so he could just make them disappear without getting law enforcement involved. Two of the vampires were actually still awake, but that was no real problem with his Bane ammunition. If anything, he was a little surprised that the vampires hadn't developed more defenses against him, especially since he'd seen other people using jammers more extensively than they were. Though maybe these vampires, being over in Europe rather than in the Americas and being so close to Gar, thought that they were protected enough. They weren't. 10 bodies went onto the sea floor and he left the human thralls to do whatever they would. He didn't see any victims or even corpses, but he just assumed that was because such things had been cleaned up. He wasn't sure how much vampires actually needed to eat. He was sure all the ones Earthside were murderers. By the time he had that wrapped up, Lucy was up and about and making breakfast. He had never asked her to do it, but she seemed to like it, and he wasn't about to turn down bacon and eggs. But he couldn't really relax because the Constance issue loomed over them. "I think I'll have to use her office," Callum said, musing over the plan from the previous night. "It's got actual air vents and there's a lot less Fey nonsense in the Gar offices, weirdly enough. She must have a supplier." "I don't know why, but it seems worse than a gun," Lucy said unhappily. Callum started to reply, then stopped as she continued. "Callum, it just seems wrong." That brought him up short and made him look at it from another angle. The reason why the ghost existed was because some things were just wrong, and Lucy saying that about his own plans was enough of a shock to make him stop and reassess. "You know, you're right," he said. After getting some time and distance from the issue, he didn't like the idea of poisoning Constance either. Among other things, it had the same objection as explosives, where he couldn't really guarantee the target. "That doesn't seem right." "You were pretty angry last night," Lucy said. "Maybe I should have said something then, but now that I've slept on it, I don't think you should do it." "Yeah," Callum sighed and rubbed his eyes. "I think it's necessary to remove her, but in a way that's more appropriate and doesn't feel like nasty snake in the grass stuff." It was easy, very easy to gas someone, but there was no such thing as a soldier who used poison. In some ways it hardly mattered how he did it, but in other ways it did. He was already balancing a very tricky line by being willing to kill for his convictions, and some methods made it far easier to become more indiscriminate than others. He didn't want to be the person, or be known as the person, who went around poisoning people because that was the mindset that led to acceptable casualties. That led to things like the Department of Acquisition. "I suppose might be necessary," Lucy said, though she wasn't enthusiastic about it. "I mean, she is kind of awful, and it's not like you can ask her to stop." "But what are you going to do?" "That's the rub." Callum drummed his fingers on the table as he thought. "What about the space stuff?" "The space stuff," Lucy sat back, visibly relaxing now that they'd discarded the gas idea. "Sure, yeah, I know how to do that." "Okay, what do we have ready to go?" She wiped bacon grease off her fingers and turned to her laptop. "2 anchors," Callum said. "I'll put them back into orbit." Lucy had done the math to get a pair of anchors orbiting rather far out, somewhere away from the usual satellites, and guided him into using the gravitikinesis coupled with the Alcubierre effect to make them stay there. Even if they didn't have any permanent space presence yet, reproducing the exercise was easy enough. "Right, so there's basically no speed limits in space," Lucy began while he lofted their space drones high above the Earth. "Maybe not, but there are time and reaction limits," Callum said. "We can go pretty fast, but not, you know, relativistic. At the same time, any portal I open is only going to exist for a fraction of a second, so we have a fairly narrow window." "It doesn't need to be that fast," Lucy reassured him. "And the laser positioning can get things down to the microsecond. I'll have to do some calculations, but we can just have the orbits meet. Doesn't have to be head-on to have quite a bit of relative velocity. Maybe we only need to go fast enough to have something, I dunno, punt her into another portal," Callum said thoughtfully. "I don't want to blow up a building after all. And while I bet that any shield would disrupt my portals in an instant, heck, the atmosphere by itself probably would, that may be all that's needed. It takes a finite amount of time for a portal to collapse. So you could do it whenever and wherever. I mean, once we had the timing set up. Yeah, Callum nodded, feeling far better about this than the other plan. Lucy was right, and the ghost wouldn't use poison or other such underhanded things. He really didn't want to get into the habit of just doing the most expedient thing. Besides, there were just so many ways that the poison attempt could fail that were out of his control. A portal to space, and one that only needed to last an instant, was something he could be confident about. Thanks, Lucy. That works so much better. Let's do it. "Aw yeah, space stuff," Lucy said in sing-song as she took another piece of bacon. There was some urgency, but only some. The disappearance of the nest would be reported soon enough, but in a strange way that wouldn't mean much. The ghost was well known to wipe out vampire nests, and that was just a matter of course. To be deplored by Gar, but nothing more than that. At least that was the idea. Gar Paris hadn't gone into lockdown yet anyway. That might change over the next few minutes, but part of him couldn't imagine that the disappearance of the vampires hadn't been reported basically as soon as it had happened. Even if he'd used portal pairs to deal with the bullets and their mess, it wasn't exactly silent on the far end. He shifted most of his attention over to the space anchors as Lucy did calculations. The newest ones had, in addition to the cages that kept the mana in, projections on every face with stamped letters so he could orient himself. How Lucy determined the orientations relative to the surroundings he didn't know, but there were quite a few sensors of various types on the newest models. It seemed if the big space agencies could do it, so could they. Okay, 1 gravity acceleration in the direction of A for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now C for 15 seconds. 14. Callum followed Lucy's directions to get the 2 drones on intercepting vectors. He'd lost track of exactly how it was supposed to work after a minute, despite the advantages his spatial senses gave him. Orbits were weird. In truth, he probably could have done this same thing with the portal loop he'd used to take out Ravib, but that had so many issues that unless he was pressed for time, it wasn't something he wanted to repeat. It was an incredibly draining, one-shot weapon, and an imprecise one unless he used a space-based backstop instead of bombing someone. Using the space drones was something that he could try dozens of times a day. He could have used a portal loop in space, too, but that required a constant effort and constant vis expenditure. The lack of any mana in space made doing anything there more difficult, as his vis wanted to diffuse out into the nothingness. They had practiced intersecting drones in space a few times before, and while it was insanely fast, Lucy had some sort of laser communication thing that made the calculations very accurate indeed. It was a bit of a kludge, and while it was more finicky than a bullet to the brain, it packed enough punch to make a mage flinch. While he might have been violating the rule of keeping it simple, once things were lined up, it was just a matter of opening portals at the right time. Newtonian mechanics would take care of everything else. "Okay," Lucy said, and tapped a rapidly ticking countdown timer to emphasize the display. "They'll be basically on top of each other when that hits 0. "Right," Callum said, and teleported a small boulder behind one of the anchors. Behind relative to the vector, at least. That was the projectile, since the drone would be absolutely smashed if he sent it through. They had more ready access to portal materials and money than before, but it'd do less than nothing, and it was made of stuff that Constance's magic could control. The pair were closing at something like Mach 2, which was insanely fast but less than what he'd done with Ravib. Then he just needed to pay attention to the countdown timer, since it was tricky throwing a portal in front of something that would cross his perceptions in half a second. While they were busy setting up their shot, Someone had finally told Gar about the vampire raid, or so Callum presumed by the brief flurry of activity and a small posse of mages heading out of the office in that direction. The discovery didn't result in a total lockdown or even a broader stir of panic, though most people in Gar had duties completely unrelated to what the vampires were up to. Unfortunately, he couldn't put things on pause while he watched what happened. Not without missing their window, and it'd take a while set up another one, time he didn't want to give her in case she would order some kind of reprisal. As the timer ticked toward 0, there was someone else in Constance's office, on the other side of her desk. A mage bubble of middling power, probably some functionary or another. There wasn't anything he could do about that, though, and part of the point of his approach was that it wasn't going to have much collateral. He readjusted the drone leading the boulder at 10 seconds, so it wouldn't fly through the portal too, and then fixed his eyes on the timer as he snaked out tiny threads of vis. Lucy stayed silent, making sure not to distract him as the clock neared 0. Callum checked and rechecked his vis threads, heart suddenly hammering as the moment drew near, and he snapped open the portals. Everything happened at once. Magic blasted outward to destabilize the portals even as the air began to rush out into vacuum. A boulder traveling almost twice the speed of sound smashed through into the office and into Constance's bubble behind the desk. Shields activated for both bubbles, and while Constance's proved up to the task of withstanding the terrific impact, the boulder still accomplished its job in shoving her through the portal before it collapsed completely. A shock wave blew through the building, bouncing off the other mage's shields and blowing out windows in the office and down the hall. An expanding cloud of atmosphere spread out from the portal's site out in deep space, as the projectile and fading mage bubble continued out beyond where he could sense. Callum pulled back the box and reset the two space drones to be near each other, only then remembering to breathe. Lucy looked at him inquiringly. "It worked," he reported, using the moments of confusion to teleport all the filing cabinets in Constance's office out into space next to the drones. That was all he could manage before supernaturals started swarming the site, but it would have to do. "I'll leave an anchor near that pack in Italy for a while, but I doubt there will be any more trouble from that end. We can check out the papers I got later." "Glad it's done," Lucy said, not quite as jubilant as him. He nodded agreement. "It feels kind of shaky, though. We need to figure out a better way to do the same thing, or just some way to consistently punch through mage bubbles. If you can figure out that one, you'll upend a few hundred years of magical weapons race," Lucy said. "For anyone without a home bond, I think space is close enough." "You're sure Constance didn't have one?" Callum asked, though the sheer impact of the boulder had to have rung the shields like a bell. Combined with the lack of mana in space, he would bet most people wouldn't manage in the 30 seconds or so they had. Though even if Constance did have one, it wouldn't be as disastrous as with Fane. "Everything I found was that she relied on Fae stuff more," Lucy said, sagging into her seat now that things were finished. "And there's no Fae mana in space." "In space, no Fae can hear you scream," Callum muttered. "Feels a little weird to have access to the immensity of the rest of the universe. I'm still surprised the portals even work without a connected mana field." "Well, it's magic," Lucy said, "sure. I almost wish that I could talk to Duval about that," Callum sighed. "I know it's magic, but I still can't help but thinking of it like science." "At least it's not as random as Fae stuff," Lucy observed. "True," Callum admitted, shaking his head at the memory of the horrible things Ravib had unleashed against them. "You know, it occurs to me this is the first time I've moved against Gar directly. Everything else has been, essentially, personal. But Constance had a specific role in Gar, and that was the problem. I'm glad we're already in hiding, Lucy said. This is not going to go over well. I'm not sure what else they can do, Callum agreed. But if there is something, we're going to find out. Chapter 11, Beginnings. The people at the portal are not doing their job, Ray Danforth said to his partner. Both of them were bundled against the chill of the New Zealand mountains, though Felicia hardly needed it. It was the sixth unregistered Fae enclave they'd been to in the past year, though it might have been more apt to call it an infestation. Unlike most places, the surrounding terrain had hardly been altered at all, but the landscape had already been almost fantastical. He was pretty sure that the Fae had settled there because of the natural beauty and how similar it was to fairies' inherent aesthetic. Not that the creatures Tazen's mages had captured were beauties themselves. They weren't even proper Fae as such. Instead, they were some of the terrible beasts that lived deep in Fairy, the cold children and the shadows of that which dwells beneath. A real Fae would have adopted some of the local legends. There were plenty, but these types hadn't bothered. I suspect they did not come through the portal, Felicia replied, putting her bare hand on the flank of some abomination of spider and hound, stiff white hair rustling audibly under Felicia's touch. It shivered, completely cowed, which was a far sight from the hostility the barely thinking cold children showed to mages. Besides which, it would have frozen Ray's hand right through if he'd tried the same thing. They dwell deep in Fairy, and they'd hardly wander through on their own, Felicia said at length. But with the connection to Earth, there might be other paths some Fae could travel to get here. Ray raised his eyebrows. The Fae were notoriously close-mouthed about a lot of their abilities. Everyone figured they had ways to move around that were close to teleportation, but with the limitations any fairy magic had that could mean anything. It could be something they could do at will, or something that only worked under a full moon at midsummer. Even Felicia didn't elaborate on such things usually, despite how close they'd been over the years. So there's some kind of back-channel trafficking, road into Earth from Fairy now. I suspect so. If I knew where it was, I could just send them back. She patted the abomination again. Without it, moving them will require a breacher portal and likely some discussion with Gar. Above our pay grade, Ray observed. Yes, but they should go back. They don't belong here, Felicia said. If they couldn't be returned, they would have to be exterminated like the things that had been riding the cold children's shadows. Ray was vaguely aware that things were not so simple as there being winter and summer courts, but that characterization wasn't terribly far from the truth either. Both of the invading species could be thought of as things from the winter side of the scale, but at least the cold children had physical bodies. Ethereal beings were generally rare and difficult to deal with, but the shadowy parasites were completely helpless against mages with control over light or darkness. The Fae animals had been fairly simple to subdue for Tazen's team, even without the Archmage in attendance, but they'd only properly gotten settled down once Felicia had been brought on site. There actually weren't that many Fae in Defensors Mundi with a working knowledge of creatures from Fairy proper. At least we didn't need any outside help for this one, Ray sighed, hands in his pockets. It was freezing, no matter how beautiful the mountains looked. You know we're going to need to track this down. Find this origin point. He knew it was true, but it also appealed to Felicia's detective instincts. It'd be healthier than finding trouble spots, too. The idea of pursuing something substantive after they'd been stymied on their investigation into Gar, mostly by no longer being part of it, visibly perked her up. She seemed to lose 10 years in an instant, and very well might have. The way Fae magic worked was weird. We may have to talk to some Fae kings, Felicia said, if the Archmage will back us. I think he will, since I doubt anyone else wants to deal with them, Ray said. I don't even want to, but I will, Felicia said, then dug her tablet out of her bag as the transportation team came by. Some earth and light mages had whipped up large, lit cages for the creatures, big stone boxes that were proof rending claws and jaws, and any intangible shadows that might be still in hiding. "It's under control," she wrote on her tablet as the multi-ton cage was set down on the ground. "I'll guide it in." "If you're sure, ma'am," said Captain Yang. Neither Ray nor Felicia were part of the pseudo-military structure of House Tazen, but people more or less listened to them in their areas of expertise, which hadn't always been the case in the Department of Arcane Investigation. The Earth Mage opened the cage by simply removing the stone from one side, and Felicia ushered the cold child into it before the cage was sealed again. Out of Felicia's influence, it let loose a shrill and terrifying cry, muffled by the confines of its box. Ray winced, rubbing at his ears by reflex. "Anyway, think you can figure out where they came from locally?" Ray asked. "I doubt they swam across the ocean." "I can try," Felicia wrote, and made a motion at Ray. In reply, he whipped up an air cushion so they could get around quicker, rather than hiking over the rough terrain. They floated about the area as Felicia turned her head left and right, scenting for the origin of the Fey incursion. They had already determined that the place the creatures had laired wasn't where they'd emerged, but they'd been there long enough any original tracks were long gone. The two of them left the last of the cleanup behind, to mages who were more equipped for the job, and ventured out into the countryside. They weren't stupid about it, of course. Ray called in with a scrycom, and if they were to run into anything untoward, they wouldn't tackle it on their own. But the region had been fairly well surveyed for threats, so he wasn't worried. They followed a zigzag path as Felicia played bloodhound, over mountain ridges and down valleys. The things had gone quite a way, but eventually Felicia waved them to a stop by a large and lonely tree growing at the top of a cliff. Up close, Ray could see the disturbance in the mana, though to his eye there was no order or consistency to it, save that it focused on a circle of bare rock framed by gnarled roots. He stood back as Felicia prowled around the circle, for a moment looking more primal and animalistic than normal. She stopped after 3 circuits and turned toward the center, speaking words that Ray could sense but couldn't actually hear. It was a display of pure Fey magic, unexpected enough that she had finished before he had fully realized what was going on. "There was a path here," Felicia said, walking across the circle toward him. "But it's gone. I think it was closed on purpose, but I couldn't swear to it." "We need to make sure it won't open again," Ray said, running his fingers over his focus band. Fairy magic was affected enough by the environment that there were simple ways to disrupt it. He simply pulled the tree off its perch and relocated it at the base of the cliff, tapping into his earth-moving focus to bury the roots. It would have been faster and simpler to just destroy the tree, but Felicia wouldn't have liked that. Only then did he double-check the GPS coordinates before logging them for his report. If other things had come through, they might have gone in another direction, so there would be some teams sweeping out to see if there was anything to follow up on. For all anyone knew, the creatures were a distraction from something more insidious. "Thanks," Felicia said. It wasn't clear whether she was referring to his removal of the fairy path or preserving the tree. She came back to stand next to him once again, looking around with those sharp black eyes that so easily captured him when he wasn't being careful. "I don't think there's anything else for us here." "I suppose not," Ray agreed, because there was something for them elsewhere. Ever since they'd found out Wells' real identity, they'd been stuck in a kind of a vague muddle, without a clear goal to chase. They merely had busy work to do. Finding out who was smuggling deep fairy creatures into the world, though, that had some meat. It would be nice to have something to sink their teeth into. "We have no desire to move against the Ghost or the American Alliance," Archmage Hargrave said flatly. Gale bit her lip, still not used to being present when high-powered discussions were being held. The library at House Hargrave was a completely different setting with 4 different archmages arguing. Besides her own grandfather, there was Archmage Janri, there as a neutral observer, Archmage Tazen, there in solidarity against Gar, and Archmage Coralin, as Gar's representative. She wasn't the only non-archmage present. Everyone had staff along, some recording the proceedings with notebooks and cameras, others there as advisors or strategic assets. Gale fell into the last category, as House Hargrave's sole healer. The library was large enough that it didn't really feel crowded, but hardly anyone besides the archmages were noticeable. "It's only a matter of time before they move against you," Corlin said, his voice so lifeless and insipid that Gale could barely pay attention despite the stakes. "The latest attack against Gar shows that they will not brook any power but their own." "That's not true," Gale said, cutting in. Even 6 months ago she wouldn't have dared, but after working more closely with her grandfather and shouldering some responsibilities of her own, she had more self-assurance. "The ghost has made it very clear what he objects to. We aren't going to have any problems. You still have relations with the vampires in major city centers," Corlin replied, the argument uninflected as if he were reading off a checklist, which perhaps he was. Even Gale knew that everyone believed Corlin was someone else's voice, though opinions were mixed on exactly whose. "Relations which are nobody's business," her grandfather said before she could argue. It was hard to remember that it was better to never explain or make excuses. She had always preferred being reasonable, but reasonableness wasn't how things were done at the top. "I'm hardly surprised that Constance was eliminated. Even within Gar she had made enough enemies. For all I know, the ghost didn't even do it on his own account." "You will regret not neutralizing such dangerous people while it is still possible," Corlin said, though the threat was undercut by the monotonous drone of his voice. "As Gar is made weaker, there will only be more problems. Inaction now means chaos later." "We'll take our chances," her grandfather said. "Not all chaos is bad," Archmage Tazen observed. "It represents opportunity, not just randomness. House Tazen is not and has never been in favor of the Department of Acquisition. Why risk mundane threats when we don't need them? Leaving this be will generate internal threats like other rogue mages," Corlin replied. Gale could swear she saw his eyes tracking like he was reading a line off a page. "Now that there are other options aside from Gar, I very much doubt it," Tazen said. Apparently Corlin ran out of lines, because his little group took their leave soon after that. Janri had barely contributed anything during the whole discussion, and was the only archmage that looked appropriately bored by Corlin's dreary voice. Once the Gar representative was gone, her grandfather sighed and shook his head. "As annoying as he is, eliminating Constance does change things. There's a difference between going after vampires and directly striking at important mages." He turned to Gale. "Do you know why he did it?" "Why, no, but I can ask the next time I see him. It won't be long. Mrs. Wells is almost due, so I'm seeing them fairly often." "Do so," he said. "Far be it from me to point out the obvious," Janri's assistant piped up. "But if you have access to Wells' wife and soon-to-be child, isn't that a good way to control him?" Gale scowled thunderously and opened her mouth to object, but closed it again when she saw her grandfather's expression. He was studying the man with the particular mix of interest, and disgust that someone might use to regard a rather loathsome insect. "You're suggesting that we coerce someone who is willing and able to assassinate archmages, and give him every reason to turn his attention to us," her grandfather said, his voice flat. "Does Janri employ you so he knows which ideas not to entertain?" The man colored but didn't reply. "Head on back to the house, Jameson," Janri muttered, voice just as sleepy as his expression. "Yes, sir," Jameson said and stood up to leave. Unlike before, he couldn't simply teleport out. House Hargrave did still have some teleportation pads, but they only linked with their closest allies. Jameson was forced to actually leave through the front door and make his way to wherever it was that he had come from. House Janry hadn't actually left Gar the way her house had, so she wasn't sure how good an idea it was to have them at this kind of meeting, but they were still maintaining a sort of reserved support of House Hargrave. "Since I assume nobody else is going to repeat that kind of idiocy," her grandfather said, "is there any real issue with this development? We don't need anything that acquisition did anyway." "Constance may be gone, but the apparatus is still there," Tazen said. "Someone else will be put in charge of it, though." His lips tightened. "I know she ran it more through personal connections than proper channels. The actual reach of the Department of Acquisition may not be nearly as far as it has seemed." "Which doesn't seem like our problem," her grandfather replied. "It might be mine," Tazen said unhappily. "The BSC has been kind of operating, but if there's a significant disruption in how people interact with mundanes, someone has to clean it up. At some point, we supernaturals might have been powerful enough to not worry about the mundane reaction, but that's certainly not the case today." "Shouldn't we be thinking about how to interact with mundanes openly?" Gale asked, and all eyes went to her. "I don't mean right now," she added hastily, "just as something to start thinking about. I've been looking around on the internet on what can be done, and even with glamours there's probably a point past which we can't hide." "Don't be so sure," Tazen grunted. "The idea that there's nothing outside of technology has gone both deep and wide. Half the stuff the BSC cleans up would probably be attributed to fanatics of various stripes, even without our intervention. People do not like the idea that there are those different from them, especially if they're better," her grandfather said without any shame at all, though it was hard to argue that mages didn't have an advantage over those without magic. "There is, and was no way to live among mundanes without it ending badly." Gale nodded, but she wasn't entirely convinced. Not only was it wrong to just take the advancements the mundanes had made without giving back, but she didn't think everyone was as blind as Tazen thought. They couldn't hide it forever, and to be exposed without being prepared would be catastrophic. She just had no idea what on earth could be done. "I have to wonder why an organization as powerful as GAR, even after the withdrawal of its militant houses, has so much trouble dealing with one man." Teller Janry suppressed a frown as he regarded the master of Weltentor. It was a complaint he was growing tired of, though it was usually directed at Gar by archmages or fae rather than vampires. Possibly because usually there were no vampires left to complain when Wells acted, and Weltentor was their only superior. "Not even Alpha Chester knows where Wells is located," he explained patiently. "He doesn't use any of the normal supernatural channels, and he doesn't even appear in public. Even mundane methods of tracing him don't have anything to start from." "Don't tell me you're just going to sit there and take it," Weltentor said scornfully. "No, indeed," Janry said. There was no knowing what exactly Wells had used to remove Constance. The eyewitness had not been very useful, just testifying to a sudden burst of magic and thunder and then Constance, and her desk, were gone. Duval had, after much pestering, been convinced to look at the remnants of the spatial magic. He hadn't personally been present, but the report had said she decried it as leading to some uninhabitable place only a heretic would conjure. She had flatly refused to open an actual portal. From the way the report was worded, he gathered she'd been rather more curt than the bland description he'd gotten. "We have acquired some of the mages from House Fane to work on countermeasures, but it requires more time and material," Teller said diplomatically. Even if we can't find him, his targets are fairly predictable, which is one reason I'm here. Extra mordite will help expedite the process." "I see." Weltentor's expression didn't give anything away. Teller found most vampires to be rather simple-minded, but the master of Weltentor had been around for a long time. Long enough to learn some subtleties. "And will you be offering additional freedoms from the Department of Acquisitions as well?" "Not for the moment," Teller grimaced. "In the current chaos, it has seemed best to let other powers fight for that particular post. We can always capture it later. No, we rather hoped you would see this as being in your own interest as well. After all, vampires are his primary targets. We will, of course, share any usable protections we come up with." His house was extremely wealthy, of course, but developing an entirely new class of defenses took materials that just weren't available in quantity. Even working with the Guild of Enchanting in absolute secret, there was only so much Bane material to go around at any given time. Experimental enchantments were the worst too, since they usually had to be broken down and recycled, rendering the enchanting medium useless very quickly. "Yes, I suppose it is for both our benefits," Weltentor conceded after a moment. "However, I want more license to send new nests through to Earth, not only to replace that which has been displaced by the Ghost and the American Alliance, but I am well aware of the considerations you've been giving the Fae." Teller blinked, but otherwise schooled himself not to react. He wasn't sure if Weltentor's source was Constance herself, who was a perfectly competent tool but sometimes overreached, or his own contacts inside of various agencies. House Janry had long suspected Weltentor had more control over the Earthside vampires than he was purported to have. "I only have so much latitude for what I can promise," Teller said. "But very well, let us discuss it." Callum held his son carefully in his arms, breath stuck in his throat as everything changed. Perhaps that wasn't quite right. There was no seismic realignment of his priorities, no sudden revelations, just a slow settling in of how it was real and what that meant for the future. The entire process of birth had been entirely without drama, mostly thanks to magical healing. Between Gale and the shifter midwife, there had been no surprises, no worries, and Lucy had barely broken a sweat. It wasn't anything like how things were portrayed in media, but that was for the best. They were still at Chester's compound, at least for the moment, settled in a private suite until the midwife cleared them. With magical healing, that really shouldn't be long, but he wasn't going to take any risks at all. He was glad that Chester's compound was equipped for the purpose, though considering how large the pack was, it wasn't all that much a surprise. It meant no need for a hospital and all the risks those entailed. "Hey, you had your time," Lucy said, relaxing in the chair next to his. "Gimme." She made grabby fingers at her son and Callum laughed, carefully passing him back over. "So, Alexander or Robert?" Callum asked, since those were the names they'd gotten down to. Lucy pursed her lips as she snuggled the sleeping baby up against her. "Alex, I don't want my son being Bob the Mage." "Fair point," Callum laughed. "Alexander it is." Since Alexander was going to be a mage, considering the amount of vis in his body, it was significantly denser than Lucy's, though not as much as Callum's. Though Alexander was only a few hours old, so that was only to be expected. It was far too early to know what kind of mage Alexander was going to be. Even mages from the primary houses didn't really start showing any kind of ability until elementary age, and the standard test was done around 4 or 5. If manifestation started earlier, a smaller version of the vis drainer bracelet was often employed simply to keep the child from harm. That was all stuff they'd gotten from Gale, and it was a bit of a relief to know they wouldn't have to worry about their infant setting fires before he could speak. That was assuming that he didn't inherit Callum's predilection for internal vis use, anyway, which they would need Gale to deal with if it did happen, just in case that vis loop had to be broken. For better or worse, the first couple years weren't very different for mage kids and normal kids. Considering most mage children were raised inside a portal world, with absurdly abundant mana, they probably started manifesting magic earlier than anyone raised on Earth would. That gave himself and Lucy a grace period, where they only had to worry about the usual new child issues, which were hardly minor. Despite being married before, he'd never been a parent. "Here's my new phone number in case you need any healing done," Gale said, as they prepared to head back home the next day. She offered Callum a little business card, something that had clearly been recently printed. "Now that I have a real mobile phone." Callum took it and flipped it over, seeing Gale's name along with what he took to be the House Hargrave crest. "I can manage pretty much any type of medical emergency," Gale elaborated as he looked at the fine print. "I have mostly magical training, but I've been taking courses for mundane medicine too." "Thank you, Gale," Lucy said cheerfully, handing Alex off to Callum so she could give Gale a hug. "Definitely glad we didn't have to do all this the mundane way." "Yes, thank you," Callum agreed. "I also have something for you." It was just as well he could use magic since his hands were full. He pulled a linked pair of teleportation plates from the cave cache, ones that he'd made very recently. As such, they were far more efficient and pleasant to use than his first few designs. "I figure you should leave one here, with Chester's permission of course," he said, floating the plates down next to Gale. "It'll save you all a lot of time to be able to connect up directly. I've got another set I've been working on for you that I'll give you later for payment." "Oh, excellent," Gale said happily. Glenda, off to the side, nodded with more analytical speculation in her eyes. Callum wasn't sure how hard it was to get a hold of new spatial enchantments now, since Duval was trying to retool them all, but it sure wouldn't hurt to have a link between the American Alliance and House Hargrave. "We've also got something for you personally," Lucy said, taking Alex back from Callum with a knowing smile. Predictably, he started to complain at being handed around so much, and she made soothing sounds as Callum pulled something else from the cache. "Copies of all my favorite books," Callum said, as a rather large box appeared on the floor. Even if it was all paperbacks, that many books got heavy. "There are probably duplicates for some of the ones you have already, but I'm sure someone will read them." "Ooh," Gale practically squealed, flicking out her own telekinesis focus to open the box up and examine the contents. "Thank you," she said, and he suffered himself to be hugged by the exuberant healer, which was something mages didn't generally do, so he figured his lack of bubble helped in that regard. "You're welcome," he told her, awkwardly returning the hug while Lucy snickered at him. "If there's nothing else, we'll be in touch," he said. They'd already thanked Chester and Lisa, who had business of their own to attend to and hadn't even been around for a few days. It spoke volumes that he wasn't feeling under constant threat from the shifters that lived in the compound with Chester gone. "Sure," Gale said cheerfully, "and I'll show him that stuff from Constance." She waved in the direction of the filing cabinets full of documents he'd brought. "Yeah," Callum grimaced. That had been weeks ago, and only now was anyone asking him about it. The fallout for that seemed to be moving slow motion, with the speed only bureaucracies could manage. He was doing his best not to let it get to him, and it wasn't like they weren't busy with other things. With a few other words of goodbye, Callum opened a portal back to the cave, then the house. Even with his vastly improved control and ability to use tubes nearly as well as threads, he wasn't going to trust his son's health to his still relatively shoddy teleportation. Portals were just safer. Lucy slumped down on the couch, cradling Alexander against her and letting out a groan. Callum raised his eyebrows and settled down next to her, teleporting a glass into his hand and some juice from the fridge into the glass. He handed it to her, and she took a long drink before leaning against him. "Something the matter, dear?" "Magical healing or not, I am tired," Lucy said, and Alexander started fussing again. Lucy immediately handed her glass to Callum, and he took it with some amusement while she fed little Alex. "I'll take him for a while and you can nap," he suggested. "Good idea," Lucy said, transferring Alex over and promptly flopping onto his lap and closing her eyes. Callum smiled and shook his head, considering his son and the future that created. Some people would want to use his family against him. Even ignoring how he was at odds with half the supernatural world, the reason that houses were essentially sovereign nations was because they still operated on the old politics of centuries past. All kinds of nastiness was acceptable if it removed the competition. It wasn't fair to raise his child completely separate from both Mage society and normal society, which meant Callum would have to make some overtures to a normal life. His alliance, friendship, with Alpha Chester was a start, but it wouldn't be enough. There was time, but at some point he would have to resolve enough things that Alexander wouldn't have to be looking over his shoulder every minute of the day. He really didn't know how to do that. Making nice with what remained of Gar wasn't exactly possible, but it wasn't like he was going to try and eliminate everyone who could possibly stand against him. Nor did he want to try and vanish, since even if that were possible, that just meant he'd be waiting for the past to catch up. Callum readjusted Alexander and rubbed his eyes, deciding to let go of the maudlin contemplation. It wasn't something he needed to answer that moment, and there were more immediate worries, like cataloging all the baby supplies and making sure they weren't missing anything, which they probably were. Neither he nor Lucy got all that much work done over the next few months, which wasn't to say there was no progress on any front. Callum kept up with his daily exercises, and Lucy doodled designs for the space nexus, and both of them got as much sleep as Alexander allowed them. Then the last parts came in, and their moon base was ready to be turned into reality. "It needs an upward vector for 6 seconds, Lucy instructed, looking at the readouts in the war room. Callum complied. Intersecting the moon was not as simple as just pointing in that direction and letting the Alcubierre take over, since not only did the technique drain Vis something awful, but space was large, and the moon was a lot smaller than it seemed. Despite the name he'd given it, his spatial drive was not faster than light. At least, not with the length of time he could keep it up. With judicious use of both Newtonian momentum and inertialess movement, Lucy navigated their anchor probe around to the far side of the moon. He actually had no idea how the lack of mana would affect glamour, and whether they'd affect light or radar or every other wavelength that was used in space sensing. While glamour seemed to fool satellites, they also had miles of mana to interact with, not an incredibly thin shell, which made the far side of the moon the best place to avoid scrutiny. "Okay, love, do your thing," Lucy said, as the cratered face of the moon stabilized in the camera feed. "Alcubierre it now." "I don't think that's a verb," Callum said. "Doesn't matter," Lucy said heartlessly. "You know what I mean. Just smack the moon." "Yep, pretty sure I can't miss from this distance," Callum agreed and formed matrix with his vis, tugging it directly forward for a few seconds until it collapsed of its own accord when it intersected solid matter. They were on the moon. "One small spell for a mage, one giant task for Dudkind," Lucy said. "How long were you saving that for?" Callum asked in amusement. "Way too long," Lucy grinned. The major issue with the moon was that it got completely unmitigated sunlight for weeks at a time, and it could get extremely hot, especially metal, which was not exactly an insulator. On the other hand, blocking off the sun entirely would result in things getting too cold, so Lucy had needed to rig up some thermal insulation, with the actual portal connection doing the bulk of the work keeping things reasonable. In order to get the rest of the nexus in place, he had to use a small secondary portal without any shielding to spray mana over the place, supplementing it with vis to keep everything from collapsing as he moved the sprayer about the area. Then the actual nexus boxes went into place, each one spaced 100 yards or so from the central one he used to access the nexus. "Oh man, what a view," Lucy said, looking at the intense starfield visible through the cameras. "If I can figure out how to get a spacesuit, I totally want to go there in person." "Hard to disagree with that," Callum said, making sure all the portal links were functioning. The mana was already dispersing away, but the little insulated bubbles where each of the portal links were still appeared to his senses as little bubbles among a void, which didn't make much sense to him, since he figured that mana would have been the carrier of the perception, but it seemed that magic did as magic would. The next issue for the Moon Nexus was supplying enough mana to keep things open. Previously, they'd only kept things going temporarily, thanks to the mana issues. While the insulating enchantment did a good job in keeping mana from escaping into the vacuum, it relied on mana coming in from the Earth link, and in most places, there just wasn't enough ambient mana around to keep everything fueled. For the moment, he was just using his own vis to hold portals open when he needed them, since there was hardly a requirement to have all 8 portals and their accompanying drones and anchors, but he had other plans. The most straightforward option was tubes literally piping mana out from the central nexus point, but that would take a lot of enchanting materials. Shielding the moon anchors already took a lot more material than telepad pairs, along with a lot of his increasingly precious time. But there was another option, opening a dimensional portal. Eventually, when he figured that out. After all, that was half the reason he'd moved into space. Experimenting with such portals on or near Earth was far too dangerous, but in the vacuum of space beyond the moon he didn't have to worry about anything too terrible. Considering that portals formed naturally, it was obvious that they didn't do things like end the universe, though Callum wasn't about to rule out thermonuclear level consequences. Something like Tunguska could very well have been a portal of that kind. "Gonna be the first mage on the moon," Lucy teased. "I might well be," Callum admitted. "All I can think of is how big a deal this would be if I could be open about it. Magic is just an insane force multiplier for technology." He had no illusions that without technology, a portal to the moon would be useless if not outright deadly. "Maybe someday," Lucy said. "Someday," he agreed. Chapter 12. Follow through. "We're about finished with the cleanup, Alpha." Chester muttered an acknowledgement over the radio. Normally, he only worked with his pack and could send messages through the bonds, but now that he had the alliance, he was bringing in the occasional Fae to help. When it came to eliminating messes, Fae definitely made the process easier, which didn't make him any happier about moving on the building across the street. It wasn't so much that he disliked cleaning after trespassers that were treading on his territory, but that there were so many of them. It was mostly vampires trying to muscle in, apparently completely unworried about the consequences of infringing on the American alliance, something that he had objected to with great emphasis. His ears flicked as he caught another sound from the vampire stalking him. Chester was fairly certain it was the master of this little nest, and it thought it was being sneaky. Either it didn't know who Chester was, or it didn't have good intelligence on exactly how good alpha shifter senses could be, especially under the circumstances, where he was fully open to his pack magic since he knew there was a vampire after him. It was amazing how often a vampire master would go for the person in charge, presuming that would be enough to rout everyone else. Though that seemed to be true enough for vampires, due to whatever remained of their original instincts in society. They grouped up in an almost slavish fashion. The fanatical loyalty of thralls was an echo of that same attitude, proof of how they'd been twisted from human. It made them both extremely dangerous and extremely predictable, as a master's subordinates obeyed orders immediately, but also nearly always defaulted to swarming the most powerful-seeming person. This particular master was somewhat sneaker than normal, since it seemed to have left its subordinates to distract Chester's people in order to go for Chester himself. Something that hadn't gone well for the lesser vampires. He turned slightly and unlimbered a pistol with mordite bullets from the holster on his armor, the Bane medal a gift from the redoubtable Mr. Wells. A glimpse of another perspective came from another of his wolf pack as they managed to lay eyes on it, of the vampire aiming a gun, and he launched himself sideways. The sudden reports of gunfire from 3 different sources sounded at once, and a moment later the vampire was dead. Chester hadn't been hit, but he had to assume that the vampires were using silverite just as he was using mordite. The body armor was extra insurance against it, but it was better not to tempt fate at all. He sent a wordless question out through the pack bonds and got confirmation back that there were no other vampires out and about. The only way they'd be able to slip past his people was if they had Fae help to mask things in ways he couldn't detect, and he had his own Fae for that. The smallest Fae, the Pixies, were surprisingly gung-ho about sniffing out any potential enemies or interference. "All clear," he said over the radio, and added an extra confirmation through the pack bonds. The gunfire wouldn't be a problem. One of his subordinate alphas was the chief of police. Not many shifters actually liked living in the city, but a few did, which was useful in places like St. Louis. It was impossible to guard the entire edge of the territory the American alliance claimed, but since most vampires aimed for cities, they didn't have to worry about every mile of the border. "Where are they all coming from?" Lisa's voice sounded in his ear from where she was running Overwatch. They'd followed Wells' example and started employing drones, which weren't as good as supernatural senses and were still susceptible to glamour, but did provide an eye in the sky that was surprisingly helpful. "There can't be all that many vampires in the U.S. "It seems like a lot," Chester agreed, "but we've only taken care of 50 or so. Who knows how many are over in the Night Lands?" While they didn't have any solid confirmation, everyone figured that Gar was letting a lot more vampires through onto Earth, especially into the lands of the American alliance. It wasn't just because he'd promised Mr. Wells, or rather the Ghost, that he'd keep from abusing mundanes. He had a responsibility to his territory, and anyone that couldn't cooperate needed be eliminated. Not just to keep his authority secure, but because supernatural fights always ran the risk of putting cracks in the protection of ignorance. The vampires weren't even the only problem. Crime was up all over, and while Chester had no proof that it was directly related to Gar loosening its grip, he had a hunch that certainly wasn't helping. Humans were perfectly capable of generating violence on their own, but to his eye it seemed like someone was stirring the pot. And the more violence there was, the more likely it was that supernaturals would get involved and make everything worse. "Any leads from our fairy friends?" he asked, walking away from the ambush spot as the cleanup crew came to take care of the vampire corpse. While vampires were dangerous, they weren't all that stealthy. It was the infiltration of things from fairy, and not just the Fae themselves, that worried him. The American alliance claimed vast swaths of open land, and there was only so much that could be done to patrol them, especially since they had very little mage support. "They haven't noticed anything out of the ordinary, but you know how that is," Lisa said. "We haven't lost any of our people either, so if there is anyone or anything, they're staying quiet." Chester grunted. With all the extra work he was having to do, he almost missed Gar. Almost. With House Hargrave and House Tazen at least loosely aligned with the Alliance, he had pretty much restored everything that they'd been lacking. There were just some things that mages were better suited for. "Let's finish up here and head on back," he said. "Get some time to relax before the next crisis." "I'm sorry," Lucy said, rubbing her temples as she sorted through all the emails they were getting. "This is my fault." "Wait, what?" Callum said, looking up from a giggling Alexander whom he was entertaining with floating, hand-carved alphabet blocks. "I was supposed to decide who we target or don't target. I should have realized that messing with the Department of Acquisitions would result in this mess." Lucy wrinkled her nose and pushed away the laptop. Callum shook his head and stood up, crossing over to her. "No, it's my fault. I didn't listen to you and I pushed ahead anyway." He pulled her up and hugged her. "I was just mad and focused on getting rid of Constance. I was supposed to listen to you when it came to these things, and I didn't, and all this started happening. Next time, smack me good if I'm fixated like that." "Well, so long you've given me permission," Lucy said, slightly more cheerful. She smacked his arm gently. "Bad Callum. Save that for the bedroom," he murmured, and Lucy giggled. "Anyway, that's all well and good, but what do we do now?" "I'm not sure. It was always going to happen," Callum said, keeping an eye on his son as he started to crawl across the hardwood floor after the blocks. "Though I guess maybe we should have been more prepared." He'd managed to get some of the filing cabinets, which were full of records, but that hadn't seemed to make a difference. Or maybe it was for the best, considering that what they had learned was that the department had practically abandoned any real enforcement. Callum was pretty sure they knew he and Lucy had access to the servers. There had been some desultory attempts at improving security, but Callum could always just give Lucy physical access to the server room, so that hardly mattered. Instead, they'd reverted to using a lot of physical or verbal messages, which seemed like a lot of work to Callum, but there was still plenty of activity on the servers. It was just the juiciest stuff that was hand-delivered. Not that it mattered, since there was plenty of stuff outside of GAR to worry about. The American Alliance was dealing with supernatural incursions where it could, and House Tazen was going after some of the worst offenders in other places, but it felt like gears were becoming unwound. There was no way they were catching everything, especially since Tazen had to split his personnel between Earth and the portal worlds. Which is one reason why I didn't want to do it. "Next time I am going to make you listen to me." She narrowed her eyes at him, and he lifted his hands, having already conceded the point. "Anyway, I've got a couple leads from the American Alliance that are worth looking at." Callum made a face. He'd had to do 3 raids on vampires and 2 on minor fae in the past few months, and while none of them had been particularly dangerous, he was growing to dislike such things more and more. It had to be done, but every time he felt like the other shoe was about to drop. There didn't seem to be all that much that either type could do against his particular brand of magic, but there was no such thing as a perfect offense. He just didn't know what the countermeasure was going to be. "All right," he said. "We'll take a look at them in a little bit, after we put Alex down for a nap." Sometimes he still found it surreal that he had a son, though that went away when it came time to change Alex, something that was almost entirely Callum's job thanks to the telekinesis focus. While he'd always known magic was fantastically useful, there were just so many little applications that he never considered before they came up. For good or ill, they actually couldn't find anything of substance to the rumors the Alliance had fed them. It could be just overzealous whispering, but it could also be that people were learning how to hide from his surveys. Combing through a city was nigh impossible without a specific address or neighborhood to start from, even with his range. Unless he found an actual vampire nest or witnessed a crime in progress, There were too many incidental supernaturals moving about to really localize anything suspicious. Occasionally, he saw crime of the more mundane variety in the cities and took care of it as best he could. Teleporting people away, or pulling the bullets out of guns, or in one case relocating some poor bound and gagged woman out of the back of a shady van and into a police department. But he was all too aware that it was a patchwork job at best, and there wasn't much he could do about the source of the problems. Fixing human nature was too big an issue for any kind of mage. Even when he did have obstacles that needed to be dealt with lethally, they didn't take up too much time. It was, in the end, a fairly simple thing. Most of his time, between parenting and working with his guild of enchanting contact, was spent trying to spin out new tricks or at least new foci. The best thing to come out of that experimentation was finally getting an enchantment for faux gravity. It wasn't nearly as optimized as the enchantments he'd been cribbing, and there was still quite a bit of experimentation to do to make it more efficient, but it worked. Which was somewhat less valuable than it might have seemed at first, but still useful. Even if it turned out to have no real application, he was damned proud of it. "Oh man, now I feel like a superhero," Lucy said, hefting a big chunk of stone he'd enchanted to experience a tenth of a gravity. "Or maybe like I'm on the moon," she added, letting the stone drift down onto the grass in their backyard. "You know magic is still great," Callum said, holding an Alexander who was wide-eyed at his mother's antics. Or maybe just in general. It was pretty easy to impress an infant, so far as he could tell. Though I wouldn't trust that enchantment with anything really large just yet. "Maybe not, but it's still fun," Lucy said, watching the rock drift downward like an oddly shaped inflatable. "What are you planning to do with it, though?" "I've got some ideas," he said. "How well they'll work is another matter." The first thing he thought of was increasing the gravity in the pipe that fed his hydroelectric generator. That way, he could increase the power generation or reduce the amount of pipe needed. In fact, he could use the hydroelectric generator to make energy even in space, for when they expanded the moon nexus. The same sort of enchantment could also make a gravity gun, accelerating anything inside the barrel at multiple gravities. A regular gun was probably more useful for most targets, but the gravity gun could work on anything, and he could set up some kind of portal loop in the moon nexus if that ever felt like a good idea. Those were all long-term plans, which required a more reliable enchantment and more infrastructure, but none of them were off the table. The best offensive use was to enchant giant slabs of stone. Since such enchantments didn't have a hope of directly affecting a supernatural, using it to send a target skyward at a rapid clip by using the ground underneath the enemy was a good bet. Or, alternately, crushing them with a 2-ton rock under 10 gravities. Admittedly, mages could probably deal with that, and other supernaturals were likely quick enough to get out of the way. But he was pretty sure that nobody would be expecting a rock that looked entirely mundane to suddenly start moving. Even if it was unlikely to kill anyone, it'd be a great delaying tactic. Portals made it entirely possible to drill deep into solid rock without any specialized tools, or at least, more specialized than a rock drill to begin with. Once he had a hole bored into the center and a pocket hollowed out, he put in the enchantment with one of the crystal mana capacitors they still had. The whole thing was triggered through one of Lucy's remotes, and testing it launched the boulder way into the air. If he hadn't put a portal anchor inside it during the testing, it might well have continued all the way into space. Lucy added a timer so the enchantment would cut off far earlier, and started considering how to make it into something useful. A few random booby traps would be ineffective. They needed some kind of area denial, or some way to funnel people if the enchantment was meant to discourage intruders. He didn't think the enchantments had enough force to kill them directly. They ended up laying down a net of small cables under the grass and attached it to said boulder. Activated, it formed a large metal net that would go off into the sky. Not lethal, but more effective than a projectile. It wouldn't be clear what the purpose was once the grass mat grew back either, though he suspected any supernatural worth their salt would be able to see there was something there. Retooling the generator was much quicker and felt more useful. The tall pipe necessary for the proper pressure was awkward, so reducing that while keeping the same power made the entire apparatus look less ramshackle. He also made a small region out in the backyard with lower gravity just for the fun of it, because there wasn't any point in having magic if you couldn't enjoy it. You know, can we make a higher gravity training area? Lucy wondered out loud, bouncing around the low-gravity field with Alexander. We could get Gale to heal us up, right? I'm not sure that works in real life, Callum laughed. But it's a good point that we need to do more exercise. Boo, that's not what I meant at all, Lucy complained. Isn't dealing with a kid exercise enough? You'd think, but I swear I'm starting to get a spare tire, Callum said, frowning down at himself. That's just your imagination, Lucy said, sliding in closer and pinching his waist while Callum laughed and grabbed at her fingers. The gravity trick, however fun it was, didn't really contribute to his personal survival. The thing he really wanted to figure out was spatial shielding, but even asking judicious questions of the tutor didn't help with that. Everything with normal shields was bound up in the shell, and he wasn't any good with that. He was pretty sure the trick that shells allowed, effectively permanently fixing patterns inside it, didn't even apply to him. Wizzy's advice had been along the lines of using his magic to affect his body and defending that way, but that was easy to say for him. He controlled blood, and it was easy to imagine how that would make it difficult for someone to hurt the Archmage. For Callum, it was less obvious. The actual space his body occupied changed all the time, and even if he could introduce some kind of walking distortion, putting it under his skin would result in massive trauma. The best he could imagine was something that lay right on top of his skin, but he was leery of powerful magic so close. After yanking out his own tattoo and getting floored by his first, low-quality teleport, he knew that he could hurt himself with his own power, but Wizzy seemed to think he ought to be immune to incidental magical effects, which was probably why he was never bothered by his own teleports, though that didn't explain why his attempts at pseudo-gravity were so uncomfortable. Perhaps the guild tutor could have cleared that up, but he was still too skeptical of the Guild of Enchanting to consult them about that sort of personal problem. He just had to experiment. What to experiment with when it came to shielding was something that he turned to Lucy and the internet in general for. It wasn't that he didn't have ideas, it was that he wanted completely outside perspectives. It was obvious that the normal mage approach wouldn't work, and while it wasn't like anyone else knew precisely how his magic would work, a lot of people had spent a lot of time thinking about what would happen if you could tie space in knots. Not just conceptually either. There was a lot of math and physics out there. He was pretty sure that Mictlan was a hyperbolic space, for example. Something which was sort of like an expanded space, but also not. For all that he was supposed to be good with spatial reasoning, stretching his brain to make non-Euclidean spaces, and not just read about them, was a bear. A brief test with the meat of his thumb showed that trying to turn his actual body into a non-Euclidean space was about as bad an idea as he thought, if not for the reasons that he had considered. It wasn't that suddenly occupying a space with odd distortions resulted in catastrophic damage, but that the exposed tissue suddenly had more space to occupy. There was some expansion into a vacuum, but also bits of tissue that shouldn't have been touching each other were, and that resulted in massive bruising. You know, it might be okay if it was a full-body thing, Callum mused to Lucy, looking at some models of higher dimensional topology. The issue is the disjoint between normal space and weird space. Actual higher dimensions is probably a bad idea, but twisted space ought to be fine if it's not applying force. I caught maybe 1/3 of that, Lucy said. Now you know how I feel when you talk about computer stuff, Callum laughed. This is really annoying. If there was a way to harden space, that'd just be so much easier. Isn't there? Lucy asked. Couldn't you make it so, I don't know, extra stuff can't enter a space? Callum pursed his lips at that, then shook his head. What I can mostly do is change the shape and location of space, he said. There's also some weird esoteric properties that are, I guess, the dimension-ness of it. Like whether it's Earth or a portal world. He made a vague gesture at the bit of empty air where his current spatial construct was hanging, even though it looked like nothing visually. I wish I could just will something to happen without understanding it and it'd work, but that's not how it goes. It just doesn't seem right that magic involves so much math and engineering, Lucy agreed. Also, before you start doing anything on the scale of your whole body, we'll want to have Gale there in case it goes bad. I know you're careful, but still. You're right, Callum agreed, less reluctantly than he might have before. While he didn't trust mages as a general rule, it was hard to hold anything against Gale. Even if she'd never taken the Hippocratic Oath, she definitely adhered to it. She was obviously less naive than when he'd met her, but her attitude was the same. It's going to be a while, though. I'm still trying to work through ideas. Sure, Lucy agreed. But hey, if we have a healing mage on retainer, we'd better make use of it. Hefty. Feels weird to actually have the money that we can do that. The gold plates that supernaturals tended to use amongst themselves were supplemented by more valuable Bane metal plates, usually mortite, but sometimes corite, with gold being the lowest denomination and Bannic alloy being the highest. The emphasis on vampire Bane metal for many transactions was probably why he'd not found any of it in the loot he'd gotten from raiding nests. The pay that he'd gotten from the Guild of Enchantment gave them a small cache of usable currency, instead of having to trade favors or rob the dead. Oh please, like Gale would take your money, Lucy said. Gale wouldn't, but Glenda would, Callum pointed out. I'm pretty sure she doesn't like me. She's a mom, Lucy said, as if that explained everything, which perhaps it did. The training exercises from the Guild of Enchanting actually came in handy, which Callum had not been expecting. While his portals and teleports were down to reflex actions, holding everything in place while he tried to twist space in ways that defied description required certain habits. It was akin to muscle memory rather than multitasking, some ability to hold things without directly focusing on them. He was pretty sure that he was going to need to make a focus for some of it, though. Other mages used the bubble, and a shield entrained with it, something that was completely unconscious and instinctual. He didn't do either of those things, so he had to figure out other methods. Considering how difficult it was to try and turn the Alcubierre effect into an enchantment, he wasn't looking forward to the long hours it'd take to make anything as complicated as a shield into a focus. Especially when he had so many distractions, with Alexander and Lucy, and even working in the garden. It was to the point he even got the feeling that the Guild of Enchanting Contact was a little put out that he'd pulled back on the spatial enchantments he'd been doing for them, even if it wasn't that much of a reduction. Every once in a while, he marveled at how life in the bunker had become his new normal. Instead of drawing up building plans and researching properties, he was creating magical items and making space itself do tricks, not to mention having a wife and child. What he wished was that there was some way to avoid the spates of supernatural violence. He'd set himself on that path and didn't regret it, but it was tiresome having to constantly plan for combat. Yet so long as there were supernaturals preying on humans, he would have to do something about it. Teller Janry was not particularly enamored of his new job. It might not have been so bad if he'd gotten it immediately after it was previously vacated, but he was stepping in as the head of the Department of Acquisition nearly a year after Constance's death, with months of mismanagement by a number of different candidates. It was, frankly, a mess, both inside and out. Part of that was his own fault for not stepping in earlier, but the wisdom at the time was to let someone else suffer the blame for the inevitable consequences. More paperwork, his nephew Corin said, dropping a stack onto the brand new desk. Teller grunted. They were still finding things that dated back to before Constance's assassination, and not even all of it was strictly acquisitions related. The attempts to centralize GAR had been massively set back by her death, especially with the endless bickering between the remaining department heads and those houses that were not part of the realignment of GAR interests. "Anything on our mutual friends?" Teller asked. The most pressing urgency was less GAR itself. After all, it wasn't like the organization was going anywhere than the price that his house's Fey associates had demanded for their help. For all that they lived as long as mages, or possibly even longer, they were damned impatient when it came to calling in debts. "We're still looking." There's a note that Constance had found Miss Black before she was removed, but nobody stored the paperwork in her office properly. Whatever paperwork that survived anyway. "Well, keep looking," Teller sighed. "I've more meetings to attend." "Better you than me," Corin muttered, and trooped out again to return to the archives for the Department of Acquisitions. Even Fey magic could only help so much when huge chunks of it were not even labeled properly, let alone ordered or organized. Teller frowned around at the office room, which had been repaired and reinforced with the best they could think of to block off wells. Despite the refurbishment and the fact that everything was being brought in only when necessary, it was already starting to show signs of disorganization. It hadn't helped that Constance's collection of Fey artifacts had made any documentation that might have been at her own apartment unavailable, either destroyed or hidden away somewhere impossible to find. Even if the lesser courts of Fairy were nominal allies of House Janry, Teller found their magic damned inconvenient at times. He left and locked the door behind him, a complex focus linked to his mage's mark sealing the room and activating the defenses. Corin could leave anything he found in the delivery box outside the door. It might be overcautious, but Teller didn't want anyone but himself to have access to the office and the official seals and symbols therein, not to mention the possibility of Wells making another appearance. The teleportation system was somewhat more cumbersome to use than it had been in the past with the new security in place. Not only did it require the old Mage mark connection, but he had to wait for the link to be verified, and then the teleportation pad itself had defenses activated to prevent interference. It was only after the switchboard operators had checked and double-checked that everything was proper that the teleportation happened. Houses used portals now, so the wait time and, frankly, the danger that teleporters posed were beneath his station. By the time the magic clicked into place, Teller was tapping his foot impatiently, even though it wasn't the operator's fault. Finally, the room changed around him, and he could feel the rich mana of the night lands. Teller actually preferred the flavor of the mana in Fairy, though that was hardly surprising considering that was what he grew up on during his boyhood in House Janry. He showed his badge of office to the guards of the World Portal, and they nodded him through into Weltentor Castle. The houses there still had direct teleports, but the increased security had restricted all other travel through the portal proper. Something he found amusing, considering how many supernaturals were bypassing the portals anyway of late. There were more vampires in Castle Weltentor than the last time he'd visited, likely thanks to how much the master of Weltentor's status had risen under the new Department of Acquisitions. Teller wasn't actually sure where all the vampires were coming from, but there were entire communities of them out there in the night lands, and apparently more than a few were eager to abandon the quiet darkness for the opportunities of Earth. Some of them ran afoul of the American alliance, but they knew the risks of the territory. "Director," said the vampire attending the portal. Judging from his size and bulk and poor accent, he was relatively new, but at least had attained enough merit to be trusted. "The master is ready for you." Teller nodded and followed the vamp out of the portal room and up to the next floor of the castle, then finally to a study that looked out onto the glowing lights of Weltentor Landing. The master was standing there at the window, but when Teller entered, he turned around with the exaggerated grace of supernaturals who could move faster than any human. "Welcome," the master intoned. "I understand that you have an offer from certain of the Fey courts," he added, moving straight onto business, which was interesting because he wasn't supposed to have been told that much. Someone would get in trouble for leaking it, but Teller didn't much care since it made his job easier. Indeed. Teller waited for the master to be seated, then joined him as the vampire poured some kind of wine into 2 glasses. Frankly, he was pretty sure the master had been watching too much mundane media, with their strange ideas of vampires. His manner of dress was uncharacteristically ornate. With the changes to Gar and the new threats that have appeared, it has become obvious that we need more supernaturals around to keep things under control. The master nodded but didn't speak, sipping the wine and regarding Teller. He surely knew how many vampires had ended up dead trying to jostle the shoulders of the American alliance, or had attracted the attentions of House Tazen. How much he cared about them, Teller wasn't sure, since they were freshly taken in by the master and not tutored for years. Some of the Fae have expressed an interest in joining with vampire nests and establishing a sort of joint enclave combining magics and strengths, Teller said, withdrawing a formal scroll from inside his vest. He placed it on the table between them. "Matters on Earth have been allowed to slip from our control for far too long. At this point, Earth is almost a liability. It's time to make it useful once again." "On that I can certainly agree," the master said, reaching over and picking up the scroll. "I will give this offer all due consideration and get an answer to you soon." Chapter 13, Trap. "Well, this is weird as heck," Lucy said, squinting at her phone. Callum had no idea how it was comfortable for her to sprawl across the couch at that angle, let alone read on her smartphone while half upside down. If he tried that, he'd have a headache in about a minute. "You can't just leave it there," Callum said, not looking up from where he was trying to feed Alexander. Mage baby or not, he was still as fussy and messy as any child that age. "Considering our line of work, if something's weird, it's weird." "No kidding," Lucy agreed. "One of the packs out near California had a run-in with a vampire that turned into bats and flew away." Callum blinked. "Vampires can't do that though, can they?" "Nope," Lucy said. "That's just mythology, so what the heck?" "Maybe it was some kind of glamour or illusion." "I don't know why they'd go with something that involved, though," Callum said, wiping off Alexander's chin. "Unless, that would kind of make sense for a Fae, right?" "I guess, but why would they be masquerading as a vamp?" Lucy rolled off the couch and onto her feet. "I mean, okay, I guess that's an option for Fae, but why would they bother? I dunno, maybe they're making up something to cover why they let a vamp get away." "That's possible," Callum agreed. He didn't believe shifters were very far different from ordinary humans when it came to that sort of thing. For that matter, he would bet there was the same impulse to shirk and deflect in vampires and Fae, so someone inventing a wild tale wasn't out of the question. The question would be why, since if they needed help with a vampire nest, They only needed to supply the ghost with certain details. I think we'll have to look into it anyway. Vamps are bad news no matter what, and if they're teaming up with other supernaturals. Callum trailed off and shook his head. I mean, they've teamed up with other supernaturals for forever, Lucy pointed out. That's what Gar is anyway, right? Point, Callum admitted. But this feels different. Enchantments are pretty damn limited if you're not a mage, but fey magic can do more if you can get a hold of it right. I know some people use fey artifacts for stuff, but I don't know how well they affect mages as such. Some of the things they do are just weird, like with how they protected the Connors. Lucy shrugged and Callum nodded. He still wasn't sure how the Fey King had managed to affect the whole of Gar. That was some world-changing power. But then again, the Connors were inside Farachar's land and he'd already seen that Fey Kings had serious power there. He didn't like the idea of what Fey-empowered vampires might be able to do. Right, well, where are we going to be looking for this storybook vampire? He asked. You're gonna laugh, Lucy warned. Lay it on me. Tijuana, she said. He laughed. Okay, that is pretty funny, Callum admitted. Hard-partying vampire fae. They may not even need their glamours, Lucy agreed. Makes me wonder what the shifter pack was doing out that way, but I guess they're not one of Chester's, so whatever. She waved it away. There's probably vampires in all the West Coast cities, but if we're looking for fae, you should be able to find them, right? Maybe, Callum said. I mean, the enclaves are kind of obvious, but if it's over the whole city, it might well be the same problem as hunting vampires in general. I don't suppose they've got any more precise a location than a huge city. Not so much. Here, check the email, Lucy said, holding out her phone. Callum took it with telekinesis and looked over the message. What Lucy hadn't mentioned was how careful the wording was in the email to the ghost, as if the author was afraid he was going to offend Callum by being disrespectful. Verbal circumlocutions aside, the meat of the message was clear enough. The Sonora Pack, as they called themselves, were trying to push over to Baja California, and in doing so they'd stopped by Tijuana. The sighting in question was on the outskirts of the city, and reading between the lines, someone had stumbled across a vampire trail and tracked it down to start a fight, which seemed a poor decision from his point of view, because it was the vamp's home turf, and they'd have all the advantages. Regardless of how questionable the choices had been, it had still led to the sighting. Once they put Alexander down for a nap, they headed down to the war room to start moving a drone in that direction. Given his slowly increasing finesse with the Alcubierre magic, it really didn't take more than an hour or so to get a remote into the area. He'd never been to the area in his prior life as an architectural consultant, and looking at the video feed from the air, he didn't think he'd been missing much. His mental picture of a Mexican town was shaped by westerns and historical studies, but Tijuana was just another boring modern city. He had to get surprisingly close to get a hint of the Fey enclave. The subtlety of it reminded him of the Fey he'd tracked down over in India, though he knew that didn't mean they were directly connected. Still, he suspected. The enclaves in Florida and Colorado and even in Paris were all fairly obvious, almost flaunting their existence. They weren't trying to hide, at least not from other supernaturals. The Tijuana enclave was definitely trying to be circumspect. Callum wouldn't have been surprised if they were completely off the books, hiding even from Gar. Though considering Gar's diminished capacity, he wondered if there was a point to that. Admittedly, they were definitely enforcing their rules within Gar, and a lone enclave was probably easier to make an example of than either Callum or the American Alliance. You think maybe we should capture someone to explain what's going on here? Callum wondered aloud. I mean, that'd be awesome, but do you think you can? Lucy asked. No, I don't, Callum sighed. Tazen has a bunch of stuff for imprisoning supernaturals and it all looks really specialized, and he still backs it up with guards. I guess I could try tossing someone in an enclosed cave. A vampire isn't going to be able to get out of that, even if they can turn into bats. But only if there's an opportunity. Sure, Lucy agreed. Safety first, also finding them first. Yeah, Callum agreed. Might be a while. The enclave was spread out over a huge area, spilling over the border into California, and he had doubts that he'd find his target at the exact center. If they were trying to be subtle, they'd avoid that issue exactly because it was so obvious. In a normal Fey enclave, he would have used the wooden ball, but Tijuana was full of the usual hustle and bustle of a city. It was busy enough that the drone wouldn't stand out, and besides which there was already mage activity there to mask anything he did. It wasn't a full network like in Miami, but it was clear that the Fey vamps weren't the only game in town. Or maybe, he said, musing to Lucy, maybe there's already a Fey presence here and the vamp types are hiding in it. Let me double-check, but I don't think Gar has one registered there. She took a moment off from working the cameras to dig through her database connection. Despite the clear move away from using the electronics from Gar, they hadn't yet found Lucy's tap, nor had they purged the extant databases. Callum figured that was because most of what was in those databases was harmless and useless, except for Gar's internal bureaucracy, especially the parts that collected money. While she was busy, Callum poked around the city, finding a few neighborhoods where there were mages about but no Gar office as such. Either the teleporter was like the hidden ones he'd seen, a single pad for discreet use, or the office had gotten shut down when Gar had to scale back. He didn't see any shifters, which made sense, but he did run across traces of something that he was pretty sure was a dragon-blooded. So far the only one of those he'd met was Shahi, but he knew that there were others, if not many. For better or for worse, he couldn't find an actual dragon-blooded, just traces of magic that looked like theirs. It certainly didn't look like Fey or human. Okay, there's a lot of entries for Tijuana, Lucy said, sounding surprised. More than I thought. But not a Fey king or anything. Have an address for a vampire nest, but I bet it's outdated. Might as well start there, Callum said, and Lucy navigated the drone to the block in question. As expected, there weren't any supernaturals there, but there were remnants of wards in the walls where someone had missed stripping out all of the enchantment metal, resources he promptly took for himself. If nothing else, a normal private detective could probably find out who had rented it and where they'd gone, assuming that the vampires hadn't just brainwashed someone and hijacked the building. He started spiraling outward from the old address, something that took a lot of time and was the reason why he didn't just skim over every city that crossed his path. Despite the scale of his perceptions, there was just so much that he'd be doing it every waking hour if he expected to get anywhere. Lucy left to go check on Alex, and Callum followed to help after a moment since he didn't actually need to be in the war room. It was lunch by the time something supernatural crossed his senses, and he paused in the middle of assembling his sandwich. Lucy was scowling at him because he was adding pickles, and for some reason she thought pickles on a sandwich was a travesty. When he stopped, she actually brightened for a moment before he shook his head at her. "Got something," he said, finishing the sandwich and taking a bite. Lucy made a face at the crunch the pickle made. "We'll see if it goes anywhere," he added, after he chewed and swallowed. "If it does, at least wait until Alex is finished," Lucy said, bouncing their son before settling him in the high chair to feed him. By now he'd been up for a few hours while Callum had worked. They'd had to work their hours around his. "Your father has very weird food tastes," she added, speaking directly to Alex. "You'd better not have inherited those." "What's wrong with pickles?" Callum asked in exasperation. "What isn't wrong with pickles?" Lucy answered, sticking her tongue out. Alexander giggled. Callum rolled his eyes and kept teleporting the drone in pursuit of the speedster, who was actually flying. It had a small pair of butterfly wings keeping it impossibly aloft, though considering it was only 3 feet tall to begin with, it wasn't as silly as it might have been. It wasn't quite as straightforward as leading Callum right to the vampires, but the winged fae seemed to be some kind of messenger. It went from group to group of supernaturals, something that Callum considered to be rather indiscreet, but after the third stop, he was more than happy to just follow it around. Even if it didn't bring him directly to what he was searching for, it gave him a short list of supernatural concentrations. The tracking paid off at the 9th stop, where there were a number of supernaturals resting in interior bedrooms. It only took a moment of study to determine they were vampires, given how familiar Callum was with their vis and their general physical proportions. The question was whether any of them were actually fae, or if some aspect of fae magic had altered normal vampires. Just because he'd found a nest didn't mean he'd located the source of what had been reported. "Right, marking this one," Callum said, and left a drone there while he continued following the messenger with one of the others. Part of him was surprised that the drone hadn't been noticed, though given that he was teleporting it from rooftop to rooftop several 100 feet away from the little flying fairy, it would be difficult to tell even with super senses. Whoever was in charge of the enclave probably realized there was magic about, but relative to all the residue kicked up by Mage bubbles and whatever active spells were going on, his teleports were barely there. "You think there's more than one?" Lucy asked, taking down notes while Alexander played with blocks. "I mean, generally different nests don't play well together." "Yeah, but if there's fae involved, who knows how many rules are being broken," Callum said. "Just want to see if there's anything else obviously off." He rubbed at his face. It was entirely possible that the vampire nest were not the only ones who needed to be dealt with, but sorting out normal, innocent supernaturals living their lives from those who were preying on people was difficult enough. Some of them might well be part of mundane crime to begin with, and that was a knot he didn't even know how to start untangling. The little fae seemed to have finished its route a few stops later, and while Callum was suspicious of pretty much every set of supernaturals that the messenger had visited, none of them had been doing anything obviously terrible. Not even the vampires, though Callum simply marked that down to them being inactive during the day. If he was being fair, most supernaturals didn't seem to be particularly evil. Vampires fed on people, and so were monsters absolutely, but it seemed to be the minority of fae who decided to go the monster route. Most of them wanted to be minor pranksters or fairy godparents or whatever harmless role they were acting out. There were probably some nasty shifter packs outside the American alliance, but Chester had stomped on things pretty firmly, so there was less to worry about on that score. Despite knowing that, he still felt like any supernatural he ran across might be doing something terrible just out of sight. Lacking any actual evidence, however, he returned his attention to the vampire nest. There were 15 vampires, which was actually on the large side for a nest so far as he'd found, but if one of them was actually a fae, he couldn't tell the difference. Not with them inactive, and with the lake of fae mana that every enclave had muddying the metaphorical waters. He would bet that the vampire disguise wouldn't extend to Mordite vulnerability, though, so if one was unusually resistant to his bullets, that would mark them. "Okay, let's go downstairs so I can check the weapons and get this done." Barring actual emergencies, he wasn't going to perform any carnage anywhere but the war room, which was meant for that kind of thing. He had to separate the activities of the ghost from his normal life or he'd go crazy. "I'll hang around outside," Lucy said, picking up Alexander. "It isn't nap time for a while." Callum nodded. There wouldn't be anything to see, since the drone with its cameras would be parked 100 yards away or more from the building, but neither of them felt it was appropriate to bring Alex into the war room. Hopefully, by the time he was older and trying to get into places of his own accord, the war room wouldn't be needed. They trooped down the stairs and Callum stepped into the war room. By now it looked like some sort of CEO's meeting room, with one wall covered in monitors and another with the magical tile arrays that Lucy had put together. There were 2 desks with peripherals, and the servers that powered all the electronics hummed in the corner, plus a closet with some emergency supplies of one sort and a refrigerator with emergency supplies of another. He put the glass he'd carried with him on the desk while he started checking over the shotguns. He cleaned them after every use, and with the cave mostly covered in concrete there wasn't that much moisture, but it was better to make sure they were functional first. He made sure they cycled properly with Lucy's homebrew remotes, replaced the batteries in one, then opened a few small portals to load them up and focused on the building. As usual, there were wards, but at this point, he barely noticed anything that wasn't a full jammer defense. It probably was unlikely that there'd be wards at the same fidelity as his threads anytime soon, both because nobody else operated at that scale, and because threads that thin were so fragile. In the absence of an active mage, the building was pretty much defenseless. The thralls definitely didn't have any chance in stopping him. "Right, starting," he said absently, focusing on stretching out his vis threads and forming the portals. As usual, he went with 4 at a time, so as to not overstrain his ability to multitask just in case something unexpected came up. The portals snapped open, he pressed the remote and the shotguns triggered, and then everything went sideways. The wards that he'd bypassed so easily flared, seemingly tripped by the formation of the portals. Instead of trying to throw up a shield or triggering an alarm, it sent out a huge magical pulse that he'd never seen before. He barely had time to parse that when the pulse latched on to his vis threads, racing up through his connections, through the nexus, and into him. Fireworks exploded behind his eyes. Lucy leaned against the door jamb, making faces at Alex even though she should probably be letting him play with something more substantive. She just felt like she needed to hold on to him at the moment, reassuring herself while Callum was dealing with more horrible vampires. When she had been in Gar, she'd merely disliked them, but being confronted by what they were doing, constantly, she had gotten closer to Callum's visceral murderous reaction. She was still glad she wasn't doing it herself. Shooting guns was exciting and working on the automatic firing mechanisms had been fun, but there was a huge gap between that and actually using them. Seeing how Callum's face went cold and hard when he had to deal with monsters, she didn't want to. Even so, she wasn't going to leave him alone to deal with it on his own. Her worries in that direction were vague and unarticulated, but she didn't want the man she married to change. She was his conscience and his sense of fun, and after the massive mistake with Constance, it was even more clear that he needed her for both things. So she stayed. Suddenly he made a garbled noise and she glanced in to see him toppling out of his chair. Panic seized her chest and she just stared for a moment, before Alex made a cry of displeasure at her holding him too tightly. Then she caught up to herself and rushed over, grabbing at him and trying to hold him steady as he slumped down onto the floor. "Callum! Callum!" The only response was a shallow and gurgling wheeze of breath. Drops of blood oozed out from beneath his eyelids and Lucy nearly screamed. Alexander started crying, and she held him with one hand as she fumbled for her phone with the other, nearly dropping it before she managed to punch the 3-digit panic code that would alert both Gale and Chester. There wasn't time to try and calm Alex. She just held on to him the best she could while trying to drag Callum out to the teleport pad. While he wasn't actually a big man and she had been exercising at his insistence, his limp body was still astoundingly heavy. Come on," she repeated. uselessly and nonsensically as she hauled on his arm, sliding him across the rug with a strength born of adrenaline. Her world narrowed to the distance between the office door and the teleport, which was suddenly way too far. She grunted and cursed and promised she would hit the gym harder, digging in her heels and pulling. The seconds passed like years, but after another few tugs she got him onto the teleport pad. Then she slapped the button labeled Chester's. They had tested the link thoroughly, because there was no point in having an escape route that didn't work. Still, it was mechanically activated rather than electronic, and the long moment between button press and action nearly had her crying. The electric motor whirred, and then suddenly they were elsewhere. If anyone other than Callum had made the teleports, it wouldn't have worked, not with a mage's natural resistance to teleports, and they'd have to change to portals when Alex got bigger. But she was really glad that it worked this time. There were already a pair of shifters waiting when they appeared on the pad, credit to Chester's people, both of them in war form and armed to the teeth. Even as an 8-foot wolf person, Lucy recognized Jenna, who was also a licensed nurse, as she jumped forward to pick up Callum. "What happened?" the other shifter asked over Alex's crying. Someone Lucy didn't know offhand, but she answered anyway. "He was taking care of some vampires and just collapsed." Lucy bounced Alex and made soothing noises, trying to get him to calm down. "There might have been some fae around, but nothing powerful, so I don't know what it might have been." Jenna put Callum on the couch and cocked her ears, studying him, before going to the closet with blurred speed and pulling out an oxygen kit. The valve hissed as she slapped it over his face. Then she went to dig out more medical supplies from the closet. "Where's Gail?" Lucy asked. She knew it was unreasonable, but her husband was dying. Even with teleports, people moved only so quickly, but she wasn't willing to wait. Even though she knew the only reason the shifters were there was that they did move at superhuman speed. Then she saw Jenna's expression and took a breath to try to steady herself. "I mean to say, how is he?" "Bad," Jenna said bluntly. "Full hospital wouldn't do much for long." Lucy winced, feeling like someone had stuck a knife in her heart, but that was how shifters worked. They wouldn't sugarcoat something so important. "Maybe like that rot thing Raviv did," Lucy hazarded. "Damn it, we can't deal with fae at all, can we?" "I don't smell any fae magic on him," Jenna said. Lucy frowned, but before she could reply she felt the other teleporter turn on. While she still couldn't see magic as such, she could feel it going on nearby, and she turned to see Gale blink into existence on the pad, along with someone she didn't recognize. He was an older mage, severe-looking, and while he looked vaguely familiar, she couldn't place him. "What?" Gale started to say, then saw Callum on the couch and rushed over to him. Her chaperone followed at a more leisurely pace, eyes flicking over the room in a way that raised Lucy's hackles. She stepped back toward the other shifter guard, almost bumping into him, holding Alexander protectively. But the mage stopped in the middle of the room and glanced Lucy's way. "What happened?" he inquired. "I don't know," Lucy said, after a moment of silence. "He was just taking care of some vampires and fell over." "It's negative healing," Gale said, one hand on Callum's forehead and the other on his chest. "Honestly, not much of it, but it doesn't take much." "But how? He said there wasn't even a mage there," Lucy said with a frown. They still hadn't told everyone of the exact nature of Callum's senses, but by this point most people had figured out the general idea. Which might mean that someone had figured out how to dodge Callum's senses, but it didn't seem likely to her. Even if they had, targeting him was not easy. "I don't know," Gale said crossly, doing whatever it was that healing mages did. "There were programs in place to create defenses against him when I left Gar," the other mage said. "But they hadn't amounted to anything at that point." "Who are you, anyway?" Lucy asked, knowing she was being a little rude but not really caring much. The man raised his eyebrows at her and then turned to face her fully and gave her an odd little bow, like someone who was raised in one of the classical mage houses. "Archmage Tazen, at your service, Mrs. Wells," he said. "Oh," Lucy said. Alex protested as she squeezed him a little tighter. It was no wonder that his presence made her feel weird, and no wonder he looked familiar. Callum had worked with Tazen a bit, so she should have remembered who he was, but Lucy still associated him with her captivity at the BSC compound. "At ease," Tazen said. "I am here to safeguard Ms. Hargreave, and because I well know how slippery Mr. Wells is. If he has run into something he can't handle, it's something I need to worry about too." Ah, she knew that made sense, but it was hard to focus, instead looking over to where Gale was doing whatever healer mages did. Jenna stood there, holding a box of wipes and syringes and bandages, but wasn't using any of them while Gale was at work. "How is he?" "He'll be okay, Lucy," Gale said with a reassuring smile, and Lucy almost slumped to the floor with relief. It was like a massive weight had suddenly lifted from her chest. "Lucky you got him here so fast." It wasn't very targeted negative healing, but that just means that there was damage everywhere. She glanced up at Jenna. "If you have a saline drip that will actually help." Jenna nodded and moved to pull more stuff out of the closet, which was apparently a lot better stocked than Lucy had imagined, but Lucy still felt uneasy. Not that she'd seen any major healings, but she thought it was supposed to be fast and didn't require any outside help. She didn't really suspect Gale of anything, but that didn't mean she liked it. Tazen noticed. "Gale has been using a slightly different approach to reduce long-term consequences of substantial healing," Tazen informed her. Gale glanced back at them and caught Lucy's eye, nodded, and then turned back to Callum. "A shock heal can result in vis weakness for some time, depending on how badly off the person is." "Oh, okay," Lucy said, glad there was some real explanation. She shifted Alex slightly and wrinkled her nose. "How long is it going to be until he wakes up?" "Another 10 minutes at least," Gale replied. "I want to clear the blood out of his lungs first and make sure there's no neural bruising." Lucy shuddered. "Yes, please," she said, and turned her attention back to Alex, who was still unhappy. Not that she blamed him. She wasn't happy either, but at the same time, extremely glad about all the precautions they'd put in place. At the time, she just thought it would be for Alex, since young children had mysterious health problems all the time. But if they hadn't made sure that everyone could use it under every circumstance, her husband might well be dead. She watched Gale fuss over Callum for a few minutes, rocking Alex and making soothing noises until he stopped crying. Part of her was actually glad to have something to focus on, rather than just staring at Callum's body on the couch. Even if he was supposedly fine, there was still blood dribbling out of his nose and eyes and ears, most of it already starting to dry. And while his breathing was getting steadily better, it had sounded too shallow and liquid for far too long. The other shifter, whose name Lucy still didn't know, vanished out of the room and returned with a baby bag full of supplies. She gave him a grateful look and dug out some toys while she kept half her attention on the couch. Jenna opened some disinfectant wipes to get rid of the blood on Callum's face, though the clothes were going to need more attention when they got home. She found her brain hiccuping back and forth between stupid petty details like that. The fact that Callum had almost died, and the fact that he hadn't died. Lucy hated how scattered she was, since that was the exact opposite of how she wanted to behave in an emergency. Though she supposed the emergency was over, but still, the adrenaline crash left her feeling awful. "Going to bring him around," Gale called, removing the saline drip, and the two shifters backed away from the couch even as Lucy hurried over. After a beat, Tazen joined the shifters at a reasonable distance, so it was just Gale, Lucy, and Alex. The healer mage tapped Callum's forehead and his eyes snapped open. She felt the familiar sensation of his magic wrapping around her, and she was half surprised. He didn't immediately teleport them away. Instead, he glanced over the room and reached out to take Lucy's hand as he shifted himself upright. "I imagine I need to thank you for your services, Gale," he said. He was in full ghost mode, to judge from the non-expression on his face. That was not pleasant. "I imagine not," Gale said. "You got hit by an unstructured blast of negative healing somehow." "Ah," he grimaced. "There was a booby trap in the vampire nest. I got past their wards just fine, but they seem to have been tuned to detect spatial magic. Or just human magic in general. There weren't any mages in the building." His eyes flicked to Tazen. "It seemed to be a combined Fey-vampire effort, but that part was human enchantment. It went off, latched onto my vis, and you know the rest." "Understood," Tazen said grimly. "If that becomes common, we are going to have serious issues." "Wouldn't that just kill whoever's inside the building?" Gale wondered aloud. "I don't know," Callum said, even if the question wasn't really directed at him. "That level of enchanting is beyond my expertise." "Wait, if it's negative healing enchantment, doesn't that mean they have negative healing people making it?" Lucy said. "There aren't all that many of those around." "I'm not sure my house has been tracking all of House Fane's former assets, but even if they supplied their services to the Guild of Enchanting, that doesn't change the problem." Tazen sighed. "I'll speak with the GOE, but there's no telling how many of these are out there already. In the meantime, we're not going to be doing any more vigilante work," Lucy said, ready to insist on it. "We can't have something like this happen again. It might be worse next time." "No, I agree," Callum said. "We need a different approach." Chapter 14 Goals. Magical healing was strange. Callum thoroughly appreciated it, considering how close he had been to death, but it felt almost too easy. It turned a serious mistake and crippling injury into an ephemeral dream, and voided the weight of what had happened. Callum was still taking it to heart, the discomfort at not being discomforted enough to make him restless. "We have to finish the job," he said, glancing at the clock in the room at Chester's compound. Gale and Tazen hadn't left yet, but they were being entertained by Chester at the main house. "I know we said no more vigilante work, but if we let on that this is enough to stop me, it's going to have nasty consequences." "Only if you can do it safely," Lucy said. "Can you?" "There's a reason we got another antimaterial rifle," Callum said darkly, reaching through the gut portal to check on the status of said weapon. A quick teleport loaded it, and he was ready to use it. "It's not as good as my usual approach, but with those thin walls, I can go right through." "Well, we're staying here until you're done just in case," Lucy said. Callum nodded agreement. There was no need to put his vis anywhere near the building. His perceptions worked just fine to aim the rifle and shoot some 50 caliber Bane bullets through the walls. He didn't have many of those, but they were absolutely lethal. Unfortunately, some vampires had left while he was incapacitated, but not all of them. There were still 4 left, and a moment's work with Lucy's remote was all he needed to put a high-caliber bullet through each one. Then he switched to cheaper ammunition and hammered the hell out of the booby-trapped ward box. He didn't trust that the box was the sole source of the issue, though, so he swept his perceptions over the building to find any trace of enchantment and shot what he found. The buildings hadn't been warded against something like the rifle, which was fortunate, but he expected next time someone would think of that. He knew mages could make bulletproof shields, even if he imagined doing that for something the size of a building was prohibitive. Once he was certain there were no more active enchantments, He reached in and teleported out the remains of the ward box. It appeared in front of him, full of holes and broken in several places from the impacts. Whatever part of it had held the booby trap enchantment was unrecognizable, at least to his eyes. "You really did a number on that," Lucy said, eyeing it warily. "Yeah, I guess I might as well hand it off to Tazen before we go home. Maybe he'll figure out something useful, but I think I'm going to have to move past being a vigilante. Figure out some way to solve the whole thing." "Fixing the vampire problem's a big-ticket item," Lucy said. "I dunno how to even start." She sighed and bounced Alex a bit. "Has to be something that doesn't wind up like this, though." "Yeah," Callum said, standing up. He still felt odd that he didn't feel bad. "Come on, let's go deliver this and then go home." Despite his words, it was some time before they escaped back to their house, leaving the ruined ward box with Tazen, along with the location of the building. Ironically, Callum's attack wasn't even something he needed to worry about cleaning up. Bullet holes were perfectly explainable, but finally they returned and had time to actually relax. "There's a few things to deal with," Callum said later, when Alex was napping and he and Lucy had grabbed some lunch. "One is the Fey-Vamp connection. We still don't know enough about that, and for all we know it was designed to draw my attention. That booby trap was certainly directed at me." "Yeah, and whoever set that up has got to go," Lucy agreed, a shadow crossing her face as she reached out to grab his hand. "But we have to be more careful, right? It doesn't matter who did it if you run across one again, only worse." "Absolutely." Callum passed a hand over his face. "I think I may have to ask Tazen about that one. He's probably looking at it anyway, but neither you nor I are really equipped to do real detective work." "Yeah," Lucy wrinkled her nose. "My Gar tap is getting less and less useful." "We got more out of it than I figured," Callum said. "Much as I wish everyone in Gar was stupid, they aren't completely." "I don't know I'd go that far," Lucy said, wrinkling her nose. Callum snorted. Lucy's opinion of her former employers seemed to have dropped over time. "Either way, it's not our specialty, so there's that." Callum waved it aside. "The other thing is the vampires themselves. Their access to Earth in the first place." "Thinking of going after the Night Lands portal somehow?" Lucy asked, taking a bite of her pickle-free sandwich. "Yeah, but that's hardly going to be enough, is it? There's still teleport and portal links that would connect the Night Lands to Earth. I have to really sever ties, natural and artificial." He tapped his fingers against the side of his glass tumbler, chewing it over. "Which means having to engage with all those houses over on the other side of the portal, somehow. Also, what would happen if a bunch of vampires were stuck on Earth?" Lucy pointed out. "Assuming closing the portal even did anything for that." "Yeah, it might not have any immediate effect, and if it does, giving a lot of vamps absolutely nothing to lose could end badly." He shook his head. "This has all kinds of strategic-level implications, if I can do it in the first place." "Not like you can exactly practice," Lucy said. "Not with existing ones," Callum agreed. Lucy raised her eyebrows and took another bite of sandwich. I know," he said to her unspoken comment. "I'm going to have to buckle down and do some real experimenting." Despite having a moon nexus, he hadn't really been using it to its full effect. There wasn't a great excuse for it, though he had some minor ones. The space drones lost their enchantment integrity far quicker than ones on Earth, even with the mana insulation that he'd put together. He had only vague thoughts on how to make a proper dimension-piercing portal, so even starting was difficult to get a grip on. But simply being difficult was not a reason. "Since other activities are off the table anyway," Lucy agreed. "I tell you what, though, any experimenting ought to be done next to the teleporter." which really ought to be closer to the war room, now that I think about it. Yeah, Callum agreed. I'll put in some work and make it into a proper panic room. I should have done that before, now that I think about it. He rubbed at his eyes, thinking. Until that's finished, I'll keep the experimentation for when we're at Chester's place, when we bring Alex over. He grimaced. It's like the Nexus doesn't even matter if things can get to me that way. Just a few things, Lucy disagreed. It's not even possible to stumble across the Nexus by accident, or use it to break through to us. Heh, I'd like to see them try. Callum nearly smirked. It was possible that someone might link one of the gun portals up to the cave cache, but he cleaned up on the cache end even when it wasn't quite as easy or possible on the other side. The anchors, on the other hand, were more or less permanent, and thus vulnerable to being compromised. He almost hoped someone did, just so they found themselves exposed to vacuum. After a moment of contemplating paying the booby trap that had caught him forward, he sobered. Unfortunately, this project is going to have to be kept under wraps until we're about ready to execute it. Not that I don't trust Chester, but the rest of the Alliance is leakier than a sieve. Anything that was meant for the Alliance's information was as good as public. There'd been a number of attempts to compromise the proxy emails that Lucy was using, for all the good that would do anyone. Even if people tracked it down, it'd be a little server box in a random office in Estonia or the like. They'd change the location after each attempt that Lucy had logged, even if nobody had found the physical box. After running into the booby trap, though, he wasn't sure about even leaving it up. They were reclusive, but not inaccessible, and that might need to change to be safe. Something that was at odds with regular visits to Chester's compound. But he couldn't think of any way to make an emergency link work without some kind of connection. Gotta get to it then, Lucy said, picking up her plate to take it to the dishwasher. Alex has a playdate this afternoon. Callum pursed his lips. Despite having been married to Lucy for almost 2 years, he still wasn't quite used to her springing plans on him. It was quite different from his first wife, who had been very much a creature of habit. Lucy wasn't committing him to anything terribly important, but it always felt jarring to have his time spoken for. They were still getting used to each other, and he was sure his disinterest in going out and doing things through Lucy on occasion. Just one of the things people had to get used to when they were living together. Okay, he said after a moment. Let me go dig up my notes. He also hadn't adjusted to the fact that, at least for the moment, some of his research was relegated to when he was somewhere else, a place that people could get to in emergencies. That's the spirit, Lucy grinned. He teleported his plate and cup into the dishwasher and stood up, giving her a hug and a kiss before he went to his own office, though it was more just a corner screened off from the living room, to pull up the renderings and handwritten notes he'd made on the dimensional portals. So far, he'd studied every portal save for the one that led to Fairy. That one was deep inside a fairy enclave over in Germany, and even with the stealth ball he wasn't confident in getting too close to it. Especially after the booby trap. 5 different dimensional portals was quite a lot to reference anyway, especially since they were all different. Aside from the dragon portal, all the others seemed to have been created from the portal world side. The Night Lands had its own native spatial distortions. Mictlan had mana-energized obsidian and a weird non-Euclidean environment. The Deep Wilds had its portal inside one of the massive, physics-defying trees, where silvery amber had formed a perfect circle. The mechanism for Portal World 5 wasn't actually clear, but the tangled mess of mana was very clearly not something a person would make. One major conclusion that he'd drawn was that the inefficiencies and idiosyncrasies mattered. There had to be something that made a portal connect to one place and not another, and while that thing was obvious for normal portals, it had to be intrinsic to the mana or vis structure for dimensional portals. It also made sense that the portals came to Earth from the other side. On Earth, magic needed to be spatial vis to make a portal, but in portal worlds other rules could apply. Portal worlds were liminal realms. They weren't full universes with consistent laws of physics. That was most obvious in the Night Lands, where the world simply stopped 100 miles away from Weltentor. But the infinite cliff of the Dragonlands or the unfathomable depths of Portal World 5 didn't make any real sense. When he put a drone high into the air in the deep wilds, he hadn't found a normal atmosphere. Instead, the sun had blurred into a cloud layer, and another layer of greenery became visible above, as if the entire thing was some inside-out hollow earth. The Dragonland's portal was really the only evidence it was possible to punch through to a portal world from Earth. At least, so Callum assumed. Even Shahi didn't know which side it had been formed on, and of course Callum couldn't ask Duval, who was the only one likely to know. It was just something he'd have to experiment with. Callum made sure everything was copied over to his laptop, then slid it into his back along with his notebooks before slinging it over his shoulder. It wasn't like it would have been an issue if he'd forgotten something. He only needed a thought to move between home and Chester's compound, but he still had a lot of habits from before a time where he was a thought away from a dozen places at once. "All right, Lucy," he called, and carried Alex over to stand next to him. He reached through to Nexus to the anchor parked at Chester's compound and opened a portal. The so-called playdate was really an excuse for a bunch of Chester's pack to get together and chat. In a way, it was a bit like daycare, but everyone was involved. The shifters acted more like a big extended family than any kind of hierarchy. Even though Callum wasn't like Lucy, on friendly terms with everyone, the general atmosphere was far more relaxed. It was how he reminded himself how to talk with people normally. They walked into the nursery building, and he spent a few minutes greeting the other parents, though it was really Lucy who did most of the networking. He even spotted Clara there, looking after a younger cousin, and spent a little bit of time talking with the girl and the other Wynut residents who were there. Apparently she even had a boyfriend, though he hadn't come along, which seemed weird to him, but time passed for everyone, and people lived their own lives. Once he'd gotten more settled, he staked out a corner table and set up his laptop and notebooks, then located one of the space drones sitting in the basement back at the bunker. He sneaked a vis thread through the mana containment, a hole that he'd specifically added into the design, and teleported the drone out to the moon. A quick Alcubierre jaunt upward left it hanging a few 100 miles above the surface of the moon, which was close enough to deep space for experimentation. He made very small test portals inside the bubble of the mana confinement, mostly not getting anywhere. Which was fine. He hadn't been expecting much for his first tests. The fact that his portal structures didn't so much as stir the space inside them was not very hopeful, but he had dozens of configurations to test. Not to mention brute force and the process of just cramming as much spatial vis into an area as possible. It actually took over a month of testing, on and off between actually living life, before he got the first tiny blip of a possible response. His portal construct was insanely complex, with lots of extra loops in a manner reminiscent of the Dragonland's portal, requiring him to make a few sets of foci just to hold the pieces in place. Crafting the foci was a huge time sink, but a necessary one if he was going to get anywhere. Even with the extra training he'd been undergoing, he didn't have the skill to hold such a complex construct in place. It wasn't so much the number of threads as how precisely he had to hold their relative orientations and movements. There was no way to abstract things like he could with teleportation or the Alcubierre or gravity box. One of the things that slowed down the process was that he had to document every single attempt. That meant building a wireframe render of the threads and tubes every single time, often with vector annotations. Even with the macros and other tools Lucy had made to help him put together the renderings more quickly, it was a tedious process. "Yeah, welcome to engineering," Lucy said with a laugh when he complained. "Nothing simple. Most of the time you're just guessing at most of what you're doing, and if you don't write anything down you're just going to be useless. Have to know what works and what doesn't. At least it's not as bad as it could be, thanks to your programs," Callum said, trying to imagine how someone in a prior age might have possibly recorded the portal structure. Normal portals were a simple torus, and the threads more or less wanted to stay in position. The dimensional portals were still a torus from the broadest scale view, but they had a bunch of nested, braided substructures that put an enormous amount of strain on the system, which was why he couldn't just tweak and fiddle to his heart's content. Especially since drastic changes would require making entirely new foci, which was yet another time and money sink. Not only did holding all that stuff at once drain his vis, but since the actual setup was not entirely stable, it was easy to accidentally collapse when making adjustments. "You know, if you're recording all this stuff, we might be able to use it," Lucy mused. "How do you mean?" Callum poked at the render he was working on, tweaking the fine angles and distances to make sure it was completely accurate. "Well, we can get one of those machine analysis or learning programs," she suggested. "I don't know what works. You don't know what works, but we let a mathematical modeling program crunch down a bunch of models, and we might get some insight on what the bits do. Once you have a working model anyway. Heck, even having working and not working to compare would be good." "Would that even work?" Callum raised his eyebrows at her. That kind of thing was well out of his wheelhouse. "I mean, it does seem to follow rules of structure, but it's still magic. Analysis software shouldn't care. Of course we can't rely on it, but if we're careful about the inputs we give it, we might get something useful out. I mean, you're already doing most of the work with the renders, so we might as well." "Sure, anything that might help," Callum agreed. "Even the tiniest bit of extra insight would be useful." "Awesome. I've always wanted an excuse to mess around with that stuff," Lucy said, and went to get her own laptop. He continued experimenting over the following days, poking around blindly, and when success came, he almost missed it. The change was only slightly noticeable, a shifting of the spatial fabric inside the ring of the prospective portal. For a moment he thought he was imagining it, until he pushed more vis into the construct and the shift grew more pronounced, like a fabric wrinkling. Except it was kind of in reverse, becoming more wrinkled with tension rather than smoothing out. "Ha!" Callum pumped his fist, attracting Lucy's attention. And Alex's too, since he suddenly started toddling over. Lucy followed behind, but let Alex make his own way as she raised her eyebrows at him. "Had a breakthrough, dear." "Well, had a reaction at least. We'll have to compare it to everything else and see if there's something obviously different. Or not obviously different, I suppose." Callum reached down to scoop up his son. "What's up, little guy?" Callum asked, and was treated to the rapid-fire babble only toddlers could manage. "I think we're going to have to think about testing the little guy's magic soon," Lucy said. "Yeah," Callum said. "I'm going to have to hurry things along if we want the world to be normal when he gets a little older." He smiled down at Alex. "Back to work, I suppose." "I hate tracking Faye," Ray groaned. Felicia just laughed, a musical tinkle that set nearby flowers to dancing. Obviously she wasn't put out by the complaint, which of course she took as a compliment. She had been in an excellent mood ever since they'd tracked down what Felicia called a gate of bones in South America. Ray had promptly been sworn to secrecy about the ways. Personally, he wasn't happy about the Fae having a way around the world, and possibly even from fairy to earth, that was completely sideways from normal travel. It was strictly inferior to the teleport network, considering how few terminus points there were, but there was apparently actual space inside and life from Fairy. It was a huge problem for Defensors Mundi, though the only reason Ray agreed to a Fae-backed oath of secrecy was that Tazen already knew that the ways existed. Them being on Earth, however, was news to everyone. Properly controlling them was something only Fae kings could manage, so once it had been found it became Tazen's responsibility, which freed them up to track down a problem of another sort. The Fae that were empowering vampires, or at least purported to be doing so. Ray had already interviewed the shifters that had reported it, and while they certainly weren't lying, that didn't mean much. When it came to Fae, shifter senses weren't exactly reliable. That led them to the western coast of the United States. Felicia hadn't gotten much from the corpses Wells had left behind, but there was a tiny hint that there was someone backing them, and where. Sadly, the cities of the West Coast were vast, sprawling and chock full of supernaturals and mages. Mostly all aligned with Gar. Felicia trailed him along the hillside in the Napa Valley, where he knew there were some Fae. He could hear them, but he couldn't find them. Ironically, they were so deep in an enclave that Felicia's sensitivity to Fae magic wasn't helpful at all. It was everywhere. That or she was enjoying watching him hunt this way, and that through the fairy maze. Close as they were, she still had that little impish twist to her that enjoyed pranks. Fortunately, she also had a sense of proportion that some lacked. Glamoring a mirror to reflect a wild-haired, older version of himself was funny. Trying to genuinely convince someone they'd aged overnight was not. Ray paused to run his senses through the wind again, closing his eyes to focus and turning toward where he heard faint voices and music. It didn't matter that it was directly where he'd just come from. Traversing Fae enclaves was sometimes just like that. With Felicia at his back, he tromped back down the hill, then turned left into a row of grape arbors. Each arbor was larger than the last, rapidly towering like redwoods full of grapes in complete violation of what anyone would see from the outside. But that was par for the course. The actual court for the enclave was under the last and largest arbor, with grapes the size of beach balls dangling from vines as thick as oaks. The light-dappled glen in the midst of an eternal summer didn't seem like the kind of place that would be dealing with creatures of the night, but that very irony was why it was believable. He could hear Felicia straighten up behind him, and knew that she was putting on her professional face to deal with the Fae here. They weren't in DAI suits anymore, but the gunmetal gray tactical uniforms of Defensors Mundi were a good replacement. Before anyone even greeted him, a naked, laughing Fae danced past and pressed a glass of wine into his hand. He handed it off to Felicia, since he sure wasn't about to trust Fae alcohol when he hadn't even been introduced to whoever was running the bacchanal. Even looking for such a personage was difficult, since it seemed every Fae he could see was involved in some kind of drunken revelry without any orchestration from above. "Welcome, Mage," someone exclaimed after he'd stood at the entrance to the bower for a minute or so, and a flower-crowned satyr staggered out of a pile of dead drunk Fae near the center of the court. Despite the obvious inebriation, the Fae still screamed danger to Ray's instincts, though he was pretty sure the one in question wasn't a king just yet. "What brings you to the Eastivus court?" "Prince Finidal," Ray replied with a polite bow. He'd at least been able to find that much out ahead of time. "I'm here on behalf of Defensors Mundi, merely to ask some questions about certain agreements that were made. Perhaps not by your court specifically, but I have reason to suspect a prince of your stature would know who it is." "Oh, and why would we know such things?" Finidal said, tottering closer. "And why don't you introduce me to your beautiful companion?" His drunken walk swayed past Ray somehow as he reached for Felicia. "Stop!" Felicia's order froze not only Finidal, but all the nearby revelers as well as some drifting petals and butterflies that halted midair. Ray was quite certain that she'd become more powerful over the past 2 years. It wasn't just finishing up successful investigations and digging deep into her own story, either. He was pretty sure it was due to the ways opening all over the place, meaning more fairy magic about, but that was just his guess. "I didn't introduce you because she bites," Ray said casually, gripping Finidal's elbow and turning the man around. "You know how it is. Some women are just prickly." Finidal didn't resist as Ray pulled him along for a few steps, only shaking off the command once they were a few feet away. "Yes, yes, I see," Finidal said casually, as if he hadn't been bearded in his own den. "So you had questions about certain agreements." He snapped his fingers and a half-human, half-deer woman pranced over and handed Finidal an amphora of wine. Even if the Fae seemed already mostly drunk, he wasted no time in tilting it back and swallowing a huge quantity of stuff so strong Ray could swear he was getting buzzed from the smell. "Yes. There have been reports of some vampires displaying, shall we say, rather Fae-like traits. The local enclave didn't know anything, but we followed the trail here." Ray wasn't really convinced by the drunken fop act. Even if he wasn't a king, Finidal was a prince and hadn't had anything on his record at all, so he kept his nose clean. "Ah, I do know what you mean," Finidal said agreeably, no doubt convinced more by Felicia's action than Ray's tone. Though after a couple years training with Tazen's people, Ray wasn't a slouch either. His combat foci were updated and refined, and he could have flattened the oversized arbor with tornado winds, or suffocated the court by taking away their air. "What can you tell me about them?" It wasn't necessarily the agreements themselves that were the problem. Defensors Mundi couldn't exactly police deals between different supernatural groups. It was the weirdness of the two cooperating along with the anti-mage trap, something which was not entirely created by the Guild of Enchanting, if the GOE was to be believed. "Oh, it was nothing much. We just had someone come through from the 7 lesser courts," Finidal said airily, as if it were barely worth thinking about, which perhaps it was for him. He had some gatherings and goings-on, and there were comings and goings we weren't really intended to pay attention to. "But you did?" Ray asked, since Finidal clearly wanted him to. Getting information out of Faye required a bit of patience, which amusingly enough Felicia did not have. "Well," Finidal said conspiratorially, "I didn't hear everything, but I do have some names of people who were involved, which I really shouldn't say, but there's really no telling what might come out in a drunken conversation between two people." He took another quaff of the amphora, a swallow that would kill any human. "Care to join me? We think he's somewhere in Central America." Talbot Earl nodded at his superior's words, but he didn't see how much that helped. Teller Janry was at the head of House Janry's efforts to suppress the power of the breakaway factions, but sometimes Talbot thought he was a bit too fixated on the ghost. True, the man was an absolute menace, and showed that he could and would target persons of importance, but he wasn't the political threat the American Alliance or the breakaway houses were. "That is quite the area to search," Gracie Earl observed neutrally. Teller scowled. "Don't be so disingenuous. Of course that's not enough to get anywhere, but considering that he seems to have his own worldwide teleport network, being able to narrow it down even that much is miraculous. Even the DAI's Fae can't really get a read on him. It's mostly mundane analysis at this point." There were some people sitting around the cozy study in House Janry that made faces at that, but they were mostly the types who hadn't been back to Earth in decades, if not longer. Talbot was sure most of them would come around when they saw the surveillance capabilities that mundanes were capable of now, to the point where even glamours were starting to fail at their task. Though not many of them were actually going to Earth, there was plenty to do to keep up relations with the other houses, on Fairy and the other portal worlds. So why bring it up? Gracie asked. I need you to liaison with the local governments and other organizations, Teller told her. They have thousands of people more than we do, and the man is completely off the grid. It's more likely someone will run into him by chance, so we need the numbers on our side. Yes, sir, she said, without that much enthusiasm. Talbot didn't blame her. Dealing with mundanes wasn't the most prestigious assignment, but it needed to be done. Talbot, Teller said, I need you to see if Scalatooth can be persuaded away from the side of the American alliance. The Dragon-Blooded are supposed to be neutral, but that's just the official stance. If they figure out something the Dragon-Blooded want, then there's really no limit to the amount of resources that Scalatooth could provide. Yes, sir, Talbot said, no more enthused by his assignment than Gracie had been. Trying to convince the Dragon-Blooded to do anything was not likely to succeed, and he hated to report failure. Don't push too hard, Teller cautioned. We don't want to push him to active support. Just getting him to reaffirm that he will keep out of things will be enough, under the circumstances. We haven't forgotten that he knows Wells personally, and that might be enough to make him biased. Understood, Talbot said. As soon as the meeting adjourned, he checked his focuses and took the teleporter out of House Janry and to Gar proper. Given the events of the past few years, he didn't need to look up where to find Scalatooth, now Shahi. His involvement in the whole Wells case had put the small town of Tanner firmly on the map. The teleport network still wasn't up to full strength, so he had to actually fly out from one of the big East Coast cities, getting an appreciation for what had become of Earth civilization. It was one thing to visit a city on occasion, and it was another to see the massive ribbons of lit asphalt crossing the countryside. The sheer sprawl of what the mundanes had managed was just bizarre. He did his best not to look too discomfited by the strange surroundings. He didn't really understand why a dragon-blooded would decide to lair in a small town in West Virginia, or why, since he did, he wouldn't spend any effort making it look more pleasing. By Talbot's standards, Tanner was downright dumpy, but compared to the surpassing beauty of Fairy, most places on Earth were. He landed in front of the small, unassuming house that was supposed to be Shahi's, and dropped his glamour. The mana was more comfortable than he'd expected, even if it was thin, but he didn't sense anything that would betray the presence of a dragon-blooded. Talbot frowned into the little black circle that was supposed to be a camera, and looked nothing like the big boxes he remembered. He pushed the doorbell and waited, tapping his foot impatiently until the door opened. Suddenly Talbot could see magic, the distinctive glow of a glamour on top of the rather ordinary-looking man who was waiting at the door. He beckoned Talbot in, and once the door was closed behind him, he dropped the glamour. Shahi was the same short, green-scaled reptile man that Gar had on file, though there was more to him in person. With the glamour gone, he fairly radiated power, more than the file said he was supposed to. Not that Talbot was intending to be rude to a dragon-blooded. This way, Shahi said, leading Talbot down a stairway, where he suddenly could see that the entirety of the basement room seemed to be made of packed-together mana. It wasn't, of course. It was merely wood and stone, but it was impressive nonetheless. He took a seat where Shahi indicated and regarded the dragon-blooded. "Thank you for seeing me," he said, since Shahi didn't seem to be willing to start the conversation. "The Archmage's Council appreciates that dragon-blooded have abided by their agreements for so long with so little difficulty. Would that all our members were so upstanding." "We do try to abide by our agreements," Shahi said mildly. "So you are here on behalf of the Archmage's Council, rather than the Guild of Arcane Regulation." "Gar serves the Council, and under the circumstances, I would hardly say that the dragon-blooded are subject to the oversight of Gar. You don't use the teleports, or the services of any of the departments, so we thought it was better to deal with the principles of the agreement. Admirable, Shahi said, reclining in a chair that could have bought half of House Earl, and waved a finger. A swirl of bright mana and vis condensed in his hand, and another one on the dark wooden table at Talbot's right. Shahi's turned into a snifter of something glowing faintly blue, while Talbot's became a large stein of what smelled like beer. Though, as you point out, the dragon-blooded do not exactly need most of the services that Gar offers, so what is it that the Council wants? And what does it offer in return? With the changes to the status quo, the Council doesn't think the current agreements are really applicable, Talbot said, picking up the beer and taking a sip. It was, unsurprisingly, excellent. We are thinking about loosening some of the restrictions dragon-blooded currently labor under, as well as offering some guarantees for territory. That sounds like quite the offer, Shahi said, the corner of his mouth turned up into a sort of smile. But what exactly do you expect us to do? Certainly, you wouldn't be gifting us out of the goodness of your heart. Perhaps not, but it would be for everybody's good, Talbot said, taking out his handkerchief to dab at the foam on his lips. Things on Earth are starting to slip out of control, and the Council believes it is in everyone's interests to bring it back in line. That seems appropriately vague, Shahi said, unimpressed. Talbot frowned. Mundanes could be useful, as Shahi had to know since he had a town full of them. But only when they were given proper direction. Expanding on that was the obvious next step, as was crippling the power base of the new American alliance, which was why someone had been sent to approach Shahi first, and Talbot had been the only one with any prior dealings with a dragon-blooded. Admittedly, not Shahi. It was known that Shahi in particular was at least nominally friendly with the American alliance, so if he could be persuaded to withdraw, that would make things easier in the future. He was also the only dragon-blooded with a permanent address, and the best way to get in contact with the others. The Council is forming a coalition with certain Fae and vampires to reduce the amount of chaos here on Earth and establish a more solid place for our people. After all, Earth is the only place all the races can live, and as the crossroads it's an incredible strategic asset, Talbot said, picking his words with care, which the current difficulties with breakaway groups threaten. So you're asking me if I'm going to stand neutral if you move against the American alliance? Shahi asked, far more bluntly than Talbot would have liked. If not help you outright. My understanding is that you would stand neutral under the current agreements anyway, Talbot said. But there are many shades and varieties of neutral, and as I said, those agreements may be subject to revision anyway. Shahi chuckled, draining his glowing drink and dissolving the glass, as if underscoring the power he held. Hardly necessary, considering the intense energy that saturated the well-appointed room. Then he clasped his hands together and regarded Talbot. I appreciate the offer, but I have my own interests. Dragon-blooded have more reasons for being neutral than simply the agreements we made when we came through the portal. Shahi shook his head. There are only a few things that might make us reconsider, but unless you can make Archmage Duval work for us, it is unlikely. Talbot scowled. He didn't actually represent the full council, only a portion of it that was working in concert with their Fae allies. Duval was not part of that coalition, especially not after a rather hasty attempt to bring her under control. The shutdown of the teleportation network had been rather inconvenient, and she hadn't at all tried to make amends. Nor was there much way for the coalition to put pressure on her, given her monopoly, though there were efforts to break that monopoly that had yet to bear fruit. Very well, he said. There had been strict instructions not to press, and besides, declared neutrality was almost good enough anyway. Thank you for your time. It's good to know what my fellows are thinking, Shahi agreed. If anything changes, I will be sure to get in touch. Chapter 15, Progress. I need a break. Callum rubbed at his eyes, seeing wireframes and labels whenever he blinked. You do this stuff for fun. It's worse than doing building layouts. Lucy laughed. They had sort of swapped jobs, or at least hobbies. He was the one bent over a computer while Lucy was potting plants, hibiscus and bromeliads to brighten up the porch and decorate the room. Alex was even helping, inasmuch as an almost 2-year-old could. Enough time had passed that they were trying for a second one, but things would happen as they did. It does take a bit of getting used to, Lucy admitted. Though it's easier when you're indoors. Glare does not help with the eye strain. But it's so nice out, Callum objected. Mexico didn't really have late fall as such, but it was pleasant enough that he liked being outside when he worked. Then you just brought it on yourself, Lucy said mercilessly. Yeah, Callum replied, slipping out of the chair and going over to join his wife and son. I hope your machine learning stuff works because I don't even know what to look for. Well, I can't guarantee it'll help, but it won't hurt, Lucy said. Callum had managed to barely eke out an opening with the small dimensional portal experiments he'd been doing. Each one took enough juice that he couldn't do more than 1 or 2 attempts a day, and those attempts were not particularly fruitful. On the few occasions he managed to create a full opening, they'd collapsed again before Callum had managed to glimpse anything on the other side. His guess, solely based on gut instinct, was that whatever he was connecting to was just too alien. Something like Mictlan, only more so. It wasn't the same one every time, either, because unless he duplicated every last detail of the construct perfectly, it acted slightly differently. He actually hadn't been able to manage that kind of reproduction until the 3rd or 4th time he'd recorded one, due to just entering some fraction of an angle wrong. Occasionally some puff of gas escaped from the pinhole-sized portals, so perhaps 1/4 of the portals he'd opened were in an atmosphere. The rest were either vacuum or something solid, and if they were vacuum, that would explain why nobody tended to open dimensional holes on Earth. Most mages wouldn't have the option of operating at the remove Callum could manage, and if they were making person-sized portals, then the results would be unpleasant. He wasn't up into the hundreds that a good machine learning program needed, but there was enough to start doing fancy topological analysis on them. He was hoping to get some idea about the similarities and differences, the patterns and randomness that contributed to weather and where it would open. At this rate, it's going to be a very long time before I can fuel the moon base, let alone open something useful for Shahi, Callum grumped, pulling Alex onto his lap. That resulted in his shirt getting almost instantly covered in potting soil as Alexander thrust some unidentifiable plant toward his face, but he hardly minded. It reminded him of why he was spending so much time grinding away at the problem. "What's this, kiddo?" he asked. "Salad," Alex said seriously, and mouthed a piece of leaf before spitting it out. Callum just laughed. "Real lettuce is tastier," Callum said. "We'll get you some in a bit." In the end, he wanted a world that was safe for his wife and his son. One without vampires, or predatory fae, or tyrannical mages. He was under no illusions that he could remove every threat, because the world just didn't work that way. But at the very least he could eliminate ones that should never have existed in the first place. You should at least tell him you've gotten started. Maybe he can loan something to help. Heck, maybe opening these things inside portal worlds is easier, Lucy suggested. Maybe so, Callum admitted. They could probably use the deep wilds for that kind of practice, but if he accidentally spawned a black hole, that would be a problem. He was pretty sure that the dragons could snuff out any potential threat that might happen in the dragon lands, though. Okay, Do we even have contact information for him directly? Or is it through Chester? He literally has a public phone number, Lucy said, shaking her head at him. You know, because he owns a gym. You told me that yourself. Gravity ride, Alexander demanded before Callum could answer. He laughed and slung Alex onto his shoulders, lowering the gravity so they could bounce around. I guess I'm getting old. I completely forgot about that, he said as Alex laughed gleefully. Right, I'll call him in a bit. Once Alex had gotten bored with the low-gravity bounding and wandered off to focus on some toy cars and trucks, Callum pulled up Lucy's VoIP program to put a call through to Shahi's gym. He surprised himself by actually remembering the number by heart, even though it was lifetimes ago that he had to last dial the number. Shahi's Fitness Center, how can I help you? It was Shahi's voice, and knowing what Callum did, he still found it odd that Shahi was just answering phones like an ordinary person. It's me, he said, trusting that Shahi would recognize him in turn. I've made some progress on your request, but it's not quite there yet. I'd like a proper discussion about it when you have the time. Ah, excellent, Shahi said loudly and happily. Monday will do. We can meet at our mutual friend's place. Sure, Callum said. Thanks. The line went dead and he looked over to Lucy, somewhat nonplussed. That was easy. Dragonblooded seem a lot more casual than mages, Lucy agreed. Shahi is anyway. And thank goodness for it, Callum said, leaning over to give Lucy a kiss before turning back to work, glare or not. When Monday rolled around, Callum headed over to Chester's compound. Pragmatically, they had a small second house there, or at least a few dedicated rooms, which felt like an imposition. There was more than enough room in the compound, though, and it wasn't like Callum wasn't earning his keep. Extra teleports and even some early attempts at full portal frames meant that Chester's American Alliance had a lot more flexibility than anyone would expect. While he hadn't specified a time, Shahi showed up in the morning, though it wasn't the Shahi Callum knew. The dragon had made an avatar that looked like he had taken inspiration from cartoons and movies, almost a perfect match for the generic wise old man. Except, of course, with scales and fins rather than skin and hair, though even the scales were somehow a little bit wrinkled. Do you like it? Shahi said, waving a hand to indicate his current form. It seemed appropriate for an advisory role. It's certainly something, Callum agreed, a little amused. He knew Shahi had a certain flair for theatrics, but he hadn't been expecting that. I'd easily believe that you give out quests. I might start doing that, Shahi agreed, like the one I gave you, I'm not so sure that's a quest as such, Callum demurred. Though I don't think I'd have started without your suggestion. So far we've only been getting very small and very temporary portals that self-destruct right away. Still working on that, but I'm thinking it might be a good idea to practice it somewhere other than the vacuum of space. You're making portals in space? Shahi asked, hairless brows raised. Sure, Callum said, realizing that neither he nor Lucy had really discussed their moon nexus with anyone, and it would stay that way, even if he doubted Shahi would spill such a tidbit. Safest that way. But the fabric of space in space, he said, making a face at his own tortured locution. It isn't the same as in a portal world, so I was wondering if we could do some testing in the Dragonlands, where you'd want it put anyway. I'm pretty sure you could deal with anything that might potentially come through. That is not unreasonable, Shahi admitted. I will have to ask the others just to be certain. There isn't a rush, Callum assured him, and it's not like I don't want to figure out how to do it right. Just thought I'd keep you up to date. Well, they've agreed, Shahi said, flashing his teeth in a smug smile. We'll allot a region and you can do your testing there. That was fast, Callum said. Of course, Shahi's real body was off in the dragon lands, and presumably, he wasn't all that far from his fellow dragons. The avatars were a lot like Callum's anchors, and he had to imagine that the dragons realized how powerful that kind of remote presence was. Great, we can take care of that whenever you like. I presume you will be using one of your devices, Shahi asked, and Callum nodded. Then I will have someone waiting at the portal. Works for me, Callum said, and started to sort through the various drones he had scattered around. But Shahi wasn't done. While I'm here, I should tell you that I was recently approached by someone on behalf of, not Gar, but the Archmage's Council, the coalition of houses. They're apparently intending to take more of a hand in things on Earth, do more with other supernaturals. Shahi snorted. They tried to bribe me with loosening the restrictions on the agreements dragon-blooded operate under. It seems they didn't realize those restrictions are just as much for our benefit as theirs. That doesn't seem good, Callum said. He wasn't quite surprised. Since Gar had become weaker, that meant there was a power vacuum that someone would step into. Obviously, what he was seeing from the Fae and the vampires was part of that, but he'd assumed there was more. Any specifics? I guess you've passed this on to Chester already. Seems more his thing than mine. For some reason, the person they sent seemed to be shy about getting into particulars, Shahi said with amusement. Just telling you is skirting the bounds of what I should be doing, but I suspect it's not really news for you anyway. Maybe not, but I appreciate it. It also gave more urgency to Callum's quest to remove the vampires. He had no illusions that he could easily target or even find a bunch of conspiring houses, but he could remove a tool and leave them toothless. Which reminds me, I have something that I wanted to give you, which I'm surprised you didn't ask for before. He reached into the cave cache and pulled out a pair of circles wrought from steel. They were about large enough for someone to pass through and appropriately heavy. He'd put footers at the bottom so they could stand freely, but there were brackets all the way around if Shahi wanted to mount it to something. A portal pair, he explained. Teleporting supernaturals has a lot of problems, so I'm falling back on portals. This thing requires a lot of juice, but I hope you can manage that much. Though I did add a socket for one of those mana capacitors the Guild of Enchanting makes, if you have access. Originally, the portal frames were intended to be a bit of a bribe for getting access to the Dragonlands. It was an expensive piece of machinery, though part of that expense was the time investment in learning how to make it properly in the first place. There were differences between tiny portals and large ones, at least when it came to how enchantments were structured. The big ones needed a lot more support to stay open. From a strictly budgetary viewpoint, it wasn't worth just giving one way. But the dragon-blooded were, despite being officially neutral, fairly close to being allies, and with Callum working on closing a dimensional portal, he had to consider other people trying to do the same. He wasn't sure what they might have purchased from the Guild of Enchanting before, but an extra, off-the-books way for an ally to get to Earth was certainly worth it. Now that is a princely gift, Shahi said, eyes sparkling. As you point out, it is difficult for us to use teleporters, and the portal frames that the BSC used have been a more recent invention. This sort of backup is beyond useful. Callum had to wonder how recent person-sized portals actually were. Recent could mean anything from a few years to a few decades to maybe a century, considering how long-lived everyone involved was. If Shahi's place, he would have gotten one as soon as possible, but with Duval's monopoly, there might be some kind of blacklist in place. To his amusement, Shahi didn't lift up the portal frames with magic, but rather materialized an ordinary cargo dolly. Just like the last time he saw dragon magic in action, it was a rather terrifying flex of an immense amount of vis, but it was used only to make something simple and common. It seemed to be a theme of Shahi's. I can teleport them over when my drone gets there, Callum offered, but Shahi shook his head. It's better that I bring them myself, the dragon-blooded said, and Callum let it go. It was probably something to do with dragon rules, or maybe Shahi just wanted to screen it for traps or flaws prior to letting it into the portal world. He didn't object. He would have too, just the same way he analyzed every single thing he got from the Guild of Enchantment. That's really all I had to meet about, Callum admitted. Thought it was important enough, though. Oh, it's certainly important, Shahi agreed. So I'll do you a favor in return. One of my compatriots suggests you might want to look at South America. Nobody bothers her, of course, but there are some odd goings-on down there. South America's a big place, Callum said, instantly suspicious. Not that he thought that Shahi would set him up for something, but just bringing up a topic meant it was something Shahi felt was important. Not to mention it was the first time he'd even had it admitted that other dragons had avatars. Unfortunately, an entire continent was a bit too broad a scope. My friend lives in the middle of the Amazon jungle, Shahi said. Still pretty big, Callum muttered. It is indeed, Shahi agreed. An issue enough that mundanes might start noticing. Maybe that's a good thing, Callum suggested. If these people are pushing harder, let it all come out in the open, sunlight being the best disinfectant. While he didn't think he could go about trying to reveal all the magical influences in the world if they would reveal themselves, he didn't really think he was duty-bound to stop it. That would be a terrible idea, Shahi said bluntly. He stroked at the thin beard on his chin. Dragons have encountered a number of worlds with pre-existing civilizations had no concept of magic, some more advanced than others, though none have had quite the technological prowess of humans. Nevertheless, they all destroyed their world when we revealed ourselves, which is why we don't do it anymore. Really? Callum didn't have any reason to believe Shahi was lying, and he already knew that portal worlds could connect elsewhere, but at the same time that was a fairly dire forecast. Let me be specific, Shahi said, settling more comfortably in his chair. The best outcome we had was that the natives began worshipping us as gods, which gave us rather less control over them than you would think. But this religious fervor destroyed their previous culture, stripped away all the tools they'd made that might have propelled them onward. Their philosophies, beliefs, technologies. For what were they next to the one who could conjure anything from thin air? Even if we protested, there were wars, purges, genocides, just so people could try and win favor from us. Callum pursed his lips. That's pretty terrible, but yes, I can believe it. Another world was less fervent about it, but just the fact that we existed spawned ideologies and philosophies so nihilistic, so bleak, that the population plummeted. There were too few people to keep up the civilization they'd made, so they collapsed into savagery while plagues and starvation ran rampant. The last one I'll mention, well, they had tools not available to you, but they fought at the chance to access our portals, wars that escalated to the point that the entire surface of the planet was turned to dust and ash. You're suggesting that we risk nuclear warfare if this all comes out, Callum frowned, but he didn't dismiss the idea right away. Magic represented a seismic shift in the way the world worked, and even the assumptions people made about human nature. Extreme longevity alone would be a massive shock. There are 6 tiny points in the world that make mages, Shahi said. He didn't continue with that thought, but he didn't have to. Callum could track it well enough once Shahi pointed it out. Every single government in the world would need its own mages, and they'd want to deny that resource to others. Anyone who didn't have mages on payroll was impotent against anyone who did, save for something like a nuclear strike. That was ignoring that ordinary people would want to be mages, or want their kids to be mages. Everyone would want access. There'd be riots. People would demand magical healers for crippling illnesses, and then less crippling ones. That didn't even touch the morass of fae or the threat of vampires. Okay, yeah, put that way I'm convinced, Callum conceded. There might be a way to do it, but it sure isn't here and now with the way things stand. He really should have come to those conclusions himself, but he'd mostly just considered the whole idea too complicated for him to deal with and left it there. I would prefer not to have to deal with worldwide conflict, so I am quite glad you agree, Shahi said. Me too. I live here, Callum said, rubbing at his forehead. Okay, I'll make sure I look at it and probably send Tazen's people that way too. Thanks for the heads up. Any other places I should look at? No, the others have been too busy with their own projects and haven't been paying attention to anything else, Shahi said, rolling his eyes. Callum wondered how many there were. Dealing with out-of-control vampires and fae and egotistical mage houses, it was easy to forget that, for most of his life, he'd mostly seen supernaturals just living ordinary lives. There were a million places for someone as low-profile as Shahi to hang out and nobody think twice. Right then. I suppose I'll see you when I fly the drone through. Already waiting, Shahi said. Callum shook his head. Now he had a bit of an understanding what it was like for other people to interact with him, when he had his anchors all in position and could treat far-flung parts of the world as right next to each other. It was disconcerting. Then I'll see the other you in a minute. Tell me if there are any issues with the portal frames. I surely will, Shahi said, setting the frames on the dolly with a lot more ease than his aged appearance would suggest. Thank you once again for the artifice. After returning home, it didn't take Callum long to get a drone through to the Matterhorn. While he'd been near the Dragonlands portal more than once, for the first time in years he actually went through it. Not that it had changed any, still being a sheer vertical cliff of mana-rich stone and an endless abyss of sky otherwise. The Shahi waiting for him there was the toga-clad variant, but still acted the same as the others. The dragon-blooded simply grabbed the drone and did something with his magic to make them move fast. It wasn't Alcubierre fast, and it wasn't exactly flight since there weren't any wings involved, but they zipped along the cliff face fast enough that it blurred on the drone's cameras. His normal perceptions were a bit overloaded by the sheer amount of vis being exercised by Shahi, but he wasn't overly worried about where Shahi was taking the drone. The further away from anything even marginally vulnerable, the better. While he'd seen the sheer scope of the cliff the first time he was there, the blurring speed and absolutely unchanging horizon from the drone cameras really drove home how large it was. The size of planets, maybe. There was no curve to break the horizon. Lucy leaned in stare at the lack of landscape while Shahi conveyed the drone along. After maybe 10 minutes and probably several thousand miles, Shahi came to stop and created an open shelf in the cliff in a fraction of a second. He placed the drone on it and then tapped it curiously. Still there. I am, Callum said through the drone speakers. Anything I need to know before I do any experiments? Should I notify someone if there's an issue? No, we'll know, Shahi said with assurance. Good luck to you. Thanks, Callum said. We'll need it. And I'm not just talking about the portals, Shahi added. Yes, Callum sighed. I know. Still no activity from the ghost, the mage functionary reported to the master of Weltentor. The master nodded and waved him away, glancing at the fae seated at the table. If it weren't for direct reports to the contrary, I would think that the defenses worked, the master said. The true effectiveness of any such defense is fear. Fear paralyses the spirit, dulls the mind, and weakens the body. Jusil, the prince of the Court of Roses, was annoying and foppish, and thought himself far more profound than he was, but had more than enough power to back up his title. He looked nothing like a real vampire, pale, painfully pretty, with visible fangs and bat-like wings. It was frankly an insult, but it was hard to argue with the results of whatever about it was giving the Fae power. Perhaps, but it would have been nice to have permanent results, Weltentor replied. I mislike this reliance on posturing and games. That's all life is, Jusel said, smirking in a deliberately infuriating way. When Weltentor had agreed to work with the Fae, he hadn't envisioned needing to deal with someone so insufferable. He wasn't so impatient as to throw away the benefits of being able to send hundreds or even thousands of vampires through to Earth, from which he would take his tithe and even get some subordinates, but he wished his counterpart was more tolerable. Regardless, it seems we can push further, assuming you have additional subjects who are willing to go to Earth. There is never any lack of eager fools, Jusel laughed. His laugh was as objectionable as his look. I will go select another 5 or 6 to come through. I will have my candidates meet yours here in 3 days, Weltentor said. The little nexus was on Earth, since crossing over to each other's worlds was a fraught proposition at best. Neither of them were quite comfortable with being so reliant on the other's goodwill. Weltentor didn't even like going to Earth, but the new management was far more reliable than the old Gar. Jusel flounced off to the balcony, flexing his wings as if trying to show off to Weltentor before flying off into the night. Weltentor himself left the meeting room, stepping into the halls of the small office complex that had been built in the middle of the jungle. The heat and noise of the surroundings was quite unpleasant compared to the cool quiet and stillness of the night lands, if the monodensity weren't already reason enough to dislike the place. Weltentor was perfectly happy to leave the colonization to others, especially those less powerful vampires and fae, or sometimes even mages, who were deluded enough to think that they would be in charge simply because they weren't under direct supervision. The mages that kept up the little outpost were of barely any consequence. He knew who pulled their strings, and they wouldn't dare oppose House Janry. Neither would he, not just yet, but the day was coming soon. A vampire's power would grow slowly with moonwater, but the consumption of vis was far faster. Human vis was a poor substitute for that of other vampires, though it did work, but Weltentor hadn't fed on a human in more than a century. He'd been eating vampires, letting them grow enough on moonwater to be worth the effort. Now that he could just skim from the immigration groups, he was growing quite fast indeed. None of the humans made a bid for his attention, so he simply walked to the teleporter in the corner and flicked the lever that started the process. While he would have preferred a portal, there weren't so many of those about that this not entirely official outpost could acquire one yet, assuming the mana density would even support it. The new teleport at least had extra safety features, so someone like the Ghost couldn't compromise it, but it did take longer. Once it turned green, he stepped through and was back in Castle Weltentor, the heady mana of the night lands rushing back into his lungs. He proceeded through the castle, servants bringing him a glass of moon water without him needing to raise a finger, and he took a long drink. The lower mana of earth always made him thirsty. Then he went out into the darkness, where his people were at home. Mages thought they understood the night lands, but they really didn't. They were only human, after all. There was an ebb and flow to the rhythm of the moon, and it was possible to ride the currents of a shift, with sufficient practice at least. He followed the lit pathway out into the dark, moving at proper speeds rather than laggard human ones, feeling the tides of the moon and using them to guide his travel. Out beyond his territory, the tamed and stultified area where he let the mages live, there were places where other old masters dwelt. One such place was a scattering of dark stone illuminated only by the moon and the witch-light glow of kindled moonwater. The buildings were close, the streets and alleys barely wide enough for a single person, and the communal sleeping area in the center had no walls at all. It had a name, but that name was in the original tongue, one barely suited for the new bodies that the night lands had provided, and he couldn't use it. Mythwalt was as close as the tongue could come. By the time he reached the center, the master of Mythwalt stood waiting. Both of them ignored the newer, lesser vampires, though Weltentor noted that at least 5 of them were new enough that they didn't know how to walk. Considering that it had only been a single shift since he'd last visited Mythwalt, that was an impressive haul from the wastes. "You wish to offer more slots?" Mythwalt asked, as if Weltentor visited for any other reason. Weltentor reached into his breast pocket and tossed Mythwalt 2 objects: distilled moonwater, treated by Fey alchemy, and a bundle of silverite plates for currency. The last was not so much for trading between nests as it was to buy the services of mages, either directly or through him. "Another 20 will do it," Weltentor replied. That would be 2 nests, and he wasn't going to just make deals with Mythwalt. He'd consume 1 or 2 from each batch, adding to his own power even while it seemed like he was doing them a favor, giving them the chance to grow. Once he could stand up to an archmage, he'd be ready. Chapter 16, Distractions. Archmage Tazen hovered over the treetops by a lake in the middle of the Amazon basin, invisible to every sense he knew how to counter. He knew that still left some gaps, but even a Fey king would be hard-pressed to notice his presence, which was demonstrated by the Fey court that was going about its business directly underneath him. He did not create Defensors Mundi in order to police the inevitable conflicts between supernaturals. It was meant to stop the threats from the portal worlds, which was more complicated without free access to the main portals, but he had the foresight to acquire his own. He also had, with some reluctance, taken up the task of restraining the more excessive sorts on Earth. Reluctant less because he objected to dealing with such people permanently, and more because it was the kind of mandate that had no limits. Without boundaries, any organization would expand to fill every available space. So far as he was concerned, most of the problems that Gar had created sprang from the fact that it had tried to do everything. That kind of all-encompassing authority would always end up contradicting itself and snarling itself on cross-purposes. Tazen had no desire to make the same mistake, nor did he want the responsibility. Still, the goings-on below were definitely in the envelope of Defensors Mundi. Unlike the usual sort of Fey enclave, this one was out in the open. No special rules, barely even a glamour, which meant that the massive tree that had abruptly grown to straddle the Amazon River itself was visible to the naked eye. To satellites too, most likely. That was bad enough, but it wasn't just Fey down below. There were vampires operating with support of Fey magic over hundreds of miles. While the Amazon basin had been sparsely populated before, it was completely unpopulated by any mundanes now. Not all of them had been killed. Some had just been driven out. It irked him that Wells had tipped him off before his own sources could inform him of it. In hindsight, he should have suspected something with the way the Brazilian government had some vague coverage about an ongoing series of disease outbreaks in the Amazon basin, but there were so many genuine disasters and problems worldwide. It was easy to miss those that might be supernatural. Not that any natural disaster created trees the size of skyscrapers. By any metric, wholesale destruction and alteration of the Earth couldn't be allowed. He clicked the transmitter of his Scrycom, the similarly cloaked squad around him checking in with brief return clicks. Even if he was muffling sound with a judicious use of force magic, he didn't want to take chances. He gave the signal, and they scattered. Tazen drew on his vis, somewhat wishing that he'd been able to manage the sort of internal reinforcement that Archmage Huitzilin had described, but satisfied enough with the power he'd achieved by finalizing the step into Archmage himself. The creations he spun into existence inside his shell didn't have much finesse, but they didn't need it. Orbs of coruscating light packed around bubbles of force appeared at eye level among the Fae, exploding with an intensity that was blinding and deafening even to supernaturals. Massive wedges of force cut into the earth, severing the tree at its roots, and a vortex of intense gravity lifted it from its perch above the river. Bark and limbs crackled and crunched as the mana-enhanced wood collapsed in on itself, wind whirling about the rapidly disappearing tree. Tazen's resident Fae expert had assured him the tree was the locus of the enclave, the source of any passage they had into the ways, and God knew what other connections that might be spilling out into South America. Normally, it would have been nigh indestructible so long as there were enough Fae to anchor it, but he was an archmage. By destroying it first, he removed the Fae interloper's shield and retreat both. The sounds of combat came from below as he used his light senses to track his people. He could have simply wiped out the entire nest himself, but he was a big believer in empowering his soldiers. The more experience they could get, the better, especially when he was running oversight. At some point, he had to trust in his people's ability to perform by themselves. If anything, he was spending too much time putting out fires on Earth, when it was obvious there were issues on the portal worlds. He caught one Fae trying to ambush a mage with some sort of magical spear, and a brief whirl of light magic sent an invisible lance downward faster than thought. Finding the right frequencies for magical lasers had been a pain, but an invisible sword a mile long was an extremely useful weapon. Tazen spun out some gravity chains and used them to cripple several large Fae beasts, things that had been brought through from somewhere deep in Fairy. Wind began to howl as his gravity vortex finished compressing the bulk of the tree and started in on the atmosphere, instantly condensing clouds as the shockwave raced through the air. The 40-story tree had been turned into an almost spherical lump of wood, so Tazen dismissed the vortex and let the wooden ball drop down into the river, where it sank like a stone. From there, it was mostly mopping up. Half the people he'd brought along were there to reshape the ground just to hide the obvious buildings and alterations. There was nothing they could do to fix what had been done to a lot of the local plant life, but fire would clear that up. He didn't bother to take prisoners because they already knew where this incursion had come from, at least roughly. Fairy was leaking into Earth. It had never happened prior to the Gar shakeup, so he was forced to conclude it was purposely being allowed, but none of his official inquiries had gone anywhere. BSC didn't even bother policing anywhere outside of the main strongholds of Europe, China, and the US coasts. Admittedly, that was partly because he'd taken half their workforce with him. He allowed himself a self-satisfied smile because it was the better half. "Clear, sir." The voice of the Lieutenant Armand came over the scrycom. He checked the battlefield with his own senses and nodded. "Clear," he agreed, and flicked out a massive glamour now that there was nothing to break it. There would probably be mundane attention soon enough, something that Lieutenant Armand noticed as well. "What were they thinking, sir? This could have gone very badly for everyone," she asked, disgruntled. "I suspect that generally they expect us to clean up their messes," Tazen said, his mouth set in a thin line. "Maybe they thought we'd swoop in with glamours or something, but by forcing us to respond they're able to stretch us thin, and when the time comes, ambush us." "That sounds an awful lot like war, sir." "It does indeed," Tazen said grimly. "There is a reason that Gar is supposed to keep other supernaturals very restricted. We aren't Fae or vampires and don't live like them, nor do they live like us. The very first agreements made it clear that they could live with us on Earth, not displace us. What they're doing is exactly why I created Defensors Mundi in the first place." He wasn't a fan of the American alliance for those exact same reasons, but they had at least committed to much of the same restrictions as Gar. In fact, Chester's people preferred to blend in, and Wells' specific moral requirement opposed any sort of creep into an actual threat. Of course, they covered more densely populated and surveyed lands, so what they could do without attracting attention was fairly restricted, and the potential consequences were greater. The American alliance blended in with the general mundane population and spread itself wide, rather than separating itself out into fey enclaves or mage houses. If they ever needed to be dealt with, it wouldn't be easy to even find them, let alone corral and contain them, not as diffuse as they were. "I'm glad it's not my job to figure that out, sir," Armand said. Tazen grunted. "Sentiment noted, Lieutenant," he said. "I'm not looking forward to trying to tackle it myself." He surveyed the aftermath of the battle. Here and there fires burned, soil and rock was churned and displaced, foliage was torn and mangled. To say nothing of the bodies. For now, we've got a lot of cleaning up to do. Mateo Torres rolled the gold coin over his fingers while his men drove the trucks into town. While the stamping was amateur at best, it was very definitely pure, and his cartel was very interested in whoever had dumped nearly $1 million in gold into their territory. Theirs, because the previous owners been useless, as evidenced by how easily they'd been taken over and how they'd ignored such an enormous potential resource. The Torres family could always use more traceless gold, but tracking back the coins to a small village in the middle of nowhere had made them all suspicious. Flooding the area with gold was the sort of move that might mean a large militia, or a mine, or a facility to control something even more lucrative. Most of the various products and services in the area were under firm control, but there were always people trying to strike out on their own. Their convoy came to a halt inside the little village, which had quickly become deserted. Everyone stayed inside, knowing they didn't want anything to do with such a convoy. Mateo glanced around as he slid out of the car, seeing that despite the size and remoteness of the town, there seemed to be a lot of new vehicles, new facades, and even new asphalt on the roads. A lot of money had clearly been dumped into the area. He meandered away from the vehicles toward the target of their interest, a building owned by a man named Miguel Vasquez. Mateo's armed guards surrounded him, one of them pounding on the door until it opened. An older man stood at the threshold and blanched at the sight of Mateo and his people arranged outside, though it wasn't like he could have missed them before. Nobody else had. "Where's Miguel?" Mateo's lieutenant demanded, and the doorman stammered and backed up, gesturing them inside. The lieutenant snorted and shoved the doorman out of the way as he stepped through, weapon held casually as he eyed the interior, then signaled the all-clear. Mateo walked in and glanced around, finding the house obviously sporting new furniture and appliances too. "Mr. Torres, welcome." A man stood in the living room, keeping his hands very obviously in sight and giving him a respectful nod. "What can I do for you?" "You're Miguel?" Mateo asked brusquely. The man nodded again, and Mateo flipped the gold coin his way. Miguel caught it and looked at it. "You're going to tell me who is spending so much gold around here, and where I can find him?" It is just some gringo who wanted a private house." "I can show you the lot on the maps," Miguel offered, handing the coin back into the demanding hand of Mateo's lieutenant. "However, the last group that went down there couldn't find anything. They said that the road and the tracks just vanished." Mateo grunted. He hadn't heard about that, but then again, the previous owners had been fairly careless. Whatever had happened, it had been buried well. Or maybe they'd just gotten the wrong area, assuming Miguel hadn't misled them. "So, what an American, show me." "He was an American, yes," Miguel said as he hastened to obey. But he didn't seem too worried about people looking for him. He headed back into an office and dug through filing cabinets under the watchful eyes of Mateo's men. He came back with a large map and spread it out on the desk. The plot of land was off near the village of San Fernando, one of 1,000 such villages with that name, but the location was clear enough. I think he was a dangerous man, Miguel added uncomfortably as he showed them the map. Perhaps American military. I do not know. Yeah, Mateo pulled a cigarette from his front pocket and lit it. Well, I'm a dangerous man, too, he said, taking a long drag and blowing the smoke out at Miguel. The Torres family isn't going to permit foreigners to do what they like in our territory. He offered a lot of gold, Miguel said by way of excuse, and he just wanted a house. I hired the workers myself, so I know that's all they built. I still have the house plans somewhere around here. Sure, get those too, Mateo acknowledged. He had doubts that it was just a house, but Miguel wasn't acting like he was hiding anything. If anything, he was being too accommodating. Not that many people would hesitate when confronted by someone in Mateo's position, or by the firepower that came with that position. While Miguel was digging for the documents, Mateo texted an update back to his brother with a snapshot of the map. Not that either of them expected real trouble, but lack of communication was an easy problem to avoid. The family they'd removed hadn't been the best at keeping each other updated, and that had let the Torres family roll right over them. Mateo wasn't going to be that stupid. When the house plans came out, Mateo did feel a bit stupid because he couldn't read architectural drawings. Not that he let it show. He just took more pictures and sent them off. What he did understand looked normal enough. Just a basement and some places labeled as bedrooms and bathrooms and a living room, which was only more suspicious. Who would bother trying to build an ordinary house off the grid in rural Mexico? There was no telling what might be going on out of the sight of everyone. What was his name again? I don't know. The documents are in the name of Mr. Smith, but he paid in gold. Miguel shrugged. I didn't ask too many questions. Mateo scowled, considering whether he should make an example of the man or not. Miguel should have reported on the American back when the property was purchased, but little more could have been expected. It was hardly reasonable to expect him to pry anything useful out of a rich and dangerous man who obviously wanted privacy. Miguel also paid promptly and completely, so it probably wasn't the best idea. If anything like this happens again, you will notify me directly, Mateo said. One of his men shifted the gun he was carrying. Yes, of course, Mr. Torres, Miguel said hastily. Come on, he said to his men. Let's go check on this Mr. Smith. Lucy sat in her section of the back garden, pulling weeds. She was hoping that eventually she'd be able to interact with a telekinesis focus enough that she could do it that way, but it wasn't like she actually minded the work. She never would have guessed before that she liked it, but there was something relaxing about working with plants. Fiddling around with drones and rapid prototyping was still more fun, but she couldn't do that with Alexander. Her son was busy grabbing the plants she'd pulled out of the soil and carrying them over to the compost pile, where he threw them as hard as he could. They didn't go very far, but he seemed to enjoy it. He ran back toward her and she opened her arms. Come and give Mommy a hug, she said, and smiled as Alex ran full tilt into her embrace. Moi, she said, and he giggled as she gave him a big sloppy kiss. It was just the two of them for the moment since her husband was out shopping. With Alexander, Lucy hadn't had any cravings at all, but this time she was getting them something fierce and Gail couldn't do anything about it. Or rather, she couldn't do anything permanent, not without running risks nobody was willing to take. Fortunately, it wasn't like it was hard for Callum to make a grocery run, nor was it like she was asking for anything completely outrageous. Even if Callum did give her a look when she asked for licorice. She wasn't sure what he had against licorice, but it'd be fun to tease him about it later on. Her phone chimed from the chair on the deck, and she frowned. It wasn't the usual tone, and it sounded familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. Brushing the dirt off her hands, she stood up and walked over to check the phone, only to double-take when she saw the notification was a warning from her home security system. "Oh, heck," she said, mindful of Alex following her. She swiped open the phone and tapped on the notification, getting a picture of a bunch of men with semi-automatic rifles marching through the forest near the road. A chill went down her spine, and she gawked at the picture before she dropped the phone into her pocket. "Come here, sweetie," she said, scooping Alex up and hurrying inside. "What's wrong, Mama?" he asked, though it came out a little garbled since he was still only 2. "We just gotta go down to the basement for a while." She and Callum had practiced an emergency drill once or twice, but that was a lot different from actually having an emergency. She stepped through the basement door and locked it, hurrying down the stairs. It was just a steel fire door, nothing truly reinforced, but Lucy felt better with it locked. Only then did she let Alex down and text Callum. He might come sweeping back in a few seconds, or have already spotted the men with his senses, but he might not too. Callum was not as attuned to his phone as she was, and with all the Nexus stuff he seemed to miss things sometimes. He had admitted it was hard to keep track of everything when he had so much volume for his perceptions. Even if she didn't get how his spatial sense worked, she understood that much. Safely down in the basement with the door locked, she took Alex's hand and pulled him into the war room. They'd kept him out before, but that was where most of her controls were for their defenses, and she wasn't going to tell Alex to go play in the other room while she attended to things. Instead, she just shut the door behind them and went over to where the tile controls were. The first thing she turned on was the glamour. While it shrouded the existence of the house from normal eyes, it was also visible to monocyte, so they didn't leave it on all the time. They didn't want to broadcast their presence to any supernatural in the area. Unfortunately, all it did was hide things. There was nothing to stop someone from crossing through it just by moving blindly forward, so it wasn't that great of a defense. She pulled up all their surveillance cameras on the screens in the war room and watched the reactions. There were around a dozen men pushing their way through the underbrush where the access road had been, where despite 2 years of growth, there was still a clear view of the house. The ones at the front faltered when, to them, the house ceased to exist, but someone barked something in a Spanish dialect she couldn't decipher. That seemed to be enough to shore up their reserve, and they continued on. "TV," Alex said, climbing up on a chair and staring at the screens. "Pretty much, sweetie," Lucy agreed, some of her panic easing as she looked over her options. Callum hadn't replied yet, but it had been maybe a minute or two, and the escape portal was still there. But she also had the tile-fueled magical traps. Still, she hesitated. She'd have to turn off the screens regardless, because she didn't want Alex seeing any real trouble just yet, but so far she'd not actually pulled the trigger on anyone. Despite all her practice with guns, she didn't feel she had prepared herself to actually do anything lethal. Then again, there was probably nothing that could prepare her. One of the men actually noticed the surveillance cameras, though to be fair, they weren't deeply camouflaged. They all had wires running to them, so they were just mounted inside little wooden posts to keep the weather off, which generally wouldn't look like much, but anyone who got close would be able to see the camera inside on any close inspection. Predictably, one of the gunmen aimed their rifle at her, and she instinctively ducked despite it just being a camera. He fired, but it wasn't like in the movies where it instantly went black. It took several tries for the person to actually hit the camera, but eventually that particular one went out, which was sobering. She couldn't hear the gunshots from down in the basement, but they weren't that far away from the house, and eventually they'd get close enough to cross through the glamour field. "Okay, sweetie, "Television is going off," she said, even though Alex had already lost interest and was investigating the fridge in the corner, which had some emergency soda and other snacks. Fortunately, he hadn't tried messing with the tile setup against the far wall. It was all mounted pretty firmly, but 2-year-olds could be surprisingly strong. Lucy grabbed the tablet and opened up the camera feeds there, blanking them from the wall so Alex wouldn't see anything he shouldn't. Most of the spell traps had been set up with supernaturals in mind, and against normal people even a minor deterrent was going to be lethal. The largest trap they had, the cables connected to some rocks, would absolutely work but might be overkill. She'd actually rather just scare them off, especially since they were just mundanes. They weren't monsters like Callum hunted. Fortunately, the tile setup allowed for a lot of flexibility. She started slotting in different spell forms, altering the area that the projection covered. Obviously, it'd be a bad idea to unleash any offensive magic in the house, so she changed the projection area to just out front. Instead of glamour, she slotted in Callum's brand new gravity enchantment, oriented sideways. "Hang on, wait, no, keep your hands off of that," Lucy said, making her voice just a little bit firm. Alex had come over almost immediately after she started fiddling with it, and she had to stop him from grabbing onto the tiles. They didn't have any sharp edges, or shouldn't, but they were still made of glass and fragile enough that they could get broken if he dropped them. They didn't have all that many backups either. "Why don't you get Mommy a soda while she takes care of this?" she said, turning him around and pointing at the refrigerator. She was sure he'd be complaining about chores in a few years, but for now Alex loved to go do simple tasks for his mom and dad. He ran off and she slotted the last of the tiles into the mounts, pushing them flat and letting them click into place. She waved her hand over the tiles, making sure the mana was flowing through all the enchantments, then put her hand against the trigger. The mana capacitors were full, which was good because Callum's enchantments took a lot of juice. Lucy activated the trigger, about the only interaction she could make with mana, and watched on her tablet as the gunmen suddenly found themselves falling sideways some 20 feet, getting flung back along the overgrown access road. She winced as some of them ended up smashing into trees as they pinwheeled impossibly through the air, but she could only be so sympathetic. Even if she didn't want to kill them, they had been creeping around her house with guns. "Soda, Mommy," Alex said, holding a bottle in both hands, and Lucy put aside the tablet to scoop him up. "Thank you, sweetie. I think we're almost done down here, then we can go back up and get lunch." She kept an eye on the tablet, where only one of her cameras had a view of the would-be assailants. They were piled up near the edge of the property, right on the road. One had even gone flying far enough to smash into one of their trucks and break a window. Alex latched onto her tablet and she didn't try to pull it away, since the men were far enough away that it looked like some kind of movie. They seemed to be arguing, but it wasn't long before they all got into various vehicles, some of them limping, and drove off. "Smart move," she said under her breath, then sent another text to Callum. "Handled it." Callum nearly had a heart attack when he saw the text from Lucy. He probably also gave someone palpitations when he vanished from behind his cart at the grocery store, but they would just have to cope. Sure, she said she'd handled it, but that didn't help at all. He pushed out his senses through the anchor at the bunker, grabbing Lucy and Alex from where they were, and teleporting all three of them to the backup bunker, a little cave in the Pacific Northwest. With a blink, they were all three in the cold, dark, but safe retreat. Though Alex started wailing, as he was suddenly surrounded by cave. "It's okay, sweetie," Lucy said, as Callum summoned one of the LED lanterns he'd left in the cave into his hand and turned it on. The brilliant light illuminated the close walls of the emergency campsite, and he grabbed Lucy and Alex in a hug before looking at them. "Everything okay?" he asked, though Lucy seemed cheerful enough and Alex was unhappy but unharmed. The defenses worked fine, Lucy assured him as she tried to soothe Alex. Just a bunch of normal people with guns. I sent them packing. Didn't even get anywhere near the house. I told you I had it handled, she said, and kissed him. Got you handled too, mister, she added, tugging at the jackets she and Alex were wearing. He hadn't even noticed, but it seemed Lucy had been ready for his reaction. Well, he said slowly, some of his worry draining away. I guess the question is how compromised the bunker is. If it wasn't supernaturals, there might not be any immediate danger, but now that there's a tension, we might have to start rethinking things. All they know is that some mysterious force threw them back to their cars, Lucy said. Do you think they're really going to go? Oh yes, let's keep walking around the spooky ghost-haunted woods in Mexico. Fair enough, Callum acknowledged. For normal people, finding nothing and getting thrown around by an invisible force wouldn't even be something they'd admit to. But why did they come in the first place? And they might talk enough to draw attention from supernaturals or even be in the employ of supernaturals. We're not moving, Lucy objected to his unstated conclusion. Not just because of this. Callum said, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He liked the house too, and they'd spent a lot of time getting it just right. I think we're on a timer no matter what, he said instead. But that timer might be long enough. Long enough for what? Lucy asked, as Alex finally stopped crying. For us to make it so nobody dares target us, Callum said. He'd always known that he couldn't hide forever. Being remote and nigh inaccessible was a great first line of defense, but he'd come to the conclusion that what he really wanted was to be like Archmage Wizzy. Dangerous, unknown, with more allies than enemies. It was a work in progress. He definitely had a lot of enemies, but the American Alliance, House Hargrave and House Tazen were not exactly threats, even if he hadn't signed any agreements with them. And once he'd removed the vampires, there'd be a lot less power arrayed against him. That sounds ominous, Lucy said. Maybe I can get you a cat and a high-backed chair to complete the effect. Callum blinked, then laughed. Okay, maybe that's a little too dramatic, but we do have to do more for our safety. If nothing else, we'll have to increase our home security. I'll ask about different glamours, or maybe we can buy some fey artifact to make the house harder to find, Callum mused aloud. I also need to buckle down on getting that shield going. All good ideas, Lucy agreed. We can discuss it at home, right? Callum checked through the anchor, bringing in a drone to teleport around the area and properly sweep the region. There was nobody around, and no traces of the people who tried to get at the house other than some broken glass on the dirt road near the property. Once he was sure there was nobody nearby, and no subtle traces of any magic other than the house defenses, he teleported them all back into the living room. Just in case, pack up some extras beyond the bug-out bag, Callum told her. That way we won't be caught off guard. Lucy wrinkled her nose but nodded. I'm going to be making my own preparations, but first I have to go check on Miguel, he continued. I knew it'd be a risk when I made sure this land was purchased and built on legitimately, but I thought it'd be less of a problem than trying to scratch out a house the other way. We'll see what he has to say. If worse comes to worst, couldn't you just teleport the whole thing? Lucy asked. I mean, we're not connected to a grid or anything. Except for the well and septic, I could, Callum agreed, feeling out the size of the house with his senses. In theory, anyway. It's a lot bigger than anything I've done before, though. I'll have to test it. A little tiny part of him imagined putting it on the moon, though there was no way he could get his hands on anything that would keep air in. Even if there was a magic solution, he wouldn't trust it. I think it's also a good idea to keep the glamour up, Lucy said. I'm not sure if they actually saw the house or anything, but they probably would have just passed by the property with it up. Right. Yeah, Callum shook his head. I guess I was wrong about who we had to worry about. He rubbed his palm over his face. We'll keep it up for now, and I'll see if I can finagle better versions out of the Guild of Enchanting later, assuming there are better versions. You're not going to try and wipe out whoever it was? Lucy asked with morbid curiosity. If it's just regular people, I don't think I can, Callum sighed. Besides, if they're really scared off, I don't see the point. The damage is done anyway. If they're going to keep harassing people, then I might have to do something. Anyway, he said, crouching down to take Alex's hands. Sorry for scaring you, Alex. Next time we go to a cave, we'll do it the regular way. How's that? "'Kay," Alex said, scrubbing at his face. "I'll be back soon. I just have to check on something," he told his son, then glanced up at Lucy. "Do you have the surveillance footage? I'll want to make sure I know who it is." "Sure do," Lucy said, clearly far less affected by the intrusion than he was. She handed him a tablet as he stood up, watching the admittedly short section of footage. Lucy had very clearly scared them off, which was frankly probably better than killing them. Their disappearance might have drawn more attention. He accessed the drone controls for the one he'd brought back to surveil the property and sent it off to the town where Miguel lived, the name of which he still didn't know even 2 years on. Since they used portals for everything, he rarely bothered to think about their physical surroundings. The town looked nicer than he'd remembered, but he recognized the house he was aiming for, and he was pretty sure Miguel was inside. All he needed was a tiny portal to spy into the room, and he verified it. "All right, love, I'll be back in a little bit." "Stay safe," Lucy returned, giving him a hug. He returned it and teleported himself outside of Miguel's front door. The man himself was talking with his employee or whoever it was that ran the front desk, both of them smoking cigars. Summoning his cane to his hand, he rapped on the door. Miguel himself opened it and flinched when he saw it was Callum, which seemed excessive, but it at least set the tone. He leaned on the cane and raised his eyebrows at Miguel. "We had visitors," he said. "Si, Senor," Miguel said. "The Torres cartel sent someone. They asked about your gold." He wiped at his brow with a handkerchief and Callum sighed. He wasn't surprised that Miguel had spilled about him. After all, they had guns and organized crime didn't play around. But it was better than a state actor, and the gold wasn't really all that huge a draw. Overall, he hadn't spent all that much. Then again, organized crime didn't play around. Did they say anything on their way back? "No, I didn't see them," Miguel said. "If they come back, call this number," Callum said, getting one of the weird sanitized connections Lucy had for them. "I'll work it out with them, so you don't need to worry about it." Hopefully inviting Miguel to send trouble Callum's way would also mean he had enough forewarning to deal with any unpleasantness. He didn't want armed men showing up at his house again, but he didn't think he would be so lucky. Chapter 17, Breakthrough. "Sure, yeah, I'll fill him in," Lucy said, on the phone with someone while she stretched out on the couch. "Glad you didn't need our help with this one." Callum cocked his head at what sounded like some kind of business, but he didn't interrupt. He found it was far less stressful to let Lucy deal with the people who wanted the ghost's attention most of the time. Half of it was nonsense anyway, despite the screening measures already in place, and if he had to deal with it, there probably would have been violence. He was busy anyway, since he still hadn't quite cracked either dimensional portals or useful shields. He'd made progress, though, and it was a little irritating to think that he probably could have started years ago, just after he first started magic. Callum knew that was a little unfair, since half the tools he was using to experiment hadn't existed until he made them, but it still felt like he'd wasted time. At least it had been relatively quiet, even with needing to deal with Constance and the negative healing trap. The incursion by the cartel had him on edge, and though he was glad that the past couple years had only been interspersed with a little drama, he knew that was partly because he'd kept himself deliberately disconnected. Now, though, it seemed like things were picking up again. He just hoped he'd be ready for it. The access to the Dragonlands had accelerated his learning about portals, if for no other reason than the ambient mana made it far easier to make and sustain his prototype portals beyond a fraction of a moment. Though it seemed that one of the reasons they were unstable was what filled the other side. The destination he'd actually managed to find, from refining and experimenting with the first form to give him a response, was the exact opposite of what he wanted in a portal world. Instead of being abundant in mana, it had some kind of anti-mana that utterly annihilated ambient mana and destabilized Vis fairly quickly. When he managed to keep the portal open for longer than an instant, a void of energy spilled out both sides of the portal. Very quickly it formed something that looked a bit like a black hole, with mana spiraling in from the sides as the portal frame took it in, while an opaque nothingness bulged outward. Fortunately, it was not self-sustaining, and the negative mana would eat his portal the moment he stopped channeling Vis into and reinforcing the structure, but it was still disconcerting. He wasn't sure if he had bad luck or if anti-mana was common, but if such a portal were opened at full size, it would probably be catastrophic to anything magical nearby. So if it's anti-mana, how do you even get a portal there? Lucy's question was exactly the same one he had, and it wasn't easy to answer. Well, I'm pretty sure my Vis isn't punching through to the other side to form the portal. It's one way instead of a synchronized pair like usual, Callum hazarded. Since the actual hole isn't magic, the Vis frame isn't affected until the anti-mana spreads out enough to start eating at it. Still weird, Lucy opined. Weird but useful, Callum agreed. It didn't take much imagination to see how he could weaponize such a thing. Bane materials worked against people since they disrupted Vis, but did nothing against pure mana constructs or enchantments. The anti-mana, though, would probably punch through enchantment shields or wards as if they weren't there. It was a fantastic discovery, but completely at odds with what he was actually trying to accomplish. Now that he had a start on how to make such portals, he could start to try and adjust the destination. Something that probably wouldn't have been possible without the statistical analysis software Lucy had dug up. Apparently, it had originally been used for some kind of particle physics theory modeling, but it handled the complex interlaced torus patterns well enough. Actually putting numbers to things that worked and didn't, and being able to compare the two, made him figure out what ratios he needed to alter and where. Something that probably would have been impossible if he was doing things by paper and pencil. Or at least, required decades of experimentation, rather than just a lot of really intense bookkeeping. Even at the first pass, he had a good idea of what portions of the spell form had to be just so, and what portions were more flexible. So far he hadn't managed to break into a positive mana world, but he figured it was only a matter of time. He'd been double-checking against the extant portals, and there were a lot of things he hadn't yet tried. The problem was that he was feeling the press of time, since the longer it took the more problems could proliferate. It wasn't like he'd gotten much further on the shield idea, either. Despite Wizzy's advice, he'd more or less abandoned the idea of putting any kind of magic into his actual body. Even if he could somehow displace himself dimensionally, he still needed to breathe, and having extra dimensions would just expose his insides in a direction that didn't normally exist. His best idea was having it sit right on top of his skin, because pushing his vis out a few millimeters was no real problem. It was like clenching a fist, and while it wasn't something he'd want to keep up permanently, it'd serve for any kind of combat situations. Which still wasn't as good as normal mage shields, but any defense was better than no defense. They'd need that defense sooner or later. So far there'd been no follow-up to the cartel incursion, but Callum knew it was just a matter of time before the incident attracted more attention. He wasn't sure if it would be mundane or supernatural, but he was already preparing for the day when they'd have to bail. If he was very lucky, he'd even be able to take the house with him. "Okay, bye," Lucy chirped and hung up the phone. "Well, sounds like there's huge problems down in Brazil and that area," she said, less happily. "Too big for us to do anything about, and I think Tazen's going to be spending some time cleaning house down there. But supernaturals being that big and flashy seems kinda, I dunno. Rash. Why are they being so big and dumb?" "My guess is because they think they can get away with it," Callum sighed. As bad as Gar was, it was at least a status quo. Now we're in the period where people are trying fill in that power vacuum. It probably would have happened anyway. We're dealing with a bunch of nigh immortals here. It's pretty obvious these people have all had their own agendas, and all they're doing is taking advantage of an opportunity. The fact that we're starting to see trouble again might mean that the vacuum has been filled. Uh, I don't think I like the idea of going up against the plots of people who have had decades to think about it. Which is why we don't, Callum said firmly. Let Chester take care of the plotting and planning. The ghost just removes monsters, that's it. I guess nuking the vampire portal still counts as monster removal, Lucy mused. On a grand scale, Callum agreed. Assuming I can make it work. Then we have to worry about the Fae invaders maybe. I'm hoping that Tazen can deal with them. He turned away from the model on his desktop and blinked to rest his eyes. There's a lot of Fae that seem fairly okay, so I don't think that threatening their portal is really justified. If anything, we just need to put Tazen in charge of screening people or the like. It's nice to find responsible nigh immortals, Lucy agreed. Yeah, Callum agreed, trying not to dwell on the fact that he was probably one of them. Long-lived at least, though it wasn't really clear how much things had slowed down for him. 3 or 4 years just wasn't enough time to tell whether or not he was permanently stuck in his 30s. Admittedly, after Gail's healing he was feeling fewer random aches and pains. Anyway, I'm glad that we don't need to step in. Wonder why Shahi told me and not them, though. Dragon-blooded are weird, Lucy opined. Probably has to do with their rules. You're kinda doing them a special favor so they can speak more freely. Point, Callum said, standing up and stretching. If there are no crises brewing, how about we go out for dinner somewhere tonight? Yeah, Lucy said cheerfully. I haven't been to that little pizza place over in Creighton for ages. He put complicated topological nonsense off for the rest of the night, just enjoying the dinner and an evening with his family. And the next morning he had a few hunches bubbling from the back of his head. It seemed the break was just what his brain needed. Callum double-checked the Dragonlands portal to make sure he was thinking right, then made a dimensional version out in space. Mana came through. The portal didn't collapse for once, pulling mana from the other dimension, though it was only mana coming through. Appraising it with his senses, it seemed the other side was complete vacuum. It was also deeply distorted, even more than Mictlan, and he was pretty sure it would probably kill anyone who actually entered it in short order. He took a little peek through the space drone camera, pushing his vis through the portal so he could rotate it around and move the perspective. Considering the portal worlds that he'd seen before, he was curious what a version without an atmosphere would look like. The answer was that it looked just like any normal starscape, at least at first. Then he noticed the dots of light were moving far too quickly for them to be the same sort of star he knew, and he swiveled the portal around, trying to figure out what he was actually seeing. The portal seemed to be in a binary star system, the 2 burning suns solid white disks to the camera. at least until the suns turned lazily and blinked. Callum swore as something the size of planets moved through the void, and he tore apart the portals. Even if the connection was tiny, he didn't want anything like that with access to Earth. Okay, success, but also yikes. Success, Lucy squinted at him. You cracked dimensional portals already. What do you mean already? I've been at this for almost a year, Callum grumbled. And that's with cribbing from 6 different examples. But yeah, I made one that worked. Not self-sustaining though, so it's not really a real portal, but it's at least something. Problem is, the one I made was kinda scary. Scary how? Lucy asked, getting out Alex's lunch. Once again they were at Chester's place for a group playdate, which wasn't exactly daycare, but it did mean that they could socialize or work without needing to keep quite so strict an eye on their son. Think Lovecraft, Callum said grimly. Big scary monsters. Don't all the portal worlds have big scary monsters? Lucy pointed out. Okay, true, Callum conceded with a nod. But these were bigger and scarier. Next time get pictures, Lucy said. He snorted and poked at the space cam feed, rewinding it and turning the laptop around to show her. She squinted at it, puzzled, until the twin suns turned out to be eyes of impossible proportions. Then she shuddered. Okay, that was a good call. Yeah, so I have the shape for that one down, but we're not going to use that one again, Callum said. But I think I might have figured out the ratios to get mono worlds rather than the other stuff. So you think you're ready to deal with the, elephant in the room? Conscious of their location, Lucy didn't state the plan to close the vampire portal outright. Even if none of the shifters about were paying direct attention to their conversation, every single one of them could hear it. Which did mean they knew that Callum could open portals to other portal worlds, but that was less incendiary than closing existing ones. Probably so, Callum said. To be honest, I probably could have before, but I wanted a few more tools. The weapon he intended to use was simple, anti-mana portals. He'd originally been hoping to make a version of the big portals to discover why they were so stable and then figure out how to get rid of them. If they were fragile, they'd have been gone long ago, especially something like Portal World 5. It was possible he could have closed them by just dropping a rock going very, very fast on top of the portal, or even just conventional explosive if he were willing to use it. But he didn't know, and if he just started attacking a portal site to no effect, it'd seem like weakness. Not to mention it'd incite a global manhunt, more of one than there was already anyway. If he succeeded, that was an entirely different situation. Succeed or fail, he needed preparations to ensure he could survive the attempt, which he was really hoping to get from the portal world experimentation. In addition to fulfilling his obligation to Shahi, he could just put a portal to some nice, pleasant dimension up by his moon nexus and be absolutely unassailable. Even a moderately livable one would work. He just had to keep trying until he found something that wasn't simply deep space. Referencing Lucy's analytics program and making his own notes, he was pretty sure he had an idea about the portal destinations. He didn't have the language to discuss it, not without referring to the three-dimensional diagrams, but there were certain ratios and angles that seemed to have influence over where it emptied out. There was probably years and years of experimentation to get anything like precision from it, and he could imagine endless mathematical theories, but Callum didn't need that. He just needed something that worked for the moment. Someday, someone would benefit from what he was learning, though he didn't know who. Considering what was on the other end of dimensional portals, it wasn't really a bad thing that basically nobody could make them. At least for most people, they'd have to take the risk personally, rather than doing what he did and doing any testing very far away from anything important, like Earth itself. Lucy listened to his meandering thoughts on the portals once they got back home, even though he wasn't very articulate about it. There were pieces to the puzzle that were difficult to represent with the models, like the pressure and tension of holding the construct in place. He'd made notes as best he could, but without any instruments that could properly measure such things, they were just impressions. So what do you think the chances are of finding a nice place like this? Lucy waved her hand in the direction of the front garden. I mean, I get wanting our own place, but how likely is it? I have no idea, Callum admitted. Only two of the portal worlds seem particularly habitable. Now that I have a starting point, though, I can just keep trying, rolling the dice. Portal world lottery, huh? Lucy said with a grin. I should set up a betting pool. You probably should, Callum said with a laugh. But we might run into some places that we can't talk about. I'm even uncomfortable spreading around that deep space portal world. Creeps me out. Hey, you don't know their names, so you can't get their attention. That's how it works, right? Lucy winked at him. So have you tested that portal in the Dragon Lands yet? I actually haven't, Callum admitted. I should. But if it's vacuum on the other side, I guess I can just use the big steel block we have. He reached out into the cave cache and grabbed the chunk of metal, teleporting it out to the Dragonland site. In hindsight, he probably should have been using that kind of thing to begin with, in addition to the various protections he had on the space drone. He scribbled a note to himself and then reformed the successful portal. Given that Dragonland space was slightly different, he wasn't really sure that the portal itself would work, but he matched the structure as precisely as possible. The Dragonlands were not too terribly different from Earth anyway, certainly not as distorted as Mictlan or the Night Lands. It was rather like tracing a drawing on a slightly bent tabletop, so he was pretty sure he had it right. The portal opened into a deep space once again, but this one was very different. There was no mana on the other side, nor was there anti-mana. The space felt very much like Earth's, and when he aimed the drone's camera through the portal, he spotted an actual galaxy in one direction. A galaxy composed of green-white stars. Callum was no space expert, but he did know that there was no such thing as a green star. So while it seemed similar to Earth, there were probably completely different physics at play. Or maybe just subtly different, but that would be enough to make it completely uninhabitable. It wasn't until he rotated the portal around that he saw the exit was also a few miles away from a small swarm of objects. It was like an artist's idea of an asteroid belt, but it was all variously sized red spheres of rock. At least it seemed that portals came out near, roughly, objects of interest. From a strictly statistical perspective, that made no sense, because the universe was so large that intersecting a planet's surface was essentially impossible. But there was clearly some kind of bias in the way the various portal worlds and universes connected. Mostly he blamed magic, though he was sure someone with a more philosophical bent would find something profound about the nature of reality. Well, looks like it's a different place to me, Callum said. He showed the view screen to Lucy, who happily recorded the odd cosmology. You know, you could probably just spend the rest of your life opening random portals and finding cool new places, Lucy said. Probably, Callum admitted. There might be a pretty narrow range of portal worlds in existence, though. Or the other ones I can get to are just so alien they're unusable. Could be that's why they're taking so much juice. Don't be such a wet blanket, Lucy said, putting an arm around him and kissing his cheek. Have a little fun. We get to sightsee dimensions. We sure do, Callum said, succumbing to Lucy's good cheer. He still had to figure out how to make a portal self-sustaining for it to be really right, but it was enough of a breakthrough that he was satisfied. He spent the next few days experimenting with portal destinations, both out in space and in the Dragonlands, though he could only make a couple attempts per day, and only did so at Chester's house. The drain made him put in an order for the capacitors that the Guild of Enchanting made, even if they were expensive, since there was no way he'd be able to try bigger and badder portals without some sort of external source. He could fill them between experiments when he was doing other things. His magical endurance had improved over the years, but it was still well below what he'd seen out of most mages. After 50 or 100 years, he'd probably be up to par, but he couldn't wait that long. Especially not when there were threats popping out of the woodwork. They both had been absolutely blindsided by the email that Lucy got, and it instantly sent him into an incandescent rage. "I'm going to kill her," Callum said, the sudden flush of anger making him almost lightheaded. For the most part, he and Lucy ignored the rumors and scuttlebutt and blathering of uninformed. There were quite a lot of people in Gar, and even in the supernatural community at large, who had only bad things to say about the ghost. That was to be expected. That luxury seemed to be fading, and perhaps it was gone entirely. While people might idly wish death on him, impotent wishes didn't concern him at all. What did matter was people who might actually be able to get at him, one way or another. After his experiences with the Fae, he wasn't really willing to assume that physical remoteness was enough to protect him. Or more importantly, protect Lucy and Alex, especially if Gar, and whoever had taken control of it, was moving now. The video seemed to have been captured by a smartphone, so all the glamours were intact. The people appeared human, but on closer inspection their features were so exaggerated that it was very clear that they were just Fae masquerading as such. There was a man who was far too round, both body and head like stacked spheres. Another had a head that was almost perfectly cylindrical, like a pencil eraser. The only one he really cared about, though, was someone who looked like a storybook crone, with a chin so pointed it could cut glass. "Of course we can't touch him," she scoffed as he watched it again, trying to catch any details that might identify the people involved. If the ghost were so easily cornered, he wouldn't have earned the name. Could any Fae find such a person? But now he has a son, a firstborn. The crone leaned forward, eyes dancing in malicious glee. "And firstborns are my specialty. There are so many ways to tempt a child. A shiny thing just out of reach. The whispered promise on the wind." "To what point and purpose?" asked the eraser-headed man. "Merely enraging the ghost does not serve anyone." "Huh. It's the child that interests me," the crone said, with a cackle that seemed to darken the room even in the recording. "Crack his bones for marrow and make candles from his fat. The firstborn of some legendary hunter would make for something so delectable I can hardly imagine it." She licked her lips with a black tongue. "More pragmatically, a lack of control works for us," the round man said. "How much of these upstart groups' own policy is due to the ghost being out there and enforcing his arbitrary rules? Break that propaganda, and we can start cracking open everyone else." "I'm going to kill all of them," Callum said, repeating himself, and stood up, even though he didn't know where he was going. "Whoa there, hoss," Lucy said, standing up herself and wrapping her arms around him. "Don't go off half-cocked. This is pretty clearly bait." "Bait or not, I'm not going to let anyone threaten Alex," Callum growled. "Especially that thing. That's a monster that must die." "Look, I'm not going to defend someone who eats babies," Lucy said. "But you don't have to do it. Listen to me, Callum. Going after these people yourself would be a mistake. Heck, they might just be malcontents with delusions of grandeur, and all of this is completely toothless. Or it's faked somehow." Callum grunted. He still wanted to tear someone apart with his bare hands, at least figuratively, and he didn't buy that mere discussion was harmless when it came to Fae. Charms and hexes were well within their abilities, and there was no telling how little they needed to aim one Alex's way. It was ever so tempting to find them and nuke them from orbit. "Hey," Lucy said, slapping the table and snapping him out of his brooding. "You said I picked targets right." "Yeah," Callum took in a deep breath, letting it out and trying to clear his head. Lucy was right. The last time he got pissed and went after someone, he regretted it. Not because the person didn't deserve it, but because of everything else that happened. And he had put her in charge of stopping him, so he couldn't overrule her. "How did we even get that?" he asked, waving his hand at the laptop where he'd been watching the video. "Right, so I gave different contact addresses to Tazen and Hargrave and Chester," Lucy said, pulling him away from the desk in the war room and out into the basement. "This came in under Tazen's code, but completely anonymous. I traced the account and it's just some random grandmother in Italy with unsecured Wi-Fi, so that doesn't help. But only someone among Tazen's people would have that code, and probably not many at that." "So you think he should trace it?" Callum said, considering it. "Well, it may not be that secret, but who connected to Tazen would know about Alex and the contact code, and be in contact with nasty Faye like that." Lucy squeezed him, and he took her hand. "Let Tazen run them to ground, instead of you running into another trap like with those vampires. I don't think he'd suffer this kind of behavior either." "Okay, but in the meantime we have to be very careful about Alex," Callum said. "Or, you know what, Tazen had something that could block out Faye influence specifically." "I'll get that from him." "Yeah," Lucy agreed. "The vigilante thing works sometimes, but for this, we have friends call in some favors." "A strange circle we've come in," Ray muttered. Felicia nodded agreement. Working under Archmage Tazen was in many ways a step up from working for the DAI. Very little of it was spent policing internal affairs, but rather looking into serious threats to the stability of the world. Yet they found themselves once again pursuing an internal investigation, and at the behest of no less than Callum Wells himself. Almost completely the reverse of how everything started. Not that Ray objected as such. If the video was to be believed, that was definitely the sort of behavior that needed to be suppressed. But it was hard to be on Wells' side after everything the man had done. Felicia didn't seem to have the same kinds of reservations, being almost enthusiastic about the investigation. "We were in DAI to take down bad people," Felicia wrote when he voiced his doubts. "Now we're here and these are bad people. Just that simple." "Still rubs me the wrong way to be doing it for a criminal," Ray sighed. "I know we're not in GAR anymore, but you can't trust people who just go vigilante." He waved it aside. "Anyway, that video seemed almost staged to me, you know." "Not necessarily. Some types do talk like that." "None here," Ray said. "No, I don't think it was in the base," Felicia wrote, stylus tapping against her tablet. "I don't recognize those glamours, and I don't think any of those types fit in here anyway." "Yeah, but someone here leaked it," Ray sighed. "Between Gail Hargrave and Archmage Tazen himself, there's so many people who might know about Wells' child, so it's probably better to go at it from the contact angle." "Paperwork it is," Felicia wrote. "A great deal of investigation was tedious grind, and this was no exception. Asking questions of Tazen to find out where he'd recorded Wells' contact information, and who he told about it, took up several hours, and that just gave them a long list of things to follow up on. More questions to pursue, access logs, surveillance footage, and tramping up and down the Antarctic base even before they started considering the other outposts. They kept things quiet and discreet, of course. Internal investigations were always delicate, though Ray rather doubted it was any intentional leak. There were too many ways some Fae could have heard about Wells' child, especially the way they liked to gossip, and a Fae could quite easily have charmed the contact information out of any of the secretaries that had it available. even if the people who had the contact information didn't really know what it was for. Naturally, the portal into Fairy was the most closely scrutinized. While House Tazen was not exactly on hostile terms with Gar, using the Gar-controlled portals into the various portal worlds was a delicate proposition. Tazen had breacher portals set up to each of the various garrisons, though, which remained under his control. Unfortunately, despite House Tazen having a more military air to it, there wasn't so strict a control that they knew the location of every person for every instant in time. 2 days later, they compared notes and dug through interview transcripts. As usual, no glaring candidates stood out, but there were a few connections that seemed promising. A few led into Fairy itself, but some led to the local enclaves. "I really hope it's a local matter," Ray muttered, looking over the list of people and locations. "I don't think I want to go to Fairy anyway," Felicia agreed before wiping her slate. "I could not trust that I would be allowed to stay independent, especially not now, with things moving and the ways stirring." "Politics ruins everything," Ray sighed. "That's fine, I can pop in and ask a few people. Not like I'd be going outside of the human areas." Felicia nodded, and Ray slid the pad across to her. "Right, any thoughts on who we should start with?" For the rest of the day, Ray interviewed people while Felicia sniffed around for any hint of the Fae in the video. The existence of the video was restricted, but he wouldn't have been surprised if the glamours they showed weren't the usual ones. They were just a little too off to pass easily among mundanes, and if they were Enclave Fae, they wouldn't have had glamours to begin with. Unfortunately, they didn't get anywhere, so the next day Ray left his notes with Felicia for further work and went to the breacher portal to Fairy. He rubbed at his wrist by reflex as he waited for the mage in charge of portal access to open the way. With healer support, removing the tattoos had been little issue, but he still thought about it every time he used a portal. Even he had been surprised by how thoroughly the mage marks could compromise vis protection. Stepping through into Fairy, the sky was almost painfully blue, the air unreasonably pleasant, and the grass, even in Garrison 2, was lush and green. On first glance, it was as gorgeous and amazing as a storybook, but Ray found that the longer he looked, the more unreal it seemed, which was perhaps why he barely ever went back to his own house's compound in Fairy. Garrison 2 was not all that far outside of the place humans had claimed for their own, sitting in a mountain pass that overlooked a land of ice and darkness. There were things there that had to be fended off on occasion, beasts of Fairy or rogue Fae, or just bored Fae. He didn't hear any fighting when he emerged, though from the high vantage he could see movement stirring on the frozen plains. After exchanging a few words with the lieutenant on duty, he took to the air, wrapping his travel focus about himself and shooting off through the sky. Unlike the skies of Earth, there was always traffic above the surface of Fairy beyond that of ordinary beasts. It was possible to see anything from schools of floating jellyfish to massive rocks to terrible snarls of eyes and teeth that attacked anything within reach. He avoided a particularly hungry-looking cloud, but otherwise was unmolested on the flight between Garrison 2 and the vast spread of houses. At least until a massive whirl of Fey magic suddenly blew up from nowhere and surrounded him. His shield snapped into place as he tapped his offensive foci, suddenly unable to see through the mist around him. "What have we here?" a voice said, and a Fey that looked mostly human save for the blue skin and pointed ears appeared from the mist. He grinned at Ray, flashing prominent fangs, while bat wings beat languidly at the air. It was an odd look, suspiciously like some of the mundane stories about vampires, which was not something to be taken as coincidence. "Not with Faye. I'm Ray Danforth, House Tazen, here on the house's business," Ray said brusquely. "I would appreciate it if you would let me pass." He knew none of the courts claimed this area, so in theory nobody should be accosting him. But this Fae, whoever he was, had the aura of a king. "Oh, not the fly I was expecting to catch, but did you say Raymond Danforth?" Little Felicia's toy. The fangs glinted as the Fae's grin stretched wider. Ray didn't reply, suddenly feeling like he had gotten into something far deeper than he'd intended. Clearly someone had spilled details on the investigation. No matter that they were being careful, but he didn't know how deep a hole he was in. "Well then, come with me," the Fae said, pointing at him, and he froze. A hammer blow of compulsion magic washed over him, akin to Felicia's best. But he'd been training against Felicia's best, so it didn't bother him. But he wasn't sure he could get away, not against a Fae king. After a fraction of deliberating, he pretended to succumb to the compulsion. It would be a lot easier to deal with hostile Fae if they thought he was under their sway, and they might not even think to properly frisk him. "Yes, sir," he said, even as he toggled his scrycom with the distress duress codes. Someone ought to be monitoring them. If not, he knew Felicia would do something. He didn't know what, since she'd rid herself of any attachments in Fairy, but something. In the meantime, he would have to figure out what this particular Fae was up to. It had been a while since he'd been undercover, but he was sure he could do it. Chapter 18, Assault. "I'm afraid I have no idea what you're talking about," the Fae representative told Archmage Tazen. "I see," Tazen said. It meant that the Fae had closed ranks to obscure whatever had happened to Ray Danforth. He didn't know why, either. While he was unwilling to let the Fae get away with kidnapping one of his men, he could hardly start a war with the 7 lesser courts all at once either. The click codes Ray had sent over his scrycom before vanishing implied that it had been a Fae that had taken him, not some random beast that had been accidentally allowed to wander into the territory between the houses and Garrison 1. There was a reason he drilled the codes into everyone, even though he'd never really expected to need them. Something that could be directed with pure vis, likely unnoticeable even to Fae kings, was an incredibly powerful emergency option. "I would appreciate it if your sovereign would contact me with any information should he find it," Tazen said, knowing he couldn't press too much. Not while he was still in Fairy. Even for him, that was a dangerous proposition. If they had been on Earth, it would have been a different matter. Tazen would have had no compunctions using whatever force was necessary if he'd been able to lay his hands on a Fae who might know. It was the sort of mess that reminded him why he'd never wanted to be an archmage or head of a house to begin with. He wanted to be out solving problems with direct action, not arranging things and tiptoeing around other people's sensibilities. "Of course, Archmage Tazen," the representative said insincerely and bowed. Tazen scowled and turned away. The Fae wouldn't help, but he was on good terms with a few of the houses that lived on Fairy. He'd fought alongside Archmage Kaladin at Garrison 1, before Kaladin even was an Archmage, and the man had been a strong supporter ever since. He flew out of the diplomatic post just outside human territory and shot toward House Kaladin. It would be good to renew those ties and maybe ask a few favors. If the Fae felt that they could move against him, he might need allies there sooner rather than later. Archmage Duval would have been perfectly happy never hearing about Callum Wells again. It wasn't like she didn't have other things to be doing. She had a life completely independent of all the drama going on with Gar and the Earth in general. She would admit to a grudge, but an archmage had better things to do. Other people were more invested, from the presence of Teller Janry in her front room. House Janry was generally polite to her, as they should be after she'd stabilized over 100 acres for their Fairy estate, but she mistrusted them being in charge of the Department of Acquisitions, or any other places they'd gotten their hooks into. "We're certain it's Wells," Teller said, sipping tea in exactly the proper manner for someone of his background and station, manners she appreciated. Duval had been seated across from him, but restlessness at the thought of dealing with Wells again had driven her to her feet, and she found herself pacing next to the window. Given how slippery he is, we haven't approached the area directly, but we interviewed all the mundanes. Among other things, the reports definitely sound like brand of gravity magic, even if they didn't see him directly. Besides, there's nobody on record in that area. That's all well and good, Duval said, but what do you expect me to do about it? Lock him down, Teller replied. Like I said, he's slippery. But you can stop him from teleporting around, right? There was a hint of challenge in his voice, and Duval scowled. Of course I can, she said. It was obvious Wells could do some things she found difficult to grapple with, but she'd seen his magic and was more than confident she could counter anything he did. Wells was no archmage. Then Gar is officially requesting your presence to counter any potential spellcraft, Teller said. Duval frowned. She did have her own bone to pick with Wells. What she'd found about his portals was disturbing. There was nothing at all on the other end, just some terrible void. It was heresy, plain and simple, and could not be allowed to continue. So long as they weren't expecting her to go into actual combat with Wells, it was probably worth her while. Very well, she said. The particulars. With Archmage Tazen's departure, we have fewer battle-ready mages, but we do have a squad from DAI who will be backing up a combined force of Fae and vampires, Teller said. The site is unfortunately close to Portal World 6, so we have to be a little careful, but Archmage Wizzy doesn't seem to be involved. I can open a portal directly if you're going to stage somewhere, Duval said with a grunt. She knew that was what they wanted anyway. What about Archmage Janry? He could just sink the area into the ground if they want to get Wells. It's unlikely the Archmage could do anything fast enough to prevent Wells from escaping, and given Wells' particular talents, a more direct approach seemed best, Teller said. Just excuses. More likely Janry was just scared of the man who'd already killed an Archmage and a Fae King, not to mention whatever he'd done to remove Constance. Fine, Duval said, but I want at least half the squad with me. As you said, Wells is slippery. On the off chance he's got something I don't know about, I want to be properly protected. She had faith in her shields, more or less, but under the circumstances she wanted to be protected by people with faster-than-human reflexes. That can be arranged, Teller said, which meant Duval probably could have asked for more. She sighed and turned to face him. When were you intending to do this? The sooner the better, Teller replied. Local night is in 9 hours. That would be the first window. American time, Duval sighed, glancing at the grandfather clock ticking away against the wall. Fine. Where exactly are we going? Mexico, Teller said. We'll meet at the Mexico City branch office an hour beforehand. Very well, Duval looked at the clock again. I will be there. I appreciate your assistance in this matter, Teller said, draining the tea and standing up to offer her a bow. I look forward to seeing you tonight. Duval saw him to the door while a servant cleaned up, and then pulsed her vis to teleport down into the armory. Not that she used combat foci, but there were still extra tools that she didn't want to do without. A couple of Fae trinkets that she actually trusted, reinforced underarmor with kinetic protections, and a few extra sensory foci. She let her seneschal know where she was going to be as she prepared for the excursion. Her own guard would have been preferable, but they weren't quite as powerful or trained as she would like. Considering Wells' track record so far, they'd only be at risk for little gain, especially since there was going to be a DAI squad there anyway. When the appointed time came around, she made sure she was appropriately dressed, double-checked all her foci, and reached out to the house's teleporter. She pulled herself through it to the GAR hub, and then pulsed her vis to locate the appropriate anchor. 2 more teleports brought her from the hub to the Mexico City branch, which was not very large, merely a few rooms and offices beyond the teleporters. To his credit, Teller was already there. He stood to greet her as she stepped out of the teleporter, dressed in a combat uniform with an Arcan rifle slung across one shoulder, a weapon he probably didn't know how to use. At least he cut a good figure. "Any updates?" she demanded, not wanting to waste any time. "No, we're just waiting for the rest of the squad to arrive." "Give them this." She took an anchor from her bag, a lightweight plate about 6 inches in diameter. "I can bring them through when we need to." If they were mages, there'd be no issue, but extending flight to a large group of vampires was not easy for anyone who wasn't of air affinity to begin with. "Fantastic," Teller beamed and handed her a Scrycom. It was one of the newer, military models, and she clipped it to her shoulder, feeding it a thread of vis from her shell and shaping the resulting spell form around her ear and mouth. She liked her normal Scrycom better, but she wasn't so stupid as to insist on different communications for such an operation. She pulled out a chair and sat, knowing she was earlier than expected but resenting the waste of her time anyway. The squad came in all at once a few minutes later, all in combat uniform with DAI logos, mostly vampires with one fae. He didn't look any different from the rest, but Duval was an archmage. She could tell the difference. The non-mages were in a 10-man squad, with some kind of internal grouping that she didn't care about, so long as they were competent enough to protect her. Frankly, she would have preferred Tazen's soldiers, even if Tazen himself had suspect allegiances. He didn't do backroom deals, the one thing about him she respected. There were 4 additional mages as well, none of whom seemed particularly powerful, but probably represented a range of aspects to cover all contingencies. There was a reason every house tried to have a variety of aspects, though almost every house was known for one, but they probably wouldn't be too useful in an actual fight. Wells didn't function like a typical combat mage. Teller started giving some sort of briefing that she mostly ignored. She already knew the history with Wells, what he had done, and what he could do. All his abilities required that he be able to use his own magic, though, and with no other mage of note around, Teller hardly counted. She should be able to suppress Wells. Teller ended the briefing by handing the anchor to the Fae, and Duval stood, ready to leave. "I'll notify you through Scrycom when Archmage Duval is ready to bring you over," Teller concluded, and Duval grunted affirmation. The sooner they started, the sooner it'd be done. With that, they went outside and took to the air, Duval following Teller even further south. The sun was almost behind the horizon, and the lights of mundane cities faded as they went further out into the country. It reminded her of the last time she visited the Portal World 6 site. For maintenance, she couldn't fathom why someone would live so far out in the middle of nowhere. Unless they had to. Wells was too dangerous to get close to without preparation. He had shown he had quite the sensitivity, but even he couldn't sense miles away without resorting to active vis pulses, which was something she would recognize and could deal with. But even from a distance, the lines of a glamour were visible to Monocyte, marking the presence of a mage dwelling. Duval pulsed her vis straight downward, finding a road and aiming for it. That time, Teller followed, and when she touched down, she conjured a few lights. She felt better with their surroundings illuminated. Then she reached for the anchor, activating it so she could pulse her vis through to the other side. "I'm ready," she told Teller. "Give it another few minutes," he said, looking at the sky. It was still purple, not quite into the black of night. "We want our people to be completely ready." Duval shrugged, finding herself more and more annoyed by the time it was taking. Every time she had to deal with direct action, she spent most of her time doing nothing, a complete waste. Duval tapped her foot, waiting impatiently as Teller talked with someone over the Scrycom. While she was tempted, she didn't try to pester him into going before he was ready. She didn't like combat, but she wasn't stupid. Let people who actually knew how to carry out an operation do their thing. Finally, he gave her the nod, and she tapped the anchor again, using it to snap open a portal frame. The squad blurred through, equipped with rifles and blades both as they assembled on the road. Teller said something else that she didn't really listen to, but they divided themselves so 3 moved into guard position around her, and the other 7 got into some kind of formation ahead. I'd really prefer to do more surveillance first, but we can't risk Wells noticing and rabbiting. Duval thought he was explaining for her benefit, but she wasn't sure. Maybe he just liked to hear himself speak. She was convinced enough that it was Wells, and if it wasn't, Gar could deal with the apologies. Archmage, if you could teleport us in and lock down the area, Teller said, turning to her. She sighed and then pulsed her vis out as far as it would go. Unlike some other aspects, the spatial active sense didn't give much more than outlines and densities, but it worked well enough for her purposes. It bounced right off the house itself, since of course that was more tightly warded than just the glamour, even if at a glance the wards weren't great, but her pulse did find a number of suspicious bits and pieces of enchantment and metal. She selected a clear space outside the house and wrapped everyone in vis, overpowering their resistance to drop everyone in a clear space in front of the house, and quickly, because she knew he would have noticed the pulse. At the same time, she pushed out her vis from her shell and spun a stasis net over the area, her magic freezing space. Not that it stopped anyone from moving through it, but any attempts to teleport around would be difficult, let alone open any kind of useful portal. The squad of 7 rushed forward, and she felt a push back against her stasis net, nothing that she couldn't handle. She was an archmage after all, and it was proof that it was Wells. But her satisfaction was short-lived as some her vis simply vanished. It wasn't broken or overpowered, it was simply gone. It was a sensation that she'd only felt once before and would never forget. "Wait," she managed to say, but that was all she could get out before it was too late. Their targets vanished and the horrible emptiness ballooned outward, just in front of the squad smashing through the back door, and then continued to grow and grow as it devoured her vis. Worse, invalidated it entirely, as if her magic didn't exist at all. The wards around the house were snuffed out as a veritable explosion of null magic burst outward from a portal that had to be the size of a person, a spear pointed directly at them. The vampires and fae went limp, all the animating mana stripped from their bodies, as Teller conjured a stone wall that did nothing at all to impede the progress of the spreading nothing. It smashed into her shell and her shield fizzled and vanished as it tried to activate. The vis shell itself was proof against the null trying to erode it. She was an archmage. But she was still defenseless, and with Wells wielding that kind of weapon, she was not going to stay. Duval pulled a strand of vis from her shell and fed it into herself, where a paired teleportation core was entrained in her very flesh, something she had been inspired to create after Wells' disappearance from a heavily warded room. It wouldn't do for the Archmage of Space to be less adept than a heretic. It energized and pulled her away, all the way back to her estate in the deep wilds. She appeared in her safe room, where the other half of the teleportation core was etched into space itself, so it would never degrade. She staggered over and dropped into the luxurious chair, panting from sheer nerves. Wells was absolutely insane. Null magic was exactly why she refused to try and open new portal worlds. Not only did it eradicate any mana and most vis it touched, it could even permanently cripple a mage if their vis shield failed. She didn't know why or how he had that spell form so ready to hand, but it was proof that he was far too dangerous to handle. Serena Duval prided herself on knowing when an obstacle wasn't worth the effort, and she promised herself she'd have nothing to do with Wells ever again. For better or worse, it turned out that paired portals worked across dimensions even if the dimensions weren't connected. It took quite a few tries, but eventually he found a portal world that seemed to at least vaguely match ordinary physics and didn't have massive creatures swanning around in space. It was still a vacuum, and the stars were partially obscured behind spider-web-like filaments, but there was only empty space and a small featureless planetoid nearby, so he took the risk of putting one of his space drones through. Since he could still connect to the drone when the original portal vanished, that proved the concept, though Callum wasn't sure he wanted to rely on an enchantment for a consistent connection to the real world. The big dimensional portals were clearly stable on timescales of centuries, which was the kind of reliability he wanted. The Guild of Enchanting had found out that even pure Bane materials were only functional for a decade or two outside their native portal world, and that was on Earth. In other portal worlds or deep space, that was even shorter. Still, if he found a more habitable portal world, it might well serve as an emergency retreat or a storage area until he cracked the permanent portals. He was almost certain it was possible, but there was no telling how long it would take or how much effort would be needed to make a proper redoubt. As an interim measure, Callum was genuinely considering trying to find a corner of the deep wilds instead, despite it being a jungle chock full of nasty beasts. He put aside his sketches and followed Lucy as they went to tuck in Alex for the night. 2 was the age where sleep was more complicated than it really should be, so it was a whole production. Frankly, it was probably too late at night, but they were caught up in trying to do too many things, and all they could do was the best they could do. "Come on, sweetie, time for bed," Lucy said. "Wanna play outside?" Alex protested, angrily rubbing his eyes and obviously exhausted. "Alex, listen to your mother," Callum said. "You're tired, we're tired, and the sooner you go to sleep the sooner tomorrow." He cut off as a cascade of vis pulsed through his perceptions, surprise and panic freezing him in place for a moment. But just one moment before he grabbed Lucy and Alex to try and teleport them away to the panic room. Only to find he couldn't. The vis wave hadn't really gone away, it had turned into some sort of rigid structure, hooking into every bit of space and holding it in place. He knew exactly who it had to be, the thought occurring the moment before the structure shifted and a teleport formed, dumping 16 people out into the garden. 6 were in Mage bubbles, and he recognized the strength of one of them. Archmage Duval had come calling. He was aware hazily that the rest were vampires of some sort, with swirly fey magic in and around them, but he was more focused on how to deal with Duval. He had to break her hold if he was going to get everyone out of there, and he had no time to do it in. Just shoving Vis at the problem did nothing. Her control was far more powerful than his. He needed something that didn't care about her strength. The idea came to him as the garden door crunched, the supernaturals rushing the house. He couldn't make any large spatial constructs, but Duval still operated on the same scale as every other mage, and there was space between her hooks to make a very small portal. And there was a portal he could make that would get rid of Vis. He reached through his gut port for his foci, and with a sharp twist, he wrenched open a portal to an anti-mana world just in front of him, the negative energy pouring out and eradicating Duval's threads. She seemed to flinch, the hold weakening, and he took the fraction of opportunity to shove the 3 of them through the gut portal, through the Nexus, and into the emergency backup cave in the northern United States. There was a lot of work put into the house, though, and he didn't want to leave all that behind if he didn't have to, so he tapped into some of his cached Vis crystals and stretched the portal wide, intending to shove it at Duval so he could break her hold. At an inch or so across, the anti-mana effect was more or less a sphere. He'd expected that to translate to a moving mana eater that would sever Vis threads in the area, but it turned out that it did not scale linearly. Instead of a larger sphere, at 5 feet in diameter, the anti-mana exploded out of both sides of the portal in an enormous deluge, billowing out to even larger than the portal width as it went. A huge cone burst forth in both directions, sweeping over the entire invading party, who were already strung out halfway through the house, and passing straight through the walls. All the glamours and wardings collapsed instantly, shredded apart, and the supernaturals seemed to simply fall over. The Vis lockdown vanished. Even his connection to the portal was severed, but when the portal didn't collapse, Callum just goggled. He wasn't sure what to do about the anti-mana portal, but before he needed to start trying to work his way in and rip up the portal infrastructure, it finally collapsed on its own. A lifetime of 15 seconds was not much, but it was a lot longer than the small portals had been. That was something he'd have to think about later, when he had the time. There was basically no mana around in the air, all of it having spent itself against the anti-mana, which might have been what caused the portal to finally collapse. There were 15 bodies in various states of life left behind, all of which had been completely purged of Vis. They looked almost exactly like they were normal humans. The vampires were completely down, and while the mages were conscious, they didn't seem to have any magic. He had no idea how long that would last, so he took advantage of it while he could. All it took was simply grabbing them and teleporting them into space. Without any Vis, they couldn't resist, and they couldn't survive. But that was just the people who had led the assault. Duval was obviously the one who was unaccounted for, and he had no idea how long it would be until she got reinforcements, so he had to leave. But he had a few seconds, it seemed. Long enough to try instituting the escape plan he'd started on after the cartel had visited. He opened a small portal into a corner of the basement and threw a switch, blowing the cutoffs for water and septic, then reached out to wrap the whole house and basement in one giant teleportation framework. That was really what he'd gotten the Vis crystals for, and despite the earlier expenditure, he still had enough in reserve to support everything. Without planning ahead, he wouldn't have been able to rip the house, and the machine shed out whole cloth, but he'd added a few reinforcement enchantments to the foundations, mostly to keep the house in a constant field of one gravity no matter what. Fortunately, that hadn't been destroyed by the anti-mana. He'd also made room around the concrete with some judiciously applied gravity blades so he could teleport it easily enough. Most importantly, he'd made a big hole out in the middle of nowhere in Montana, near another cave. It wasn't a permanent solution by any means, and his instincts screamed about leveling and grading, but it would do for a week or so. Bringing the house and the shed meant they kept all their stuff, minus the garden, yard surveillance, and traps, so it was not quite as great a setback as it could have been. He drained 2 Vis crystals in an instant, teleporting the entire house out to the fallback position, then turned to where Lucy was still fumbling with one of the LED lanterns he'd stocked in the fallback cave. "What was that?" Lucy asked, holding onto Alex, who was definitely not getting any sleep for a while. "Supernatural assault team," Callum replied grimly, trying to take slow and measured breaths. Every time something like that happened, the rush of adrenaline made him feel like he was sick. "They had Duval with them, that's how they ambushed us. Not sure how they got a lead on the cartel, but it had to be them who gave us away." "Oh," said Lucy faintly. "So how bad is it?" "Well, I got the house out," Callum said, belatedly reaching through the gut portal to start sweeping stuff out of the cave cache into the nearby one he'd picked as a backup. The other caves were not as well finished or furnished, but they weren't meant to be permanent anyway. That property is a write-off, and we'll have to get our water from the barrels for a while, but we managed to salvage most of it. "That's good," Lucy said, then slumped, letting Alex down to the floor. "But damn it, I like that place in the garden. Are we going to have to be running for the rest of our lives?" "No," Callum said flatly, opening up a portal to the relocated house and ushering Lucy and Alex through it. Once I find an appropriate portal world, we'll have something unassailable. But I also need to make it unthinkable to go after us." "That sounds ominous," Lucy said. "It just has to be obvious it's not worth it to even think about it," Callum said. "Now, all the people who came to assault us are dead, save Duval. She ran away. So that's something, but we'll have to go further." "Someone's dead?" Alex asked, and Lucy blinked down at him. "Don't worry about it, sweetie," she said, hugging him against her. "We're going to be spending more time over with Uncle Chester for a while, okay?" Callum grunted. In Mexico, they could spend a lot of time outdoors in late fall, but in Montana, it was not nearly so nice. He was going to have to board up the back anyway. The door and wall near it were completely destroyed thanks to the vampires barging through. "Why don't you put in a movie or something and let me fix the back a bit?" Callum suggested. "Maybe when that's over it can be time for bed." He'd have to put any serious discussion off until Alex went to sleep, which was probably for the best so the stress of the moment could pass. "I'll tell Chester and Lisa too," Lucy said. Can we go Uncle Chester's?" Alex asked, which was pretty damn cogent for a 2-year-old as far as Callum knew. Callum and Lucy exchanged glances. "Why don't you go on ahead?" Callum suggested. "I'll clean up a bit and join you." He was somehow sticky with sweat, something he hadn't even noticed until that moment. "Okay, honey, I'll see you in a few minutes," Lucy said, wrapping her arms around him for a kiss. Callum held her close for a moment and then crouched down to hug Alex before opening the portal. "I'll be along in a minute, kiddo," he said, and Alex nodded with due seriousness before running through the portal into Chester's house. Lucy followed, and Callum went to take care of business while he finished transferring things out of the cave cache. He picked up the conversation much later on, when Alex finally crashed. He sat with Lucy, Chester, and Lisa, drinking water because it was too late at night for caffeine, and he was too wrung out for alcohol. In truth, he would have much rather had the conversation when he was awake and rested, but he might end up putting it off even more if he waited. "So, what's the plan for making sure nobody else comes after us?" Lucy asked. Callum sighed and rubbed at his eyes. "Well, one thing is that no man is an island. I think I'm going to have to officially enter some sort of arrangement with the American Alliance, House Hargrave and House Tazen. Not really as myself, but as the ghost or whatever. I'm not here for politics, but it's impossible to live without some kind of association." "You're practically there anyway, at least from my perspective," Chester said. "The terms of our alliance are in many ways based on your enforcement to begin with," Lisa added. "An official relationship wouldn't really change anything, aside from us saying so." "Yeah, and it's been stupid to turn down that resource," Callum shook his head. "Sometimes I'm an idiot. I wanted to be independent, but—" He just shrugged. "I'm sure Gail and Glenda would be fine with it too," Lucy put in. "They haven't asked us for anything yet, but it's not like we're on bad terms. I dunno about Tazen, though." "Yeah, it's too bad I'm the primary point of contact there," Callum agreed. "I'm really not good at making friends." "You're too grumpy," Lucy agreed with a fond smile, taking his hand. He squeezed back and looked at Chester and Lisa. "The other thing is I need to make it clear that nobody is to mess with me. I'm not sure who exactly I got rid of with that assault on my house. Maybe Lucy can find out later. But I need to address Duval, Gar in general, and all the supernaturals who would be willing to come after me." "That's a tall order," Chester said dryly. "Well," Callum exchanged glances with Lucy, "I'm going to close the portal to the Night Lands." Chester blinked once slowly. Lisa showed more reaction. "You what?" She goggled at him. I don't know how that will go, but that's not going to make people any happier with you." "That ship has sailed," Callum argued. "The point now is to be so damn scary nobody wants to take the chance. It's not like I'm a threat to ordinary fae or shifters or mages. It's just the monsters. That is a point, Chester rumbled. If you want to properly ally with people, though, you'll have to give them forewarning for such a drastic measure. People can deal with strong tactics, but not randomness. Surprises don't help. His tone was pointed, which was as close as he'd come to criticizing Callum's past actions. I suppose, Callum conceded, though he hated the idea of having to consult people before he did anything. If it's just the heads of House Hargrave and Tazen and yourself, that's not terrible operational security. More than that, though, and I'm afraid it'd leak, and people would do anything to head it off. They certainly would, Chester agreed, clearly not sad at the idea of the main shifter rivals being cut off. But once it's done, if you have people to back it, it turns from some terrible, unprecedented disaster to a statement of power. Right, which is the idea, Callum said, half agreeing, half thinking out loud. Might as well contact them and get them in for a briefing tomorrow. I can take care of that, Chester offered, and Lucy yawned. Yeah, please, she said. Callum wasn't quite ready to go to sleep himself. The strange behavior of the anti-mana portal was still on his mind. He'd been damn lucky none of his family had been nearby, considering what had happened when he'd opened it. Maybe scaling it up had been overly reckless, but it was only 60 times larger. What had happened was not on the same scale. He opened a small portal over in the Dragonlands, then doubled its size. Then doubled it again, watching the anti-mana spill out. 4 inches was not much larger than 1 inch, but as his senses covered the black spot where the anti-mana was, he realized he'd been completely overlooking how things scaled. The portal construct was essentially just the perimeter, which scaled with diameter. The surface area was a square of that. The amount of anti-mana was a volume, which was a cube. So the 60-fold increase from 1 inch to 5 feet was, after doing some math, some 200,000 times more anti-mana. The exponents probably weren't exact. It took more than 60 times the vis to open a 5-foot portal, but it wasn't thousands of times the cost. All the vis crystals in the world wouldn't help if the scaling was that severe. But he had an inkling that the reason the huge portals were stable was maybe due to scaling factors. Tiny portals could be fed enough mana to be sustained. Larger ones took so much absolute mana they were temporary. But even bigger, and the volume of mana they could pull in, or was in the space they occupied, started tipping the balance. That was his guess, one that he'd have to verify later. After all, he needed to check his weapon before he used it. Chapter 19, Sever. Chester's place was the de facto meeting spot for what Callum considered the Nongar factions, and he was pretty sure that was mostly because of him. Even if he was on fairly reasonable terms with House Hargrave and House Tazen, he didn't trust them enough to walk into their lairs. Frankly, he didn't trust them enough to meet them in person even at Chester's, but there wasn't much of a choice. He couldn't even sit in the corner, since he was in part the host of the gathering, so he just found a chair in Chester's sitting room and did his best not to scowl. Lucy sat next to him, having left Alex with some other parents off in another part of the compound. While he would have liked to have his son closer to him just in case, it was also not the kind of discussion that was appropriate for a 2-year-old, and it wasn't like Alex was out of range of his perceptions. Gale and Glenda had come, but they were for once accompanied by Archmage Hargrave himself, which did not make Callum at all comfortable. It didn't seem to be all that long ago that Hargrave was gunning for him, and he doubted someone who'd lived however many centuries was so quick to let go of grudges. But they'd also had nominally friendly relations since, and he was pretty sure Gale at least would keep Hargrave from lashing out. Archmage Tazen was there too, in a black tactical suit, with no outriders. Unlike Hargrave, Callum was pretty sure Tazen had nothing against him personally, but also was the one most likely to act if he thought Callum was overstepping. In a way, Tazen was the most like Callum, which made him the most concerning. The American alliance itself was represented mostly by Chester and Lisa, but Shahi had been invited too. His old man avatar lounged in a corner chair, smoking a pipe. The smoke itself, though, only billowed and curled theatrically, a constant low-grade exertion of dragon magic keeping it from actually producing any smell for the other people in the room. Assuming it was real tobacco to begin with, it was clearly an act, so he wouldn't be surprised if Shahi wasn't smoking anything real. Yesterday, a strike force including Archmage Duval assaulted my home, Callum said. This is a state of affairs that cannot continue. I need to make it clear that I am outside of GAR's jurisdiction and not subject to their authority. Alpha Chester has suggested that the best route to that is for you all, and the American Alliance, to treat me as a peer with the same kind of power. Which I know is a lot for an individual, so I'm intending to couple that with something I was already planning. I'm going to close the portal to the Night Lands. Reactions were varied. Tazen grunted, Hargrave scowled, Gale gaped, and Shahi grinned. There were, at least, no immediate cries of objection. Either Chester had briefed them somehow, or they just weren't surprised that he could claim to do such a thing. Of course, he'd made no secret of his distaste for vampires, so he was hardly breaking precedent. It wouldn't be a bad idea, Tazen conceded after a moment. Vampires are a dangerous tool at best, and their most base nature is to feed on living vis. They will eventually turn on mages, given the chance, and they're entirely incompatible with mundanes. Better to remove things now than deal with the mess later. GAR depends on the vampires to counterbalance shifters and fae, Hargrave said. Removing them would change the composition of GAR and what houses have influence on Earth. I don't know if it would be for better or worse, but no matter what, it would hurt their power, which I personally support, but it would not go unanswered. I don't necessarily want to strand people on either side, since presumably there are a few mages of the vampire-aligned houses that aren't complete monsters. Worse, with no way back, vampires on Earth could do a lot of damage. On the other hand, I need that closure to have meaning. Callum paused, then shrugged. I don't think it's possible to sustain the mana flow from the Night Lands without it, but it's impossible to know how long it would be before that would start affecting things. What about enchanting? Glenda pointed out. Closing the Night Lands is going to remove a primary source of our most useful materials. Two things, Callum said, since this was one of the things he'd actually anticipated. One is that Tazen will still have a portal to the Night Lands and can still send people out to the cenotes. The other is that I am preparing to open up new portal worlds, preferably ones without any inhabitants. Once I locate useful enchanting materials in them, I could provide teleports or portals in. That got rather more of a reaction than his announcement about closing the Night Lands. A couple people spoke at once, then Tazen gestured to Hargrave. The older Archmage leaned forward, eyes sharp. You can access new portal worlds. I can, Callum acknowledged. In a way, I'm surprised that Duval hasn't, since it's not impossibly difficult. I think I can understand why not, but I know she could. He had advantages in his record-keeping, what with the 3D modeling software and the ability to open portals far away from himself, where nothing could get through. But Duval had centuries of practice, far more power, and access to the rest of the magical world in a way Callum didn't. People have asked, Hargrave said. She refuses to entertain the idea. It's not exactly safe, Callum conceded, but I have ways of ameliorating the issues. Though that brings me to the issue of Duval herself. She's one of the people who can give me trouble, and I don't want to deal with her trying to hunt me down all the time." "Oh, you haven't heard," Hargrave said, then shook his head. "Of course you wouldn't have. House Duval has decided to mark and avoid you. No member of House Duval will even acknowledge your existence now. Archmage Duval is hardly going to agree to track you down anymore." "Huh," Callum blinked. "I guess I scared her." It also made him revise how dangerous a huge anti-mana portal was if she didn't want to get near it. On the other hand, it seemed dangerously convenient for Duval to declare him off-limits. But how far does that really go? "Duval's a coward," Archmage Hargrave said bluntly. "More, you can't possibly afford to endanger her. The reason she has so much sway is that she is the only person who can make Portal World safe for permanent habitation. There isn't a single house that would let you get away with removing her." "As opposed to letting me get away with what I already have?" Callum asked, somewhat doubtful that the rest of the magical community could really do worse than they already had. "That includes me," Hargrave said grimly. "Though, under the circumstances, I would undertake to resolve things between you if Duval hadn't already made her stance clear." "I hope you realize the potential issues of opening a new portal, however," Tazen added. "The Defensors Mundi would prefer not to have yet another front to deal with, even if you might well be closing one." "Not a problem," Callum assured him. "I won't get into it just yet since I'm still doing experiments, but no matter how it shakes out, the access won't be vulnerable. Since he could keep paired portal or teleport links, there didn't even need to be an active portal, even if he wanted the ability to make one." "That's interesting. Duval never would touch making new portals," Shahi said. "I don't blame her. Without certain advantages, it would be an extremely bad idea," Callum said. "With modern tools, though, I can take proper precautions." "I'd definitely like to see these precautions," Tazen said, then waved his hand, putting aside the topic of the portal worlds. "Before that, when did you intend to close the Night Lands portal?" "Essentially now," Callum replied, "or as soon as may be." "They attacked our home," Lucy said darkly. "I don't want them doing that again." "So we'll give them something else to focus on," Callum concluded. "I'm aware it's not just the vampires I need to worry about, but as a statement of power, they're the only ones I can target with no compunctions." One of the benefits of dealing with principals meant there was no need for follow-up meetings or for someone to consult someone else. Not that he was dependent upon their approval, even if he was seeking their help. The access to new portal worlds was a very considered carrot to go with the stick he wanted to employ. Though it wasn't aimed at any of them, if they put their weight behind it, he needed to provide some measure of appreciation. To him, the most important part was getting Tazen to be in charge of the remaining portal inn. He couldn't actually remove Tazen's existing portal without crossing some rather hard lines anyway, so convincing him to be gatekeeper was key to keeping things from getting too severe. Though having everyone else do the political heavy lifting was a godsend, since Callum didn't trust himself to come off as anything other than unhinged if he had to present himself in public. Under the circumstances, Gale was going to stand by in the next room for emergencies while he worked, but it was going to be him and Lucy in their little complex at Chester's. He would have preferred the war room, and not just because he wasn't used to having an audience, but it was safer to have help on hand. Besides, there were plenty of trustworthy people who could keep an eye on Alex. Even Lucy didn't have all that much to do compared to their usual stuff. There weren't a bunch of drones to track or people to call. Mostly, she had a layout of which set of buildings belonged to which house, so he could figure out where to focus his efforts. The general paucity of spatial enchanting meant that there weren't likely to be paired anchors squirreled away in forgotten basements, and he could focus on the feeder portals and the main connections to Earth. He felt a little bad for sabotaging the enchantments in the houses, since they hadn't done anything against him directly, but he needed to cut off the night lands as much as possible, and he didn't imagine the mages who were allied with the vampires were going to be very sympathetic to his viewpoint of them. Nevertheless, the only thing he was doing was cutting off the connections. Even if there were a few teleports or portals lingering around, he wasn't all that worried about them changing the impact of closing the main portal. By the cubic calculations, it'd take hundreds of man-sized portals, constantly open, to match the volume of mana flowing through the original. By square calculations, it'd still take quite a few, more than could be found in a short amount of time. Ones that Duval would have to make, something she would not be likely to do if he understood the position she'd set out. "Okay, House Drummond," Lucy said, examining the map. For this particular mission, they didn't have a full drone, but rather a tiny box not much larger than the Bad Penny itself. It wasn't like the night lands had much aerial traffic, and considering vampire senses, they didn't want anything that could attract attention. He teleported the anchor around, sneaking his vis through the wards with extreme caution. It didn't seem likely that mages would have an anti-healing booby trap when anyone could set it off, but he didn't intend to find out. Instead, he skimmed over the place with his perceptions, finding the portal frame set up in a vestibule, and relocated his box into a little cubbyhole under the floor. While the big mansion-style dwellings were clearly mage-crafted, they still had all the weird nooks and crannies of buildings that had been around long enough to see changes in form and function. The anchor for the portal was in the floor beneath the frame itself, and unlike the GAR installations, it was not something easily accessible. Someone would have to unbolt the whole portal frame and pull it out. Not actually difficult, but definitely intended to be more permanent than not. Which didn't matter to him, since he didn't need to actually physically access the cores anymore. Instead, he formed a very tiny anti-mana portal just above where the core was. A half-inch of steel at the bottom of the portal frame didn't mean much to the anti-mana, which passed straight through and erased the enchantment below. In fact, it erased the mana right out of the enchanting material, rendering the whole thing inert. Then he let it collapse, the anti-mana erasing any traces of his vis, though he doubted anyone would have a good time if they tried to reopen it, assuming someone other than Duval could. Just in case, he left one of his own cleanup beads where the anchor box was before he teleported back out. "Check," Callum said, and Lucy scribbled a note on the list. Even with the range on his perceptions, it took quite some time to move his box from place to place and find each teleporter or portal, especially since he had to be careful not to tip off anyone, trip any alarms, or attract any attention. While a box a few inches on a side was not exactly obtrusive, he didn't want to underestimate supernatural senses, or the complexity of what a ward could detect. Despite all his precautions and advantages, he wanted to get this done quickly and quietly. The master of Weltentor paced restlessly through the halls of his castle. Something felt off, an oddness in the air of his domain that he couldn't quite place, though perhaps it was just being unsettled after the failure of the Janri raid on the Ghost. He didn't yet have details, save for Duval's proclamation about it, but there seemed to be no survivors other than her. Which meant the Ghost was still alive, and it was only a matter of time before retaliation. Whether that retaliation would be against him or his allies remained to be seen. Nevertheless, he had made preparations. The Ghost was the only supernatural who seemed willing to directly act against him, and not just by acting as a watchdog for the Defensors Mundi, which was another annoyance, but he had to admit the nests that Tazen's people removed were being injudicious. At least in the current climate, there were plans for being far less judicious and far more obvious. There was, after all, no point in obeying the rules if doing so resulted in death, or even stagnation. He was hardly going to ask his subordinates to hold themselves back and play well if the ghost was going around picking them off as he wished. Which was why he'd provided as many as he could with the goo defenses, ones that they could activate at their leisure, whether it was the ghost they suspected was assaulting them or someone else. Or, should there be some threat the goo defense couldn't handle, they had his instruction to go out and do as much damage as they could, wherever they were. If he couldn't target the ghost directly, Weltentor could at least threaten him with something he cared about. Since the ghost's stated goal was to protect mundanes, for whatever reason, then it was simple enough to just massacre mundanes to hurt the ghost by proxy. How long would he be willing to attack nests if it resulted in mass death? Weltentor had found that humans didn't have the strength of will to do what was necessary. Mage or mundane. Fae at least didn't seem to have any compunctions, even if their quirks made it difficult to depend on them. He touched the Fae charm amulet that hung around his neck, walking down through the castle to walk the roads of Weltentor Landing. If his collaboration with the Fae had gotten him anything, it had been protections that might well be proof against the ghost, considering it would be combined with his own strength and power. Not to mention access to the ways, admittedly in a very limited capacity. Anything to report? He asked the guard on duty at the portal room. It was staffed by mages and vampires both now, and while they had yet to catch anyone, there was always a chance they might notice some tiny detail. "No, Master Weltentor," Sullivan said. Weltentor hadn't been a fan of the vampire in question deciding on an Irish name rather than the traditional German, but it was oddly close to the name in the original tongue, so he'd let it pass. "I haven't heard or scented any presence of person or machine." "Carry on," Weltentor said, and left the castle itself. He didn't have anywhere in particular he was going, but rather let the ebb and flow of the night land's own magic guide him. If there was something he couldn't place, perhaps the world itself would guide him. There were few mages out and about, but he passed them at speed, moving too quickly for them to even react. More than once he'd been tempted to just grab one and rip the vis out for himself, especially the weaker and less able ones, but he had long ago learned restraint. There were at least 2 archmages in the night lands, and he couldn't quite stand up to one of them yet, let alone both. When he could, it might be a different story. Without a destination in mind, Weltentor toured the settlement, circling the multi-acre sprawls of the various houses on the brightly lit walkways of Mage-wrought stone. The flow of the night lands pulled this way and that, small and subtle shifts that seemed unnatural and so probably were. But there was no telling what the mages were up to at any given time. Despite his instincts, he couldn't find anything particularly out of place until the alarm went up at House Hoffman. The strobing mana combined with the piercing wail and a shaped fire spell shooting into the air certainly got his attention, along with everyone else's, and he blurred along at maximum speed to arrive at the gates in under a second. There was a shield there, but he shoved right through it, less worried about the safety of the house than he was about what the alarm might mean to the security of Weltentor Landing. He knew the layout of each of the houses, having been guest there more than once over the centuries, and he rushed through to the main room, stopping only when he saw a vampire member of House Hoffman security. "What's going on?" he demanded, and the vampire jumped, not yet having enough of his own power to track Weltentor with his own senses. "The outbound portal was sabotaged," the guard responded after a moment of startled recognition. "It's completely dead." "What about the other houses?" Weltentor demanded, immediately considering the angles. There was very little point in sabotaging just one house's access. The only reason anyone would bother was if they were cutting off everyone's way out as a prelude to an attack. and there was only one person he could think of who could manage that kind of sabotage. Never mind that, assume the ghost is here, Weltentor decided out loud and reached for his scrycom. It was one of the things he'd traded from the mages, even if he needed to work it physically, and it let him join the house communications networks. It wasn't something he used much, but he was glad he had it. Everyone. The ghost is assaulting Weltentor Landing. Activate all wards and protections. Check and guard your portals and teleports. He switched off the scrycom and changed over to his own personal communicator. Goo defenses now, he ordered, which only encompassed Weltentor Castle, but it might be sufficient to deter the ghost. It was up to his subordinates to get any mages out. Or not. Their deaths could always be blamed on the ghost. He left before Archmage Hoffman could get out of whatever study he'd buried himself in and pester Weltentor with questions. There were more important things to do than humor a scatterbrained, if powerful, old man. Without knowing what the ghost's objective was, Weltentor had to be as careful as possible and be in as many places as possible. Moving at his best speed, he circled Weltentor Landing but couldn't sniff out the ghost with any of his senses, which was about as expected, but still disappointing given how much more powerful he'd become in the past few years. The only real trail he had to follow was the vague and uncertain ebb and flow of the night lands, something that could be incredibly powerful, but was indirect and not exactly timely. Over the next few minutes, he got confirmation that most houses had been sabotaged already, with only a few retaining any access. That was bad enough, but only a moment later House Lehman reported that their previously working portal had gone dead after some unknown mana void appeared. House Richter started scrambling to pile through their own portal before it closed, even though they didn't really have any holdings on Earth. They wanted out before the noose closed, rather than trying to stay and fight. Though without being able to find the ghost, fighting was not an option. Captain Friedrich, Weltentor said into his personal communicator. Send out word to prepare for unlimited culling, to be executed if they don't hear from me within 24 hours. While he still had hoped that the Goo defense might stymie the ghost, there was always the possibility that there was something cataclysmic on the way. But if he couldn't stop the attack, Weltentor could damn well make certain that the ghost regretted it. Callum actually managed to spot and disable about 3/4 of the likely portal anchors before anyone noticed. It was later than he feared, but sooner than he'd hoped, since the more loose connections to the night lands existed, the less overpowering the closure would be. The wards and shield flared around the house his anchor was stashed in, and he had to work at it to find a hole to slip through. The lockdown versions were far less permissive than the normal warding, probably because they didn't care about ordinary magic setting it off. Of course, he could make a tiny anti-mana portal to poke a hole in one if necessary, but he had only so many vis crystals to replenish his reserves, and while he'd budgeted a few extra just in case, he needed most of them to deal with the dimensional portal. As yet he didn't have the reserves of an archmage, so he couldn't just throw magic around willy-nilly. The next house already had people camping on top of the portal frame, mage bubbles completely excluding it, so he had to skip it. Perhaps he could have wriggled through if he was willing to spend the time and vis, but it wasn't worth it. An incomplete purge was preferable to failing his main objective. His following target didn't have theirs so well guarded, and he sniped it out from under the noses of the mages that were hanging around the portal room. Their heads snapped around when the anti-mana spilled out, but he pulled everything away an instant later so he didn't see the reaction. It seemed he wasn't going to get away with any further mischief unnoticed. Of the remaining houses, one had the portal active and people were going through, one had jammers up so he couldn't get near, and one had such intense shielding that he couldn't punch through without using a vis crystal, so he didn't. With everyone on guard, he had to accept that cutting most of the houses off would suffice, and he'd have to target them later on if it mattered. It was time for the main event. "Right," he said. "Going to close the big portal now." Lucy glanced at him and circled the houses they'd missed on her map printout, then leaned back in her chair. "Ready here," she said. While she didn't technically have a direct hand in the process, she was prepared to jump at a moment's notice if he fell over for some reason. Or alternately, smash the anchor he was using to connect through the nexus to the night lands. Callum teleported the anchor back toward the central castle, seeing that it was warded too, but when he tried to sneak his vis through it, the magic latched on and started to race up the thread. He jolted and then snapped off the thread a heartbeat before it rushed into the nexus, and he found himself half standing and tense. He was suddenly glad he'd encountered it before, and was ready to sever a connection, otherwise the anti-healing would have taken him out. "What is it?" Lucy said, reaching out to take his hand. "Castle has a negative healing defense on it," Callum said. "I can't get to wait, I'll just do it from the other side." It didn't seem likely the anti-healing defense, if it reacted to any mage vis, was something that Gar had installed on the earth side of the portal. If it had, he'd have to resort to something dramatic, but he doubted anyone there realized what his true target was. The moon nexus wasn't excessively large, but he still had enough drones to have a couple stationed in Europe. So 5 minutes later, he was looking at the Earth-side version of the Nightlands portal. It had wards up, but they weren't nearly as strong as the ones he'd seen around the houses on the far side. Bracing himself, he experimentally poked a vis thread through, but considering there were active mage bubbles, he doubted the negative healing defenses were up. Sure enough, nothing adhered to his vis thread. The feeder portals were placed just above the portal room, with some of the mana-redirecting enchantments pushing a tithe of the huge outflow to them. He wasn't entirely certain why the feeders weren't in the night lands itself, but he suspected that perhaps Gar didn't trust the vampires quite as much as it seemed. Since they weren't in the night lands, he didn't actually care about them. If the portal closed, they wouldn't work. "Okay, good to go," he said. "Here's hoping it's enough," Lucy replied. He was pretty sure it would be, but there was no way to test it beforehand. "Fingers crossed," he replied, and reached through his gut port to tap all the remaining vis crystals. The actual dimensional portal was about 30 feet in diameter, so his portal would nest right inside it. Even with a bunch of auxiliary vis, he wasn't sure he could make something quite that large, and he was genuinely worried about turning it permanent if he did so. It didn't seem likely, since the anti-mana would erode the portal itself at some point, but it was a chance he didn't want to take. He pulled heavily on the crystals and snapped open a 5-foot diameter portal in the middle of the Nightlands one, perpendicular to it, a ring within a ring. The moment it opened, the anti-mana smashed out in a great flood, absolutely devouring the structure of the Nightlands portal. The complicated mess dissolved like sponge sugar, the anti-mana washing out to wreck the warding and shielding of the Earthside facility and the castle-like. Callum had done a lot of testing with portals of various sorts, but he'd never tried to collapse two-dimensional portals onto each other at the same time. From what he'd seen, it wasn't likely to result in the sort of insane space contortions that science fiction seemed to use. Things should just go away. Unfortunately for the Earthside and castle both, that wasn't quite the case. The outer portal collapsed into the inner one before it destabilized naturally, the 2 points of dimensional shear tangling with one another and turning into some kind of knot that made Callum's brain hurt. His senses pinched as the knot broke, sending out a sharp wave of mana-charged space. It was like a bomb hit the place, walls and floors shearing and crumbling, dust billowing up from the earth. Mana and vis seemed to be some proof against the distortion. None of the mage bubbles faltered, and the enchanted portions of the building seemed to weather the wave better than ordinary stone. Even though the building had been made with magic, the stone wasn't magical as such. Goodness, Callum breathed. The entire Nightlands outpost was absolutely wrecked, though it wasn't an explosion as such. It was more like it had been hit with an earthquake, the shock wave traveling a good 500 feet or more before it faded enough to stop affecting matter, which meant his drone was safe, though his vis around it probably would have stopped things anyway. The castle fared better, though he could only see part of it through his senses. Between the higher ambient mana and the material itself being mana-infused, it weathered the shock wave with only some minor crumbling of the room the portal was housed in. There had been no mage bubbles there to begin with, so he was less concerned with the fallout, but there were going to be an awful lot of repairs needed. "All done?" Lucy asked, putting her hands on his shoulders and squeezing them to relieve Callum's tension. "Looks like," Callum said, focusing on where the Nightlands portal had once been as he reached up to put one of hands on hers. The space there was disturbed, locked into something slightly different from what he considered the normal background of Earth. It didn't surprise him, though he wasn't sure whether to attribute it to the portal being there for so long or the violent way it had been closed. "Better announce it before anyone else does," Lucy suggested. "Yep," Callum agreed, standing up. The two of them walked out into the other room, and Gale hopped up. "You closed the portal?" she asked, eyes wide. "I did," Callum agreed. "Now to capitalize on it." He waved a hand and opened a portal to the main room, the three of them stepping through to join Chester and the archmages. "It's done," he reported, and Hargrave stood. "We'll make our announcement," he said, and beckoned for Gale to join him and Glenda. "I will as well," Tazen said. "Glad we had time to write it out beforehand." "Yeah," Callum said, glad that he'd been convinced into letting people know. "I'll be here for now if you need me." The relocated bunker house had power, but without water or sewer, it wasn't really a great place to spend much time. He wasn't expecting to actually be needed. Barring someone reopening the portal, which was to say Duval, his part was pretty much done. True, he hadn't gotten every portal out, but there weren't many connections left, and making artificial ones wasn't simple. Besides which, he could still remove them later. While he would have preferred a clean severance, a delayed death was good enough. Unfortunately, it wasn't more than a few hours later that Tazen returned, accompanied by a full squad. "We need your help," he said, the moment Callum walked into the room. "Vampires all over the world are killing people in public. They're going to crack the secrecy wide open." Chapter 20, Staunch. "Well, that was awful," Lucy said, scrubbing at eyes that were red from staring at computer screens. At the end of 20 hours of mass vampire slaughter, Callum and Lucy were running on empty. "Yeah," Callum agreed. "It wasn't as bad as it might have been. There were ultimately only so many vampires, and Tazen had not even bothered with letting them surrender." Between Archmage Hargrave and Archmage Tazen, there was no question of having enough firepower, only of how fast they could get from place to place. For once, Callum hadn't needed to do any combat himself. Instead, the two of them had been running logistics for House Tazen's and House Hargrave's people, and maybe even for some Gar types by the end. He lost track after the first dozen hours. Most of his time was spent portaling people from one place to another. Under the circumstances, Gar was not exactly restricting its teleport network, but they also didn't have ready portals to places like South America or India. With the drones, he and Lucy could move entire teams around with more flexibility and speed than flight foci. The entire mess was what he had been hoping to avoid by providing paths back to the Nightlands by way of Tazen. He knew closing the portal would be a crisis for them, but one with a clear solution: return to the Nightlands. They knew they could go back to Nightlands, so they still had a future. especially since vampires were supposed to be under the broader framework of GAR, where the sluggish nature of a bureaucracy would work to restrain quick action. He thought, as had everyone else, that it would result in a withdrawal, however disagreeable and grudging, to their native land. Instead, the vampires as a whole seemed to have gone rogue, even though it meant they would die. He cast a metaphorical eye at the alcohol he kept in the cabinet at the house, but if he had even a drop, he was pretty sure he'd just fall over. It was tempting anyway, just to help him deal with what had happened, what he'd seen, what he had provoked. Even if it wasn't his responsibility, what had happened had occurred in response to his actions, and it was beyond just random attacks. It was something planned, though the why escaped him. They were specifically targeting places like hospitals, shelters, orphanages, and even police and fire stations. It was an attack, or rather, a series of attacks calculated to draw the most attention and do the most damage to vulnerable people. Every single aspect of it was sheer spite and hatred. Callum had been grimly amused that the vampires hadn't had it all their own way, even before the mages got on scene. They were supernaturally fast and durable, but bullets weren't entirely useless, and the younger vampires didn't have all that many advantages if they didn't catch someone off guard. In a few places, there had been a number of vampires down even before Tazen's troops arrived. If I'd known this was going to happen, Callum started, then stopped. He would have taken different precautions if he had known, but if anything it only confirmed that closing off the vampires was the right thing to do. It was hard to say that in the face of so many dead bodies and a half-dozen countries in a full-out panic. All he could taste was the acid in his throat from the sight of at least 100 battles. He wasn't sure if every vampire in the world had joined in on the massacre. He rather doubted it, actually. But there were probably tens of thousands of casualties worldwide. It was a number that staggered him, to the point where it didn't seem real. He didn't know how many vampires had died and really didn't care, but his actions had precipitated a tragedy that he very much doubted could simply be attributed to random terrorist action. Not only was there a human cost, but he was facing something that could spiral into a worldwide crisis. "Hey, it's not just you. Everyone else signed off on this," Lucy said. "Nobody thought that it'd come to this. If you want to blame anyone, blame the vamps for involving random bystanders." "Oh, I do," Callum said darkly. "But I have to wonder if it was worth it. I know in my head that they were killing hundreds or thousands a year, that they'd been doing it for centuries and would go on doing it for centuries more." Callum found himself almost shouting, his hands white-knuckled fists. He forced himself to relax and sit back in his seat, taking a long breath. "And I knew more vampires were coming over all the time," he concluded. "But that doesn't help when all I can see are piles of bodies that are my fault." Lucy stood up and took a step over to him, wrapping her arms around him. He leaned against her and sighed. What was meant to be a triumphant finale had been tainted by mindless, evil violence, and he just didn't know where to go from there. "Looks like we aren't seeing any other outbreaks." Tazen's voice came from the magical trinket he'd supplied, lying on the table. A Scrycom, it was called. "We'll all be monitoring things, but I think we've cleaned up the bulk of it." "Good," Callum said, slumping in his seat. "What even happened?" he asked aloud, though he'd asked the same question at least a score of times in the past day. "Weltentor must have somehow gotten a final order out," Tazen said grimly. "He's not dead, my contacts in Weltentor Landing have assured me of that." This was retaliatory, pure and simple. "That was simply evil," Callum said. "I've seen worse," Tazen replied. "All things considered, we're damn lucky that we got on it before it turned into something we couldn't deal with." "We can't let something like this happen again," Lucy said, leaning over the table to talk at the device. "Like, How many supernatural people are going to be willing to just do this if they don't get their way, especially if it works? Callum was a little startled. That kind of approach was usually his role, but he wasn't really thinking his best. Or maybe he'd underestimated how much he'd rubbed off on Lucy. While he didn't exactly rant about his perspective, they discussed it and Lucy was on board. He just didn't realize how much. Yes, Tazen said shortly. The entire reason I made Defensors Mundi was to keep dangerous things away from Earth. Clearly that hasn't worked. We have to, Callum trailed off, rubbing at his eyes. He knew what he wanted, but he wasn't sure how to put it. We have to get out in front. Everything I've been doing has just been for me. That, or it's been a reaction to Gar or whoever. All he'd wanted, originally, was to be left alone. Unfortunately, he couldn't leave well enough alone, and he had to intervene when he saw things happening, which had led him down the road to the current situation. Just acting on the things he could see wasn't enough. When all he did was act on things in front of him, he missed the larger scope of things and ended up being blindsided. His caution had served him well, and it was only through his preparations that he'd survived some of those things, but preparation was not enough. It was time for the ghost to do more than lurk in the shadows. This entire debacle shows how dangerous it is to let these people run around unchecked. Archmage Janry addressed the assembled archmages, gathered together in an emergency session at House Janry in Ferry. Despite the rich liquor and delectable hors d'oeuvres, people didn't seem to be enjoying themselves. At least, most of them. For those who were part of House Janry's inner circle, nothing had come as a real surprise. The destruction of the Night Lands portal itself had been unwelcome, but in the cold calculus of politics, it was actually a net benefit. The vampires had made useful tools, but they were becoming less controllable, and their removal made it far easier to pull the uninterested and unaware houses from their indifferent neutrality over to the side of House Janry. The one thing he hadn't been prepared for was breaking from his own position of apparent neutrality so early. Even up until a few weeks ago, he had been included in some of the discussions between Gar and the breakaway houses, or the American Alliance, which had done wonders for knowing where he needed to put his people. But he'd been a supposedly neutral party, and there was no way to affect that disinterest anymore. Most of his allies were keeping relatively quiet, letting him be the face of the political change. Janry knew and cultivated his reputation, and his apparent indifference to things gave him a strange sort of legitimacy in the current climate. All of his allies had people within Gar to make sure it ran properly, but they were limited in how they could affect things without completely breaking Gar and running against the interests of other houses. "Hard to argue that," said Archmage O'Toole, his red hair making his pale face look even paler. "But what do you suggest? Outright war against House Hargrave and House Tazen?" "I wouldn't go that far," Janry demurred, mostly for the fact that he knew most people wouldn't commit to that. He was certain they could absolutely destroy those houses, since there were more archmages on his side by sheer numbers, but most of them didn't have the fire in their belly to risk themselves in combat. However, we certainly can't let them have a free run of Earth, let alone risk the other portal worlds. We still need access to the rest of the portals and Earth itself, to retain the potency of our bloodlines. The looting of House Fane had revealed a number of interesting tidbits, including Fane's research into mages. Houses that had not been interested in Earth for over a century now had a stake, one that was easy to leverage. Even if we don't take the fight to them directly, I propose that we eject the renegade houses entirely, cut them off from the portal worlds. Pressure the Guild of Enchanting to stop doing business with them. I would like to go after the American Alliance. They don't have archmages after all, but I suspect that would be treated like a direct assault on the renegade houses themselves. Janri shook his head. They have unfortunately close ties. There were some uncomfortable murmurs at that. Some of the houses predated the discovery of the deep wilds and of shifters themselves. Most of the archmages there really didn't think of anyone outside of the houses themselves as properly people, especially those that weren't human. Not that Janri really thought better of them himself, but he properly understood the weakness of such an attitude. Of course, Wells himself clearly has to go, Janri said, and waited for the noises of ascent to stop. Furthermore, we need to take a firmer hand on Earth directly. It's far too valuable to be left to people who would be so hasty as to close an entire portal world. Janri looked around at the assembled archmages, catching the eyes of his allies where they sat in the expansive ballroom. Gar has been effective in the past, but now I suggest we repurpose it for more direct action. That occasioned an argument, but Janri wasn't worried. Most houses saw Gar as the thing that transported good for them and occasionally dealt with some annoyance. Not as a fairly powerful organization, even now, with broad authority and significant wealth. Not to mention being the main conduit for controlling all Earth-based supernaturals, of which there were a fair few. It wasn't the most subtle play, but emergencies were the kind of opportunity that subtlety couldn't capitalize on. He didn't even have his favored agent in play anymore, since Teller Janri had been summarily removed in the latest attempt to neutralize the ghost. In fact, the spectacular failure of that attempt was why Duval wasn't attending the meeting, despite the power of her house and her expertise in portals. She'd come around eventually, but for now she was cowering in the deep wilds, refusing to deal with any of the political issues. The people they already had in place would be enough. With the other houses on their side, it wouldn't even be difficult to restructure Gar to take more aggressive action. Once he had someone new installed to control Gar directly, they could finally get some real work done. It's probably only a matter of time before we have to read in the mundanes, Chester said, regarding the people gathered together in his meeting room. The mood was sober, as it might well be after the catastrophe they'd endured. Wells had been affected the most, but he was not a party to the discussion. Sometimes it was easier to talk things through without someone like him. Hargrave grunted. Tazen frowned. Wizzy shrugged. Shahi shook his head. I don't think that will go well, the dragon-blooded said mildly. I've warned others, but revealing magic and the existence of supernaturals is likely to be catastrophic. Oh, right now it absolutely would be, Chester agreed. But I wouldn't be surprised if people followed up on this vampire incident and started asking some pointed questions. Glamour and compulsion work very well, but there are far too many people to deal with them all. In fact, manipulating too many people might itself reveal us. There are already cover stories we didn't even invent, something about a cult or a terrorist organization, Hargrave said. Claiming responsibility wouldn't exactly endear us. Of course not, Chester agreed. As I said, right now is not a good time. But think about it, eliminating the vampires as a concern. I know there are still some about, but they're almost irrelevant now, is a good first step. Wells is certainly rather extreme, but his attitude is similar to the way mundane authorities will react. If we can claim that we remove the monsters from our midst before we contact them, that will go a long way toward establishing our bona fides. No matter what we do, the mundane governments are not going to like a completely separate faction among them, Tazen said. Because there is no way that mages are going to work under mundane authority. Not to mention, every mundane authority is going to want mages. They're going to want to make more, to be able to call on them for peacekeeping and emergency response if nothing else, Shahi said.
There will be wars over the portal worlds.
There would be, Chester agreed, if we remain limited to the portal worlds we have now.
Ah, Shahi said. Wells, Hargrave said. Just so, he's figured out how to access other portal worlds.
Whether there are permanent portals or not, that means that we're no longer restricted to just the 6. Well, 4, with the Night Lands and Mictlan off the table, Chester said, looking around at the others. If there are dozens or even hundreds of such worlds and there are portals to them, that solves the issues of access and space at once. That would likely only trade one set of problems for another, Wizzy pointed out, twisting the cap off another beer. One has seen the kind of monsters that portal worlds create from humans, in every sense of the word. We wouldn't necessarily need the permanent portal, Tazen said thoughtfully, considering the idea. I don't know what the effects of hundreds of such portals would be on Earth. There might be enough mana here for mages to start showing up normally, Hargrave said, frowning at Wizzy's beer, which would solve some problems and cause others. And any of them would be avenue for all kinds of things to crawl through. Tazen nodded in agreement and pointed at Hargrave. But a teleportation link. No mana, no access, no creatures. Very controlled. Even Wizzy looked appreciative about that. I wonder if he could be convinced to share his technique with Duval, Hargrave mused. While Wells clearly has certain advantages, Duval is still an archmage. If she could replicate it, or even better, refine it and teach it to her apprentices. He trailed off and took a sip from his glass of liquor. I hate to give her more power, but that would be even more valuable than stabilizing the portal world so we can live there. I would still advise against it, Shahi said. But it's not my world, and if you decide to go that route, I will dredge up some of our older records. One has found it rather surprising that the secret has lasted as long as it has, Wizzy said. Though the world seems to have done just fine without magic. Perhaps Wells would conclude that as well, and decide to shut all of them. Chester frowned at him, and Hargrave growled in the back of his throat. Tazen was the only one who didn't react, but he'd surely had similar thoughts. After all, it was an old debate, and one of the reasons Gar had been formed in the first place. Back before the spell forms had been developed and perfected, before the symbiotes had adapted to humans and human form, mundanes had seen them as an unnatural threat and acted accordingly. They had thought that the world was better off without the supernatural. Even now people debated it in fantasy forums on occasion, purely as a hypothetical. Chester didn't follow it so much, but the younger members of the pack did, if for no other reason than it wasn't really a hypothetical to them. But Chester wasn't interested in packing off to the deep wilds, and even Wells wasn't going to force him to do that. For all our sakes we had better hope he does not, Chester said instead. I'll talk to Lucy, Lisa said, speaking up for the first time. Make sure he's not thinking in that direction. Personally, I doubt it, but if he starts to, I think she can break him out of it. Good, Tazen grunted. There's the rest of the issues to worry about, though. They've already kicked me out of Fairy. They can't manage it in the deep wilds, but losing Garrison 1 is a worry. You don't have access at all? Hargrave asked sharply. Hardly. I'm not completely without friends over there, and the portal anchor is in safe hands, but that's not the same as having a serious foothold. Tazen sighed and swirled the whiskey in his glass, making the ice clink. Besides, I doubt whoever took it over can hold the garrison against a real assault. Sure, there hasn't been one in 30 years, but now that things have changed. That seems like their problem, Chester said. He was only concerned with the internal mage politics so far as it affected him, which was an unfortunately broad scope, but internal struggles over in Fairy were actually good for him. Anything that weakened Gar and the reach of the Archmages was, at least for the moment, good for him. At least until it spills out over to Earth, Tazen said grimly. There are already too many incursions from people in Fairy who shouldn't have had access at all. Which is another situation where the secret could get out to mundanes, Chester said. For all its flaws, at least the Fae that Gar let through before have been happy to keep their activities hidden. Open conflict between courts, though, they'd probably flaunt it on purpose. There is only so much you can do to get the house in order, Wizzy said, his shadow moving restlessly under his chair. Though one can at least exert himself on your behalf. Archmage Tazen, if you could pass along anything found in Central and South America, it will be resolved. That was a surprise to Chester, since as far as he knew Wizzy didn't tend to get involved with worldly affairs. Though things were changing and fast, and as much as Chester knew that Callum Wells would hate to hear it, how that change turned out depended on the ghost. Ray Danforth was bored. That was probably unusual for someone who had been kidnapped and was being kept in the center of a hostile court, but there just wasn't much to do. The surroundings were nice enough, in typical fairy fashion, with the various humans the court kept as guests or guests, inhabiting what could only be described as a bower. It was a massive castle furnished with craftsmanship that would have cost him a good amount of his yearly salary. It was at least better than being thrown into a dark dungeon or being threatened with the tender mercies of what Faye considered interrogation. If that happened, he would have had to break character, though he was pretty sure that wouldn't go well. In the middle of the court, the Fae King, or rather Prince, as he styled himself, had as much power as most archmages. Possibly more in certain respects, given how strange Fae magic was. It had only been a few days, but from what he'd seen of the court, any assault to try and free him from their control would be fraught at best. The courts of Fairy had far more to them than the ones on Earth, which was one reason he hadn't yet tried to make a break for it. He wasn't certain he could even find his way out, despite the lack of any walls or fortifications. The geography was almost arbitrary. The most he'd been able to do was to snoop around with his vis senses, using the reinforcement techniques to keep any of the Fae from being able to actually compel him, and at the same time listen in on discussions he shouldn't be privy to. While it was fairly obvious he was being kept as bait, what surprised him was exactly who they were trying to catch. He would have guessed it was Tazen, but it seemed their interest was in Felicia instead. He'd always known she was more important than the normal exiled Fae, the kinds that decided to stay outside of enclaves. That she was important enough to risk Archmage Tazen's wrath was news to him, though there were other goings-on. Something to do with House Janry and the 7 lesser courts. That was a bit of a surprise, since Archmage Janry had never impressed him as having any particular aspirations. But Ray wasn't an expert on the various archmages either. Ray wandered out onto the balcony of the castle's second floor, ignoring the gossiping of the entranced men and women that inhabited the gilded cage, and stretched out his hearing once again. The Fae magic that suffused the area hid much of the surroundings from sight, but not from his augmented senses. The center of the court wasn't that far away, and he overheard quite a bit, albeit in a mangled form of Old English that he barely understood. He committed as much of the gossip to memory as he could, mostly because he was almost certain the court was involved in the case he was pursuing. Which might well be moot, but he knew Felicia would be interested regardless. While he would have preferred to write it all down, there was no way that would go unremarked by his jailers. The snooping was really the only form of entertainment around, since the other people the Fae had trapped were poor conversationalists, and he had no interest in indulging in carnal appetites, something that seemed to be the primary diversion for some of the mundanes. Most of the time he heard useless, if entertaining, anecdotes, but after 20 or 30 minutes of listening in he heard something that sent a shock down his spine and almost made him lift off into the air before he remembered himself. The Night Lands portal had been destroyed. Ray cursed to himself. He had no idea what was going on back on Earth, but he had a good guess on who was responsible. Only one person dealt both in portals and wholesale destruction, and in a sense it was inevitable that Wells would go after the vampires. There was nothing he could do from where he was, but with the chaos that he knew was coming, there would surely be some opportunity he could exploit. He just had to wait for it. "I'm as frustrated as you are," Archmage Tazen told Felicia. She raised her eyebrows and he corrected himself. "Perhaps not, he is your partner," Tazen conceded. "But he's one of my men, and I do not abandon my people," he said, punctuating the last few words by thumping his palm against his desk. "But since we're not welcome in Fairy, it's considerably more difficult to look for him." "Understood," Felicia wrote, though she wasn't happy about it. Fairy could be deceptively hostile, and to be unwelcome in Fairy was more serious than it might be for other portal worlds. As an archmage, Tazen himself could deal with most of what Fairy could throw at him, but not everything, and of course he'd be a very tempting target. Those were all practical considerations, but she still resented that they hadn't yet found Ray. Felicia was almost certain he was alive, for reasons beyond just refusing to believe the contrary. Nobody was in the habit of snatching mages, for various reasons, and for someone to take Ray specifically was especially unlikely. Perhaps someone had caught wind of the leak they were investigating, but it seemed more likely to her that she was the reason. She didn't want anything to do with Fairy and never had, but that didn't mean that Fairy felt the same way about her. Even when she went, she always stayed within the human-bounded areas, and that was bad enough. For all that she wanted to go out and find Ray herself, she couldn't. It would be a disaster. "I'm going to be asking some of the friendly houses over there to help," Tazen told her. "But they're not going to be all that willing to go up against any of the local courts." "I doubt they'll help," Felicia wrote. She wasn't generally impressed with the mage houses, though they were marginally better than the courts she was familiar with. "Likely not," Tazen agreed with a sigh. He glanced around the Spartan office as if there might be some answer there. The best bet would probably be the American Alliance. They have a number of Fey kings aligned with them who might have some idea of who and how and where. "I'd be happy to give you a Defensor's Mundi crest by way of personal endorsement." "I appreciate it," Felicia wrote. "But none of the Fey kings on this side of the portal are going to be able to do anything to any of the lesser courts." She stopped for a moment, since while she had the idea, actually saying it made it real. "We need someone who can infiltrate the courts and find and extract Ray without needing to actually fight them. We need the ghost." Chapter 1: Exploration. "Any luck?" Lucy asked as Callum opened his eyes. "Not yet," Callum said. "Maybe the moon just isn't the best place to find somewhere livable," Lucy suggested. "I suspect you're right," Callum agreed. It can't be coincidence that there were so many portal worlds that had perfectly breathable atmospheres on Earth's surface. In the grand scheme of things, the surface takes up basically 0%. Up to that point, he'd only been opening portals from the far side of the moon, thanks to the portal nexus he'd put on the moon's surface, or in the Dragonlands. There was no way he was risking the Earth with a passage to some terrible hellscape, which had been the right choice back when he'd first started. Now that he had some grasp of the subtleties of dimensional portal creation, it was probably time to experiment somewhere closer to home. "Then we can stop crashing at Chester's place," he muttered, but Lucy just laughed. "It's not too bad here," she said. "I like the house better, but not without water or when it's—" She pursed her lips. "Well, perched on a big dirt patch in the middle of nowhere." Yeah, Callum sighed. After Gar had found out where his bunker was in Mexico, he'd needed to move the entire house and cave cache, but that meant there was no water or sewer. The electricity still worked, since he could feed his infinite portal setup from the portal world connections. At least Chester's people had repaired the damage from when the Gar hit squad had broken through the back door and wall. All right, I think I've got enough juice for 2 more today. Callum rubbed at his temples. He'd been wringing himself dry trying to find a useful portal, and even though it had only been 3 days since he'd closed the Nightlands portal, he was frustrated by his lack of progress. The old adage was that when it rained, it poured. Callum had managed almost 2 years of relative quiet, time enough to train his own magic and learn a few tricks, but with the closure of the Nightlands portal everything was happening at once. He had to find new and useful portal worlds, he had relocated his house and his family, and he had to worry about the forces that were stirring in Fairy. All that was almost too much to handle, but just handling it wasn't enough. If all he did was react to their moves, he would never get anywhere. There were thousands of mages, entire houses, and the Guild of Arcane Regulation that were still arrayed against him. Worse, they had no compunctions about targeting ordinary people, even if it was just to punish him. There was an enormous amount to do, both for himself and his allies, but it all started with the portal worlds. An untouched but habitable portal world would be an unassailable redoubt for him and, potentially, his allies. If he could find multiple ones, even better. For luck, Lucy said, leaning over to give him a kiss. He held her close for a moment, then released her and focused on his spatial perceptions. The moon nexus had grown to 15 connections. 3 were connected to space drones, one of which was actually in the Dragonlands, and 1 each to a drone located in the Nightlands and the Deep Wilds. The rest were in more conventional remotes scattered throughout the world. If he tried to run his senses through all of them, it'd overwhelm him instantly. So for the most part, he restricted his passive perception to his cave cache, and whichever drone he was working with. That did run the risk of someone happening across one of the drones while he wasn't paying attention, but they were all parked somewhere normally inaccessible. Inside a duct, in a space between walls, or inside some forgotten junction box on an overgrown property, whatever place seemed the safest. He selected the drone he kept in Australia, in the vicinity of Portal World 5, and teleported the little frame he used for dimensional portal tests down there. Since he never knew what would be on the other end of the portal, he only ever opened it inside a box with 6-inch thick steel walls. Even that probably wasn't really sufficient, but it was the best he had. Making a new dimensional portal required pushing this through 4 different foci that each created a braided torus, doing most of the heavy lifting while he got the angles and sizes exactly right. Lucy had actually printed out a wireframe of the best working portal structure for him, one that consistently connected to portal worlds with mana, to make it even easier to compare structures and make sure he was doing it right. A physical example was far easier than trying to parse models on a screen. When he'd used that structure on the moon, it had gone to a section of alien space with what looked like stone disks floating around in vacuum. But he'd seen that some portal worlds were far smaller than a planet. The Deep Wilds and Nightlands both seemed to be fairly limited, and there probably wasn't actually anything outside that liminal space. The concept of a reality simply stopping bothered him, but that seemed to be how it worked. The distance between Earth and the Moon was larger than a planet, so he was tentatively thinking that opening the same kind of portal from Earth's surface might go somewhere else entirely. He double-checked the model and then shoved his vis into the portal structure, his teeth gritted and hands gripping the chair arms as he focused. The portal strained against space, ripping open a hole to a different dimension, and his perceptions found mana and atmosphere on the other side. The destination wasn't even that much distorted from normal space, which was one reason he'd been focusing on that variant. The atmosphere was proof that he'd been right, and that the same portal structure let him access different places depending on where he opened it. He teleported a drone through and looked at the feed. What he saw was a massive stretch of water and rock, glimmering in bright light from something very like a sun overhead. Gray stone outcroppings jutted up from what looked to be a shallow ocean, with sand breaching the surface here and there. Small straggles of green clung to the sides of the juts, which was the only speck of color on them. It wasn't really that promising, but neither was it terrible. The sound of rushing water came through the microphone, and on closer inspection it seemed the tide was coming in, or going out. It was flowing at a tremendous pace, scouring away and depositing sand at a visible rate. Callum winced, thinking about how much force that water had, but it wasn't something horrifying like the sun-eyed beast he'd seen in one of his first portal explorations. "Hey, it worked," Lucy said, peering over his shoulder. "It doesn't look too bad." "Not at all," Callum agreed. "Not exactly somewhere to live, but at least a place to survey for enchantment material. I'll leave a drone there. If nothing else, it'd be great as a mana source to keep his nexus stable and give him extra sustainability through his gut portal. And I'll also put out the habitability test." They didn't have any fancy chemical analysis hardware, but just because it looked like normal sky and greenery didn't mean it was actually safe to breathe the air or drink the water. The simplest expedient was to just teleport a cage with a couple mice over to the portal world and observe. If they didn't keel over and die or grow extra heads or anything, it was probably relatively safe. Going somewhere himself would take more than that, but if he wanted to start providing alternate portal worlds for his allies, all he needed was something with value. A full house of mages could wring inestimable value from a portal world that was useless to him. He let the dimensional portal drop, relaxing as the vis drain vanished, and the drone stayed in contact through its own portal anchor. So far, he hadn't had any issues connecting to portal worlds when the initial dimensional connection was severed, but he didn't trust that would always be the case. "Guess we aren't going to be having a beach day," Lucy said as she studied the drone's feed. "Kind of bleak, now that I look at it closer. Not even that warm." The slightly unreliable thermometer-barometer combination attached to the side of the drone reported it was in the mid-50s, which wasn't much warmer than Chester's compound in Nebraska. "It's better than vacuum," Callum said. "And I don't see any monsters. Nasty tidal scour, though, so maybe it's not surprising nothing's around. Not that portal world seemed to need a true ecology. It was all mana-fueled, or a consequence of the weirdness of the liminal physics that governed them." "Well, go on," Lucy said, nudging him with her elbow. "Get another drone in there so we can go exploring. It's a whole different world, one that isn't scary." Callum laughed and searched for a spare drone he could use to surveil the portal world, and pulled the one out of the west coast. He hadn't really needed it, and he could always put it back later. Leaving the first drone by their test mice, he scooted over so Lucy could sit beside him and pilot the other one around. From high up in the air, the tidal plain seemed to be endless, with no actual ocean or even a moon in sight to cause the water's movement. It could have been a giant river, too, but something about it reminded Callum more of tidal estuaries and saltwater marshes. Maybe it was just the dearth of plant life. Lucy steered the drone forward, the lightweight machine bobbling in the occasional gust of wind. There were no landmarks of note, just lots of the rock spurs poking 20 to 50 feet out of the sand-wand water. In a way, it all looked the same, but a few minutes later he was pretty sure it was actually identical. "Fly down closer to that island there," Callum said, pointing at the screen. Sure enough, as the drone got closer, They could make out the mouse cage and the other drone resting on the bare rock. It seemed like the space wrapped around itself, and if it was the same in every direction, the whole thing was probably no more than 20 or 30 square miles. "That is a heck of a thing," Lucy said, laughing. "It's tiny. Itty-bitty pocket world." "Yeah, it's kinda weird," Callum agreed, shaking his head at the screen. It implied there were maybe hundreds or thousands of such pocket dimensions, but most of them would probably be worthless. Though he wouldn't mind a 10-square-mile pocket world if it was nicer than a desolate tidal plain. Any enchanting materials, though? I guess they wouldn't be Bane material since there's nothing really here. They still had a drone in the Nightlands to collect Mordite since that was the easiest enchanting material to get, especially with Callum's abilities. But a more reliable and private source would be a gold mine. "Don't know yet, I'll have to," Callum cut off as another mage bubble appeared in the range of his perceptions, accompanied by a fae. Not inside the little cabin they were staying at, but at the teleportation area that Chester had set up for the American Alliance. It was an archmage, which demonstrated to Callum why it wasn't good to have an unsecured teleport inside secure territory. That archmage was probably Hargrave or Tazen, but someone else could wreak all kinds of havoc. "What is it?" Lucy asked, tensing and reaching out to grip his arm. "Archmage visit with Fey companion," Callum replied, wrapping a teleportation framework around himself, Lucy and Alex, his son being absorbed in some toy cars off to one side. "I doubt it's just social." "Not like there isn't enough going on," Lucy muttered, maneuvering the drone to land again in a sheltered spit of stone. "Yeah." Callum stood, reaching over to close the laptop. It wasn't like what he was doing was secret, but he wasn't quite prepared to tip his hand that he had a pocket dimension ready to go. Even if it wasn't viable for habitation, it'd make a good source for feeder portals. "Might as well go see what the crisis is." "Look on the bright side," Lucy said, going over to Alex. "It might not be a crisis." "It might not," Callum admitted, but he didn't believe it. "Come on, sweetie, we have to go check with Uncle Chester. We'll be back in a little bit." Alexander picked up his car and held his hands out, and Lucy scooped him up. "Sorry I've been so busy, Alex," Callum told his son. "We'll play some games tonight after dinner." "Gravity tag," Alex demanded instantly, and Callum ruffled his hair. "Sure, kiddo, sounds good to me." Normally it wasn't too difficult to catch a 2-year-old when playing tag. When that 2-year-old could and did literally bounce off the walls and ceiling, it was a lot more athletic proposition. They shrugged on their coats to make the short trudge between buildings. While Callum could have teleported or portaled them easily enough, it was a pretty rude thing to do in someone else's house. Besides which, he didn't want to pop in on an archmage unannounced in case said archmage was twitchy. Callum still hadn't cracked any kind of useful shield. By the time that they reached the main mini-mansion in the compound, Chester and Lisa were in the front room with the archmage. Callum had a moment of uncertainty, thinking maybe it was presumptuous to think that his presence was necessary, but the shifter hanging out in the front room waved them onward. Sometimes it was weird interacting with people whose senses were good enough that they were functionally better than his spatial perceptions. "Thanks, Gregory," Lucy said, and Alex waved at the guard. Somehow even his son seemed to know more shifters than Callum did. When they entered the sitting room that was the default meeting area, Callum was somewhat relieved to see the archmage in question was Tazen. He wasn't sure he actually liked the man, but Tazen was a straight shooter and someone Callum could respect. It was far easier to deal with someone who was all business than political creatures. The Fae accompanying him was another matter, and after a few moments of staring, Callum finally placed her. "Oh, it's you," said Lucy. He glanced at her and then back to the Fae. "You two know each other?" he asked. Callum only knew her as the somewhat creepy fishwoman-looking agent who tried to interview him what felt like lifetimes ago. Which didn't exactly endear her to him, but Taysen had also started on the other side. Even Hargrave had. It was one of the difficulties of dealing with what was essentially a combination of revolution and civil war. She was the one who interrogated me, Lucy said, eyes narrowed. Taysen opened his mouth to say something, but the Fae was quicker. She held up a digital tablet with text written on it. "I want to apologize," it read. "At the time, I was working for GAR and I thought you all were simply criminals. It was only later that I found out how much corruption there was within GAR. It isn't an excuse, but it is the only explanation I can offer." Callum wasn't sure what to say to that. Neither Taysen nor Hargrave had exactly apologized for their prior opposition of him, both seeming to view it as the inevitable consequence of high-level politics. "Up to you." Said Lucy, holding onto Alex's hand. "I'm not exactly a fan." She took a longer look at the Fae, who was clearly upset. The Fae wiped the tablet and scribbled something else, holding it up again. "Please," it read. "My partner is in danger." Lucy frowned, studying the Fae further. Callum was glad he was rubbing off on her because anyone could come in with a sob story. Admittedly, Taysen's presence made it more believable, but they weren't obligated to interfere in strictly supernatural affairs. After a few moments, Lucy took a deep breath and let it out, then nodded sharply. "We're willing to listen." "The reason we're here is that we need your expertise," Taysen said, getting straight to the point. "Or rather, we need the ghost's abilities." Callum exchanged glances with Lucy. She shrugged and let Alex go run over to Chester. It seemed like it was going to be the sort of discussion that a small child didn't need to be part of, and Chester was obscenely good with kids, Mage or Shifter. Callum tried to take notes, but Chester's prowess was obviously just knowledge from being however many years old and helping to raise however many generations. They took their seats on the couch, Taysen and the Fae woman settling in across from them. Chester and Lisa stayed off to the side, clearly keeping an eye on things but mostly taking care of Alex. Callum took Lucy's hand, looking at Taysen and the Fae. "So what is it you need the ghost to do?" "This is Felicia Black," Taysen introduced the Fae. "She doesn't tend to speak in mixed company because of her particular heritage." Lucy's grip tightened on his at that, but she didn't add anything. "A few days before you closed the Nightlands portal, she was looking into that video threatening your child that was leaked, along with her partner Raymond Danforth." It seemed like lifetimes ago that Callum had seen the recording of Faye threatening Alex, but just mentioning it brought it fresh into his mind once again. "Ray went missing in Ferry," Taysen continued, "and we have reason to suspect he was abducted by one of the courts." Callum frowned. That was not exactly the sort of request that he had been anticipating. He'd thought there would be more fallout from the vampire attacks, which he knew was still a looming issue as mundane governments investigated things. Not that he was going to make any moves against the poor saps trying to find out what was going on, but helping move supernaturals en masse was definitely something he could do. "I'm not unsympathetic," he said slowly, "but my encounters with the Fae have shown me that they're very difficult to deal with. No offense intended. It's a kind of magic I can't really be sure of dealing with, and I've never even touched fairy itself." He did feel he had some responsibility if Ray and Felicia were investigating on his behalf, but he wasn't going to stick his head in the magical blender for them. "You have some way to remain hidden from Fae's senses," Felicia wrote on her tablet, as a statement of fact rather than a question. "Sure, but I don't know how well that'd work in Fairy proper," Callum said. "And even then, it's not all-powerful. I would need something that was better proof against Fae magic than one item that I can't really even trust." In fact, He would prefer not to engage with Fairy at all, but that ship had sailed. If he wanted to get out ahead of events, and all the people butted up with the houses still backing Gar, he needed the ability to operate in Fairy too. I'm going to need something that is definite proof against Fey magic. Felicia Black regarded the man on the other side of the table. Though she had been introduced to him as Callum Wells, it was difficult to think of him as anything other than the ghost. Even now she could feel the power gathered around him and his wife both, making them feel like they were barely there. Part of her was surprised that he was meeting them in person at all, but she supposed they had come to him. Actually, to Alpha Chester, who well knew the power of playing host to someone like the ghost, but they were the ones on foreign territory. Considering how he operated, it seemed likely using Chester as intermediary was a grudging compromise. What the ghost asked was not unreasonable. She still didn't know how he managed all his infiltration, but the magic of humans and the magic of the Fae was different enough that a powerful enough Fae might be able to stymie him, especially a Fae from the 7 lesser courts, whose princes were indistinguishable from their holdings. Even if the ghost was as inconspicuous as a flea of human magic would still be something they noticed and would deal with. There may be something I can do, she wrote, slowly and reluctantly. Felicia knew that the ghost was the only one who could get Ray out. It wasn't just her experience as a detective, but her instincts as a Fae screaming at her about the sheer weight of the ghost story. There were thieves and assassins from Fairy, of course, but they had their own interests and lacked the potent history of both justice and subterfuge the ghost had. Nor would a human demand something as insidious as a Fae's idea of payment. Not that they'd even discussed remuneration yet, but it was clear he wanted something that would permanently protect him from the Fae. There was no question she had to find and rescue Ray. The worry gnawed at her gut and showed itself in her voice. In a way, it wasn't a very Fae-like thing to admit to, but that was one reason why she'd left. Her path was something closer to human, and Ray had been her constant companion through the whole thing. Their relationship was still a little ambiguous, and purposely so, but now she'd come to a critical point. Not just for them, but for her own story and sense of identity. She had to decide what she was willing to sacrifice for Ray. "What did you have in mind?" Wells asked, his face a cold mask of life and death. "I would ask that this does not leave this room," she wrote, rather than answering directly. "We all have secrets," he agreed easily, then cast a glance over to where Alpha Chester's mate was playing with his offspring. She smiled at them and picked up the child, bouncing him lightly and distracting him from the conversation. "We'll go get a snack," she said, and closed the door behind her as she left. "I suspect I cannot cast anything on you directly," she wrote. Most mages actually could take Fey enchantment fairly well, since their magic was concentrated into their shells, but Wells was another story. Rather like Archmage Huitzilin, his power blazed inside his body, utterly rejecting anything foreign. "However, I can create a token that would shroud you as you wish." "You can make something that would stand up to Fey kings?" Wells asked, his voice admirably neutral. She didn't blame him for his skepticism. "There is a reason I asked for secrecy," she said, and put down her tablet. She had known this moment was inevitable. Her time as a civilian on Earth couldn't last forever, and the moment that they'd left Gar, the clock had begun ticking. By nature, she would be drawn to the agents of change, but she didn't think she'd be forced into things this way. Felicia took a deep breath and then let it out. Even if the people in the room kept it secret, there was no way to take back what she was doing. No mantle, once donned, could be shed freely. "I am Felicity Niflungar Blackblood, daughter of King Oberon and Queen Mab." Her words hung in the air, crystallizing the magic of Fairy around her. She reached up and plucked a hair from her head, holding it up before her. "By my authority I bestow upon the ghost the mantle of Chosen of Oberon and Agent of Mab, so that no fey magic shall find him without his choosing, nor any child of fairy raise their hand against him without peril. The hair braided itself together, growing and knitting itself into a long black cloak as the weight of fairy draped itself over Felicia's shoulders. She didn't have the power for something like that herself, nothing near it. But as a princess of the Fae, she could ask fairy itself to provide. It was a mantle she had shunned her whole life, both because she'd seen what easy power did to people and because she knew what responsibilities came with it. But to save Ray, she had to finally take up her birthright. Archmage Tazen stared at her after she spoke, since she'd never breathed a word about it to him. Even Ray had only hints, and she was glad he'd never pressed since she wasn't sure she could have avoided telling him. Though that was moot now, and he would know when he returned. And he would. She met Wells' gaze, and even through the mask of the ghost he seemed shocked or impressed. Lucy was less restrained, and she looked absolutely gobsmacked. Chester was the one that seemed the most unflappable, but she caught a gleam in his eye, or maybe it was an intuition from the mantle she had finally acknowledged. Felicia held out the cloak, which was embroidered with a winged black cat, facing away. It was somewhat embarrassing as a personal symbol, but it would change in time. She had turned her back on the mantle and fled, but now that she had taken it up, that would change. Eventually. I have never seen magic do that, Wells said at length. It's not as vis-dense as I would have thought for what it does, that is to say, what it is supposed to do. He half-asked, raising his eyebrows at her. It is not quite as powerful as it may seem, she confessed, continuing to use her voice as she felt the effects of her declaration continue to settle in. It is certainly not a completely invulnerable defense, but it should be potent enough. Wells still didn't take it, looking at it intensely with his eyes narrowed. She didn't know what he was looking for, but eventually he nodded to himself. He stood up and held out his hand. She passed the cloak over and he nearly dropped it. "It's heavy," he said with surprise. "A mantle always is," Felicia agreed. Wells considered the cloak, examining the feline heraldry, then looked at her. "A mantle. What sort of obligations come with what you said? Chosen of Oberon and agent of Mab." Both the Fae and the investigator parts of her were pleased that he wasn't accepting the offer without reservation. That was exactly the right question to ask, though she was not so crass as to try and tie the ghost with an unwanted binding, though she doubted she could, even if she wanted to. "I charge you with only one, to find and retrieve Raymond Danforth," Felicia said. That wasn't how she normally talked, but it was required. She was not speaking as the private investigator, but the princess. Beyond that, it will only be revoked should the ghost refuse a direct order from Queen Mab. Interesting. He didn't don it yet, and Tazen spoke up for the first time. "This is as much a surprise to me as to you," he said, looking at Felicia before turning back to Wells. "However, I can vouch that such an artifact couldn't be created if there were any untruth to it. Or rather, that kind of magic works because it is true or becomes truth. Not common outside of the actual royals, which I suppose Agent Black is." He cast her another glance. "I see." Wells draped the cloak over his arm. "If this works as promised, then I am willing to help. What can you tell me about Fairy, who might be holding him, and where?" Chapter 2, Fairy. Callum didn't entirely trust the cloak, though he had to admit the pageantry around it was impressive. It also further established that Fey magic was complete nonsense. There had not been nearly enough vis to form solid matter out of nothing, so far as he could tell. And it was real matter too, not just conjured pseudo-matter. He knew his ability to perceive magic was better than most mage senses, barring some of the tools that the Guild of Enchantment made. But he was pretty sure that the complexities of what went into the cloak were beyond even what he could tell. Not that he'd be able to unravel it anyway, since it was all rippling fairy magic, flowing and liquid. As Felicia had said, the magic didn't actually affect him directly. He could see how its magic simply rolled off his vis. Exactly how it functioned was a mystery, but if it provided its protection without having to actually touch him with the fairy magic, he was a lot more comfortable with using it. One of Chester's people brought in drinks and a new type of cheese cracker that Lisa had made, as Tazen and Felicia explained a bit about fairy. Obviously, they couldn't get into all the complexities of the politics and local scene, any more than he could have given a full explanation of the full history and culture of the United States in a few minutes briefing, but they did cover the high points. The 7 lesser courts were, despite their name, fairly powerful and charged with relations between Earth and fairy. Deeper in, the Fae got stranger and reality bent more thoroughly, to the point where it wasn't safe for humans to even exist. So the lesser courts had gotten fairly close to the various mage houses, gaining power from being the gateway for Fae who wanted to pass over to Earth, and from dealing with the stories and goods the humans themselves brought. Not just the individual Fae, Callum understood, but the entire domains benefited from the process. So they've allied themselves with this sort of shadow council that's taken control of what's left of Gar, Tazen concluded. Probably for broader access to Earth. I suppose it's obvious, but without people like Hargrave and myself, there isn't much pressure to keep supernaturals limited. It's not like they live here and have to deal with the would-be conquerors they're sending our way. That doesn't surprise me, Callum acknowledged. It was the same pattern that had happened millions of times throughout history. But why did they target Ray specifically? It doesn't seem related unless it's just part of being anti-you. Because of me, Felicia wrote. She'd returned to using her tablet after squaring away the issue of the cloak. Not only am I a valuable piece if they could somehow get a hold of me, but my being on Earth is problem for any claim they would wish to stake. Fairy's magic itself would recognize me over them, so they wish to draw me away from my chosen world. Callum grunted. Supernatural politics again, but it made some kind of distant sense. He preferred to avoid that kind of thing, but he could see an opportunity when it strolled up and smacked him in the face. Supporting Felicia as the global interface between Fae and humans was a far-ranging move, but it was clear someone needed to be there, the way that the Fae operated. So I get Ray back, and they don't have any leverage on you. That means you could stand opposed to them and it'd matter. Them being the people who have been invading Earth these past couple years, and not playing nice with humanity. I don't have an army, she wrote. No, but you have legitimacy, and an alliance with a vested interest in keeping things from going too far, Callum said, making a circle of the room with his finger. I'll consider what I can do. Felicia wrote slowly, her lips pressed tight. Callum was a little bit sympathetic because he understood what it was like to have to completely discard everything and start a new life. If anything, she had his respect for being willing to sacrifice her career and identity for the sake of her lover. It was a better reason than his. Well, if this cloak works as advertised, then we might as well get started, Callum concluded. Generally, I don't have witnesses, but in this case having someone who knows fairy and who and what we might be looking at will help a lot. Chester, do you have a space where we can set up a bunch of monitors? Of course I do, Chester said easily. You don't think we have movie night? I know the place, Lucy laughed. Can you pull over the monitors and my laptop, dear? Sure, Callum said, standing up. The war room would probably have been slightly better for what they were doing, but he wasn't ready to extend that much trust yet. True, the house would be moved at some point, but the thought of strangers in his home was just too much. They all trooped over to another part of the sprawling Nata mansion, where there was a large blank wall with a projector, and Callum teleported half a dozen spare monitors over along with Lucy's laptop. She fiddled with the connections as he plugged in the electronics, watched by a bemused Tazen and Felicia. Chester was more used to it, and he helped to sort everything out. Despite all that magic could do, getting electronics cables into their proper slots was still a tedious task. Lucy connected to their Wi-Fi through one of the portal anchors, and Callum reported on which drone he was using. They didn't have one in Ferry itself, but he did keep one near enough to the Ferry portal that he could get there in short order. He wasn't entirely comfortable showing people the entire process, but it was broadly known that he had surveillance capabilities. Besides, it wasn't obvious exactly how all the moving pieces operated. Soon enough there was an image from the camera feed up on the overhead projector, with other angles on the smaller monitors. It was kind of arbitrary which camera was the primary one, but it was easier to have a front and a back so he could orient himself when he moved it around. The image blurred and refocused in short bursts as he used his Alcubierre trick to move the drone from its post in Luxembourg to the GPS coordinates of the portal in Germany. "So what made you go to join Archmage Tazen instead of sticking with Gar?" Callum heard Lucy ask. He doubted anyone else present realized how much courage that took, given how much her bout in Gar custody had affected her. The sound of Felicia's stylus scrawling on her tablet sounded as he approached the ferry portal. It had more infrastructure around it than any of the others. In fact, it was a small town in the middle of the Black Forest, entirely shrouded in glamours of the Fey sort. It looked pleasant enough, closer to normal than what he'd seen in some of the enclaves, but he knew there was some catch to it. The portal itself was in the center, set inside an arrangement of standing stones, and despite it being in the open air there was enough structured magic in the air that he knew it wasn't unguarded. If anything, it was more thoroughly protected than the Nightlands portal had been, between the actual magic and the small fae that seemed to make the standing stones their home. Small in stature, but he could sense the density of vis inside them and knew they were heavy hitters. This was the first test of the cloak. He felt a little silly wearing the thing, but if it worked like it was supposed to, the drone would be no more noticeable to the fae than it would have been to humans. The wording that Felicia had used was his magic was invisible, not his devices, and he wasn't about to get overconfident. "All right, silent mode," he said, cutting into Lucy's quiet conversation with Felicia about Ray. He hadn't been watching directly, but he'd gathered from Lucy's half of the conversation that they'd been abused by the bureaucracy. A part of him thought that was only appropriate, but he stepped on that pretty firmly. Lucy cut the power to the drone's propellers, and he teleported the machine into an appropriately sized chimney with the flue closed, close enough for him to sense his way through the portal. The other side was also surrounded by standing stones, though they were far more impressive than the Earth equivalent. Instead of 6 or 8 feet, they were 6 or 8 stories tall, though at the same time the space around them twisted so they didn't quite take up the space something that big ought to. There was also really nothing to demarcate any difference between structured Fey magic and the ordinary background of the portal world. The mana flowed every which way in constantly changing structures, as if the entire area was under one big enchantment, which it might well be. He located a likely hiding spot, inside a small hollow of brush at the base of one of the stones, and teleported the drone in. Then he waited, seeing if any alarm would be raised or any magical response would come. The lack of any attention on the Earth side was hopeful, but Fairy itself was the real test. "That is impressive," Tazen said, watching the display flicker between locations. The main display didn't show much at the moment, just some 2 green grass, but the overhead camera showed the venerable-looking standing stones framed against a painfully blue sky with absolutely picturesque clouds. "Even though I know you can move around that way, seeing it is striking." Fairy looks ridiculously storybook, Callum said, more or less ignoring Tazen's comment. Yeah, everything there is exaggerated, Lucy agreed. I mean, it's pretty and all, but look at it too long and it seems kind of weird. Felicia says that given time, the land will adapt to the inhabitants, Lucy reported, since Callum couldn't spare his attention to twist around and read the tablet. No time for sightseeing, alas, Callum replied, and looked at the map that Tazen had provided. The human region sprawled out from the portal location, over 500 square miles of house compounds and acreage, farms and vineyards of various sorts. All of it had been stabilized by Duval, which gave him a serious perspective on what longevity could accomplish. The 7 lesser courts were roughly east, whereas to the west was a massive feral wilderness. Not that direction worked right in Fairy. The digital compass built into the drone kept blinking different orientations even as it sat still, magic bending whatever magnetic field there might be into transient knots. There were landmarks, though, and by comparing Tazen's map to the standing stones, he managed to figure out which direction was which. No Fae came by to investigate the drone, and no particularly noticeable magic seemed to target it. They hadn't left Gar-controlled lands, so Callum wasn't completely convinced the cloak was working, but the early signs were promising. Since the infiltration seemed to be working, he began teleporting his remote through the countryside. It was like going through a combination of the best parts of New Zealand, Europe, China, and America, and those were just the inspirations that he recognized. Despite the human area ultimately not being all that large, it was absolutely packed with grottos and groves and waterfalls and mist-shrouded spires. There wasn't a single spot that was just ordinary landscape. Once he got far enough out, an area that was supposed to be mostly agrarian, he lifted the drone with gravitikinesis and tugged it in the direction of the border. The pseudo-Alcubierre effect he was so used to drained his vis, and a few seconds later he let it go. The landscape that snapped into view was quite different than the one they'd left, with no actual ground visible under a massive tangled carpet of roots the size of houses, twining up to a mountain-scale tree in the distance. The court of Prince Galavric, Tazen said, as a flock of what Callum would swear were pteranodons flew past the camera feed. Probably not where he is, but we'll have to check anyway. Finding one person in something that size, Callum sighed, looking over at his guests. We'll take a look and eavesdrop. What's the difference between a Fey prince and Fey king anyway? There is only one king in Fairy, Felicia wrote, her mouth set into a hard line. I may not know exactly where he could be, but I know how they think. Ray would be a guest of the prince himself. There will be a gilded cage in the prince's estate, and Ray will be there. If not this court, then another. That's better than having to sweep the entire place, Callum said, somewhat relieved. It was one thing to commit to help. It was another to see the scope of a city-sized region and know he had to find a single person within it. Even with his perceptions and assuming that Ray was going to stand out thanks to the Mage bubble, it would have taken ages. More than a day, and he definitely intended to keep his promise to Alex and set aside time to play with his son. Part of him would really have liked to look around at the enormous variety of ridiculous wildlife that inhabited the sky and the ground in Fairy. He was pretty sure he spotted not only dinosaurs, but absolutely mythical wildlife like griffins and unicorns. Of all the portal worlds, Fairy seemed closest to an actual magical world, but he didn't have the time to marvel at the causal wonders it held. Callum tugged at space again, and the drone blurred right up to the tree, stopping pressed against a trunk with bark that was 500 feet thick. He began teleporting the drone upward, still on the lookout for any possible hue or cry thanks to the drone's presence, but none of the animals paid the tiny drone any heed. Of course, He kept it as hidden as possible, but with the Fae he doubted that would have been enough by itself. The crown of the tree was practically a city of its own, but from the cameras he could tell exactly where the prince's dwelling was. The biggest, fanciest dwelling, half-grown and half-carved, in the center of the canopy. He made a beeline right for it, jumping the drone from roof to roof or hollow to hollow, keeping as circumspect as he could even though he couldn't exactly hide his magic. It was the cloak that made the subterfuge possible. A few minutes later, he was inside an astoundingly extravagant complex. Not exactly a building or a palace, not with the way it was integrated into an enormous branch of a living tree, but close enough. The sheer scope of the mana moving about was intimidating, swirling and flowing and dancing through the gold and silver and frescoed glass, but it seemed to pass right through or maybe around his vis threads. The Fey Prince himself was obvious even if he wasn't actually inside Callum's perceptions. The density of the mana pointed right to him, shifting as the prince moved about his palace. There were dozens of rooms, pools, groves, and dark oubliettes within the palace, but Callum was looking for non-Fey. It wasn't until he'd gotten further into the sprawl of rooms that he found someone who wasn't part of the actual court. But it wasn't a mage. There was a small set of what Callum could only characterize as apartments with a bunch of normal people. "Well," he said grimly, "this is something else I need to deal with. We have to get them out of there." "Well, maybe," Lucy said, watching the camera feed. The drone was parked in a high corner atop a bookshelf, with a view of a young man happily painting the view from the balcony outside his apartment. "Doesn't look like he needs a rescue." "They're just ordinary people," Callum said with a sigh, "probably making the best of a bad situation, or completely brainwashed." "Or they made a deal," Lucy pointed out. "The Department of Acquisitions isn't the only way people run into the supernatural. I mean, sure, some of them might be prisoners here, but do you want to assume that about everyone?" There was a pause and the sound of Felicia's stylus as Callum navigated the drone through the apartments. "Okay, that's a good point," Lucy said, and Callum glanced away from the feeds. "Some of them might only be alive due to the influence of fairy," Felicia had written. "I know that some of the lesser courts have poets from centuries past, only still alive thanks to their bargains." "That makes things more complicated," Callum asked, taking another look at the man on the drone feed. He didn't look familiar and his art didn't strike any chord, but for all he knew that guy might be some ancient Dutch master preserved like a fly in amber. If there are people there that don't want to be, they should be helped, but you're right. If it's something they chose, I've got no right to mess with it. He rubbed at his temples. "It's something you'll have to sort, I think," he said to Felicia. "You're right, it's too complicated for me to figure out. Just assuming these people are victims is reductive, but some of them certainly are." Felicia's face firmed into stern resolution, and she nodded. He was glad that she was willing to commit, because while he wasn't going to make it a condition of his help, he was more than willing to heap work on someone who'd stepped up as a person of authority. "I will address it as soon as it becomes possible," she wrote, and he continued on. There was a core or so of humans in the palace, but no mages, so Callum left them alone and moved on. The map of Fairy was vague, but that was because of the spatial twisting that made things harder to get through. Which, amusingly, didn't matter to him since he could teleport straight past any contorted maze that separated one point from another. If Galavric's court was effectively elves, then the next court was pretty much dwarves. Not that it was coincidence, since the Fae adapted human stories. The mountain stronghold, the abundance of gold and silver, the short and stocky Fae populating the galleries of stone. All of it was such a direct copy of fiction that Callum found it actually uninteresting, for all the fantastical nature of it. The architect in him was fascinated, but there wasn't all that much cleverness in the structure. Rather, all the effort had been put into the frills and decoration. The mountain city had its own version of a palace, a suite of enormous rooms at the center of the network of mines and elevators, but there were no mages there either. There was some sort of oubliette near the back, inside of which was something that looked exceedingly nasty, a spider crossed with a cutlery shop, but he couldn't tell whether it was a prisoner or a beast to be fed, or if there was really any difference. You know, you could do an awful lot of information gathering with this, Tazen noted. I'm not exactly a spy master, but if nobody's noticed your devices by now then, you could find every little secret these people have. I guess so, but that's not what I do, Callum said distractedly, trying to pay attention to Felicia's tablet while scanning both with his eyes and his senses. Internal affairs aren't my business. It's threats to ordinary people or to myself. The mantle is for the ghost, Felicia wrote. That creates certain limitations. Ah, said Tazen, enlightened. Callum nodded. He didn't exactly have specific limitations on the ghost, but spying on people for any purpose but planning a method of execution was off the table. The ghost was not someone else's tool. Getting out of the mountain required as much time as getting in, since he couldn't just Alcubierre his way out of it. But soon enough the drone was free, and he reoriented himself on the map. The 7 lesser courts formed a sort of semicircle around the Mage lands, though the way that space itself could shift meant that wasn't exactly a solid border. The boundaries between each court were a contorted mess that, without teleportation, he was pretty sure he wouldn't be able to navigate. The third target was at least somewhat more interesting. Callum didn't recognize the source material, but it was a great gloomy wood with stone brick towns and cities built in under the dark canopies of the enormous trees. They weren't mountain-sized, but they easily met or surpassed redwoods, even if they looked more like ancient oaks. It was all overdone Gothic architecture, which he rather wished he had time to look at more closely. But he didn't have time to transcribe the designs, instead working his way inward toward the center of the court. It was an enormous castle complex that was practically city all to itself, linked to outlying castles and towers with bridges and buttresses. Callum teleported the drone through the area, stretching his 1,000-foot-plus sensory range to its limits as he looked for where the prisoners might be. He accidentally stumbled across a vault, which had literal tons of various magical and non-magical riches, along with a goodly amount of qorate locked away in thick-walled steel boxes. Tempting as it is, he wasn't there to steal things, so he moved on. It wasn't until he got to one of the towers that was surrounded by fey spatial contortions that he struck pay dirt. The presence of a mage bubble had him convinced he'd found his target even before he teleported the drone into range. Callum parked it on the top of a bookshelf, behind some kind of potted plant, just in case the mage happened to be looking in that direction. One of the unfortunate aspects of mage bubbles was that he had no insight into lines of sight or attention, which made them harder to work around than other supernaturals. While Felicia's cloak seemed to work well enough against Fae, he'd underestimated the sensitivity of mage senses. There was nothing shielding his magic from mage perceptions, and while they didn't have the range and sensitivity of his passive abilities, they were hardly blind. Despite how small the teleport was and the drone itself was, it was enough to attract some attention. The figure mostly obscured by the plant's gold and red leaves turned around, and a pulse of vis swept out from the mage. Damn it, Callum cursed, castigating himself for his carelessness. He'd been too worried about Faye noticing him to remember about mages. We've been noticed. Better hope that's him. If it wasn't, Callum doubted that the mage could keep him from porting the drone away, and it wasn't likely anyone would connect some unknown bit of magic with the ghost snooping around, but he didn't trust to chance. He caught a glimpse of a face through the gaps in the plant, blurry because of the lack of focus, and while he didn't recognize it, Felicia visibly brightened. She hastily scribbled on the tablet, holding it up to him. "Can I speak to him?" Callum nodded, and Lucy poked at a few controls and pushed the laptop in her direction. He kept his eyes and senses focused on the person in the room, worried more about potentially losing the drone than a specific threat. It was Fey magic that went through his portals, that and negative healing. "Ray, it's me." While Callum didn't feel any of the power in Felicia's voice himself, he could see its effects when walls and desks actually vibrated from the quiet words. Curiously, at least to him, that effect seemed to carry across the microphone despite there being no direct connection. He could see the swirl of Fey influence pushing out from where the drone was, which frankly was worrying since even if he was shielded, that didn't mean Felicia was. "Felicia," Ray's voice came through the pickup, sounding more than a little suspicious, which raised Callum's estimation of the man since he'd be pretty skeptical too. A daring rescue from nowhere was more fiction than reality. "The ghost located you," Felicia said, her voice clipped and crisp. "I'm leaving the details of your extraction to him." "Archmage Tazen, I assume you can handle him if there's any Fey magic still on him," Callum said, since even with the mage bubble up and Felicia's recognition, he wouldn't have been surprised if the person they were rescuing was a ringer. "I can," Tazen said, cold and hard. Then, Callum stopped as the underlying mana swirled and someone stepped out of the corner of the room. He recognized that particular bit of oddness, even if he had no idea how the Fae could teleport without any noticeable spatial distortion. "Time's up." He reached out to open a portal for Ray, but with the arrival of the Fae Prince, for it could be nobody else, the mana of the area locked itself down, completely under the thrall of the prince. Callum knew that he didn't have quite the punch of an archmage, so the sudden rigidity of the mana might not even have been conscious. Without extra tricks, there wasn't much he could do to contend with the power of above-average supernaturals, which was why he didn't ever commit to something without extra tricks. "Princess." The Fey Prince got out just the one word before Callum tapped into his vis and opened an anti-mana portal. Not inside Fairy, of course. He'd found that it was mostly real universes that were reachable from the portal worlds, and trying to open a dimensional portal from an unknown place in some liminal dimension wasn't guaranteed to lead anywhere in particular, even if anti-mana seemed to be a common portal destination. Instead, he took advantage of the fact that the middle of a portal was not magic at all, just a hole in space. By using both a dimensional portal and an ordinary portal, he simply funneled the output from the anti-mana dimension through into Fairy, while Callum was mostly trying to get the leeway he needed for a person-sized portal. The reaction that it got was wildly out of proportion. The Fey Prince let out a wild keening noise that shrieked through the speakers, forcing Callum to clap his hands over his ears. A moment later, either the speakers or the microphone gave out, leaving a ringing silence. The coiling mana retreated, pulled into the prince's body, and Callum took his chance, snapping open a portal for Ray. He didn't like having a direct connection between the room and Fairy itself, but with Archmage Tazen there, it was probably a better idea than dumping Ray onto some random part of the world. To Ray's credit, he recognized what was going on and pulled in his bubble as he darted through the portal. The Fey Prince, visible with the glance through Callum's portal, looked to be a pale guy with storybook chiseled muscles and bat wings, baring his teeth to show sharp fangs. He lunged after Ray, moving in a blur, but rebounded off some reflexive cast of Tazen's, a wall of force flashing out with a speed that Callum wished he could duplicate. It had to be something like a shield, but extended beyond the personal bubble. Then Ray was through and Callum banished the portal, withdrawing the drone and teleporting it into the tidal plane that he'd found earlier. He didn't quite trust that it was free of the taint of fairy. Felicia stood up and threw her arms around Ray, while Tazen did something complicated with his vis. Scanning for problems, Callum assumed, since an archmage could probably see through a bubble in a way Callum couldn't. What the hell was that? Callum glanced over at Tazen and blinked. He didn't need to act coy, since it was pretty obvious that the archmage was referring to the anti-mana. Even if Tazen hadn't gotten a clear view of it, the residue and the Fey reaction was enough to show that it was something unusual. "One of my secrets," he said. "I'm sure every mage has them. Given the weight class of the stuff I'm dealing with, I need M." Tazen grunted and let it go, though he clearly wasn't happy with the answer. Still, he clearly wasn't going to press. Callum almost wanted to tell him that it wasn't anything that Tazen could mimic, but he was resolved to give out no hint that he didn't have to. He'd already tipped too much of his hand since Felicia's presence had drawn out the Fey Prince. It was not the surreptitious jailbreak he'd been hoping for. While Callum knew that he'd have to deal with the fairy types eventually, it would have been far better to delay any confrontation until he had his redoubt. They may not even have really known about his existence, as removed as they were, but he very much doubted that was the case anymore. Callum was pretty sure they'd just declared war. Prince Jusil of the Court of Roses growled, flinging out his hands in frustration and crushing the furnishings of the room into minuscule fragments. The bait he'd set out had caught the prey twice now. The first time he'd seen the immediate advantage in seizing Princess Felicity's paramour, but even with that leverage, the princess herself had been too careful to actually enter his territory, and instead she'd taken his prize away. The irritation of that made him smash a few windows, sending glass splinters out over the stone far below. With a daughter of Oberon and Mab of his own, he could have been more than a mere prince of the lesser courts. Jusil had no concerns about subjugating the princess herself, because despite her lineage and her gifts, she'd been stupid enough to try and build up a small, heroic story, rather than taking the power that could be so easily grasped by anyone with sufficient vision. He stalked around the point that was still scarred by the horrific piece of hell that had been let through. Not that he knew exactly what it was, but it had burned like nothing he had ever encountered before, tearing out part of his own estate and consigning it to oblivion. The actual damage was not that great in the totality of things, but the sheer foreign shock of it had taken him by surprise. There were remnants of the mage workings that had been involved, but he didn't dare touch them in case they were trapped with that same invisible fire. Not that he needed to trace them. The very nature of what had happened was enough proof. There was only one person who would be allied with the princess, be able to enter Fairy without any trace, and then take away one of Jusil's guests so easily. The ghost. Jusil whirled and took 3 steps, all that was needed to reach anywhere in his princedom. There were messages to write, including one to be taken through the ways to where it connected with the night lands. Eventually, the mages would get what was coming to them, but for the moment, it seemed all the targets of both court and house had gathered in one place. For good or for ill, Chapter 3 Redoubt. There was plenty of strategizing to be done, but Callum left that to the others. He wasn't indifferent to the coming conflict or his place in it, but the absolute best use of his time was establishing portal world access. It would give him a position of strength from which to pursue the rest of his goals, namely, removing all those with designs on Earth. He didn't have the wherewithal to fight a crusade for centuries on end. The supernaturals needed to properly police themselves, not require some external agent to convince them of the simple morality of not preying on people. He had only the haziest ideas of how to accomplish that, but he knew that he'd need to involve other people. Alpha Chester and the two aligned houses were a good start on that. And while Callum didn't think that putting them in absolute charge would turn out much better than Gar, at least with those people running things he'd be left alone. Neither could he just destroy all the opposing mage houses. Even if he was capable of that kind of slaughter, if things spilled out into full war, it'd engulf all of Earth. The supernatural secrets would crack wide open, governments would get involved, and nuclear war was not out of the question. He did not want to precipitate that kind of disaster. "I really want to just go back to our own house," Callum muttered, rubbing his eyes as he looked at the laptop screen from one of the exploratory drones. "Feels so wrong doing this in a guest room." "Just think of it as added incentive," Lucy suggested. "Not like you need it, but it's always better to look on the bright side. Like how we don't actually have to worry about Faye going after Alex." Callum grunted agreement. He hadn't gotten or been interested in the full debriefing, but Felicia's partner had at least confirmed that the video he'd been sent was solely to get his attention. Not that the Fae in question weren't that nasty, but reaching Alex was beyond them for the moment. At least, so long as he stayed inside wards. Since he didn't want to dwell on that, he returned his focus to the drone. Once again they seemed to be running low, since he wanted to keep one in any of the portal worlds that seemed even mildly useful. Which wasn't many, so far, but when the number of drones he could spare was in the single digits, it didn't take many. "What's our next site?" he asked, already feeling his focus slipping, though he'd left most of the route planning to Lucy anyway. He had been skipping his drones to different locations around the world, opening dimensional portals to find different destinations, and hoping to stumble on one that was more inviting than the chilly tidal plain. At Lucy's suggestion, he targeted areas of the Mediterranean and tropics in the hopes that the portal worlds would reflect the climates there, and it sort of worked. The metaphysics of portal worlds were more confusing than ever, but there did seem to be a rough correlation. One of the dimensions he found had a nice enough temperature, but the howling winds there had nearly ripped the drone apart before he pulled it back. Another one was so dimensionally foreign, beyond even Mictlan, that he didn't bother exploring past the giant columns of boiling ice that surrounded the initial portal. Between delving attempts, he spent time with Alex and funneled his excess vis into the crystals so he could try again without exhausting himself. "Man, we should have started here," Lucy said, checking her notes. "Barbados. Maybe it'll be like that vacation house. That was nice." "It was nice," Callum agreed, shifting the drone out to the Barbados area, and Lucy piloted the drone down toward the nearest speck of land. It was small enough that it didn't even have infrastructure, and probably didn't even have a name. Once landed, he tapped into his crystals to punch open a dimensional hole. The lack of any dramatics was promising, as was the fairly normal space his perceptions found on the other side. He teleported the drone through, and the two of them watched the laptop screen. "Huh," said Lucy. The drone had appeared in the middle of a clearing, which was ordinary so far as it went, but what was not ordinary was all the islands floating in the sky. At first he'd thought they were some sort of strange clouds, but after closer inspection they were genuinely chunks of rock. There were 3 of them visible from the clearing itself, hanging in the air with a dusting of greenery on top, though it was difficult to tell the scale. "Well, let's check it out," Callum said, and lifted the drone into the air. The trees looked vaguely familiar, though he couldn't say if they were Earth species or not, but the lack of anything grotesque or severely out of place was a good sign. There was a ribbon of blue marking a river that led into a lake, and back out again. Then right off the side of the island, getting more distance from their landing point, it became clear that the portal itself had opened onto the surface of one of the islands, all of which were hovering in a blue void of sky. There was a vague smear of light overhead, not quite a sun, but nothing below except the dots of more islands, scattered about. In the distance there was even a fractured rainbow from a waterfall off the side of one of them, as if it were some fantasy poster instead of a real landscape. The thermometer registered in the upper 80s, a summary temperature which was practically perfect. Though Callum didn't believe for one moment it was quite as idyllic as it looked. There was surely some catch, but at first glance it seemed to be a fairly good candidate for the house. "Well, that is gorgeous," Lucy remarked. "It's like some kind of fairy tale. Well, except it's not all exaggerated like fairy is. We'll put some mice there and see how they fare, and then if it's all good we can go ourselves," Callum agreed. "The only thing is I'm not sure that this one will have that much in the way of enchanting material. There doesn't seem to be much material overall, but it's not like we can't get it elsewhere." Lucy piloted one drone down to the original island, and Callum scanned the area for animal life before he brought the mouse cage over. If the mice got eaten, that certainly gave him some data, but he was hoping to find out whether the local atmosphere was breathable or not first. But the island seemed to be more like the night lands, with a truncated ecosystem. Few insects, and only a few birds about that reminded Callum of Darwin's finches. It might well be that the islands were like the Galapagos, with very few natural predators at all. Leaving one drone there, they took a second one to tour around the visible land masses. As they approached the next one over, which seemed considerably larger than the original, a small flock of great winged shapes burst from the canopy and circled around before heading off into the distance. They looked like some kind of variant of albatross, but it was a good reminder there might be airborne beasts to watch out for. Diving in closer, he swept his senses around and found the larger island had a few prowling, cat-like animals, but it was nothing too terrible. He didn't discount the possibility that those, too, could fly, but it seemed like simply selecting the proper island might be enough to ensure no lurking predators. Though it wasn't clear exactly where all the water was coming from, portal worlds didn't exactly conform to conservation of mass and energy to begin with. "I do like the look of this," Callum said, flicking through the drone feeds. "I'm sure there's some catch that I'm missing, but barring anything horrible, I think it's worth trying." "So long as the mice don't fall over dead," Lucy agreed cheerfully. "Speaking of, that riptide world seems to be livable. No mutations yet. Might as well offer that one to Tazen or Hargrave then," Callum decided. "It's not great, but I'm sure a team of actual mages could deal with it. Bunch of earth and water mages maybe." "Right about that," Lucy said. "Since the portal world thing isn't exactly a secret location, how about getting in some mages to landscape whatever place we wind up putting the house? Make it flatter, put up some walls, strengthen the foundation, all that kind of thing." Yes, that would make things much easier," Callum conceded. He still wasn't a huge fan of bringing in other people to work on the house, but the strength of a portal world redoubt was in its inaccessibility. He could make a public statement about where his home was located, and it wouldn't make it any easier for people to access it. Except maybe for Duval, but she'd clearly wiped her hands of that, and even then he'd be shifting things through the moon nexus first. On the other hand, a few mages would substitute for weeks or months of work by people with heavy machinery. Pragmatically, they could even do things that no normal equipment could, like make bedrock flow around an existing foundation, or change a slope without disturbing the foliage atop it. "All right, why don't you ping Tazen and Glenda and see what they want to do about it? I'll need more to really start making a difference, but one is better than none." Callum was also quite happy to leave the first exploration of a new portal world to people who were used to alien environments and might have all kinds of tricks and magical items that would keep them safe. With the new portal world, Callum felt accomplished enough to go spend some time with his wife and son without worrying about heavy matters for a while. Unfortunately, he couldn't shake the thought that if he wanted a world where his family could live safely, he needed to do something to make it so. Part of him was tempted to close the portal to Fairy too, but it wasn't like the Fae were fundamentally an issue like with vampires. That would just be an expedient solution, and ultimately the wrong one. There was a reason why people like Alpha Chester or Gale Hargrave were willing to work with him, despite his hardline stance and remaining outside the authority of the houses and the supernatural community in general. Callum didn't overstep and didn't have collateral damage. At least he tried. Closing the night lands had been rather more of a bugbear than he'd expected, even though he'd been certain to give the houses there a lifeline back to Earth. But his restraint gave him a kind of legitimacy that couldn't be bought. He was pretty sure being able to provide new portal worlds would help, though. You know, there haven't been any new portal worlds since we found 6, Tazen said, gathered in the courtyard of Chester's compound the next day. He and Archmage Hargrave had extra mages with them, what Callum could only describe as troops. Combat mages, anyway, despite the fact that there weren't any animals in the portal world so far as Callum could tell. Not that he was going to object to their caution. He would have done the same. The Night Lands is actually the most recent, Hargrave said absently. 5 and 6 are probably the oldest portals time-wise. And now it's gone, Tazen said, almost with a laugh. Hopefully this one won't cause as many issues. It's small and uninhabited, Callum said. Least so far as I can see. Not like there's a permanent portal anyway. We'll need one to replace the mana loss from the Night Lands portal eventually, Hargrave warned. There's already noticeable depletion in the larger cities. A problem for another day, Callum said. Ready for the portal. Yes, Tazen said, glancing back at the sled that had a bunch of supplies, including one of the portal frames, because neither of them wanted entry or egress to be dependent on Callum's presence. Callum threaded his vis through the portal network, past the drone that was still sitting on the tidal plane, and opened a portal. The bleak light of the tidal plane bled through, along with the sound of water and the scent of salt. Gale's magic pulsed lightly, taking care of any microorganisms that might be drifting through. Not that anyone had worried about that with the other portal worlds, and Callum suspected that there wasn't any real risk of cross-contamination. Portal worlds would be either too alien or just not have the teeming bacterial life of a true world. Such liminal spaces didn't seem to be entirely real to begin with. Tazen barked a few orders and the mages trooped through. Once the Archmage had tested the portal frame to ensure it worked, Callum left them to it. The drone was there just in case, but they didn't need his supervision to figure out what value, if any, the portal world had. He did catch glimpses over the next day or two, though, and by that point he was chomping at the bit to get his house finally moved and restore his home to normalcy, or as close to normal as things would get in a portal world. The sun did rise and set in rough accord with the Earth's rotation, so that was close enough, but he'd still have to do some work to deal with the peculiarities of the liminal space. The main one was that the islands weren't floating. They were falling. Not quickly, not at the terminal velocity of a big chunk of rock, but observing the mice and the air whistling past the edges of each island made it clear. It wouldn't be enough to erect a wall around things. He needed to add enchantments to adjust local gravity, and probably to muffle sound too. Fortunately, there was more than enough mana in the portal world to support such a thing. He didn't have to worry about the islands suddenly smashing to pieces against the ground, either. There was no ground, or rather, it seemed to wrap around itself like the tidal plane did. Why there was still air movement past the islands he didn't know, but once again, liminal spaces were weird. He was lucky that he hadn't run into a place where the islands were careening against each other like bumper cars. When the mice seemed to be fine after a few days of exposure, he had no compunctions about asking for the aid of the allied houses in setting up his own home in the portal world. Things were past the point of using money. Access to another portal world was literally priceless. Nor were the people of either House Hargrave or House Tazen really for hire. In fact, the professional landscaper mages were based out of House Janry, which meant they weren't exactly accessible or trustworthy. Once again, a bunch of mages assembled in Chester's courtyard and Callum opened a portal. That time, it was warm air that spilled out and the scent of greenery. Tazen's team went through first to sweep and secure the area just in case there was something Callum had missed, then Hargrave's people. Callum went last, with Lucy and Alex following once Tazen's people gave the all-clear. Actually crossing over to the island felt like stepping into one of his low-gravity areas, and while there wasn't too much wind on the surface, he could hear the whistle of it from where he stood. He'd selected one about 5 miles across, which was one of the smaller ones, but it did have a spring, a river, and a lake, which was all that was necessary from Callum's perspective. Mages could do the rest. Running his perceptions through the ground hadn't uncovered any caves, but there was a fairly monodense core on each island that might well be something he could use for enchanting material. Not that he was going to excavate the island he intended to live on, but there were plenty of candidates around. For the moment, he was primarily focused on getting something established. "At least it's warm here," Lucy half-shouted over the noise. "Kinda loud, though." Alex made an unhappy noise, hands over his ears. "There's definitely some sound muffling in chants," Callum called back. "I can." The last 2 words were yelled into silence as one of the mages set up exactly the sort of effect Callum had been talking about. "Well, that," he finished more quietly, and Lucy giggled. "So how are you two feeling? Any issues?" Callum asked, crouching down to look Alex in the eyes. He kept his perceptions focused on them, ready to teleport them out if there was anything untoward about the way the portal world affected them. The one thing that worried him was that the vis inside their bodies didn't alter the basic, slightly different structure of the portal world. It made sense, since it wasn't exactly a magical effect, but it wasn't something that he could let go unaddressed for long. He, on the other hand, still had normal earth flavor inside of his body. If he had to guess, that was one of the benefits of the internal spatial reinforcement. He was immune to the distortion of portal worlds. Not immune to any of the hostile environment, but the space itself didn't affect him. It would have made him a perfect explorer if he'd been inclined in that direction. "Nope, feels normal to me," Lucy said. "Floaty," Alex said, jumping up into the air and going 3 times the usual height thanks to the falling elevator effect the islands had going on. "Well, if you start feeling weird, let me know. I'm going to be fixing up the local space anyway, but this isn't Mictlan." He wished he knew how Duval managed the permanent alteration that she was so known for. But if it were easy then, she wouldn't be the only one doing it. "I think we'll be fine," Lucy said, looking around at the little clearing. Thick-trunked trees with broad, flat leaves grew to about 10 feet tall, and wildflowers in blue and yellow waved in the brisk breeze. Pragmatically speaking, there was no end to the tests that would be necessary to make sure every single aspect was safe, because there could be toxic berries or some equivalent to poison ivy, but Callum intended to make a bit of a walled garden. "There's nothing large nearby," one of Tazen's men reported. "You'll want wards to secure the sky, but there are no native threats on this island." "Fantastic," Callum said. "I'll go see if they're ready to do the landscaping." In general, Callum hadn't seen much large-scale mage work. He'd witnessed Tazen's people fighting once or twice, but relative to what he knew mages could do, he'd only encountered a small fraction. So he watched in fascination as the house mages spun out huge spell constructs like nothing he'd seen before. Working in concert, a half-dozen mages from House Hargrave flattened out the landscape, yanked the native foliage out of a large patch of earth to leave churned dirt, and raised thick stone walls around the edge of the island. The river and lake were adjusted slightly to accommodate the landscaping, and drains were bored through the entire island at specific points to prevent any flooding. It took less than an hour for the mages to make it ready for him to bring the house over. The most finicky part was setting up the rock slab at the right depth to encompass the basement. Nearby, there were another set of stone slabs at the surfaces, one for the machine shop and the other for a barn to replace his cave cache. "Go ahead and bring it in," said the guy in charge of the whole thing, a bald air mage who was the only one Callum had seen with a habit of chewing tobacco. In 3, 2, Callum counted down, and then tapped into all his spare vis crystals to teleport his house once again. It popped into existence on the prepared foundation, and Callum braced himself against the wave of weariness from the effort while the Earth Mage went to work melding things together. A moment later he transferred over the machine shop too, so he could hook it back up to power after everything was squared away. From the cave cache, he retrieved a few sacks of ground cover seed, and the bald mage dispersed it over the entire cleared patch in a few seconds. Sadly, there weren't any human mages that could grow plants faster, not even healers. That would have to wait for nature to take its course. At least, that was what he thought until Lucy suggested that he have someone import the entire garden from Mexico. The garden was vanishingly tiny next to the acres and acres of backyard, but it'd be better than bare dirt outside the back door. It was a blind spot for him. He'd essentially written off the entire area, but it didn't take that long to send a drone back there. Surprisingly, it was pretty much untouched, showing a little bit of overgrowth from a couple weeks of no attention, but it didn't seem like anyone had been by with enough interest to bother the plants. Maybe Gar and the others who had been after him had written it off for much the same reasons. While he could only supply a small portal, the Earth Mage didn't really see it as a problem, effectively chopping the garden into ribbons of earth that floated through the portal into the new backyard. It was a better solution than Callum's teleportation, since ripping out a bunch of plants and dirt was actually a lot of effort for him. It was very clearly no big deal to the Earth Mage. With all that done, the only remaining tweaks were to get water in and septic out. With the former, just diverting from the river was good enough. He'd still be running it through a number of filters, but it was water. With the latter, once again the mage ability to shape rock and earth made its simplicity itself. It made him envy Earth Mages, considering how broadly their skills could be applied. Though he wouldn't trade teleports for anything. In less than a day, really only a few hours total, the island had been transformed from untouched fastness to about 10,000 acres of tamed land and 5 times that of buffer forest. Trees near the outer wall had been trimmed away so that no small creatures could jump from the branches into the courtyard. It was still vulnerable to flying things, but a large-scale glamour enchantment would probably be sufficient to deal with that. Not that he'd be letting his son wander around unsupervised for a while. Even if Tazen's people had cleared the area, there was no guarantee there wouldn't be some hidden danger somewhere, which was still better than the vulnerability of remaining on Earth. "Thanks, everyone," he said, not offering a hand because mages didn't do that, but he had offered beers. Only a few people had taken him up on that. That was easier than I expected. "Benefits of having a house," the bald mage said. Callum still didn't know his name. No single aspect can do everything by itself. "Tell me about it," Callum said. Admittedly, the Earth Mages had done most of the work, but Air and Water Mages had done their share with shaping the protected area. Those types would have been more useful in the maintenance and upkeep, but he wasn't going to be bringing mage groundskeepers over. The wind muffler will decay after about a day, the mage added. So you'll want your own version up before then. Great, Callum said, and opened a portal back to Chester's compound. I'll let you all know if I need anything else. Glad to visit, the mage said with a smile. It's nice here, just needs beaches. Once they were all gone, Callum relaxed properly for the first time in days. He dropped down into the lawn chair on the back porch, finding that it still had a faint hint of cold about it from being out in the Montana winter for so long. Lucy and Alex joined him and he put his arms around both of them. "This is great," Lucy said, looking around at the open area, the distant walls and the river and lake. "I love it here already, but what are we doing next? Can't just hide here." "No indeed," Callum agreed, rubbing his eyes. "I've got some enchanting to do if I want this place to be really livable, and then, I don't know. I'll have to talk with the archmages and then Felicia. We need to make some moves before the other side does." "Seeker Jarman has arrived," reported Magus Tiana, who had taken up the task of managing all of Archmage Janry's meetings. He wanted to grimace but kept his face under control for the sake of his niece if nothing else. She didn't need to be glared at. "Send him in," Janry said, glancing around the room to make sure there were no missives or papers the visitor shouldn't see. Everything inside his extensive study was warded and protected, of course, but that didn't protect against carelessness. The door opened and a short, red-haired and red-skinned fae sauntered inside, hopping into the chair with no effort whatsoever. With the smirk on Jarman's face, he looked the very definition of impish, and Janry resigned himself to a fairly tedious discussion. Though at least it would be a substantive one. Janry was irritated by how long it had taken the Fae to properly bestir themselves. He knew that the Fae had to work in their own time, with their own purposes. Their rules made straightforward action difficult sometimes. Of course, the courts had long structured themselves to get around most of those limitations, but there was only so much a Fae could cheat without weakening themselves. At least the lesser courts had finally marshaled some of their more obscure members to help. The takeover of Gar had gone smoothly enough, thanks to Janry's people in key positions, but Gar's sphere of operations was more restricted than it had been before. Getting the Fae courts to do more than send malcontents over to Earth was instrumental for his plans. "I've been told you're able to track down, essentially, anyone," Janry said. "Only people who threaten the Court of Roses," Jarman corrected, fussily adjusting the cuffs of his dark blue suit. "I am Jusil's seeker, not some vagabond knight." "Yes, of course," Janry said, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes with the ease of long practice. "By now I should think it clear that the breakaway houses are doing exactly that. They are in league with the upstart American Alliance, and especially with the heretic known as the Ghost." Janry didn't care much about the old tradition of magical heresy, but it was useful. Some of the more conservative houses, ones that had barely glanced at Earth for centuries, still gave it weight, as did some of the Fae, for their own reasons that were, in his opinion, entirely self-serving, which was no different than the Mage houses, so that was some comfort. "Yes, we have heard of this ghost," Jarman said, almost sneering. Once again Janry had to suppress a reaction. No matter how powerful a Fae was, he underestimated Wells at his peril. Under most circumstances, he would regard Wells as an archmage, though of course that was not possible given the man's youth. "The Ghost, Archmage Tazen, Archmage Hargrave, and Alpha Chester are the only targets of consequence," Janry said, broadening the scope of Jarman's attention. While the existence of Wells and his ability to seemingly get anywhere granted the breakaway force's genuine legitimacy, he was ultimately a distraction. Without his allies, he was just a single man, with few real resources. Though if they could remove him, that removed the bedrock on which the bid for independence was based. Neither Tazen nor Hargrave was willing to use the force they were capable of. Not really. Otherwise, they would have been the ones in charge of Gar. Wells clearly did not have the same problem. Janry would love if Jarman could find and remove the man, but it didn't seem likely. "I'm sure you can find some of them yourself," Jarman said, squinting at Janry. "There is a difference between knowing the locations of certain compounds and knowing the layouts, strengths and weaknesses, and avenues of movement," Janry said. He found it necessary to lay things out for Fey agents or they'd just pursue what they found interesting, which didn't always overlap with what was useful. "That is more interesting," Jarman said, hopping out of the seat in a single bound. "I'll add that to the prince's own orders. Maybe I'll find something fun when I'm poking around your Earth." "Excellent," Janry said blandly, and the small Fey tapped the side of his nose before vanishing from the study. One of those highly annoying habits that Fey had, especially in Fairy. He was going to have to talk to Duval again and see if she could adjust Fairy further than she already had. Perhaps deny the Fae some of the advantages the portal world gave them. After finishing a few missives, he took a break for lunch and then met with his agent at the DAI. Internal policing of supernaturals was less important these days, and the DAI had been retooled for dealing with mundane power structures. There was little that a mundane could do against a mage or a fae, but they couldn't simply command leaders or celebrities to obey. It turned out that a sudden break in behavior meant those people were confined or hospitalized or removed, not obeyed. "To be honest, we could use more gold and silver," Agent Farrell said. "Bribing people is still easier than finding a Fey minder. Vampires would probably be better, but, well." Farrell shrugged and Janry nodded. What vampires were left after the disastrous events of the past few weeks were hardly reliable. Some were evacuating back to the Night Lands, but most were roaming restlessly. Of the over 100 nests he'd been in contact with, only 2 were still intact. "Not a problem," Janry assured him. "It was not difficult for an Earth mage to find and pull the metals out of either the deep wilds or somewhere on Earth. He'd been cautious about it solely to preserve the value of the precious metals, but he still had effectively unlimited funds available to him." Janry simply wrote out a script for Farrell to take 50 kilograms each of silver and gold out of the house Janry vaults. "Excellent," Farrell said, folding the bond and tucking it into the breast pocket of his suit. "With this, I think we should really be able to get things moving." Chapter 4 Maneuvers. "Mr. Wells wants to talk to you," Ordermaster Minot said without any preamble, standing just outside the exclusion zone for the scriber. Grand Magus Lorenz, Rossi scowled, then marked where he was before he shut down the scriber. The past few years working with Wells had been quite profitable, with the enchanting and the tile-based approach that had been licensed to the guild. There had even been some interesting new creations made from it. Yet Wells was not exactly in his good books at the moment, considering how much more difficult he'd made it to get Mordite, which made enchanting in general significantly more difficult. "Very well," Rossi said, since as annoyed as he was, Wells was an important customer. Maybe not the best customer, but an important one. A man that could destroy one of the 6 true portals was hardly to be kept waiting. He secured the scriber and rose from the bench, making his way out of the lab. He had to cross over back to Earth through the guild's teleportation system, but since Wells had supplied some extra enchanting for the guild's own use, that was less of an imposition than before. Unsurprisingly, one of Wells' drones was sitting in a small meeting room. Rossi had yet to meet the man in person and doubted he ever would. The small display on the side of the little box lit up, showing Wells' face. He prided himself on keeping the guild up to date with mundane technology, but sometimes he was a little discomfited by how Wells used it, especially since it was clearly integrated with some amount of enchanting. Not that he was rude enough to probe it with his tools, but he could sense the magic involved. "What can I do for you, Mr. Wells?" Rossi asked, putting on his professional face. "It's more the other way around," Wells said neutrally. "How would you like exclusive access to a new portal world with enchantment resources?" "What?" Rossi laughed, his composure deserting him at the ridiculous concept. "That's not really a question, Mr. Wells." "I suppose not," Wells said. "I am prepared to offer you that, with the understanding that you will apply pressure against the coalition that is opposing us." "The Guild of Enchantment generally remains apolitical," Rossi said cautiously, which was self-evident, given that they were dealing with both factions on equal terms. "Are you familiar with nuclear weaponry?" Wells asked, and Rossi frowned. "Naturally, I do stay up to date with Earth's advances." "The dragon-blooded suggest, and I agree, that if these people break the secrecy of magic we'll have a nuclear conflict on our hands," Wells said, lips compressed to a thin line. "It doesn't seem to me that don't prey on normal people is too great a burden, but apparently it is." "And they threaten you directly," Rossi said, not overly impressed by the threat of a nuclear deployment. Compared to what magic could do, simply wrecking a city wasn't so fearful a prospect, and the mundane's own terror of it made him doubtful it was a serious possibility. Wells' background as a mundane probably made it seem more important to him. "And they threaten us directly," Wells agreed. "But as you said, you're apolitical and you really don't need Earth. I don't expect you to care about that, which is why I'm offering you a private portal world and all the resources within it." "That is hard to believe," Rossi said, leaning back and considering the offer. "If it were true, it was priceless. Assuming there was useful enchanting material, a private portal world could not only be mined for resources but used to house secure laboratories. Or people. Can you stabilize it the way Duval does?" "Not at this time," Wells admitted. "There is an enchantment that does much the same thing, but it isn't permanent the way Duval's work is. But you can always contract her. I don't see any reason this portal world would be different from any other." Rossi sighed. Duval's portal world stabilization was exceedingly expensive and time-intensive. It would have been fantastic to have some competition, but an enchantment that mimicked it would be good enough for the moment. After all, they were the Guild of Enchanting. "I hesitate to ask, but do you have proof of what you're offering? The idea of a new portal world is rather extraordinary." "Certainly, but you'll want a portal frame or homebond yourself," Wells said. "There's no full portal to it. Not yet." Rossi touched the signet ring on his finger, which not only marked him as the head of the Guild of Enchanting, but was indeed a homebond. One of the most valuable enchantments available, if rarely used. But for peace of mind, nothing came close. "I have both," he said. "I will assemble some of my team before I enter an unknown portal world, though." "Good idea," Wells said. "Just tell the drone when you're ready." Rossi nodded sharply, then stood up and left the room, almost bowling over Order Master Minot. "Get Galiri," Rossi told him, referring to their head of security. "I want a full team. We're going to be landing in a portal world and it's not going to be secure. Also get the portal frames from the vault." "Yes, sir," Minot said, "some people to run errands." In half an hour he had an entire expedition put together and Rossi tapped the box. "We're ready," he said, and Wells' face appeared again. "Opening the portal now," he said, and this flashed for a moment before a circle showing an expanse of dark and rain-swept stone appeared in the air and mana poured out. He waved Galiri forward, and the man crossed through with the portal ring in tow to secure the area. It occurred to him belatedly that Wells should have supplied a more complete description of the destination. Certainly, he'd explored it if he promised enchanting materials, but he didn't appreciate the lack of information on what hazards there might be. Though if Wells had said nothing, there might not be anything notable. It still paid to be cautious, but he doubted Wells would be so stupid as to try anything underhanded. Not when he was trying to curry favor. Clear, Galeri reported over Scrycom. Portal frame functional. No threats, you can come ahead. Rossi stepped through the portal, which he was aware Wells was still actively holding open, and looked around the portal world, sweeping it with his senses. It looked like a wasteland of stone and water, with rain pouring down from a dark gray sky, and not at all hospitable. But his metal-aspected vis found a not insignificant amount of material threaded through the rocks beneath their feet, and even in the water collecting in pools and streams about them. He flicked out some vis, condensing a strand of the metal out of the water and feeling the amount of mana inside. It seemed acceptable, so he twisted the metal into a wire and overlaid his vis, watching it take the enchantment. It would take more experimentation to figure out all the properties, but there was definitely something to it. Start setting up an outpost, he told Galeri. If they were going to be mining enchantable metal from the portal world, or even rock or water, then they needed something to protect them from the elements, and whatever creatures might be out there. He turned back to the portal and stepped through, facing Wells' device. "You're as good as your words, Mr. Wells," Rossi said.